The corrupt CEO of DM Financial had vanished along with a fortune in stolen investments, leaving his victims in financial ruin. Despite an international red notice, the police were struggling to locate the elusive Chairman Na, who was rumored to have fled the country. Desperate victims gathered to protest, demanding that the judiciary take action against those shielding the criminal faction. Authorities continued their frantic search, officially requesting international cooperation to track down the fugitive financier. High above the chaos, a man watched the news with a mocking sneer, laughing at the futility of the investigation. He scoffed at the public's outrage, wondering what they could possibly do to catch him now. To him, the victims were nothing but fools who deserved to be deceived by his superior intellect. He believed that the world belonged to the cunning, and he had the stolen wealth to prove it. His arrogance was suddenly interrupted by a voice calling his name, urging him to wake from his smug reverie. A mysterious intruder questioned if he truly felt happy enjoying a life of luxury built on the suffering of others. Terrified, the chairman demanded to know who had managed to infiltrate his private sanctuary. The stranger expressed mock disappointment that his voice had been forgotten so quickly. Recognition hit like a lightning bolt as the chairman stammered out the name of Kim Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk revealed he was there on behalf of Tae-san Capital to collect a very substantial debt. The chairman tried to make excuses, but the words died in his throat as he faced his collector. In a panic, he screamed for his security team, hoping they could save him from the confrontation. Mu-hyuk told him to remain calm, clarifying that they weren't there to extradite him just yet. Their objective was much simpler. They just wanted every cent of the money he owed. He laid out the staggering figures, calculated with interest to a total of 470 billion won. The chairman gasped in horror at the astronomical sum he was being ordered to pay. After checking the exchange rates, Mu-hyuk generously rounded the figure down to $350 million. Desperate, the fugitive claimed he was broke, insisting his luxury yacht had drained his last remaining funds. He lashed out, calling them thieves for charging interest that doubled his original debt. He tried to surrender the yacht as full payment, claiming he had absolutely nothing else left to give. Unmoved by the performance, Mu-hyuk ordered his men to pull the chairman up for a closer look. He began listing the chairman's secret shell companies in Malta and the Virgin Islands, proving he knew about every hidden cent. The chairman continued to plead poverty, begging his captors to believe that the boat was his only asset. Mu-hyuk countered by mentioning a secret Swiss account, noting that the combined total matched the debt perfectly. He pointed out the yacht's high-speed satellite internet, suggesting the transfer could be handled immediately. The chairman stammered in protest, unwilling to part with the fortune he had worked so hard to steal. Mu-hyuk coldly reminded him that his money would be useless if he ended up as food for the sharks. Driven by greed, the criminal declared he would rather die than live without his precious hoard. Faced with death, he finally buckled, offering to at least return the principal amount of 150 billion. He begged for the interest to be waived, arguing that they would still turn a profit regardless. He tried to justify his theft by pointing out that other investors were already resigned to their losses. Tired of the negotiations, Mu-hyuk ordered his subordinate to toss the chairman back into the water. Terrified, the man screamed for them to stop, realizing his death would mean the money remained hidden forever. Mu-hyuk remained unfazed, stating that recovering the cash was only part of their goal. He wanted to set a brutal example so that no one else would dare embezzle from Tae-san Capital again. As he was lowered toward the depths, the chairman's screams of terror filled the air. He begged for mercy one last time, desperate to negotiate his survival. The tension broke as the chairman finally surrendered to the demands. Shortly after, an assistant confirmed that the full $350 million had been successfully transferred. With cold professionalism, Mu-hyuk thanked the broken man for his business. The chairman cursed them, lamenting the loss of the wealth he had spent his life accumulating like a dog. Mu-hyuk bid him a mocking farewell, telling him to call again if he ever needed their services. Suddenly, the chairman's relief was cut short by a new approaching threat. The Coast Guard arrived, announcing they were arresting him based on the international red notice. He was warned not to resist as the authorities finally closed in on his location. Realizing he had been played from both sides, the chairman let out a final cry of rage. Back at headquarters, Chairman Cheon Suman offered a celebratory drink to his most efficient operative. Mu-hyuk remained humble, crediting his success to the chairman's strict instructions. The elder Cheon praised him for tracking the fugitive across the globe and recovering the full interest. The vice chairman joined in the praise, noting that 470 billion won was a massive win for the company. Amidst the celebration, the chairman's eldest son, Cheon Jae-won, watched in silent resentment. The family patriarch declared that Mu-hyuk was the only person they could truly rely on. Mu-hyuk maintained his professional mask, insisting he was merely performing his duties. His uncle urged him to drop the formalities, reminding him that they were all part of the same family. He was warmly acknowledged as the only son of the chairman's beloved sister. The family was reminded that they all shared the blood of the legendary founder, Cheon Tae-san. To the outside world, they were a united front bound by blood and business. Mu-hyuk thought back to his grandfather, the man who had built an empire from the shadows of the loan industry. Even the most powerful elites once bowed to the man who controlled the nation's wealth. He was a legend known across the country as the undisputed king of the loan sharks. His vast empire spanned trillions of won in cash, stocks, and international real estate. However, none of that wealth was destined for Mu-hyuk, as the inheritance was split among the biological sons. The chairman suddenly turned his frustration toward Jae-won, criticizing his lack of contribution to the firm. He demanded an update on a missing CEO who had embezzled construction funds under Jae-won's watch. Jae-won stammered an excuse, promising that he would locate the thief eventually. His father exploded in anger, reminding him that his drug habit had caused them to miss the target before. Jae-won was the heir apparent, yet he remained a shadow of his father's greatness. To Mu-hyuk, the man was nothing more than a greedy, incompetent addict fueled by privilege. The chairman sighed in embarrassment, feeling pathetic that Mu-hyuk had to witness such family failure. He dismissed Mu-hyuk for the night, telling him to get some well-deserved rest. With a polite nod, Mu-hyuk thanked his uncle and prepared to depart. Ha ha ha. For 30 years, Mu-hyuk had slaved away, desperate to be seen as a true member of the family. He had handled every dirty job and odd task, yet he remained an outsider to those he served. His only real source of love had been his grandmother, who raised him after his parents died. It was the anniversary of her passing, a day that still weighed heavily on his heart. Goodbye. A sudden phone call from his subordinate, Sang-gi, interrupted his somber reflections. Sang-gi claimed to have found the missing CEO and stated the chairman wanted the target caught immediately. Though it was supposed to be Jae-won's responsibility, the order had supposedly been passed to Mu-hyuk. Surprised but loyal, Mu-hyuk accepted the task without a second thought. He agreed to head to the location at once to finish the job. Arriving at the dark meeting spot, he called out for Sang-gi to show himself. Sang-gi appeared, but his tone was unsettlingly cold as he greeted his boss. Mu-hyuk sensed something was wrong as he looked around the desolate area. He demanded to know what was happening and why his men were acting so strangely. Sang-gi offered a chilling apology for calling him out so late at night. Realization began to dawn on Mu-hyuk as he questioned his subordinate's sudden defiance. Before he could react, he was betrayed by the man he had trusted most. Pain flared as he realized he had walked straight into a deadly trap. Chief, enraged, Mu-hyuk demanded to be released, unable to believe the betrayal unfolding before him. Sang-gi revealed he was simply following a new set of orders from above. The mission was no longer about catching a thief. It was about forcing Mu-hyuk into a permanent retirement. Mu-hyuk desperately asked who had signed his death warrant, the chairman, his uncle, or the jealous Jae-won. Is it Cheon Jae-won? Sang-gi scoffed, stating that the identity of the master didn't matter anymore. He reminded Mu-hyuk that in their world, they were all just disposable servants. With a final, cold farewell, the traitor prepared to finish the job. Mu-hyuk was shoved into the dark, cold depths of the sea. He struggled against the water, his mind racing as his life flashed before his eyes. He felt a bitter sting of regret for being a loyal dog to a family that ultimately threw him away. The realization that he would die in such a hollow, discarded manner filled him with fury. As he sank, he whispered an apology to the grandmother he was about to join. He lamented failing to uphold his promise to her, feeling the weight of his wasted life. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he found himself gasping for air, very much alive. What? He looked around in confusion, wondering if even the afterlife was a place of chaos. Violent shouts nearby suggested he wasn't alone in this strange new reality. He struggled to make sense of the situation as he pulled himself together. "You fucker." He noticed his body felt remarkably light and full of the vigor he hadn't felt in decades. A group of punks charged at him, shouting his name with hostile intent. He moved with instinctive grace, easily dodging the clumsy attacks of his aggressors. With a surge of power, he told the young thugs to get lost before things got worse. Scared by his sudden intensity, the boys scrambled to make their escape. He shouted after them, his voice echoing with a confidence he hadn't possessed in years. "Come find us anytime, we'll give you a good beating." A familiar face appeared, checking on him with a casual, friendly concern. The boy offered him a smoke, marveling at how intense his friend seemed for a mere student. Mu-hyuk stared in shock at Lee Myung-soo, his best friend from a childhood long since past. Myung-soo praised Mu-hyuk's fighting skills, impressed that he had taken on the gang alone. Another old friend, Park Hyun-sung, stood nearby, reminding Mu-hyuk of their carefree middle school days. Disoriented, Mu-hyuk asked where they were, causing his friends to look at him with confusion. They told him they were at Gwangali Beach, laughing at his strange behavior. They teased him for his sudden formal dialect, wondering if a blow to the head had scrambled his brain. Mu-hyuk demanded to know the exact date, his heart pounding with a wild suspicion. His friends confirmed it was September 21st, 1990. They grew worried, checking his head for injuries after such a bizarre question. The date echoed in his mind, the turning point of his entire life. 90 Gwangal. See Jamboree. He realized that after his death in the sea, he had been sent back 30 years into the past. His friends, oblivious to the miracle, suggested going for ramen to celebrate their victory. Mu-hyuk froze, the significance of the date finally hitting him with full force. "Oh, Mu-hyuk, where are you going?" This was the exact day his grandmother, his only true family, was destined to leave him. It's the day that she passed away. In his previous life, she had died alone from a sudden heart attack. He remembered the doctor's words. If she had been found sooner, she could have been saved. He rushed home to find her still alive, surprised by his early return from school. Overwhelmed with emotion, he could barely speak as he looked at her face again. She worriedly asked why he was so out of breath, wondering if he was just hungry. Yeah. Seeing him tear up, she grew concerned, asking if something bad had happened at school. He choked out that he simply missed her terribly, unable to contain his relief. She teased him gently, remarking that he was acting like a little child again. She smiled at him with the same warmth he had spent 30 years mourning. Urgently, he insisted they go to the hospital immediately, much to her confusion. He warned her that she was in danger of collapsing and needed a professional checkup. She protested, claiming she felt perfectly fine and didn't need any doctors. He grew desperate, pleading with her to listen so she wouldn't leave him again. She tried to reassure him, promising she wouldn't die until she saw him grown and married. So, don't worry. She sent him to his room, promising to whip up a quick meal to settle his nerves. Soon, she presented him with a humble plate of food, urging him to eat. She apologized for the simple side dishes, unaware of how precious this meal was to him. He assured her it was exactly what he wanted, eating with a fervor that moved him to tears. She watched him eat, amazed by his sudden appetite as if he hadn't eaten in years. She stepped away to get his favorite juice, continuing her doting care. Mu-hyuk realized that this simple life was all he ever truly needed, far away from the greed of Tae-san.
Gra.
The peace was shattered as the scene shifted to the urgent atmosphere of an emergency room. The doctor informed him that they had arrived just in time to prevent a disaster. Surgery was the only way to ensure she wouldn't suffer another life-threatening collapse. Mu-hyuk felt the irony of his situation. Once a billionaire, he was now penniless in the past. He reached into his pocket, offering the meager amount he had for the initial fees. His friend Myung-soo stepped in, offering his own allowance to cover the immediate costs. Myung-soo refused to be thanked, insisting that his friend's grandmother was like family to them all. He told Mu-hyuk to focus on her recovery while they handled the support. However, the reality of the situation remained grim as they discussed the long-term treatment. The cost of the life-saving surgery was far beyond what a group of teenagers could provide. The doctor estimated the total cost to be around 10 million won. To his future self, it was pocket change, but in 1990 it was an impossible fortune. He looked at the few coins in his hand, realizing he needed a miracle to save her. He knew there was only one person with the power to provide that kind of money. He made a bold decision to contact the one man he had spent his life serving. He reached out to the estate of Cheon Tae-san, requesting an urgent audience with the chairman. He identified himself as the grandson of the chairman's long-lost daughter, seeking a meeting. Daehin Busan Hospital. Walking through Busan, he marveled at the sights of the city before the modern skyscrapers took over. The reality of his time travel finally settled in as he navigated the streets of his youth. He wondered if his fate was sealed, or if he could prevent the murder that awaited him in the future. He suspected his uncle was the one who had ultimately orchestrated his downfall. It was the only logical explanation for why his own subordinates had turned against him. Yet, a shadow of doubt remained about the true motive behind the betrayal. He questioned if he had outlived his usefulness or if a different predator was responsible. Cheon Suhan? Heedon Jaiwon? He vowed to uncover the truth of who had ordered his death in that past life. Regardless of the past, he saw this second chance as a golden opportunity. He wasn't just going to survive. He was going to dismantle the Cheon family and claim their empire. His thoughts were interrupted by a rough voice calling out to him from the shadows. A man gestured for him to approach, his intentions clearly far from friendly. Mu-hyuk looked at the stranger, wondering who would dare to challenge him now. The man demanded to know his name, setting the stage for a new confrontation. The boy demanded to know why the stranger was prying into his identity, wondering if he was dealing with a common thug. The man scoffed at the teenager's bold attitude, finding his attempt to act tough rather amusing despite his clear disadvantage. He reprimanded the youth for his lack of respect, reminding him to mind his manners when speaking to someone older. He suggested that the man should introduce himself first before demanding the names of others. With a boisterous shout, he introduced himself as Park Dong-soo, questioning if his reputation had preceded him. The name Park Dong-soo immediately rang a bell, sparking a memory of a notorious figure. He recalled that Dong-soo was the legendary second-in-command of the Sesung gang, a man destined for leadership before the government's crackdown on crime. History remembered him as a scapegoat who was abandoned by his boss and eventually met a gruesome end in a lonely motel room. His life was tragically cut short at the young age of 29. Dong-soo seemed genuinely surprised that the boy didn't recognize his supposedly famous face. He flatly denied knowing him, mockingly asking if the man simply ran a local comic book shop. Brushing off the insult, Dong-soo insisted that since he had shared his name, the boy should now return the favor. He introduced himself simply and clearly as Kim Mu-hyuk. Dong-soo played with the name, finding it surprisingly powerful and fitting for someone with the boy's intensity. Mu-hyuk inwardly sighed at the man's immature behavior, finding his antics quite childish. Dong-soo mentioned the rumors circulating the hospital about a dedicated grandson in room 405 who took meticulous care of his elder. Mu-hyuk replied that caring for his only remaining family member was nothing more than his natural duty. The man nodded in somber agreement, acknowledging the truth in the boy's statement. He noticed the school uniform and asked if Mu-hyuk attended the local vocational high school, prompting a counter-question about the man's criminal ties. Dong-soo playfully denied being a thug, acting hurt that the boy would jump to such a conclusion. Mu-hyuk pointed out that his multiple stab wounds made his involvement in the underworld fairly obvious. Dong-soo laughed it off, claiming that a few scars were just part of growing up and navigating the complexities of adult life. He challenged the boy's lack of fear, wondering why he remained so composed in the presence of a dangerous man. Frustrated by the boy's sharp tongue, Dong-soo realized he was being outmaneuvered in their verbal sparring. Sensing the conversation was over, Mu-hyuk asked for permission to leave, which the man reluctantly granted. Dong-soo bid him farewell with a nickname, watching the boy walk away while noting his peculiar strength of character. Mu-hyuk reflected on Park Dong-soo's current status, noting that while his gang was influential locally, they hadn't yet reached national infamy. He realized that saving this man from his destined fate could provide him with a powerful pawn in the future. His grandmother called out to him, announcing that a mysterious visitor had arrived to see him. He was greeted by Director Ha, a face he recognized instantly from his previous life. The director requested a private conversation outside the hospital room. They relocated to a nearby coffee house to discuss matters in a more formal setting. The man introduced himself as Ha Myung-hoon, an executive working under the powerful chairman Cheon Tae-san. Mu-hyuk knew exactly who he was, the loyal right-hand man and confidant of his biological grandfather. He was the one man the chairman trusted implicitly until the very end of his days. In his past life, this was the man who had revealed the truth of his royal lineage during a moment of profound grief. When the director asked him to travel to Seoul, Mu-hyuk boldly questioned why the chairman hadn't come to see him personally. The director was visibly taken aback by the teenager's audacity and lack of hesitation. He studied the boy's eyes, realizing that his calm demeanor and maturity were far beyond his years and certainly no act. Ha explained the chairman's busy schedule, but Mu-hyuk clarified that he wasn't asking for a simple meeting. He spoke of his mother, the chairman's estranged daughter, expressing his deep-seated resentment for the years of neglect. He predicted the old man's arrogance, noting that he hadn't even bothered to pay his respects after his daughter's passing. He declared that if the chairman truly wanted an audience, he would first have to visit his mother's final resting place. He remembered his past life where he was a helpless orphan who had no choice but to submit to the family's whims. Back then, they had simply bought his loyalty by covering funeral costs and demanding he move to the capital. The chairman had offered survival in exchange for total obedience, a deal a desperate boy couldn't refuse. Without that initial support, he would have been forced to abandon his education and face the world alone. This time, however, he held the advantage of foresight and refused to be a mere puppet in their games. He firmly instructed the director to relay his conditions back to the head of the Cheon family. The message was clear. If the chairman wanted a relationship, he would have to show the proper respect and come to Busan. With a polite but cold dismissal, Mu-hyuk ended the meeting and wished the director a safe journey back. Ha felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from the boy, a sensation that left even a seasoned professional feeling rattled. He wondered if the reports describing Mu-hyuk as a common delinquent were entirely wrong. He realized that the grandson of Cheon Tae-san was far from ordinary and possessed a terrifying potential. What? Daehin Busan Hospital. His grandmother was shocked to hear that the powerful chairman had sent for him to come to the capital. He explained his refusal, insisting that the man fulfill his moral obligations to his deceased daughter first. She worriedly asked if he truly understood the terrifying power and influence her daughter's father possessed. Mu-hyuk revealed that he had already figured out how to contact the chairman's people, surprising her with his resourcefulness. She pleaded with him to be on his best behavior and try to build a bridge with his grandfather. He expressed his bitterness, seeing no reason to respect a man who had ignored them for nearly 2 decades. She grew emotional, desperate for him to secure a future that she feared she could no longer provide. He comforted her, promising that her health was his only priority and that they didn't need anyone else to survive. He looked at the woman who had given him everything, feeling a deep sense of love and protection. Haunted by the sudden loss he experienced in his first life, he vowed to ensure her happiness this time around. In Seoul, the chairman repeated the boy's bold demand with a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. The director confirmed that the boy would only meet him if he first visited the columbarium in Busan. The old man let out a dry laugh, finding the entire situation utterly preposterous. He couldn't decide if his grandson was incredibly brave or simply losing his mind. Regardless, the boy's defiance had successfully captured his attention like no one else had in years. He decided to travel to Busan to see the nature of this mysterious boy with his own eyes. He planned to test the boy's utility, intending to exploit his talents for the benefit of the family legacy. Back at school, Mu-hyuk's friends greeted him warmly, surprised by his sudden return. He confirmed that his grandmother was recovering well and had finally been discharged from the hospital. His friends suggested skipping class to go play pool, assuming he was still the same old rebel. He reflected on the strange irony of sitting in a high school classroom again after living through 30 years of life. Much to their surprise, he declined the offer and insisted on preparing for the upcoming lecture. His friends stared at him in confusion, unable to process his sudden change in personality. They joked about the world ending, baffled to see the notorious fighter actually opening a textbook to study. He recalled that, in his previous life, he only started taking his education seriously after being forced to by his grandfather. He remembered the old man's harsh words, labeling him a worthless failure from the very beginning. The chairman had set an impossible goal. He had to gain admission to the country's most prestigious law school. It was meant to be a test of his worth, a hurdle to prove he was more than just a street thug. The old man had offered him a roof and food, but provided absolutely no warmth or genuine care. The ultimatum was clear. If he failed to meet the standard, he would be cast out and forgotten forever. Driven by a desperate need for survival and recognition, he had pushed himself to the absolute limit. He had eventually succeeded and earned his place, only to become a highly skilled tool for the family business. He had been nothing more than a glorified servant, bound by blood but treated like an expendable asset. This time he would study with a different purpose, to build the power necessary to take them all down. The homeroom teacher stormed in, shouting at the students to get to their seats as the bell rang. The class representative called everyone to attention to greet the instructor. Everyone attention. Bow to the teacher. The students bowed in unison, following the rigid morning routine of the school. The teacher immediately singled out Mu-hyuk, calling him to the front of the room with a menacing tone. He ordered the boy to assume a punishment position, ready to vent his frustrations. He berated Mu-hyuk for his poor attendance, treating his absence as a personal insult to his authority. He barked that the school wasn't a place for him to come and go as he pleased. Mu-hyuk calmly apologized, explaining that he had been busy caring for his ailing grandmother. The teacher scoffed at the excuse, calling him a liar and mocking his supposed filial piety. He accused the boy of spending his time drinking and fighting rather than actually helping his family. He grew even angrier, offended that a trash student would dare to talk back to him. He demanded that the boy get down on the floor to receive his physical punishment. Mu-hyuk looked at the man, remembering the cruel nickname the students had given this abusive teacher. He noted how the man enjoyed treating his students like animals, relishing the power he held over them. The teacher screamed his command again, his face turning red with rage at the boy's hesitation. Mu-hyuk realized that the man was still young and full of unchecked aggression during this time period. He remembered the real reason for the teacher's hostility: a failed attempt to extort bribe money from his grandmother. Because Mu-hyuk had protected his grandmother's hard-earned money, the teacher had made his life a living hell. The teacher was stunned by the boy's defiant gaze, unable to understand why he wasn't cowering in fear. He continued his verbal assault, claiming that boys like him were destined for a life of crime. He spat out insults, labeling Mu-hyuk as nothing more than a piece of human garbage destined for the gutter. The vice principal suddenly interrupted, looking nervous as he called out to the teacher. He frantically asked if Kim Mu-hyuk was present in the classroom, looking like he had seen a ghost. Huh? He gestured for Mu-hyuk to come outside, where a high-end luxury vehicle was waiting at the school entrance. The students crowded the windows, whispering in awe at the sight of such an expensive imported car. Cheon Tae-san, a powerful old man, stepped out of the vehicle, asking if he was looking at his daughter's son. Mu-hyuk stood face to face with Cheon Tae-san, the man he hadn't seen since the day before his death decades ago. He confirmed his identity, naming his parents with a calm and steady voice that betrayed no emotion. He noted that the chairman had actually followed his instructions and arrived in person to see him. He immediately asked if the old man had kept his promise and visited his mother's grave. The chairman confirmed that he had indeed made the trip to the columbarium. Mu-hyuk told him it was only proper for a father to visit his daughter before trying to claim his grandson. He stood his ground, explaining that his loyalty remained with the grandmother who had actually raised him. The chairman was fascinated by the boy's lack of intimidation, finding his fearlessness quite remarkable. He asked if the boy truly understood who he was dealing with and the extent of his power. Mu-hyuk replied that he knew the man's history all too well. He detailed the chairman's rise from a war refugee to a titan of the private lending industry and a political kingmaker. He mentioned the man's influence over the country's elite, who had all been indebted to him at some point. He spoke of the trillions in underground capital that made him the undisputed king of the loan sharks. He downplayed his knowledge, simply stating he knew the old man ran a successful business in the capital. The chairman tested him, asking if a young boy could possibly understand the dark nature of private lending. Mu-hyuk knew it was far from a small business, but he kept his deeper insights to himself for now. He asked the boy what he truly wanted from this meeting, assuming it would be something trivial. Mu-hyuk looked him in the eye and stated there was only one thing he required. In his mind, he knew that to dismantle the corrupt Cheon Empire, he would need an astronomical amount of capital. His ultimate revenge against his greedy uncles would be to strip them of every cent of their inheritance. He planned to seize the massive wealth for himself, leaving the rest of the family with nothing. To achieve this, he needed to start building his own secret war chest right under their noses. The chairman repeated his question, curious to hear the boy's price for his cooperation. Without a hint of shame, Mu-hyuk asked for a substantial loan to cover his immediate needs. The old man felt a twinge of disappointment, thinking the boy was just another person looking for a handout. He requested 10 million won for his grandmother's life-saving heart surgery. He also demanded a monthly allowance to cover his education and living expenses until his graduation. The chairman laughed at the request, finding the amount to be mere pocket change compared to his vast fortune. Mu-hyuk clarified that he wasn't looking for a gift. He intended to pay back every single one with interest. The old man found the boy's pride amusing, wondering how a penniless student could possibly manage such a debt. He questioned what kind of collateral a high schooler could offer to back such a bold claim. He reminded the boy that in his world, money was never given out of the goodness of one's heart. He demanded proof of his credibility or some form of asset that could guarantee the repayment. "My collateral, you ask?" Mu-hyuk pointed to his head, declaring that his intellect and his future were the only collateral he needed. He promised to gain entry into the nation's top law school as a guarantee for the loan. This time, he was the one making the offer, taking control of the deal before the chairman could dictate terms. He knew the chairman's deepest weakness, a lifelong obsession with academic prestige he never achieved himself. Because of his own humble beginnings, the old man was desperate for his descendants to have the best education. His own sons had been academic disappointments, and his brilliant daughter had abandoned him long ago. Having a grandson in the elite law school was the perfect bait to satisfy the old man's lingering inferiority complex. The chairman was skeptical, knowing the boy's current grades were nowhere near the required level for such a feat. He asked what the penalty would be if the boy failed to live up to his grand promise. Mu-hyuk knew there were no guarantees, but he needed to maximize the old man's interest in his potential. He offered his very life and body as the ultimate forfeit if he failed to gain admission. The chairman smiled, finding the stakes to be quite acceptable for a man of his profession. In return, Mu-hyuk asked for a special gift to commemorate his success once he passed the entrance exam. He refused to name the gift yet, promising to reveal his true desire only after he had proven his worth. He hinted that the reward he sought would be far greater than anything the old man could imagine. Intrigued by the boy's ambition, the chairman agreed to the terms and settled in to watch the show. "But if you fail," he warned that if the boy failed, he would become a tool for the family, forced to do their dirtiest work. He spoke of tasks so dark and cruel that they would make even the most hardened criminals tremble. Mu-hyuk accepted the challenge with a cold smile, addressing the man as his grandfather for the first time. He inwardly mocked the old man's attempt to scare him, having already lived through those horrors once before. He decided that if he had to become a monster to win, he would be the most terrifying one they had ever seen. He vowed to become a demon capable of tearing the entire Cheon family limb from limb. The chairman watched him leave, thinking to himself that he had finally found an interesting successor. The director agreed, noting that the boy was nothing like the person described in the background checks. The old man reflected on the thousands of people he had judged over his long and brutal career. He had seen everything from desperate debtors to cold-blooded killers and those who would sell their own kin. He prided himself on his ability to read a person's soul within seconds of meeting them. He usually knew exactly what a person was thinking by observing their smallest gestures and tones. Yet, he felt completely unable to read Mu-hyuk, feeling as though the boy was the one analyzing him instead. "Seems you liked him. Mizian. Ts Dihin Busan Hospital." Dihin Busan Hospital. Mu-hyuk stayed by his grandmother's side, and the doctor assured him that the procedure was routine and safe. Surgery ongoing. While at the hospital, he ran into Park Dong-soo again, who greeted him with his usual rough charm. The gangster asked if he was staying on top of his studies and making sure to eat properly. Mu-hyuk told him he was too busy studying for a cigarette break, surprising the thug with his dedication. Dong-soo laughed, telling him he was too young to be so serious and should enjoy his youth while it lasted. He realized he couldn't distract a student with a goal, showing a rare moment of respect for the boy's drive. He handed him some snacks, telling him to use them to stay awake during his long nights of preparation. "See you later." Mu-hyuk watched him go, noting that while Dong-soo was a dangerous criminal, he had a surprisingly likable side. He remembered that the looming government crackdown would soon spell the end for men like him. He noticed a group of suspicious men nearby and realized that history was about to repeat itself. He decided that he wouldn't let Dong-soo die today, seeing an opportunity to change the future. He realized that by saving the man's life now, he could gain a powerful and loyal ally for the war to come. He demanded to know the location of the patient named Park Dong-soo. The nurse stuttered, asking for his relationship to the patient, but he rudely dismissed her, claiming he was simply there for a visit. A young man approached, asking if they were searching for Dong-soo. Introducing himself as Dong-soo's younger brother, he offered to lead the group directly to the medical ward. Watching them walk away, the boy grew angry that thugs were causing a scene while his grandmother was in surgery, deciding he needed to lure them out of the building. Realizing they were being led astray, one of the thugs demanded to know where the kid was taking them. The boy turned back with a cold stare, asking if their true intention was to murder Park Dong-soo. The thugs were caught off guard, demanding to know the true identity of the brat standing before them. They looked down on him, seeing only a defenseless child. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, questioning what the group thought they were doing. Dong-soo appeared, shaming the gangsters for drawing a knife on a mere high school student. The group gasped as the man they were looking for stood right in front of them. "Egu so refreshing." After quickly handling the thugs, Dong-soo remarked how good it felt to move his body again after their previous turf war. He admitted he had been expecting them to target him during his recovery. He had been keeping a watchful eye, yet he was surprised the boy had personally delivered them to him. Dong-soo praised the student's courage, noting that most would have been paralyzed by the sight of a blade. The boy remained calm, explaining he moved because he was certain Dong-soo's men were already watching the hospital. He knew that even without his help, Dong-soo would have easily crushed the intruders. Grateful for the assistance, the mob boss offered to grant the boy any wish, whether it be wealth or women. The boy looked at him, realizing Dong-soo would be the perfect first piece for his grand design. He instructed Dong-soo to take only his most loyal men and vanish into hiding for the next 3 months. Confused and insulted, Dong-soo barked back, wondering why he should run away when he had asked for a reward. The boy warned him that the president was about to declare a massive war on organized crime. The veteran gangster was stunned by the mention of a government crackdown. In October 1990, a special decree was issued to shift the political climate and distract the public from regime corruption. While small crackdowns had happened before, this new war on crime was a different beast entirely. The upcoming announcement would signal a massive operation to systematically eradicate every criminal organization in the country. The boy warned Dong-soo to keep his location a total secret, even from his own syndicate members. He specifically cautioned him to beware of his own boss, Lee Se-song. That warning was the only reward the boy requested. As the boy walked away, he knew Dong-soo's survival would determine if he would become a useful tool in the future. 1 month passed, and the setting shifted to the secluded Yurisen Mountain. The news broadcast confirmed the declaration of a war against violence and criminal organizations. The president had been granted full authority to wipe out the underworld starting October 13, 1990. The underworld was in a panic as prosecutors and police mobilized to dismantle every gang in Busan. Even the powerful leader Se-song had been swept up in the arrests. In hiding, Dong-soo ordered his men to stay quiet and avoid drawing any attention to themselves. He looked at the television in disbelief, realizing the kid's prophecy had come true exactly as described. His men joked about the boy's foresight, suggesting he might as well wish for national reunification next. The boy had previously remarked that such a wish would be fulfilled in Germany first. On October 3, 1990, the world watched as East and West Germany finally overcame decades of division. Dong-soo sat in silence, wondering who Kim Mu-hyuk truly was. Back in the city, Mu-hyuk's grandfather had moved quickly to handle his grandmother's affairs. He comforted his grandmother, telling her she no longer needed to worry about anything. He explained that his grandfather had provided enough funds to ensure she never had to work again. She felt overwhelmed, unsure if she should accept such a massive sudden change in their lives. Mu-hyuk insisted she deserved it for raising him alone, promising her a life of comfort and health from now on. Mu-hyuk. His friends arrived to celebrate her discharge from the hospital, bringing food for a feast. They planned a cheerful dinner to mark her return home. The pleasant weather was dampened only by the fact that test results were being released that day. The friends bickered about their low rankings, trying to find pride in being slightly better than the absolute bottom. They asked Mu-hyuk how he fared, knowing he had been buried in his books lately. He modestly replied that he had done a decent job getting back into the rhythm of academia. Suddenly, a student burst in with shocking news that Mu-hyuk had secured the top rank in the entire exam. Rumors spread fast from the teacher's office about his incredible performance. Their homeroom teacher summoned Mu-hyuk to the office immediately. His friends cheered, assuming he was about to receive an award for his academic achievement. Teacher's office. Kim Mu-hyuk. The teacher stared at Mu-hyuk, asking if he knew the reason for the summons. The teacher repeated the question with an accusatory tone, but Mu-hyuk remained calm and confused. The teacher leveled a harsh accusation, claiming that Mu-hyuk must have cheated to achieve such a score. He couldn't believe a student from the bottom of the rankings could suddenly take first place. The teacher then mentioned seeing a luxury foreign car, suspecting Mu-hyuk's grandfather was using influence. He suggested that a man of such stature should have properly greeted him as the boy's teacher. Mu-hyuk looked at the man, realizing his teacher was a greedy opportunist who hadn't changed at all. He told the teacher that if he wanted to meet his grandfather, he would have to travel all the way to Seoul. Dismissing the teacher's hidden agenda, Mu-hyuk asked to leave so he could prepare for the upcoming exams.
Oh, Keme Mu-hyuk.
The teacher shouted after him, demanding to know who helped him cheat on the tests. Mu-hyuk stood his ground, firmly stating that he had earned his grades fairly. The teacher grew livid, insulting Mu-hyuk's upbringing and questioning if his grandmother had taught him to be a fraud. Mu-hyuk felt a surge of cold anger as the man crossed the final line by insulting his family. The teacher threatened him, but Mu-hyuk demanded a formal apology for the insult to his grandmother. He challenged the teacher, asking what his academic performance had to do with his elderly guardian. The teacher was stunned by the student's sudden defiance. In a fit of rage, the teacher declared he was nullifying the exams and giving Mu-hyuk a 0 for cheating. He announced an indefinite suspension, wishing he could expel the boy on the spot. Mu-hyuk proposed a bet to settle the matter once and for all. He offered to solve the exam questions again right there in the office under direct supervision. He staked his entire school career on the outcome. If he failed to replicate his score, he would drop out immediately. However, if he succeeded, he had a condition for the teacher. He demanded that the teacher resign from the school if his talent was proven real. The teacher called him arrogant, yet he felt a flicker of hesitation. Mu-hyuk taunted him, asking if he lacked the confidence to see the truth. Reluctantly, the teacher gathered the various subject papers for the retest. Korean history, maths, Korean language, physics, social science. Other faculty members watched in shock as Mu-hyuk cleared every subject with ease. Reaching the final question, Mu-hyuk warned the teacher that his career was about to end. He made it clear that if the promise wasn't kept, he would no longer show the man any respect. He offered one last chance for the teacher to apologize and end the spectacle. What? Another teacher intervened, telling them both to stop now that Mu-hyuk had proven his innocence. They told the accusing teacher he should be praising the student's hard work instead of attacking him. The teacher finally muttered a forced apology. He admitted he had fundamentally misunderstood Mu-hyuk's capabilities. Mu-hyuk quietly exited the office to return to his classroom. Teacher's office. The official rankings were posted, showing Kim Mu-hyuk firmly in the number 1 spot. His classmates laughed, enjoying the sight of the arrogant teacher being humiliated. They marveled at his transformation, wondering if he really aimed for the elite Korean university. Mu-hyuk encouraged his friends to find their own paths, offering to help them study or return to their passions. He remembered how his friend Myung-soo had once been bright but gave up on his dreams too early. He recalled Hyun-sung's potential in judo, which had been wasted in his previous life due to their bad influences. His friends were skeptical, feeling as though their futures were already limited to manual labor or nightlife. Mu-hyuk told them he had a grand mission in Seoul and would need people he could rely on. He expressed his sincere hope that they would join him on the journey to the capital. He urged them to work hard together so they could all rise as a team. He knew that knowledge of the future wasn't enough for revenge. He needed comrades who would never turn their backs on him. He looked at his friends, certain they were the ones he could trust. Continuing his academic streak, he maintained his dominance at the top of the school, and easily ranked first in the second semester final exams. Rank class name 1, 3, Kim Mu-hyuk. 2, Kim Hyunchil. Slowly but surely, even his friends' grades began to see a noticeable improvement. As everyone began to find their place, Mu-hyuk prepared for his next move. He finally returned to the massive estate of the Cheon family. He stood before the fortress-like mansion, a symbol of immense power and wealth. Located in the affluent Pyeongchangdong, it was the stronghold of the legendary loan shark king, Cheon Tae-san. Tae-san was a man with unparalleled financial power, having survived and thrived through multiple government regimes. His fortress was built on wealth that was shielded from even the highest political powers. Mu-hyuk realized his current timeline was already shifting away from his past experiences. In his previous life, he hadn't met the old man until much later in his university years. This early meeting was proof that the patriarch's evaluation of him had significantly improved. Tae-san acknowledged Mu-hyuk's academic success over the last 2 semesters. He admitted the boy had proven he wasn't just boasting about his intelligence. He respected the sharp mind Mu-hyuk had displayed. As a reward for keeping his promise, the old man offered to give him any gift he desired. Mu-hyuk initially suggested waiting until after his university acceptance, as they had agreed. However, the grandfather insisted he ask for something immediately. Mu-hyuk decided to test the waters, wondering if he should ask for a simple allowance. Instead, he requested shares in one of the family's companies. Tae-san was surprised, asking if a student even understood how the stock market functioned. Mu-hyuk played humble, asking the expert for advice on which stocks would be the best investment. He framed it as a small request from a grandchild rather than a business move. Tae-san checked their holdings in Daein Corporation, a powerhouse in the industry. He ordered his director to transfer all those shares to Mu-hyuk, ensuring all taxes were covered to make it a clean gift. At that time, Daein was the top conglomerate in the country, a true titan among corporations. Mu-hyuk knew that, in the future, the company would eventually splinter due to internal family wars. Owning those shares meant more than just money. It was a key piece of leverage that was normally impossible to obtain. He was shocked that his request for a simple gift had resulted in such a massive asset. Soon after, his other relatives arrived to meet the new addition to the family. Cheon Suman, Keaton Suhan. They looked at him with feigned curiosity, asking if he was the son of their late relative. Mu-hyuk stared at them, recognizing the very people he had been searching for. These were the monsters who had played a part in his downfall. He stood before the people who had once ordered his death. Tae-san introduced them as his uncles, though the air in the room was thick with tension. Despite his suspicion, Mu-hyuk knew he had to stay quiet and blend in until he had absolute proof. He greeted them politely, listening as they offered fake sympathies about his difficult upbringing. They told him to reach out if he ever needed help, pretending to value their family bond. Tae-san then pivoted the conversation to business, asking about their struggling partnerships. His uncle dismissed the rumors, claiming the media was exaggerating their financial troubles. The patriarch laughed, knowing his son-in-law was a ruthless man who wouldn't hesitate to play dirty. He offered a cold reminder that they could always come to him if they were desperate enough. The conversation shifted to political ties and the stability of their various connections. Tae-san warned them against getting caught up in illegal scandals for the sake of small change. He questioned if any of them had been making unauthorized payments to a certain president. He lectured them on the proper use of power, insisting that money should be used to make others beg, not as a bribe. His sons grew nervous, worried about the consequences of breaking promises to powerful figures. That's right, father. If you do that, they feared the retaliation of the Chongpeng organization if they stepped out of line. Later, Mu-hyuk visited his mother's old room, which had remained frozen in time. It was exactly as he remembered it from his previous life. He looked at the single photo of his mother, the only trace of her existence his grandfather had allowed. It seemed as though the old man had tried to erase her memory from the world. A voice interrupted his thoughts, belonging to a relative who looked down on him. It was Cheon Jaewon, a man Mu-hyuk remembered all too well. He suspected Jaewon was the one who had directly ordered the hit on him in the past. Jaewon mocked Mu-hyuk's countryside origins, questioning if he could even adjust to life in the city. Mu-hyuk didn't bother with pleasantries, asking coldly who the stranger was. Jaewon took offense to the lack of respect, demanding that the peasant show proper manners to his elder. Mu-hyuk found the behavior pathetic, seeing that the man was just as consistently trashy as before. He countered that age didn't earn respect, especially when the other person was being rude from the start. What? You? Jaewon was stunned, likely never having faced such direct hostility from anyone before. Born into incredible wealth and power, Jaewon was used to everyone bowing to his every whim. He exploded in rage, unable to handle being treated like a nobody by someone he considered beneath him. He told Mu-hyuk that the family estate wasn't a place for someone like him and offered him money to leave. He suggested that 100 million would be enough for a country bumpkin to live like a king in Busan. Mu-hyuk realized the man was repeating the exact same lines from his previous life. This time, Mu-hyuk laughed, mocking the small amount as nothing more than pocket change. He joked that in Busan, such a sum would barely cover a single seafood dinner. Jaewon turned vicious, insulting Mu-hyuk's lack of parents and mocking the grandmother who raised him. Mu-hyuk's eyes went cold as he stepped closer, asking if the elite son wanted to be beaten by a bumpkin. Jaewon stumbled back, threatening to tell his grandfather about the assault. Mu-hyuk laughed at the hollow threat, telling the coward to get a grip. He then whispered a warning about Jaewon's secret drug habits and smuggling activities that were about to hit the news. Jaewon paled, his voice trembling as he asked how Mu-hyuk could possibly know his secrets. Mu-hyuk continued to list the various scandals and drug parties Jaewon had been involved in at high-end hotels. Why you? How do you know that? He challenged Jaewon to go ahead and tell their grandfather everything. Knowing the truth would destroy the spoiled heir. Mu-hyuk knew every disaster Jaewon had caused and the even worse ones that were still yet to come. He told his big brother that if he wanted respect, he should start acting like he deserved it. He dismissed the man, claiming he was too tired to deal with such nonsense. Jaewon was terrified, realizing his life was now in the hands of this mysterious newcomer. He asked if this was a threat, his arrogance completely shattered. A request. He quickly agreed to stay quiet, desperate to get away from Mu-hyuk as fast as possible. Mu-hyuk watched him flee, wondering if such a pathetic man truly had the guts to kill him in the past. Are you leaving now? Mu-hyuk prepared to leave the estate, saying his farewells to his grandfather. Okay, go ahead. He promised to return and visit more often in the future. A director approached him with a suitcase containing 100 million in cash. He explained it was an additional gift from the chairman, who felt the stocks weren't enough for his daily needs. The password for the funds was set to the anniversary of his mother's passing. Mu-hyuk was impressed by Tae-san's meticulous nature and asked the director to convey his gratitude. The director suggested he call the old man personally, as he was likely waiting for the gesture. Time passed, and Mu-hyuk entered his second year of high school in a new class. His friends remained dedicated to their own goals, all striving to make it to the universities in Seoul. Then, a new arrival disrupted the peace of the school. The teacher introduced a transfer student from Seoul, urging the class to be welcoming. Ah, yes. Hong Jinpyo introduced himself with a polite smile, but Mu-hyuk sensed the hidden malice beneath the surface. Jugium-sung. Jinpyo immediately began asking who the strongest student in the school was. The other students pointed toward Mu-hyuk, describing him as the undisputed boss of the student body. They warned the newcomer that Mu-hyuk was on an entirely different level of strength. They recalled a time when the older students tried to bully him during his first year. The seniors had demanded he come outside, but Mu-hyuk had simply ignored them. Wake up, you fucking bastard. He had told them to leave him alone because he wanted to sleep, showing zero fear. After he handled the seniors, No one dared to touch him again, even as he pivoted his focus entirely to his studies. Jinpyo smirked, finding the idea of an arrogant, top student the perfect target for his amusement. His lackeys warned him not to start a fight, but Jinpyo wasn't worried about physical strength. He believed that winning wasn't just about fighting, but about influence and power. He boasted about his father being a chief prosecutor, using that status to keep his peers in line. He looked down on Mu-hyuk's humble background, mocking the fact that he was raised only by a grandmother. He found the lack of a powerful father the perfect excuse to target the boy. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was pushing himself to the limit in the sports club. He was determined to change his life and get into a top-tier college through his athleticism. His friends complained about the annoying Seoul transfer student who was already making waves. Mu-hyuk remembered the name Hong Jinpyo from his original life. He recalled how the prosecutor's son had used his family's name to turn the school into his personal kingdom. With the seniors away, Jinpyo had gathered a group of followers to act like a local gang, terrorizing the campus. "Huh? There goes the pretty boy." Mu-hyuk warned Myung-soo to stay far away from the newcomer, sensing the danger he posed. Myung-soo brushed it off, wondering why Mu-hyuk was being so overly protective and concerned. Suddenly, a student ran up to Mu-hyuk, screaming that something terrible had happened. He gasped out that Myung-soo had been involved in a horrific accident. During a fight, Myung-soo's leg had been severely injured, potentially ruining his future. The student blamed the transfer student Jinpyo, but noted that the police wouldn't even touch him because of his father. How can he do this? In his previous life, Mu-hyuk had heartlessly told them to leave him alone so he could study. He had ignored his best friend's suffering just to avoid any personal inconvenience. However, in this life, he vowed he would never abandon those precious to him, no matter who stood in his way. "Hey, Lee Myung-soo." "What?" Jinpyo cornered a wounded Myung-soo, asking if the rumors about Mu-hyuk's strength were actually true. Myung-soo tried to protect his friend, telling the bully that Mu-hyuk had nothing to do with school politics anymore. Jinpyo laughed, asking if that meant he had free rein to take over the school without any interference. Myung-soo told him to do whatever he wanted, as long as he left Mu-hyuk out of it. Jinpyo's smile faded, admitting that the mere existence of someone like Mu-hyuk irritated him. Myung-soo demanded to know why the bully was targeting someone who was just trying to live a quiet life. The thing is, Jinpyo confessed that he couldn't stand the thought of anyone being considered better or stronger than him. He was jealous that the other students seemed more afraid of a quiet student than a prosecutor's son. Myung-soo told him once more to leave his friend alone. Jinpyo snapped, calling Myung-soo a loser and mocking his dependence on Mu-hyuk's reputation. He declared that he always got what he wanted and crushed anything that stood in his way. "Always crush what I want to crush." He looked at the injured boy with pure contempt. He told Myung-soo that his suffering was simply the price for being close to someone like Mu-hyuk. With a cold command, he ordered his lackeys to drag the boy out to finish what they started. Mu-hyuk. There is a big problem. Jinpyo had sent a message demanding that Mu-hyuk come to the school annex immediately to handle the situation. Mu-hyuk realized that despite his efforts to avoid conflict, some things were simply destined to happen. Hyun-sung was confused and agitated, demanding to know why someone like Jinpyo would target Myung-soo. Mu-hyuk told Hyun-sung to stay back, but Hyun-sung refused to remain idle while their friend was in danger. Having spent a year training as a top judo prospect, Hyun-sung's future career would be ruined if he were caught in a school fight. Mu-hyuk warned him to stay calm and protect his status as an athlete, as a violent record would destroy his college prospects. Hyun-sung dismissed the warning, caring more about Myung-soo's safety than his own future or college applications. Mu-hyuk shouted to get Hyun-sung's attention, attempting to stop him from making a mistake. He explained that he needed both of them for his future plans, so he had to be the one to handle this confrontation alone. Hyun-sung looked at Mu-hyuk with uncertainty. Mu-hyuk instructed him to act as a lookout and ensure no teachers or outsiders interrupted the fight. Hyun-sung questioned if Mu-hyuk was truly planning to take on the entire group by himself. Mu-hyuk asked if he had forgotten his true strength. He confidently declared his identity as Kim Mu-hyuk. Jinpyo laughed, Noting that the rumors were true about Mu-hyuk showing up to protect Myung-soo, Jinpyo taunted them, claiming Myung-soo was lucky Mu-hyuk arrived before he decided to break the boy's ankle. Myung-soo looked up in a daze, surprised to see Mu-hyuk standing there. Mu-hyuk demanded to know why Jinpyo was harassing his friends instead of coming to him directly. Jinpyo chuckled sinisterly. He pretended to search for a reason for his actions before mocking the situation. He casually stated that he only did it because he thought it would be entertaining. Mu-hyuk repeated the word back, his anger rising at the trivialization of his friend's safety. Mu-hyuk offered a deal. Release Myung-soo and face him instead for a much more intense experience. Jinpyo mocked the offer, likening their loyalty to a cliché movie about Busan tough guys. He signaled his gang to prepare for the attack. Jinpyo boasted about his father's high-ranking position as a prosecutor to intimidate everyone. He promised that if Mu-hyuk touched him, his father would ensure he spent his entire life behind bars. He ordered his henchmen to begin the assault. Someone cursed as the tension reached a breaking point. Mu-hyuk challenged the entire group to come at him at once. One of the thugs threatened to stab Myung-soo if Mu-hyuk took another step forward. Myung-soo groaned in pain and fear. Jinpyo screamed that he would get away with everything because of his father's status as the chief prosecutor. Mu-hyuk retorted that Jinpyo clearly didn't understand the reality of his situation yet. He noted that a prosecutor's influence is useless when a fist is already inches from one's face. Mu-hyuk struck a blow as retribution for the assault on Myung-soo. He landed another hit, punishing Jinpyo for interrupting his valuable study time. He prepared for one final, decisive strike. He declared this last hit was specifically for the injury Jinpyo had threatened to inflict on Myung-soo's ankle. Jinpyo pleaded for mercy, terrified by the look in Mu-hyuk's eyes. Mu-hyuk looked up to see an older man he recognized as an uncle figure. The man asked about Myung-soo's condition, noting that Hyun-sung's father, a police officer, often helped cover up their past troubles. The uncle warned that this time was different. They had fought the son of a deputy prosecutor, and even the police were powerless to help. Mu-hyuk asked for a single favor in the midst of the crisis. He requested permission to make one phone call before the situation escalated further. At the station, officers scrambled in a panic, wondering about a sudden arrival. A man stormed in, demanding to know who was responsible for his son's injury. Mu-hyuk calmly explained it was a fair fight where he was outnumbered, questioning why he was the only one arrested. The man sighed, looking at Mu-hyuk with disdain. The prosecutor ordered the boy to be taken to the interrogation room, ignoring warnings about Mu-hyuk being a minor. He insisted on handling the interrogation personally. He claimed to have a specific method for dealing with rebellious youths. The prosecutor acknowledged Mu-hyuk's past reputation for being a notorious fighter. He cited school reports claiming Mu-hyuk was essentially a gang member involved in extortion and theft. He muttered about Mu-hyuk being nothing more than a violent animal. Mu-hyuk maintained that he was only acting in self-defense against a larger group. The prosecutor demanded a proper answer, refusing to accept the self-defense plea. Mu-hyuk retold the events, explaining he was protecting his friend from Jinpyo's armed gang and had no other choice. The prosecutor decided that words were no longer enough. He prepared to use force to teach the boy a lesson. He ordered his subordinates to restrain Mu-hyuk. He demanded to know the real reason for the fight once more. He shouted the question with increasing fury. Mu-hyuk, struggling, repeated that it was an act of self-defense. The prosecutor mocked his resilience and prepared to strike him again. Mu-hyuk breathed heavily, enduring the physical abuse. The prosecutor repeated the question, hoping to break the boy's spirit. Mu-hyuk remained steadfast in his original testimony. The official warned that resistance would only lead to a harsher outcome. He tried to force Mu-hyuk to admit to using a weapon first, but Mu-hyuk pointed out that Jinpyo was the one with the knife. Frustrated, the prosecutor ordered his men to tie Mu-hyuk to a chair, reverting to his old, brutal habits. He screamed at his subordinates, demanding total obedience. The officers quickly complied, fearing the prosecutor's rage. The man told Mu-hyuk he brought this suffering upon himself. To his surprise, Mu-hyuk began to laugh. The prosecutor questioned if the boy had lost his mind out of fear. Mu-hyuk mocked the man, stating that the father and son were exactly alike in their cowardice. He ridiculed their reliance on using positions of power as weapons. Enraged, the prosecutor prepared to strike the bound boy. He ordered his men to hold Mu-hyuk still for the blow. Suddenly, someone burst in, frantically calling for the prosecutor to stop. The man was annoyed by the interruption, stating he wasn't finished yet. He was shocked to hear that the district attorney, Yoon Chang-ho, had arrived personally. The prosecutor stammered, wondering why such a high-ranking official was there. Yoon Chang-ho entered and immediately scolded the man for his illegal and brutal treatment of a minor. The district attorney was furious, worried that this scandal would ruin his chances of a promotion to Seoul. The prosecutor tried to justify his actions, confused by the sudden intervention. Yoon Chang-ho asked if the man had any idea whose grandson he was currently assaulting. He revealed the name of Chairman Cheon from Pyeongchang-dong. The prosecutor's face went pale as he realized he had crossed the most powerful man in the country. The district attorney confirmed that the student was indeed Chairman Cheon's grandson. Later, the chairman asked Mu-hyuk to explain why the incident had occurred. Mu-hyuk explained that he sought help because the prosecutor was abusing his power for an unfair investigation. The chairman asked if there was any way the conflict could have been avoided. Mu-hyuk stated that he could ignore attacks on himself, but he had to crush those who targeted his friends to ensure they never tried it again. He declared his resolve to protect those close to him at any cost. He defined this protection as his chosen way of life. He admitted he was indebted to his grandfather but would do anything to shield his inner circle. The chairman asked what would have happened if he hadn't stepped in to help. Mu-hyuk coldly replied that it would have simply meant their relationship was destined to end there. He noted that if the chairman had ignored him in his time of need, he would have no place in Mu-hyuk's future. The chairman laughed at the boy's audacity. He praised Mu-hyuk's backbone and his willingness to use every available resource to win. Mu-hyuk reflected that he was learning the philosophy the chairman had lived by in his previous life. The old man advised that enemies must be crushed completely, as half-hearted victories only invite future attacks. He taught that one should either embrace an ally fully or uproot an enemy entirely. Later, the chairman asked Director Ha for an update on the situation in Busan. Ha reported that Prosecutor Hong was being investigated for bribery and torture, while District Attorney Yoon was waiting for instructions. The chairman asked about the outcome at the school. Ha confirmed that Jinpyo was expelled, his gang dropped out, and the corrupt teacher who lied about Mu-hyuk was arrested. He asked if these results were satisfactory for the chairman. Mu-hyuk requested one more specific favor from his grandfather. He asked to handle the matter regarding District Attorney Yoon personally. The chairman was curious about his grandson's intentions. He then asked what should be done with the disgraced prosecutor Hong. Ha stated the man would be punished severely as a public example. The chairman commanded that Mu-hyuk's name be kept entirely out of the legal proceedings. Ha mentioned that someone was desperate to meet with Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk met with the high-ranking official. Yoon Chang-ho apologized profusely, promising that no such incident would ever happen again under his watch. Mu-hyuk told him to speak casually and acknowledged that the official was in a difficult position. Yoon remained nervous, knowing the chairman's reputation for not letting things slide. Mu-hyuk explained that he had personally requested the meeting to apologize for the trouble he caused the official. Yoon was stunned, insisting that the fault lay entirely with his failure to manage his subordinates. Mu-hyuk thanked him and mentioned he needed to convey a sincere apology to his grandfather. He then paused, signaling he wanted to ask for something. He asked if the district attorney would grant him an unconditional favor in the future. He clarified that the favor would be within the official's power and wouldn't cause him harm. Relieved, Yoon agreed, happy to build a connection with someone so influential. Mu-hyuk promised to tell his grandfather that the official had cleared his debt. Yoon expressed his gratitude, finally feeling like he was in the clear. Mu-hyuk wished him luck on his promotion to Seoul, hoping they would meet again. He politely excused himself, stating he needed to return to his studies. Yoon watched him go, marveling at the fact that he was still just a student. He noted Mu-hyuk's incredible composure, realizing the boy truly inherited the bloodline of the legendary loan shark king. Life at school returned to normal for a time. News reports showed the success of political elections in the background. The day of the final university entrance exam arrived in 1993. An assistant approached the chairman with news. He confirmed through a professor that Mu-hyuk's scores for Korean university were exceptional. Reporters swarmed Mu-hyuk, asking how it felt to achieve the only perfect score in the history of the exam. He had set a record with a perfect 340 points, becoming a national sensation. The press questioned how a student from a technical high school could achieve such academic heights without private tutoring. Mu-hyuk claimed he only used standard textbooks and never attended expensive academies. A reporter asked him for words of encouragement for future students. With a smirk, he told the nation that studying was actually the easiest thing in the world. His friends watched the broadcast, laughing at his bold and characteristic statement. Later, the group gathered to toast to their lifelong friendship. They celebrated the end of 3 hard years of studying by letting loose at a club. Myung-soo bragged that his father's place would provide them with the best drinks and service. Mu-hyuk, recalling his heavy drinking in his past life, decided to enjoy the night. He took his first sip of whiskey, but something felt wrong immediately. He realized the expensive alcohol was actually a cheap fake. His friend, unaware, raved about the burning sensation and the quality of the drink. Mu-hyuk decided to play along and drink sparingly to avoid offending Myung-soo's father. Myung-soo introduced a beautiful customer to the group. He told the boys to make her feel welcome. The woman asked about their age, and Mu-hyuk's friend lied, claiming they were 21. They boasted about getting accepted into college. One of them accidentally mentioned they were going to a school on the outskirts of Seoul. Suddenly, a man appeared and confronted the woman. He scolded her for hanging out with young guys instead of staying with him. The woman expressed her frustration with the man and the rowdy crowd at the club. She insulted the man's appearance, calling him a wild boar with no sense. The man grew furious at being insulted by a younger woman. Mu-hyuk realized they were about to get caught in unnecessary drama and decided to leave. He politely apologized and signaled his friends to head out. He told Myung-soo it was time to go home. Myung-soo, feeling bold from the alcohol, cursed under his breath. He continued to mutter as they stood up to leave. The man overheard the insult and confronted Myung-soo aggressively. Mu-hyuk tried to de-escalate, telling his drunk friend to just walk away. He warned Myung-soo that a fight would only ruin his father's business reputation. The aggressive customer shouted after them, demanding they come back and face him. A manager tried to intervene, explaining that Myung-soo was the owner's son and just celebrating his graduation. The man shoved the manager aside, refusing to let the matter go. He continued to insult the boys, feeling disrespected. The manager pleaded for the man to stop his disruptive behavior. The man, a liquor supplier named Byun, boasted about his control over the Nampodong area. Mu-hyuk realized this was the man responsible for the counterfeit whiskey. Myung-soo's father arrived, apologizing for his son's immaturity and trying to usher the man back inside. He ordered the boys to leave immediately and told Myung-soo to wait for him at home. Mu-hyuk grabbed Myung-soo to lead him out. Byun refused to let them go, even as the father tried to settle the dispute privately. Byun mocked the father, stating he had lost his respect for him despite their age difference. He suddenly slapped the older man, shocking everyone in the room. He declared that being nice had only led to him being disrespected. He prepared to strike the father again in a fit of rage. Byun turned his attention back to Myung-soo, threatening to teach him a painful lesson about hierarchy. The father begged the man to hit him instead and leave his son alone. Byun mocked the father's love for his son. He raised his hand to deliver another blow. Mu-hyuk suddenly stepped in and caught the man's arm, stopping the strike. Byun was stunned that a student had the strength and nerve to stop him. Mu-hyuk told him that regardless of his anger, he shouldn't hit a father in front of his child. Byun laughed, asking if the youth of today had no fear of who they were dealing with. He threatened Mu-hyuk for daring to interfere. He looked at Mu-hyuk with murderous intent. He declared that Mu-hyuk was as good as dead for his insolence. Suddenly, the man paused as a new figure appeared. A voice called out to Byun, calling him Shitty Sungo. The newcomer asked if Byun had been enjoying himself during his absence. Byun paled, recognizing the man as Park Dong-soo. Dong-soo mocked Byun for being a quiet thug that the police managed to ignore. Byun stammered that Nampodong was now his territory. Dong-soo dismissed the claim, stating the area never truly belonged to Byun. He announced his return to the scene. He ordered Byun to leave before he resorted to violence. Dong-soo then turned to Mu-hyuk, greeting him warmly as Kong Mu-mu. He invited Mu-hyuk to go for a drink of soju to catch up. He praised Mu-hyuk for his academic success, admitting he always knew Mu-hyuk was unique. Dong-soo explained he had been back for a while, quietly reclaiming his old territories. He confirmed that his old gang used to manage the entire area before they were wiped out. He credited Mu-hyuk's advance warning for saving him from being arrested with the rest of his gang. Dong-soo asked how he could finally repay the debt he owed for his life. He insisted he couldn't live comfortably while being indebted to Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk asked how long it would take for Dong-soo to seize control of all of Busan. Dong-soo was surprised by the question, wondering why Mu-hyuk cared about gang business. Mu-hyuk simply stated that this information was what he wanted. Dong-soo estimated it would take 6 months to a year since only small fries were left. Mu-hyuk told him to move quickly, bribe the right officials and stay under the radar. He gave a specific warning to avoid the drug trade, as a major government crackdown was imminent. He advised Dong-soo to begin preparing a transition into legitimate business. Dong-soo sighed, finding the idea of going legit difficult to imagine. He argued that gangsters can't step into the light without inviting a new war with rivals. Mu-hyuk explained that the daylight would only be a corporate disguise for their activities. He warned that Seoul gangs were already corporatizing and would take over Busan if they didn't evolve. He instructed Dong-soo to hire lawyers, form a corporation, and prepare to move into the Seoul market. Dong-soo was shocked by the scale of the ambition. He noted that Seoul was a brutal battlefield for anyone trying to make it. Mu-hyuk promised to guide him through the process if Dong-soo made the necessary preparations. Despite the absurdity of the plan, Dong-soo found himself convinced by Mu-hyuk's confidence. He agreed to give it a try and set his sights on Seoul. Mu-hyuk added one final, strict condition to their partnership. He insisted that his identity must remain a complete secret and that they must appear to have no connection. He stated he wasn't ready to be discovered until he was prepared to face the powerful Cheon family. News headlines continued to celebrate Mu-hyuk as the genius who found studying easy. The chairman laughed while reading the interview. An assistant asked if he was pleased with his grandson's success. The chairman boasted about how the top scorers of other rival families couldn't compare to Mu-hyuk. He recalled how other elite families used to look down on them as ignorant money. Despite their wealth, the assistant noted that those same elites now came to the chairman begging for loans. The chairman agreed, finding satisfaction in how the tables had turned. He reflected on his own lack of education and how his own children weren't naturally gifted students. The assistant reminded him that his daughter Jisoo had also been a runner-up for admission to a top school. The chairman acknowledged Jisoo's intelligence. However, he expressed a deep fondness for Mu-hyuk, wishing the boy were a direct heir to the Cheon name. He sighed, contemplating the future of the family. He asked for news regarding the newly elected president. The assistant reported that the transition committee was being formed quietly. He confirmed that the chairman had secured 2 key positions for his influence. The chairman considered which roles would be most strategic for his interests. They discussed the benefits of the political affairs position. The assistant explained that this role would allow them to control both the police and the prosecution. The chairman agreed and planned to place his people directly in the Blue House. He then asked about the activities of his other family members, Suhan and Suman. The assistant hesitated, hinting at a new problem. He revealed that one of them was becoming involved with criminal gangs. The chairman was displeased to hear about the connection to the underworld. The assistant identified the gang as the Azure Wind Society, which had been growing in the shadows. The chairman demanded to know why his family was associating with such people. It was revealed they were getting into the illegal slot machine business. The chairman was disgusted that they were settling for such measly and illegal gambling ventures. He learned that political funds were being funneled through corrupt family connections. He lamented that his family was ignoring his warnings to stay away from the Azure Wind Society. The assistant asked if they should take action to stop them. The chairman decided to watch them for now, hoping to prevent further trouble. He reflected on his past, regretting that he had ever used the Azure Wind Society's power. He vowed to break the cycle of ill fate before his death, considering it his final responsibility. The boy greeted his grandfather with a respectful tone, announcing his arrival with a quiet confidence. He confirmed his presence, stepping into the room to face the elder. The grandfather offered a warm welcome, his voice carrying the weight of familial pride. The elder revealed he had been anticipating this visit with great interest. He inquired whether his grandson had managed to secure a place to stay in the capital. The patriarch offered to provide a high-end apartment or a convenient residence near the university, insisting the boy focus solely on his education. The young man hesitated, expressing a humble desire to stay at the current estate instead. He explained that ever since his first visit, he felt a deep, unexplainable connection to the house. He shared that living there would help him feel closer to the memory of his late mother, who grew up within those walls. Furthermore, he expressed a genuine wish to spend more time in his grandfather's company. The old man chuckled, delighted by the boy's silver tongue and gracious attitude, granting him permission to stay. In his past life, the boy recalled being treated like an unwanted servant, only summoned when he was needed for a task. Now, having entered a prestigious law school as the top student, he was finally a source of pride rather than an outsider. The grandfather turned serious, acknowledging that the time had come to talk business. He reminded the boy of their 3-year-old pact and asked what reward he desired for his academic success. The elder noted the boy's eagerness, sensing that his achievements were driven by a very specific goal. He pressed for an answer, curious about what prize could motivate such intense dedication and hard work. To the elder's surprise, the boy requested to be taught the inner workings of the family business. The grandfather blinked in disbelief, questioning if he had heard the request correctly. The boy stood his ground, confirming his choice with unwavering resolve. The elder warned him that their world of private lending was far grittier than just moving money around. Despite the risks, the boy insisted that the extraordinary nature of the work was exactly why he wanted to master it. Internally, the boy strategized about how to seize his grandfather's legacy and crush his treacherous uncles. He weighed the value of immediate wealth versus long-term assets like real estate and rising stocks. He knew his knowledge of the future made amassing a fortune easy, but he had to be cautious of the fallout. If he grew too wealthy too fast, his uncles would immediately move to eliminate him as a threat. Lacking the current power to protect himself, he realized he needed a secret war chest that no one could track. His best move was to embed himself at his grandfather's side, winning his favor while slowly bending the elder's will. The grandfather mulled over the request, surprised by the boy's interest in the family trade. He pointed out that the boy could have asked for something far more tangible and immediate as his reward. The boy replied with a proverb, stating that learning to catch fish was far more valuable than being given one. The grandfather turned to his trusted director to gauge his thoughts on the matter. The director suggested it might be premature, advising the boy to finish his university studies first. Dismissing the delay, the boy stated he had no real attachment to pure academics and wanted to start immediately. The director was shocked, reminding him that he was walking away from a prestigious career as a high-ranking judge or lawyer. The boy confessed that getting into the top school was merely a way to prove his capability to his grandfather. He declared his true ambition was to wield the same level of immense power as the patriarch himself. He added that he would still take the bar exam if it pleased his grandfather, treating it as a minor task. The elder noted the boy's incredible confidence, speaking of the difficult exam as if it were child's play. He began to wonder if the young man possessed a hidden potential far greater than anyone had suspected. Finally, the grandfather relented, deciding to give the boy a chance to prove his worth. He instructed Director Ha to start the boys' training under his direct supervision. The director explained that the foundation of their empire was the private loan business, often called money lending. He emphasized that even private loans must follow the law, requiring a deep understanding of legal collateral. He detailed how they managed everything from real estate to volatile stocks as security for their massive transactions. The director revealed they personally handled funds for major conglomerates, moving hundreds of billions in a single day. In this era, before large banks dominated, private lenders like his grandfather were the true heart of the financial world. The boy's first lesson was to understand negotiations and learn to read the complex ledgers used with major clients. He was handed a mountain of contracts and legal documents representing their current holdings. The director gave him a strict 3-day deadline to summarize the key points of all the materials. Though the boy already mastered this knowledge in his past life, he decided to play the part of a diligent student. 1 week later, the results of the training were ready to be reviewed. The grandfather asked for an honest assessment of the boy's progress and natural talent. The director reported that the boy had an uncanny ability to see through the flow of money and spot hidden patterns. He noted that the boy grasped complex concepts with an ease that suggested he had done this for years. The elder was intrigued, finding the report of such rapid mastery quite remarkable. During meetings with corporate heads, the boy remained completely unfazed, handling himself with natural authority. The director admitted the boy required no help at all, leaving the grandfather deep in thought. He predicted the boy would master every practical task the office had to offer within just a few days. Sensing an opportunity, the elder proposed putting the boy in charge of their operations in Myeongdong. The director worried if it was too soon, doubting the hardened veterans of the district would respect a child. The grandfather brushed the concern aside, stating that his own authority was all the backing the boy needed. The director pointed out that even the boy's older uncles struggled to handle the ruthless bosses of that district. The patriarch decided the boy must face them eventually, so he ordered him to go and collect the secret bank books. He viewed this as the ultimate test to see if the boy was truly fit to be his successor. News of the assignment spread, causing shock that a mere student was being sent into the lion's den. The boy's uncles questioned their father's sanity for involving such a young child in high-stakes business. They wondered what business a student could possibly have in the heart of the underground market. Myeongdong was the epicenter of private finance, where the lines between legitimate banking and shadow lending blurred. Deep within that market ruled the notorious four bosses, each a legend in the world of high-interest loans. While smaller than the grandfather's empire, these four moved massive amounts of capital on a daily basis. The boy's mission was to audit these bosses and ensure they were managing the grandfather's investments properly. The director warned that these men were seasoned veterans who would not be easily intimidated by a newcomer. The boy remained calm, viewing the early confrontation as a necessary step in his education. He knew the history of these loan sharks, men so vicious that even the most hardened gangsters feared them. Having held their positions for decades, these bosses had earned the grandfather's trust through sheer competence. However, the boy had a secret advantage. He had lived this life before and had nothing to fear from death itself. They arrived at the office of Kim Ha-shik, one of the four bosses, who greeted the director with a practiced smile. Ha-shik played the role of a loyal subordinate, asking politely after the chairman's health. The director introduced the young man standing beside him as the chairman's grandson. The boy introduced himself as Kim Mu-hyuk, his voice steady and his gaze piercing. Ha-shik offered a polite greeting, trying to maintain a friendly and approachable facade. Upon hearing of the boys' university, Ha-shik claimed to be an alumnus and suggested they act like close seniors. The boy played along for a moment, though he knew exactly who Ha-shik really was. He recalled that Ha-shik was an elite who had traded a promising career for the lucrative world of private lending. In just a decade, Ha-shik had carved out a powerful niche for himself in the cutthroat district. Cutting through the small talk, the boy demanded to see the business ledgers immediately. Ha-shik tried to stall, suggesting they relax and share some tea before getting down to work. The boy refused the hospitality, insisting that his lack of experience meant he needed to start right away. With a forced smile, Ha-shik handed over the records, inviting the boy to take his time. He boasted about his degree in business administration, confident that his ledgers were beyond reproach. At first glance, the records appeared perfect, but the boy knew better than to trust appearances. He remembered Ha-shik from his past life as a man whose outward meticulousness hid a devious nature. After scanning the books, the boy asked to see the physical bank books associated with the accounts. Ha-shik produced 12 books, claiming they were updated daily without a single cent ever going missing. The boy thanked him for his work and calmly stated he would be taking all the bank books with him. Ha-shik froze, the smile sliding off his face in an instant. The boy dropped a bombshell, claiming the chairman ordered the retrieval of all accounts held under pseudonyms. He watched Ha-shik's reaction closely, knowing the man had been skimming from the secret funds. Panicked, Ha-shik questioned the sudden order, doubting if such a command truly came from the patriarch. The boy didn't blink, inviting Ha-shik to call the main estate and verify the order himself if he dared. He asked Ha-shik point-blank if there was a reason he was afraid to hand over the accounts. Realizing he was trapped, Ha-shik backed down, claiming it was just the surprise of the request that rattled him. The boy then demanded a private conversation, signaling for the subordinates to clear the room. When the guards hesitated, Ha-shik lashed out at them, frustrated and on edge. He screamed at his men for their lack of respect toward the young master. With a series of curses, he kicked everyone out, leaving him alone with the boy. Ha-shik apologized profusely for his men's behavior, trying to regain some semblance of control. He tried to lighten the mood, asking why a private chat needed to be so intense. The boy's tone shifted instantly, telling Ha-shik to stop the act and remember his place as a servant. He insulted Ha-shik's intelligence, mocking his inability to read the dangerous situation he was in. Ha-shik began to snap back, but the boy's presence was suddenly overwhelming. With a single, sharp command, the boy forced the seasoned loan shark to sit down and listen. Outside, the boy had previously asked the director for a specific favor regarding this meeting. The director had been curious about the nature of the request. The boy had insisted that no matter what sounds came from the room, no one was to enter. The director had been concerned, knowing Ha-shik was a dangerous man to be left alone with. The boy had countered that if he couldn't handle a man like Ha-shik, he would never survive the corporate world. Back in the room, the boy accused Ha-shik of tampering with the books to fund his own lifestyle. He admitted he could overlook minor skimming, but there was one line that could not be crossed. He revealed he knew about the chairman's most guarded secret, the hidden accounts. The boy demanded the specific bank book for the secret account that Ha-shik had been hiding. Ha-shik was paralyzed with fear, wondering how a child could know about a secret shared only with the chairman. The boy knew he had successfully baited the trap. He was after the legendary hidden wealth of his grandfather. He pressured Ha-shik to produce the book immediately, leaving the man no room to maneuver. He knew the grandfather had split 4 trillion won into 4 alias accounts, held by the Myeongdong bosses. In his past life, he had only discovered these hidden trillions after the old man had passed away. He knew that when the financial laws changed in 1993, this money had vanished into the boss's pockets. The boy mocked Ha-shik's shock, enjoying the look of pure terror on the older man's face. Ha-shik was convinced that the chairman himself must have shared the secret with the boy. The boy leaned in, demanding the documents without further delay. Broken, Ha-shik begged for more time to settle the accounts. The boy scoffed, asking why a simple retrieval of a bank book would require any extra time at all. He gave Ha-shik a 10-minute ultimatum: produce the book or face a full report to the grandfather. Ha-shik pleaded for a month, desperate to cover the tracks of his embezzlement. The boy laughed coldly, unimpressed by the man's desperate groveling. He questioned if Ha-shik really thought such a pathetic plea would work on him. Ha-shik continued to beg, his pride completely shattered by the young student. Finally, the boy addressed him with a chilling authority. He granted Hashik 2 weeks to return every single cent, warning that not a penny should be missing. He barked the command, ensuring Hashik understood the gravity of his situation. He also ordered Hashik to keep their conversation a secret from the other bosses and his uncles. Hashik quickly agreed, terrified of what would happen if the secret got out. When the director returned, the boy acted as if nothing was wrong, praising the ledgers for appearance's sake. He announced he would return in 2 weeks to finalize the remaining business. He walked out of the office, his guards clearing a path through the stunned loan sharks. The subordinates rushed to their boss, confused by the sudden shift in power. Hashik realized the boy was a monster in disguise, far different from the harmless student he expected. Later, the director reported the day's events to the grandfather back at the estate. He confirmed the boy had successfully retrieved the 12 alias bankbooks and established a bi-weekly reporting schedule. The grandfather asked if anything unusual had happened during the meeting with Hashik. The director noted that while it started with Hashik being disrespectful, it ended very differently. He described the boy emerging from the private chat with an aura of total confidence and victory. The elder inquired about the boy's next move, and the director revealed the next target was no Ixion. Satisfied, the grandfather dismissed the director to take a well-earned rest. Soon after, the elder received a frantic phone call from a trembling Kim Hashik. The boss hesitated, struggling to find the right words to describe his encounter with the boy. The grandfather grew impatient, demanding an honest opinion on his grandson's character. Hashik admitted that the boy shared a far more striking resemblance to the chairman than either of his sons. The elder hummed in thought, pleased by the comparison. He then pressed Hashik about the details of their private conversation. When Hashik stalled again, the patriarch's voice turned cold, demanding the truth. Hashik confessed that the boy had brought up the secret bank accounts that were supposed to be hidden. The grandfather was stunned, wondering how the boy could have possibly uncovered such a deep secret. He asked what Hashik planned to do next. Hashik revealed they had agreed on a 2-week deadline to hand the accounts over and asked for instructions. The grandfather ordered him to follow the boy's instructions and hand them over. Before hanging up, the elder's tone shifted into a deadly warning. Hashik felt a chill as the patriarch addressed him by name. The elder revealed he knew Hashik had raised his voice against his grandson. Hashik stammered an apology, swearing it would never happen again. The patriarch reminded him that wealth didn't change his status as a subordinate. He warned Hashik never to forget who had given him his power in the first place. Hashik promised to remember, his voice filled with genuine fear of the elder's wrath. Alone, the grandfather pondered how the boy had found out about the secret accounts. Not even his own children knew of their existence, yet the boy had secured them with ease. He recalled Hashik's words about the resemblance between them. A small smile played on the old man's lips as he realized his grandson might be his true heir. Meanwhile, the boy plotted his next moves, realizing he now held the leverage over the Myeongdong bosses. He focused on the 400 billion won hidden in dummy accounts that were destined to vanish. He knew this money would be the perfect foundation for his war against his greedy uncles. He needed to secure the funds before the government changed the financial tracking system. He continued his rounds, collecting bank books and establishing his dominance over each boss. He asked the next boss if there would be any problem with his new management style. No. Inseok, another major boss, agreed quickly, sensing the boy was not to be trifled with. The boy then casually mentioned the existence of an additional secret bank book. Inseok was caught off guard, his reaction confirming he was hiding something. The boy realized Hashik hadn't warned the others, confirming the man was only looking out for himself. He claimed the grandfather had specifically ordered him to retrieve the secret account. Inseok hesitated, stating that only the chairman should be able to confirm such a sensitive matter. The boy used the secret knowledge as proof of his authority, pushing Inseok to trust him. He began to suspect that the bosses were planning to keep the dummy account money for themselves. He was disgusted by their betrayal, considering all his grandfather had done for them. He offered Inseok a small window of time to get the funds in order. Terrified, In-seok asked for a week, his composure completely failing him. The boy sighed, letting the tension hang in the air for a moment. He agreed to the 1-week deadline, promising not to report the delay to the grandfather. He reminded In-seok that stealing from the family was a dangerous gamble. He warned him that the patriarch was still very much in control of the city. He left him with a chilling thought about what happens to dogs that bite their masters. Next, he visited Shin Sungil, a former wrestling champion whom the grandfather had raised. Unlike the others, Sungil was known for his absolute loyalty and straightforward nature. The boy asked for the secret bank book without the usual games of intimidation. Sungil didn't hesitate, noting that the order must have come from the chairman. He handed the book over immediately, proving his trustworthiness. The boy was relieved to find at least one person hadn't been skimming from the accounts. Sungil bid the young master a respectful farewell. The boy promised they would meet again in a more relaxed setting, acknowledging his loyalty. Finally, he reached the office of Yu Jigong, the most experienced and dangerous of the 4 bosses. Jigong was a veteran who had fought his way through the market long before the grandfather's total dominance. The director asked the boy if he knew of Jigong's fearsome reputation. The boy nodded, fully aware of the legend. Jigong was the man who had famously driven out the gangs that tried to take over the district. He was known throughout the underworld as the Hammer. Upon arrival, Jigong didn't bother to look up, making them wait as a show of power. He casually told them to sit and wait until he was ready. When he finally addressed them, his apology was dripping with sarcasm. He claimed he was simply being thorough with the ledgers he prepared for the chairman. He asked with a smirk if the young master was upset by the wait. The boy ignored the provocation and asked to see the documents. Jigong turned his attention to Director Ha, mocking his new role. He joked about the director becoming a glorified babysitter for the young boy. He suggested the work was beneath someone of the director's stature. He offered to train the boy himself, implying a far more brutal education. The director warned Jigong to watch his tongue in the presence of the family heir. Jigong scoffed at the idea of showing respect to a mere child. He dismissed the director's loyalty as old-fashioned and unnecessary for a man of his experience. He insulted the boy's intelligence, suggesting he just hand the books over to the director. The boy remained calm, refusing to be baited by the veteran's childish insults. He focused on the task, knowing that Jigong's secret bank book was the real prize. After checking the books, the boy demanded the bank book, but Jigong flatly refused. The boy reiterated that he was there on the chairman's orders. Jigong challenged the order, demanding the chairman come down to Myeongdong in person. He argued that since the chairman gave him the account personally, it should be returned the same way. He looked at the boy with a mocking grin, waiting for a reaction. The director warned that the joke had gone too far and was becoming a threat. Jigong denied he was joking, claiming he was teaching the boy a lesson about business. He lectured them on the importance of proper formalities and procedures. He asked if the director had grown soft in his old age. The boy asked the director to wait outside, wanting to handle Jigong alone. He told the director to take a moment to cool off while he finished the business. The director reluctantly agreed and stepped out. Now alone, the boy demanded the secret account books once again. Jigong laughed, realizing the chairman really was trying to groom the boy. However, he maintained his stance, refusing to yield to someone he viewed as a brat. The boy raised his voice, calling Jigong by his full name. Jigong exploded in rage, insulted that a child would dare to yell at him. He boasted of his long history of protecting the chairman back when the boy wasn't even born. He claimed that even the chairman's sons didn't have the right to order him around. He snarled that shared blood didn't put the boy on his level. The director tried to intervene, but the tension in the room was electric. Jigong reminded them of how many times he had used his hammer to save the chairman's life. He declared his hammer was the living history of the market and told the boy to back off. The boy stared back, asking if Jigong really wanted to take their conflict to the limit. Jigong laughed manically, questioning what a boy like him could possibly know about the limits of their world. The boy analyzed Jigong's excessive aggression, wondering where he got the confidence to rebel. He knew Jigong wasn't in a position to win a direct fight against the grandfather. He began to suspect there was a hidden variable he was missing. A realization began to dawn on him. He gave Jigong a final one-day warning to prepare the books, promising severe consequences if he failed. Jigong laughed it off, mockingly praising the boy's guts. He admitted he expected the boy to be terrified by his display. The boy stepped closer, asking why Jigong was swinging a hammer he didn't have the courage to use. He told Jigong that any attempt to strike him would result in the boss's own death. He ordered him to stop the nonsense and have the books ready by the next day. He left with a final threat. If the books weren't ready, Jigong's own head would be the one getting smashed. Outside, the director asked about the noise and confrontation they had heard. The boy casually mentioned that Jigong had threatened him with the hammer. The director was horrified, checking to see if the young master was injured. The boy told him to relax as they were in public. The director was still reeling from the news. He asked what Jigong's final words were. The boy repeated the demand for the chairman to collect the books in person. The director was silent for a moment. He confirmed that Jigong had truly crossed the line by threatening the heir. He noted with relief that the boy was unharmed despite the ordeal. Later, the grandfather asked the director why he thought Jigong had acted so out of character. The director admitted it was strange, as Jigong had always been a loyal, if rough, subordinate. He suspected Jigong was intentionally trying to provoke a reaction from the family. The grandfather turned the matter over to the director. He gave the director full authority to handle the situation and resolve it permanently. The director bowed, accepting the grim task with a solemn nod. Back in his office, Jigong laughed about the encounter, thinking he had won. He dismissed the boy as a mere child who had been easily scared off. He believed the chairman's judgment was failing and that his time had finally come. Suddenly, the shadows in the room seemed to move, and Jigong gasped in pain. He struggled to breathe as a sudden force pinned him down. He grunted in agony, unable to fight back against the unseen assailant. The director stepped out of the darkness, inviting the fallen boss for a final conversation. He groaned in pain as the physical toll of the situation finally caught up to him. The director was accused of audacity for believing he could escape the consequences of his actions. He was questioned about his attempt to assault the young master with a heavy hammer. He let out a sharp cry of agony. They demanded to know the motivation behind such a reckless and violent act. He stammered that it was merely a test of worthiness and claimed he never intended to land the blow. He pleaded for belief, arguing he would never actually harm the chairman's own flesh and blood. Desperate to end the confrontation, he offered to surrender all the financial records immediately. The interrogator ignored his pleas and demanded to know who had given the order. He feigned confusion, doubling down on the lie that he was simply testing the boy's mettle. He trembled, asking what was about to happen next. The pressure intensified as he was told to provide a more satisfying answer regarding his employer. He frantically denied any outside involvement, insisting he acted entirely on his own. The question was repeated with chilling focus, demanding the name of the mastermind. Through his fear, he continued to claim that no one else was responsible for the plan. The demand for the truth was issued once more, stripping away any room for excuses. He cursed in desperation, clinging to his denial while facing a terrifying presence. The interrogator issued a final warning, addressing President Lee Jigong by his full name. He was warned that his physical well-being depended entirely on his next response. The ultimate question was posed one last time regarding the source of his instructions. A command was given to restrain him, signaling that patience had finally run out. Terrified, he finally broke and begged them to stop, promising to reveal everything. The name of Cheon Suman was finally uttered as the man behind the plot. He confessed that President Cheon Suman was the one who had orchestrated the entire ordeal. 1 week early, he greeted the assembled group, noting the length of time since their last meeting. The presidents questioned the reason for the sudden summons of all four leaders at once. He brought up the topic of the new arrival currently residing in his father's household. They clarified if he was referring to the chairman's grandson, the child of the late Miss Mu-hyuk. He confirmed the identity and noted that the boy was already being mentored by Director Ha. He mocked the idea of a newcomer suddenly appearing and attempting to learn the family business. He expressed concern that the situation might give rise to troubling rumors. He pointed out the potential for conflict regarding the inheritance among the established family. He suggested they pay close attention to the boy, fearing a stranger might cloud the chairman's mind. One president advised caution, reminding him that the chairman was still in good health. He dismissed the warning with a smirk, mocking their sense of loyalty to the old man. He urged President Shin to consider the necessity of removing anyone who threatened their stability. They argued that it was a private family matter and questioned their right to intervene. He insisted it wasn't a mere family spat but a genuine concern for the chairman's future decisions. He noted that the shifting political climate made every business decision critical for their survival. He informed them that Director Ha would soon be bringing the boy to meet them personally. He asked them for a simple favor, to gauge the true nature of the young newcomer. A consensus was reached to move forward with the plan. One agreed to evaluate the boy's potential and see if he possessed any real value. He dismissed the 20-year-old as an amateur who knew nothing of their world. He vowed to give the boy a harsh introduction to the reality of their business. He praised President Yu for his quick understanding and alignment with the plan. He reminded the others that the chairman's reign would not last forever. He mockingly entrusted the care of his nephew to the assembled presidents. It was confirmed that Suman had been the true architect of the scheme. He had ordered the test, and President Yu Jigong had been the most eager to participate. The aftermath was grim. Jigong was hospitalized and would never regain the use of his left hand. Despite the betrayal, the chairman ordered a retirement fund for his 30 years of service. He was asked if a simple warning would be enough for the two Cheon brothers. The chairman decided that he would deal with those two personally. The news of Yu Jigong's fate sent shockwaves through the family. It was reported that Director Ha had used a hammer to crush the man's hands entirely. Panic set in as they realized the chairman had likely uncovered the full extent of the plot. He was scolded for the interruption, but the urgency of the situation was undeniable. A formal summons from the chairman was delivered to the president. He answered his father's call with a trembling voice, confirming his brother's presence. The chairman asked directly if he had ordered the Myeongdong bosses to target Mu-hyuk. He stammered a denial, claiming he only meant for them to look after the boy. The chairman lambasted him for his immaturity and for feeling threatened by a 20-year-old. He warned that such behavior made him reconsider his choice of heir in favor of Mu-hyuk. He tried to protest, but the chairman silenced him, refusing to hear any more excuses. A final ultimatum was issued. Any further interference with Mu-hyuk would have dire results. He was threatened with total expulsion from the family and the loss of his entire fortune. He was left in shock, unable to believe his father would turn on him so completely. His brother anxiously asked for the details of the chairman's verdict. He erupted in a fit of rage, unable to contain his fury. He cursed Mu-hyuk, blaming the young man for driving a wedge between him and his father. What? Rumors swirled about the president-elect's plan to dismantle the secretive Hao Council. It appeared that a massive military purge was imminent as soon as the new term began. In response to the threat, members of the council began meeting with increasing frequency. The resolve of the president-elect was evident in his plan to dissolve the council before taking office. It was noted that while he used them to gain power, he had no intention of keeping them around. Concerns grew about a potential military coup in a country still heavily influenced by soldiers. The possibility of an armed uprising hung heavy in the air. He was asked for his perspective on the growing political tension. Mu-hyuk confidently predicted that the military would not offer any resistance. He explained that the president-elect had already neutralized the core military leadership in hours. He argued that the broader military would not align with the radical elements of the Hao Council. Most importantly, he believed the public would never tolerate another military regime. The chairman noted with interest that Mu-hyuk seemed well-versed in political strategy. Mu-hyuk replied that staying informed was vital, claiming to know the trajectory of the next 30 years. The chairman inquired about other major reforms the president-elect was planning. It was reported that the VIP's inner thoughts remained a mystery even to planted secretaries. However, word had leaked that a massive war against corruption was being prepared. He predicted a push for asset disclosure despite major opposition from high-ranking officials. The chairman acknowledged the scope of the change and asked about financial system reforms. It was reported that information on the real-name financial system remained strictly guarded. The chairman turned back to Mu-hyuk for his insight on the matter. He predicted the system would be delayed until the end of the term due to potential backlash. He argued that implementing such a heavy reform so soon would be an unbearable burden. Mu-hyuk was invited to share his own thoughts on the timeline. The real-name financial system. Mu-hyuk stunned the group by predicting the system would be implemented within the year. The chairman demanded to know the reasoning behind such a bold claim. Mu-hyuk explained that the president's personality favored sudden, decisive strikes with a small team. The chairman laughed, suggesting Mu-hyuk didn't understand how politicians rely on secret funds. He argued that revealing such funds would be political suicide for the president himself. Mu-hyuk stood his ground, advising that they prepare their anonymous accounts just in case. The chairman dismissed the concern, trusting the people holding his hidden assets. Mu-hyuk warned that human greed knows no bounds, especially when money is involved. He pointed out that once the system changed, those holding the money might refuse to return it. History proved him right. The eventual reform would cost the chairman a quarter of his wealth. He knew the deadline was August, and trillions of won were at risk of vanishing forever. The chairman asked if this specific timeline was based on another of Mu-hyuk's hunches. Mu-hyuk confirmed his intuition pointed toward a summer implementation of the new law. The chairman then questioned how Mu-hyuk knew about the secret records given to the bosses. He noted that he had never told anyone about those specific bank books. Mu-hyuk had prepared for this, claiming he inferred it from the strange behavior of the bosses. He explained that a direct confrontation had forced them to reveal the truth. The chairman asked if that, too, was a result of his keen intuition. Manhwa, yes? The chairman decided to entrust Mu-hyuk with the 400 billion won recovered from the bosses. He told the boy to use the funds as he saw fit to protect them from the coming reforms. However, it came with a stern warning. If the money was lost, there would be no more help. Mu-hyuk accepted the responsibility, promising not to make a single mistake. He was thrilled that the chairman had handed over such a massive fortune so readily. This wealth would provide the leverage he needed to finally take down the Cheon brothers. The chairman ordered the consolidation of all secret accounts before the July deadline. His subordinate moved quickly to execute the command. Real name financial system by August. The chairman mused that if Mu-hyuk was right, the boy truly possessed a heavenly gift. On February 25, 1993, a new civilian government was officially inaugurated in Korea. The new president immediately began a series of radical reforms, just as Mu-hyuk had predicted. Korea University, 1993 Admission Ceremony. 1993 Admission Serum. The ceremony ended, leaving the students feeling bored by the long speeches. Mu-hyuk's friend asked about his plans now that classes were about to start. He was shocked when Mu-hyuk suggested visiting the library on the very first day. Mu-hyuk insisted that as law students, they should familiarize themselves with the library. What's wrong? His friend teased him about his natural Seoul accent, wondering if he was trying to flirt. He pressured Mu-hyuk to go to Apgujeongdong to celebrate their admission with drinks. Mu-hyuk was hesitant, reminding his friend of the importance of studying for the bar exam. His friend promised to pass the exam later, but insisted on having fun for one night. He continued to plead and chant, desperate for a night out in the city. Mu-hyuk finally relented, agreeing to a few drinks before heading back. They arrived in the bustling district, soaking in the vibrant energy of their youth. His friend was amazed by the local rock cafe, something they didn't have back in Busan. Oh, it's really him. A group of seniors recognized Mu-hyuk as the top student of the university. They introduced themselves as second-year students who had seen him at the ceremony. They complimented his looks and asked if they could join him for a drink. Mu-hyuk politely allowed it but mentioned he was planning to leave soon. They insisted on making the most of the night and having a great time together. The group got to know each other, discussing their childhood friendships. The conversation turned to their hometown, with the seniors asking about life in Busan. They found his friend's accent charming as they talked about the famous local beaches. They noted Mu-hyuk's quiet demeanor, finding his stoic nature oddly attractive. A sudden, familiar voice interrupted the group, calling out to one of the girls. Mu-hyuk immediately recognized the voice, and a sense of unease took over. Oh? The girl asked the newcomer if he was acquainted with the group at the table. Mu-hyuk decided it was best to avoid the confrontation and leave immediately. He told his friend they were going, even as the seniors tried to convince them to stay. He told the others to enjoy themselves and not let his departure ruin their night. He issued a quiet warning to Jaewon to stay out of trouble and behave. The newcomer shouted after him, demanding to know where he thought he was going. He insulted Mu-hyuk for hanging out with people he considered low-class. Mu-hyuk snapped back, telling him to mind his own business and let go of his arm. He lamented how he always seemed to get dragged into trouble whenever he went out. The girl grew angry, demanding that she be released from the newcomer's grip. Mu-hyuk stepped in, telling the man it was time to stop the harassment. The man exploded in anger, questioning who Mu-hyuk thought he was to intervene. Mu-hyuk recalled that Cheon had been a constant source of shame for the family. He told Jaewon that he had no desire to be associated with someone so embarrassing. He warned him to stop causing a scene before the chairman had to clean up his mess. Jaewon was stunned by the boldness of the remark. He declared that he would settle the score with Mu-hyuk right then and there. His friends arrived, asking why they had been summoned away from their fun. Mu-hyuk realized that Jaewon had backup waiting in the wings. Jaewon labeled Mu-hyuk a pest and ordered his friends to crush him once and for all. The group approached confidently, noting that this wasn't their first physical altercations. Mu-hyuk told his friend to take the seniors and leave the area safely. His friend worried for him, but Mu-hyuk remained completely unfazed. He clarified that his concern was actually for the thugs about to face Mu-hyuk. Of course, not. Oh, Jaewon Hyung. Mu-hyuk stood over them, telling Jaewon to stop acting like a common criminal. He expressed his disbelief that someone like Jaewon could be the eldest son of the family. He delivered a final threat. He wouldn't let things slide next time, regardless of their relation. Jaewon stammered a submissive response, completely intimidated by the display of power. Mu-hyuk told him to handle the cleanup and ensure there were no further complications. He left with a final warning that another meeting would be much more unpleasant. Later, he was asked if he knew the first article of the country's constitution. He correctly recited that the nation was a democratic republic. He was then prompted to recite the second section of that same article. He continued the recitation, stating that sovereignty resides in the people of the nation. He was told that no matter his future career, he must keep these principles at his core. The advice was clear. A legal professional who forgets the people is no professional at all. Mu-hyuk. His friend reminded him of their plans with Hyun-sung later that evening.
Keme Mu-hyuk?
A woman approached and confirmed his identity. His friend was immediately struck by her beauty and asked who she was. She introduced herself as Cheon, expecting him to recognize the name. Mu-hyuk recognized her immediately, noting the familiar coldness in her eyes. She was the daughter of Cheon Suman and the granddaughter of the Samsung chairman. He vividly recalled how she had looked down on him during his previous life. She asked if he had a moment to discuss something of great importance. She apologized for the late meeting, noting it had been a while since her last visit. She praised his academic achievements and mentioned she was also a student at the university. Mu-hyuk asked for her purpose, mentioning he already had other plans. She noted his coldness but reminded him that they were technically cousins. He admitted his caution was due to the harsh treatment he received from her uncles. She mentioned she had heard about his recent victory over the Myeongdong bosses. She revealed that those rumors were exactly why she had come to see him. In a surprising move, she proposed that the two of them form a secret alliance.
En alliance?
She argued that there was no reason for them to be enemies since their goals didn't overlap. She revealed that her only true ambition was gaining control over the Samsung Group. Samsung Group. So that's what she meant? She offered to help him become the chairman's successor in exchange for his assistance. She pointed out that his presence had completely disrupted the expected line of succession. She suggested that, with her information, his chances of victory would be much higher. Mu-hyuk scoffed, questioning if she really thought her brother was a serious threat. She warned him not to underestimate Jaewon's status as the eldest grandson. She cautioned that, with the support of the group, Jaewon could still become a major problem. Mu-hyuk asked what she expected to receive in return for her help. Her price was simple: his support and the shares owned by their grandfather. Mu-hyuk questioned why she wouldn't just support her own brother instead. Ha! Cheon Jaewon? She claimed that if Jaewon took power, he would likely try to seize everything for himself. He expressed doubt that she could take over the group even with his backing. She clarified that she wasn't looking for total control, but a significant portion. She claimed it was her mother's rightful inheritance as the eldest daughter. In the past life, she had fought a fierce war for the company and secured a third of it. However, the internal conflict had left the conglomerate severely weakened. He knew she was a dangerous woman who would betray anyone to reach her goals. And yet, here she was, offering him a deal he couldn't easily ignore. He pointed out that the terms of the deal seemed to favor him significantly. "You seem to be on the losing side. You're only getting a promise from me, aren't you?" He noted that if he failed or betrayed her, she would end up with nothing. She admitted that she was at a strategic disadvantage in this arrangement. However, she confessed that her hatred for Jaewon outweighed her fear of losing. She would rather see anyone else succeed than watch her brother take everything. Mu-hyuk agreed to consider the proposal and addressed her as his older cousin. She urged him to decide quickly, as she needed to know her next move. She warned that a refusal would force her to find another path to her goal. "Hey, Mu-hyuk, you didn't leave?" His friend returned, complaining about Mu-hyuk's luck with beautiful women. Mu-hyuk explained she was a cousin he had just met for the first time. His friend immediately tried to act friendly, but Mu-hyuk pushed him away. Cheon just... He marveled at how his past tormentor was now offering him a favorable deal. He wondered if this was a genuine path to power or a cleverly disguised trap. The chairman asked how his first university class had gone. Mu-hyuk mentioned that Jisoo had come to see him at the school. The chairman encouraged him to get along with his cousins since he had no siblings. Mu-hyuk secretly vowed to use the connection to eventually take everything for himself. The chairman asked why he had requested an urgent meeting upon returning home. Mu-hyuk proposed moving the entire 400 billion won to accounts overseas. He explained that he wanted to invest the money internationally for the time being. The chairman asked if he was truly confident, reminding him of the risks involved. "Yes, this could be the last money I receive from you." He questioned the necessity of moving the money if the current situation was stable. Mu-hyuk argued that moving the funds would only get harder once the new laws passed. He predicted that the current administration would continue to target underground wealth. He insisted that the chairman's business would be the primary target of these reforms. He suggested using the international branches of their debtor companies to move the cash. The chairman admitted it was possible but still questioned the underlying logic. He worried that such a massive move based on unproven theories was too hasty. Mu-hyuk asked for his trust, urging him to support this bold strategic move. He knew he couldn't explain his future knowledge, so he relied on a direct approach. "Ha ha ha ha." The chairman laughed, impressed by the boy's fearless spirit and bold demands. He agreed to the request, amused by how often Mu-hyuk made him laugh. Mu-hyuk asked for the money to be sent to America and left untouched for 7 years. The chairman was taken aback by the request to ignore such a large sum for so long. Mu-hyuk assured him that the investment was safe and the money would not be lost. The chairman finally gave his consent, promising to move the funds discreetly. He reiterated the warning that this was Mu-hyuk's one and only chance. Mu-hyuk acknowledged the terms, fully aware of the stakes involved. He planned to use these hidden funds to battle the Cheon brothers in the future. He knew he couldn't manage it alone and already had a specific partner in mind. He was looking for a man known in the future as a legendary financial predator. In this era, however, the man was nothing more than a failing investor drowning in debt. He was searching for the future god of stocks, Han Kyung-yeon. Is this the place? He tracked the man down through his extensive debts to private moneylenders. His associate questioned why they were looking for such a desperate individual. Mu-hyuk arrived at a rundown inn and inquired about Han Kyung-yeon's room. The owner was dismissive, claiming they didn't keep proper records in such a place. Mu-hyuk asked about a young man in his late 20s who had stayed for a long time. Do we have a young guy here? The owner suddenly remembered and pointed toward a specific room. Oh, there he is. That's him. Mu-hyuk called out to the man as he tried to make a quick escape. He urged the man to stop and listen to what he had to say. He shouted that he wasn't there to collect a debt and asked him to wait. He pleaded for just a moment of the man's time to explain his presence. The man stopped, trembling as he asked if they were really there for the money. Mu-hyuk admitted his background but insisted his intentions this time were different. Is this the right place? Hesitation filled his voice as he noted the intimidating presence of the people gathered inside. He dismissed the fear, reminding his companion they were only there to settle a debt before heading in. A voice called out with mocking surprise, immediately recognizing the unwelcome visitors. The thug shouted Han Kyung-yeon's name, pairing it with a sharp and degrading insult. He sneered, questioning if the boy had a death wish by showing up unarmed and alone. Sudden cries of pain and panic erupted as the confrontation turned physical. The man barked a curse, demanding to know who was bold enough to grab his hand. He remained calm, stating they were only there to pay the debt and demanding to see the boss. A cold, authoritative voice cut through the noise, demanding to know the cause of the ruckus. The boss emerged, his eyes narrowing as he locked onto his target. He spoke with fake politeness, claiming they had searched everywhere for him before asking for the cash. The young man stepped forward, offering to clear the debt and asking for the final total. The loan shark began a tedious calculation, stacking monthly interest and late fees onto the original loan. He interrupted the act, telling the shark to stop fumbling with the books and give him the real number. The shark smirked, impressed by the young man's blunt and experienced approach to the situation. He tossed aside the small change and demanded a clean 50 million to settle the matter. Shocked by the inflation, the debtor cried out, unable to believe a small loan had grown tenfold. The shark laughed it off, claiming the predatory terms were all signed for in the original contract. He justified the massive sum by citing tracking costs and the supposed emotional stress he suffered. The sheer scale of the fraud left the debtor reeling, unable to process such a magical inflation of debt. It was the brutal reality of the business, designed to bleed the desperate until nothing was left. Enraged by the boy's attitude, the thug threatened to tear him apart for his perceived arrogance. He confirmed that 50 million would end it, promising to destroy the contract the moment he saw cash. He asked for a phone, and the shark gestured dismissively, granting him full access. He placed a call to Director Ha, requesting the immediate delivery of 50 million to their location. The brief conversation ended with a simple confirmation. He told them to wait 15 minutes, prompting a mocking laugh from the easygoing loan shark. The shark grew curious, wondering why a stranger would pay such a massive sum for a random person. He revealed the surprising truth that they had only just met for the first time that day. He explained it was a business arrangement, making the payment a necessary investment in the man. Impressed by his poise, the shark offered the student a job within his own organization. He laughed at the mention of school, telling the boy to call him if his degree didn't pay the bills. He stared at the man, knowing these small-time crooks would soon vanish under new financial laws. He scoffed at the offer, insulting the small and pathetic nature of the shark's operation. The loan shark's face twisted in anger at the blatant disrespect from someone so young. He lectured the shark on the limits of greed, condemning his practice of stealing blood and tears. The shark admitted his love for the work before questioning if the boy was ever taught any manners. He laughed in the criminal's face, finding a lecture on ethics from a loan shark to be a total joke. Enraged, the shark ordered his men to seize the boy, deciding to teach him a physical lesson in respect. A sharp groan of pain signaled the start of the violent struggle. He noted the time, signaling that the planned intervention was finally happening. The timing was flawless, shifting the power dynamic of the room in an instant. He checked in, asking if anything was wrong as the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Confused, the thug demanded to know who had just barged into their office. He repeated the demand, threatening the newcomer for his bold and uninvited entrance. He warned the intruders to back off unless they wanted to share in the boy's beating. Desperate shouts rang out, begging for the violence to stop immediately. The thugs froze in confusion as their boss's voice trembled with sudden terror. The loan shark stammered, recognizing the powerful figure of director Ha Myung-hoon. The director asked coldly if the small-time criminal actually knew who he was dealing with. The shark bowed, acknowledging the director's legendary status as the right hand of Chairman Cheon. He scrambled to be hospitable, wondering why such a powerful figure had graced his humble office. The director ignored him, handing over the bag of cash while addressing the boy as young master. The room went silent as the shark realized the magnitude of his mistake. He realized with horror that the student was actually the grandson of the legendary Chairman Cheon. He shrugged it off as nothing special, merely settling a debt for an acquaintance. He noted that the boss seemed more interested in teaching lessons than collecting the money. Terrified, the loan shark dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy and forgiveness. He begged for his life, claiming he had made a catastrophic error in judgment by not recognizing him. He ordered his subordinates to kneel immediately, terrified of the chairman's immense power. The thugs hit the floor, shouting their apologies to the young master they had just threatened. He told the man to take his money, ending the tension of the debt collection. He instructed the shark to verify the contents of the bag to ensure it was all there. The shark confirmed the 50 million was present and prepared to return the legal documents. He handed over the paperwork with trembling hands, eager to end the encounter. He told his companion to double-check the documents to ensure everything was in order. The shark confirmed the debt was completely erased, acting as if the matter was now fully resolved. He then suggested they perform some new calculations, catching the shark completely off guard. He demanded 10 million as compensation for the mental distress caused by their earlier threats. The shark gasped in disbelief at the sudden reversal of the predatory tactics. He added fees for his time and the director's busy schedule, quickly stacking the costs. The shark cried out in desperation, realizing the boy was using his own tricks against him. He replied that he was simply settling the account using the shark's own twisted logic. An additional 15 million was added for wasting his time, bringing the total back to 50 million. He reclaimed the bag of cash, stating that the new fees had perfectly balanced the scales. The shark pleaded, claiming the boy was being far too cruel in his retaliation. He asked if his math was wrong, pointing out that he had only followed the shark's example. The lone shark was left speechless, unable to argue against his own logic. With the debt cleared and the money reclaimed, he signaled for Han Kyung-young to follow him out. He paused to give one final instruction to the director regarding the thugs. He ordered that the group be permanently banned from ever setting foot in the district again. The director bowed, accepting the command with absolute professional loyalty. The director then turned his cold gaze on the thugs, demanding to know their true employer. They confessed they worked for Chairman Suk Kang-ho, a man known for his brutal interest rates. The name was familiar, known for the most ruthless practices in the underworld. The director warned them that if the chairman found out they touched his grandson, no one would be safe. They begged for forgiveness once more, claiming total ignorance of his high-profile identity. He reminded them of the young master's decree, warning of the consequences of returning. He made a grim promise to take their feet if they ever showed their faces in the area again. He gave them a strict deadline to vanish from the district by nightfall. Once outside, he asked the man if he felt a sense of relief now that his burden was gone. Dazed and confused, the man asked who his mysterious savior truly was. He couldn't wrap his head around how a student could command such wealth and fear. He simply held up his student ID, maintaining his persona with a straight face. The man didn't buy the joke, demanding to know the truth behind the powerful connections. He wondered if the boy's family were secret kings of the underworld's financial market. He dismissed the question, stating that his background mattered less than the job at hand. The trader felt worthless, wondering what a wealthy heir could possibly want from a bankrupt man. He made his request clear, wanting the man to use his genius for stock trading once again. The trader sighed, haunted by the debts he had accrued from his previous market failures. He asked the man if he had ever considered why he had truly failed in the past. He suggested that it was a lack of capital that allowed the rigged market to crush him. The trader agreed passionately, claiming he could dominate if he only had the necessary funds. He handed over a new package, telling the man to open it and see his future. He offered the money as a starting fund, telling him not to worry about the risk of losing it. The trader gasped as he looked at the 100 million won staring back at him. He explained it was a deposit, a chance for the trader to finally showcase his true talent. He laid out his terms, which were simple but required absolute and total obedience. The condition was that the trader must follow his specific stock picks without question. The man was baffled by the blind trust being placed in a complete stranger. He questioned what would stop him from simply taking the fortune and fleeing the country. He replied with cold indifference, claiming he wouldn't care if the man chose to run. He knew that a man addicted to the markets would never stop trading, no matter where he went. The trader was stunned, realizing the boy had seen right through his internal nature. He emphasized that their pasts didn't matter as long as their current goals aligned. He was offering a lifeline, wanting nothing more than to see the man's full potential in action. He quoted the man's own words about the lack of opportunity in the country's corrupt systems. He repeated the man's wish for a fair market where common sense and rules actually applied. He promised to be the person to finally grant him that elusive opportunity. In exchange, he required the man to become his loyal hunter in the financial wilderness. With the trader under his control, he knew he would soon have the capital to challenge his rivals. He realized that financial power wasn't enough. He also needed a physical force to back him up. His thoughts turned to Busan, wondering about the status of a man named Park Dong-soo. Meanwhile, a group of shadowy figures discussed a plan to restructure their territory. They plotted to eliminate Park Dong-soo and divide his vast holdings among themselves. They noted that despite his power, Dong-soo was vulnerable due to a lack of loyal subordinates. They believed his followers would crumble the moment their leader was targeted in a swift strike. One of the conspirators asked about the plan for the aftermath of the assassination. The question of how to divide the spoils remained the biggest point of contention among them. He told them to focus on the kill first, suggesting they settle the division later. He disagreed, insisting that a clear agreement was needed before any blood was spilled. They knew that without a plan, they would only end up fighting each other for the remains. He questioned if the orders for this coup had truly come from the top of the organization. They needed a legitimate reason for the hit, or they risked starting a catastrophic internal war. He assured them the orders were legitimate and told them to prepare for the right moment. The objective was set. They would destroy Park Dong-soo and seize control of all Busan. The scene shifted to the gates of Busan prison, where a different kind of power resided. Inside, the heavy doors of the visitation room signaled the start of a somber meeting. The cold atmosphere of the detention center hung over the visitors waiting inside. He greeted his superior with respect, asking after his well-being behind bars. The imprisoned boss, Lee Se-song, looked at Dong-soo and wondered why he had returned so soon. Dong-soo asked about his health, knowing the physical toll that prison life could take. The boss joked that the structured life of prison was actually making him healthier than ever. He claimed he might live to 100, though his heart remained with his family on the outside. He thanked Dong-soo for the reports that he was taking good care of his wife and son. Dong-soo apologized, feeling a sense of guilt for enjoying his freedom while his mentor suffered. The boss told him not to worry, glad to have someone reliable watching over things in his absence. He asked for an update on the territory, hearing rumors that Dong-soo had nearly unified the city. Dong-soo remained humble, claiming he was merely keeping the seat warm for his leader's return. He promised to manage the gang's affairs with the utmost care until the boss was released. The boss revealed his plans to retire, telling Dong-soo to treat the organization as his own. An officer announced that their time was up, cutting the emotional reunion short. Dong-soo bid him farewell, though the boss told him not to waste so much time visiting. His final words were a warning for Dong-soo to stay vigilant and watch his back out there. Dong-soo shouted a final goodbye, his voice filled with lingering respect for his old mentor. His companion asked if the meeting had gone as expected as they left the prison. He noted with a heavy heart that the boss seemed to have aged significantly since his arrest. The companion remarked on the deep and obvious bond between the two men. He shared his history, revealing how the boss had stepped in after his parents abandoned him. He recalled how the boss had wept at his grandfather's funeral, honoring an old professional bond. Instead of letting him join the gang early, the boss had insisted he finish his education first. Even after graduation, the boss had offered him a fortune just to make him reconsider the life. He had returned the money, proving his loyalty was more valuable to him than any amount of cash. He remembered the boss laughing at his stubbornness, calling him a complete madman. It was a fond memory of a time when the boss had expected him to fail and run away. He felt a pang of regret, wishing they could have avoided their current troubles together. He was reminded of the student who had saved him, a mysterious figure from his past. He asked his associate if he had ever met Mu-hyuk, describing the boy as someone truly special. He announced that they were heading to meet him as he arrived in the city. He called out to Kang Mu-mu, surprised by how much the young man had grown. He joked about the milk making him tall, noting the physical change in his old acquaintance. They exchanged pleasantries, briefly catching up on their lives since their last meeting. He introduced his lawyer, Lee Sang-yoon, a man who represented the new face of the business. He explained that turning their gang into a corporation required professional legal help. He shifted the focus back to their expansion, asking how much of the city was left to conquer. Once the final district fell, he planned to hand over the management to his most reliable men. He questioned the sudden rush, wondering why the timeline had been moved up so aggressively. He explained that a power vacuum in the capital created a rare opportunity they had to seize. The conversation was interrupted by a panicked subordinate shouting that they were under attack. Reports flooded in of multiple territories being hit simultaneously by a coordinated force. An enemy spotted them, shouting for the others to focus their attack on Park Dong-soo. A rival leader stepped forward, mocking Dong-soo with a cruel and familiar greeting. Dong-soo recognized the man as Byun Sung-go, a name associated with past betrayals. The rival looked around, his eyes lighting up as he saw another familiar face in the group. He noted the presence of the boy from their previous encounter, feeling his luck had improved. He relished the opportunity to settle all his scores in a single violent afternoon. Dong-soo's companion was baffled, wondering how a rebellion could happen in a city he controlled. Dong-soo demanded to know who had given a coward like Sung-go the courage to strike. He claimed it was his own doing, suggesting Dong-soo's leadership was the cause of his downfall. The other attackers echoed the sentiment, showing a unified front against their former ally. They offered a half-hearted apology, asking him to understand that this was just business. He realized his mistake had been showing mercy to the very people who now sought his life. They argued that they needed to survive, refusing to live on the scraps he threw their way. He was stunned by the betrayal, seeing his past kindness repaid with cold steel. His lawyer informed him that backup was on the way but would take 10 minutes to arrive. The enemies grew impatient, calling for an immediate end to the standoff. He asked the old man if he needed help, offering his services in the middle of the chaos. Dong-soo was confused by the offer, not realizing the full extent of his companion's skills. He stood his ground, proudly declaring his identity as a member of the legendary Tae-san gang. He was amazed as the lawyer expertly wielded a blade, far exceeding the skills of a desk worker. The lawyer joked that he wouldn't have been hired if he was only good at writing on paper. He asked if these combat services would cost him extra, and the lawyer didn't say no. The rival leader lost his temper, ordering his men to swarm and finish them off. He suggested they focus on the fight first and save the conversation for when the dust settled. A subordinate cried out as the melee intensified, the sound of clashing weapons filling the air. The rival leader screamed Dong-soo's name, fueled by a deep and burning hatred. He vowed to kill him, claiming the public humiliation he suffered was an unforgivable sin. In his mind, every failure he had ever endured was entirely Dong-soo's fault. He checked on his companion, ensuring they were still standing amidst the carnage. He felt a sense of shame for being pushed into such a desperate corner by these traitors. He focused his rage on the man responsible, determined to end the threat once and for all. He lunged forward, deciding to take out the leader of the rebellion first. The rival lashed out again, blaming the boy for everything that had gone wrong in his life. He let out a final, murderous scream as he aimed a killing blow. A sharp cry of pain echoed as the attack was countered with brutal efficiency. Gasping for breath, the defeated rival questioned if they really thought they would survive this. He made a dying vow to haunt them and find them no matter where they tried to hide. He sighed as the man finally collapsed, the immediate threat neutralized for now. He looked down at the fallen enemy, barely remembering who the man even was. His loyal men finally arrived, shouting for their leader as they swarmed the area. They checked on his condition, worried by the blood and chaos of the scene. He ordered his reinforcements to crush the remaining punks who had dared to attack them. He noted that all the key players in the rebellion seemed to have gathered in one place. He looked at his former brothers, asking why they had chosen such a path of betrayal. He reminded them that he had given them control of territories so they could provide for their families. He was heartbroken that despite their history, they had chosen to stab him in the back. He demanded a reason, wanting to know who had manipulated them into this madness. One of the men stammered out a weak apology, unable to look his former leader in the eye. He pushed for the truth, needing to know the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. He singled out Byun-sungo, ordering him to speak first. The man remained defiant, cursing him even as he lay defeated on the ground. He called out to another associate, hoping for a shred of honesty from him. The associate told him he brought this on himself, warning him not to place the blame elsewhere. A sudden plea for mercy cut through the tension as the situation grew more dire. He screamed in agony as the consequences of his betrayal finally caught up to him. He asked once more who had ordered the hit, his patience finally reaching its limit. The man gave a vulgar response, laughing at the chaos even as he suffered. He warned the traitor that he would spend the rest of his life regretting his choices from a wheelchair. The traitor shouted a final warning, telling him to wait for the inevitable fallout. A shocking name was finally revealed, sending ripples of disbelief through the air. They claimed that Lee Se-song himself had ordered the hit on his own protege. He was horrified, unable to believe his mentor would ever stir up such a betrayal. He questioned why his older brother, the man who raised him, would ever want him dead. The men insisted it was the truth, claiming the orders came directly from the imprisoned boss. They revealed that the boss had met with them personally to set the plan in motion. The boss had become suspicious of Dong-soo's success, believing he had sold them out to the police. As the wounded were cleared away, the atmosphere remained thick with the stench of betrayal. He turned to his companion, still struggling to believe his father figure had turned against him. He was lost in confusion, knowing he had done everything possible to support the boss's family. He agonized over his supposed mistakes, unable to find any reason for such a cruel rejection. He realized that the man was blinded by a loyalty that was no longer being returned. In another life, he knew the boss had framed and killed Dong-soo to save his own skin. He warned that the intentions didn't matter as much as the threat the boss now posed. He insisted that if they didn't deal with the root of the problem, the cycle would only repeat. He pointed out that Dong-soo's gentle nature had actually encouraged his enemies to act. He advised him to purge the traitors and gather only those with absolute, unwavering loyalty. He suggested they begin organizing their move to the capital to start fresh. He barked at him to watch his tongue, still defending the man he considered a father. He compared the situation to a tragic history, mocking the idea of a father ordering his child's death. He challenged his outdated sense of romanticism, telling him the era of gangster honor was dead. He urged him to wake up and see the reality that he had been discarded by his mentor. The tension between them peaked as he shouted in frustration at the cold truth. His associate stepped in, urging him to listen to the reason being presented. He made a final demand for Dong-soo to deal with the threat of Lee Se-song once and for all. He threatened to end their partnership if the man couldn't make the necessary hard choices. He told the boy to sit down, worried about the direction the conversation was heading. He addressed him calmly, using a term of respect while maintaining his dominant stance. He asked if he still looked like the naive student the man had met years ago on a rooftop. He emphasized that their shared destiny was at stake and he had no room for hesitation. He set a hard deadline for October, warning that failure to secure the city would be their end. He sighed, feeling the weight of the embarrassment and the harsh reality of his situation. He realized that the young man before him possessed a depth of experience far beyond his years. He laughed, noting that the boy's intensity was exactly what he had expected. He admitted that pure strength and loyalty were no longer enough to survive in the modern world. He acknowledged that money was the true engine of their world and asked for his final decision. He finally resolved to sweep away the remnants of his past and the corruption in his wake. With a clear mind, he prepared to leave the city behind and take his place in the capital. The manager shouted that the checkout time had passed 4 hours ago, demanding they vacate the room immediately. He ordered the door to be opened at once. He grumbled in frustration about the terrible parking job blocking the way. He was annoyed that the driver hadn't even bothered to leave a contact number. Kim-gun was told to fetch some ice from the freezer right away. A sudden groan of pain escaped his lips as he struggled. Ah, ah, ah. He urgently pointed out a spot for the others to check. Ah. He cursed Dong-soo, realizing that breaking his leg wasn't enough for the traitor who was now trying to end his life. Fueled by rage, he swore he wouldn't let the betrayal slide and vowed to survive for the sake of revenge. A startled gasp left him as he faced the unexpected. Busan Prison publishing a law and order of respect for humanity. Lee Sang-yoon introduced himself as the lawyer representing President Park Dong-soo. Startled, the man asked if something had happened to cause a lawyer to visit. The lawyer explained that Dong-soo had been targeted in an attack orchestrated by his former gang members. He was shocked to hear that anyone would dare to strike at Dong-soo. The attorney offered reassurance, stating that the president was currently safe. Relief washed over him upon hearing that his associate was out of danger. However, the lawyer dropped a bombshell, revealing that the attackers claimed Lee Se-song had ordered the hit. Se-song erupted in anger, calling the accusation total nonsense and a blatant frame job. He scoffed at the idea of ordering a hit on Dong-soo, questioning if his old friend actually believed such lies. Incensed, he demanded that Dong-soo come and face him personally if he truly doubted his loyalty. The lawyer requested that he listen to a recorded message instead. Through the recording, Dong-soo apologized for not visiting in person and chose to speak through his legal counsel. Dong-soo admitted that it was only natural to have doubts after he had managed to escape safely while others fell. He explained that he had been working hard to ensure Se-song could live in comfort once his prison sentence ended. He mentioned the recent attempt on his life. Although the attackers blamed Tae-san, Dong-soo claimed he initially refused to believe his mentor would betray him. Yet, he confessed that a small seed of doubt had managed to take root in his heart regardless. He promised to personally look after Tae-san's wife and family from now on. So, he coldly requested that Tae-san leave the stage for good. He explained that Tae-san's continued existence only fueled the darkness within him, leading to inevitable bloodshed. He warned that refusal would only make things harder for everyone and urged him to make the final choice. Stunned, Tae-san asked for confirmation that those were truly Dong-soo's words. The lawyer confirmed that the message was exactly as he heard. He repeated the name in disbelief, processing the weight of the betrayal. He wondered what Dong-soo planned to do after seizing control of Busan, noting that maintaining order would be a heavy burden. The lawyer revealed plans to expand into Seoul once the situation in Busan was stabilized under loyal subordinates. He was surprised to hear that Dong-soo had developed such massive ambitions for the capital. A bitter laughter filled the room. He remarked with a mix of pride and irony that his former protégé had truly become a powerful boss. He told the lawyer to convey his apologies to Dong-soo. He asked for his family to be cared for as he accepted his fate. A subordinate addressed the president with grave news. It was reported that Tae-san had passed away the previous day. Houndy. The men spotted their target arriving at the scene. They insulted him for wanting to take over the territory after being the cause of their leader's death. He dismissed their taunts, telling the elders to stop talking and start fighting. Enraged, they threatened to kill the man they viewed as an ungrateful dog who turned on his owner. A subordinate reported that the operation to take over the area was successfully completed. The president acknowledged the report, praising the team for their hard work. Phew, he called out to his lawyer, Sang-gyun. He wondered if his current status would finally make him worthy in Mu-hyuk's eyes. He asked Mu-hyuk if he had anticipated the government's recent unusual movements. He noted the mysterious disappearance of numerous high-ranking economic officials who were supposedly on leave or business trips. It was clear they were working on something covert, as even his insider at the Blue House was kept in the dark. Mu-hyuk realized that the implementation of the real-name financial system was finally beginning. He noted that major corporations were likely already sensing the shift in the air after the officials went into hiding. He surmised that the government must be preparing the new system under maximum security. His grandfather agreed, noting that such secrecy could only be for a policy as major as the real-name system. Mu-hyuk predicted that based on the president's personality, the enforcement would happen by August at the latest. His grandfather was shocked, thinking a one-month timeline was far too early for such a change. Mu-hyuk explained that the element of surprise was the most crucial part of the system's success. His grandfather remained skeptical, believing it would be too difficult to pass such a promise through the assembly so quickly. Mu-hyuk countered that by the time the announcement hit in mid-August, the suddenness would catch everyone off guard. He explained that the law would likely pass almost instantly with unanimous support before anyone could react. His grandfather suggested they should begin preparing by sorting out their anonymous and borrowed name accounts. The director reported that while anonymous accounts were nearly handled, the sheer scale of borrowed name accounts would take more time. Mu-hyuk realized he couldn't push further, noting that saving the anonymous funds would still prevent a massive historical loss. His grandfather confirmed he had sent a massive sum to America as advised, letting Mu-hyuk handle the laundering through Director Ha. Mu-hyuk expressed his gratitude for his grandfather's trust. His grandfather reminded him not to forget their plans to meet influential figures today. He emphasized that understanding the mindset of corporate leaders was essential for dealing with them in the future. He encouraged Mu-hyuk to learn from a man who represented the living history of the country's conglomerates. He instructed Director Ha to prepare to send an associate to America and transfer the funds to him by the end of the year. The director questioned if the associate could be trusted with such an enormous sum of money. The grandfather explained his plan to hold the majority of shares in a new investment firm while compensating the associate well. Director Ha accepted the order, promising to execute the transfer when signaled. Mu-hyuk questioned the director about his background and true identity. He noted the director's incredible versatility in handling everything from finances to secret errands with perfection. He even suspected the director's involvement in a recent disappearance in the city. The director simply stated that his only duty was absolute obedience to the chairman's commands. Mu-hyuk reflected on the concept of absolute loyalty. He asked the director if he would follow even an unreasonable order that could lead to his own death. For example, something that could kill you. Without hesitation, the director confirmed he would obey any order given by the chairman. Mu-hyuk then asked if the director would go as far as to kill him if ordered to do so. After a pause, the director maintained his stance of absolute obedience to the chairman's will. Mu-hyuk recognized this unwavering loyalty from his past life, remembering how the man vanished after the chairman's death. Mu-hyuk asked for a specific favor from the director. He requested an introduction to someone with the same level of absolute loyalty and reliability. He sought someone he could trust completely to follow any order without question. The director agreed to the request. Mu-hyuk thanked Chairman Song Young-ju for granting him an audience. The top-ranking corporate leader admitted he was curious about the brilliant grandson the chairman had been boasting about. He confessed he only agreed to the meeting out of respect for Mu-hyuk's grandfather but doubted he had much more to teach. Mu-hyuk insisted that learning from the man's life story would be invaluable given his status as a living legend of the economy. The elder laughed off the praise, though he seemed flattered by the young man's words. He admitted that the only person he truly respected was Mu-hyuk's own grandfather. He recalled a rare moment in the 70s when the seemingly invincible chairman had actually struggled due to a government freeze on loans. Mu-hyuk showed his knowledge of the event, noting how the underground economy was devastated by the sudden policy. The elder explained that the policy forced lenders to disclose their fund sources, a move only possible under a military regime. He noted that current conglomerates were built on the massive profits gained from not having to pay back those private debts. He admitted that back then, they were small businesses relying heavily on private lenders and collateral to survive. The government's intervention wiped out their debts instantly, leading to the collapse of many loan sharks while the businesses flourished. He then asked if Mu-hyuk knew the secret to how his grandfather survived that crisis unscathed. Mu-hyuk listened intently as the story unfolded. "Oh, President Cheon, what are you doing?" In a flashback, the grandfather was shown aggressively demanding his money back from those who tried to use the new law to dodge him. He threatened to burn down factories and harm families if his loans weren't repaid immediately. He would seize revenue or make debtors suffer until the debt was effectively compensated, regardless of the law. His brutal methods ensured that companies prioritized paying him over others out of pure fear. This ruthless approach allowed him to eliminate competition and eventually dominate the entire loan market. The elder pointed out that any crisis could become a great opportunity depending on how one handled it. He then asked for Mu-hyuk's thoughts on the upcoming real-name financial system. Mu-hyuk acknowledged it was an inevitable step for the country's financial maturity. The elder argued that now was not the time, claiming that national growth sometimes required money tainted by filth or blood. He predicted massive chaos if enforced and doubted even the current president could pull it off without consequence. Mu-hyuk shifted the conversation, asking what would happen if the country faced a total bankruptcy. South Korea goes bankrupt? The elder was taken aback by the suggestion of a national collapse. Mu-hyuk clarified it was a hypothesis, hinting that such an event might not be far off. The elder realized Mu-hyuk was looking for an opportunity to profit from such a potential disaster. Mu-hyuk confirmed that while some would suffer, he saw it as a massive chance for others to gain. The elder doubted a collapse would happen but agreed that one must seize any opportunity that arises. It's obvious that you have to grab that opportunity. He noted that the economy is a zero-sum game where one person's loss is another's gain, making equal benefit impossible. Mu-hyuk felt a sense of clarity after hearing the chairman's cold but practical perspective on wealth. The elder wondered why Mu-hyuk was so concerned about a national bankruptcy that hadn't been considered before. Mu-hyuk explained that since it happens in other nations, it was wise to prepare for the possibility in their own country. The elder praised his foresight, noting that thinking ahead was the key to making money and being like his grandfather. However, he warned the young man not to let greed cloud his judgment. He compared the economy to a living creature that could turn into a monster and consume the greedy if they aren't careful. Yeouido, South Korea's mecca of finance, be it 10 years or 20 years. This fact has not changed. He complained about the sweltering heat while looking around the financial district. A man called out to Mu-hyuk, confirming his arrival at the office. The associate thanked Mu-hyuk for the great office in view, claiming it made his work much more enjoyable. Mu-hyuk asked how he was finding his return to stock trading after so long. The man excitedly shared how he had spotted a promising stock and went all in just before the market closed. He boasted about how the stock hit its limit the moment the market opened the next day. He celebrated making 20 million won in a single day, a stark contrast to his recent struggles with illegal lenders. Mu-hyuk asked for the current balance of his stock account. He then ordered him to sell every single stock starting next week and finish by August 12th at the latest. The associate was baffled, arguing that the market was in a bull phase and it was the perfect time to hold. Mu-hyuk reminded him of their initial agreement to follow his instructions to sell without question. The man admitted he remembered but felt it was a shame to let go of such profitable positions. Mu-hyuk proposed a bet to settle the disagreement. He wagered that the market would crash after the deadline. If it stayed up or stable, the associate would win. The man noted that the predicted crash was only 2 weeks away. Mu-hyuk challenged his courage, and the man accepted the bet, asking what was at stake. Mu-hyuk offered to give him the entire balance of his account if the crash didn't happen. In return, if Mu-hyuk won, the man had to follow all future trading decisions without a single doubt. The associate agreed, thinking he had nothing to lose from the deal. Mu-hyuk secretly mused that the man would soon see just how much was truly on the line. Mu-hyuk then brought up the fact that the man was a U.S. citizen. He revealed that his citizenship was one of the main reasons he was chosen for this role. He detailed the man's personal history, from his childhood immigration to his return to Korea, proving he had done his research. The man was terrified by the depth of information a loan shark could gather on a person. Mu-hyuk jokingly revealed that he had simply read all about it in the man's future autobiography. He instructed him to return to the U.S. and establish an investment company with a few hand-picked partners. The man realized Mu-hyuk wanted to make it appear as though the capital was coming from an overseas source. The plan was to build a foundation in the U.S. before eventually opening a branch back in Korea years later. Though confused by the grand scheme, the man decided to go along with Mu-hyuk's plan. Mu-hyuk informed him that 400 billion won would be deposited into the new company's account. The man nearly choked, unable to fathom the scale of the wealth he was being asked to manage. Mu-hyuk told him to invest in specific targets he would choose while managing the rest of the funds independently. He predicted a boom in the U.S. market, assuring him that they wouldn't lose money unless it was intentional. The man asked if the massive sum was sourced from Mu-hyuk's maternal grandfather. Mu-hyuk assured him the money was clean and taxed, urging him to focus on the overall trends until his return. The man struggled to grasp the value of such a fortune, comparing it to the trivial price of a can of coffee. Mu-hyuk told him not to be afraid, predicting that in a few years, even that amount would seem like pocket change. August 12, 8 p.m. On the evening of August 12, the president made a sudden national announcement regarding a new economic order. The move was completely unexpected by the public and the financial world. The real-name financial system was officially implemented, mandating that all future transactions be done under true identities. An official panicked, wondering why the chief of economic affairs hadn't warned them about the betrayal. He was furious that such a massive policy could be kept secret from their high-level plants. It turned out the insiders only found out through the broadcast, and other key contacts were now unreachable. He urgently asked how many of their accounts had been successfully cleared before the announcement. The director reported that while anonymous accounts were safe, 500 billion won remained tied up in borrowed name accounts. The official ordered an immediate mobilization to collect all documentation and settle the accounts at the bank before it was too late. He planned to personally contact bank managers to ensure everything was handled by the following day. He warned that any delay would give the debtors too much time to think for themselves. Yes, sir. His grandfather asked Mu-hyuk how he could have possibly known about the sudden government move. Mu-hyuk claimed it wasn't a certainty but rather a calculated prediction based on current events. He explained that he formulated the guess by studying the president's personality and past campaign promises. His grandfather remarked that it felt less like a guess and more like Mu-hyuk had certain knowledge of the timeline. Mu-hyuk played it off, saying anyone could have guessed it since it was a primary election pledge. He noted that others failed to prepare because they were stuck in the belief that the government would never actually act. Hahana. His grandfather wondered if Mu-hyuk possessed a vision that he himself lacked. Mu-hyuk explained that the president used the element of surprise to bypass the expectations of the privileged classes. His grandfather agreed, noting that everyone ignored the signs because they were fundamentally afraid of such a massive change. He admitted that the speed of the implementation was still shocking even to him. He praised Mu-hyuk for reading the world's flow correctly and stopped questioning his humility. He asked for Mu-hyuk's vision of the immediate future following the announcement. Mu-hyuk predicted extreme chaos, a stock market crash, and a bank run as citizens and corporations rushed to withdraw cash. He foresaw a massive outflow of capital as conglomerates tried to move their secret funds overseas. His grandfather admitted he would have done the same if given the chance. However, Mu-hyuk believed the chaos would be short-lived. He predicted that transparency would eventually build stronger market confidence, leading to an even bigger boom once the dust settled. His grandfather then made the shocking decision to transfer all of his personal stock holdings to Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk was stunned by the massive and unexpected inheritance. The chairman expressed his trust in Mu-hyuk's management, giving him full authority to sell or hold the assets as he saw fit. He described the transfer as his final gift while still alive. Mu-hyuk realized the weight of the gift, knowing his grandfather had held onto these shares until his very end in the previous life. The portfolio included shares in almost every major conglomerate in the nation. Many of these stocks were at the core of the country's complex corporate structures, holding value beyond simple money. He realized that the fate of the nation's biggest companies was now resting in his hands. The head of a major group was in a rage, demanding answers from his secretary about why the new system was implemented. The secretary apologized, admitting they never expected such a bold and sudden move from the president. The leader fumed over the lack of intelligence from their insiders, wondering why they were left in the dark. He threatened his secretary with retirement or worse, if the situation wasn't resolved immediately. I am sorry, sir, that I have no excuse. He then asked about the status of their secret slush funds. It was reported that 300 billion won was at risk of being completely frozen. While some accounts could be traced, the anonymous ones were now effectively unreachable. He ordered his staff to retrieve whatever they could while searching for a way to save the rest. Meanwhile, think of a way to find the rest too. You understood. They realized the president had successfully blindsided the entire corporate world. However, the secretary mentioned rumors that another chairman had been cleaning up his accounts for months. The group leader realized his rival must have known the truth and kept it to himself. What the hell? So he knew it all along? He cursed the man for stabbing him in the back by not sharing the information. How dare he? Cheon Suman, you dare stab me in the back? Huh? Mu-hyuk's associate finally understood why he had been told to sell all their stocks. Then, is this why you told me to sell all the stocks? He anticipated that the following day's market would be a sight to behold and asked how Mu-hyuk knew the exact date. Mu-hyuk simply called it a hunch. The associate found it hard to believe a simple hunch could be so precise, wondering if it was a secret of the trade. Mu-hyuk recalled how his grandfather had lost trillions in his previous life, a memory he could never forget. The associate mused that the people with the right information always profit while the small players get crushed. Mu-hyuk pointed out that he had won the bet and now expected total obedience in their trading strategy. The man grumbled about losing out on the potential 50 million but accepted the terms. Mu-hyuk told him to open a new bank account in his own name the next day. He revealed his plan to deposit 10 billion won into that new account. The man was shocked by the casual mention of such a massive sum while he was trying to enjoy a drink. Mu-hyuk explained that the stock market would begin a massive crash starting tomorrow. He instructed him to buy up all the plummeting shares of a specific group's affiliates while the prices were at their lowest. He emphasized focusing solely on that one group's stocks, ignoring everything else in the market. The man questioned the logic of buying during a crash and why they were targeting only one company. He quickly remembered the no-asking rule and stopped himself. Mu-hyuk predicted the panic would subside in a few days, sending prices back up. He urged him to spend every cent they had before the market recovered. The associate enthusiastically agreed to secure as many shares as possible. Mu-hyuk planned to use this opportunity to gather weapons for his eventual fight against his uncle. The day after the real name financial system was implemented. Digital lounge. A crowd gathered outside a bank, shouting for them to open the doors immediately. People fought for their places in line, claiming seniority and VIP status in a desperate bid to withdraw their money. The banks were paralyzed by the sheer volume of people rushing in the moment the doors finally opened. However, the truly powerful players had already secured their funds long before the public even arrived.
Plus.
The stock market opened to a bloodbath, with over 1,000 stocks hitting their lower limits and leaving the country in shambles. Mu-hyuk prepared to turn this national crisis into his greatest personal opportunity. The associate returned from the financial district, describing it as a total war zone. He feared for his life in the crush of the crowd as people panicked over the market opening. He reported that even the biggest corporations saw their stock values plummet in the utter chaos. Mu-hyuk asked if he had successfully purchased the shares as planned. The man confirmed he spent the 10 billion, noting he was the only buyer in a sea of sellers, though it barely moved the needle. Mu-hyuk was pleased and promised to send another 10 billion for him to keep buying in the afternoon. The associate marveled at how Mu-hyuk talked about billions as if they were nothing. Mu-hyuk asked if he was starting to lose interest in the game. The man insisted he was having the time of his life playing with such massive sums of money. Mu-hyuk then told him it would soon be time for him to leave for the United States. He explained that since he couldn't go often, he needed a trusted person to establish their base there. The man asked for his specific duties in the U.S. Mu-hyuk detailed the plan to set up a private investment firm funded entirely by his own capital. He would identify the targets from Korea while the associate handled the groundwork and initial setup. He offered the man a 5% share in the company as compensation for his hard work. The man was stunned by the generous offer, though he wondered if they would truly succeed in such a grand plan. Mu-hyuk assured him of their success, promising a future of luxury and private jets. What? Private jet? The man was overjoyed at the prospect of such a wealthy lifestyle. Mu-hyuk. What is it? He vowed to follow Mu-hyuk to the very end, pleading never to be abandoned. Mu-hyuk promised to stick by him as long as there was no betrayal or giving up. The associate asked if he could be the one to choose the name for their new company. Mu-hyuk granted him the privilege. Yes. He decided to call the firm Dream High Investment, aiming for the highest possible goals. The initial panic of the real name system subsided quicker than many expected, and the market began to recover. However, the private loan market remained frozen, leaving many illegal lenders in a desperate situation. The top bosses of the underground economy were also feeling the heat. Fucking hell. One boss erupted in anger when he realized he couldn't withdraw money despite having the bank books. It was explained that without proof of identity, all anonymous and borrowed name accounts were effectively locked. He ordered his men to find the people whose names they used and use any means necessary to get the money back. He found it suspicious that the chairman had moved his funds into real name accounts months prior to the announcement. He regretted not following suit, lamenting that all his hidden wealth was now potentially lost. He despaired over losing the money he had spent his life saving for his family. An associate informed the boss that another president was on the line for him. Yes, President No In-seok. To what do I owe the pleasure? He was shocked by whatever news he received over the phone. Mu-hyuk arrived and greeted the gathered bosses, noting it had been a while since they last met. He casually told them to sit down, remarking on the awkwardness of the situation. He realized they were terrified of him after hearing what happened to their former associate. He acknowledged that they must be struggling with the new financial regulations. One boss claimed they were fine thanks to the chairman's management, though he was clearly lying. Mu-hyuk knew their personal hidden funds were gone and saw through their attempt to save face. He explained that he came alone to have a serious and candid discussion with them. He laid out a choice. They could follow him or his uncle, Cheon Suman. What do you mean? He explained that the loan market was about to undergo a massive permanent change. He hinted that the chairman was looking to pass on the business, and that his uncle wasn't the only candidate for succession. He repeated the question, asking which side they would choose to join. One boss asked what they would stand to gain by choosing to follow him. President No Inseok, you seem to be misunderstanding something. Mu-hyuk clarified that his rise to power wasn't dependent on their choice alone. He told them he was offering them an opportunity, not negotiating a deal. One loyalist stated he would simply follow whoever the chairman officially chose as his successor. Mu-hyuk respected the man's loyalty, realizing he wouldn't be swayed easily. The loyalist took his leave, showing respect but maintaining his stance. Mu-hyuk then turned to the remaining two, suggesting they could also wait for the chairman's decision. They argued that their deep experience in the market made them essential for any successor's success. It won't be easy succeeding the chairman without our support. They believed that even the chairman couldn't afford to look down on their influence in the district. Mu-hyuk realized they were trying to team up against him and decided to use it to his advantage. He called out to the two bosses by name. He warned them that opposing him would lead to a far worse fate than just losing a hand. He asked what they truly expected to gain from siding with his uncle. He questioned if his uncle would ever actually follow through on any promises of shares or independence. One boss admitted that the uncle was a greedy man who was unlikely to share his wealth. He's a self-centered, greedy man. Mu-hyuk then made them a concrete promise. He planned to move the business from the shadows into the light and offered them a central role in his plan. Up from the underground? He explained that high-interest illegal lending wouldn't last and that he intended to run a legitimate, legal loan company. They were skeptical, fearing that legal oversight would ruin their business model. Mu-hyuk challenged them to stop living with the stigma of being shady loan sharks. They wondered if such a transformation was truly possible. Mu-hyuk understood their doubt, given the lawless history of the market they had always known. He saw the current economic shift as the perfect chance to bring the family business above ground. He asked for 5 years to turn them into legitimate and proud businessmen. If you follow me, he promised they would no longer be seen as criminals, but as respected figures in the industry. One boss decided to pledge his loyalty to Mu-hyuk right then and there.
Oi, Mu-hyuk.
He thought of his young daughter and his desire for her to be proud of her father's profession. He decided that being a company president was far better than being a loan shark. Mu-hyuk then asked the last remaining boss for his decision. The man chose to remain in his old ways, refusing to change. Mu-hyuk accepted the choice but gave a final warning. He told him he didn't mind if he talked to his uncle, but any active opposition would end his comfort. He decided he would handle the dissenters according to his original, more ruthless plan. Having neutralized 3 of his uncle's key supporters, he prepared for his next move. He set his sights on further dismantling his uncle's power base. One brother asked the other if he had seen the bosses from the loan district lately. He noted that the bosses had been avoiding him and rejecting his invitations for drinks. He mentioned the news that their father had given Mu-hyuk authority over the boss's finances. The brother was outraged that such a young man was given control over so much money. He questioned his father's judgment in trusting a 20-year-old with the family assets. He feared that their father was seriously considering making Mu-hyuk the official successor. The other brother tried to dismiss the idea, thinking their father wouldn't bypass his own sons for a grandson. They reassured themselves of their status as legitimate heirs, dismissing Mu-hyuk as an outsider. The elder brother reminded the younger that they shared the same mother and were in this together. He promised that once he inherited the assets, he would never abandon his brother. He emphasized the need for absolute trust and transparency between them. The younger brother pledged his total trust in his sibling. "Yeah. We brothers gotta trust and help each other." Suddenly, officials arrived and called out for Cheon Soo-han. They announced he was under arrest for bribery and corruption related to slot machine licensing. He struggled as they took him away, but the officials told him to save his talk for the prosecutor.
Ashyonim.
His brother was stunned by the sudden arrest. The chairman asked why his son had been arrested and what he had done. It was explained that he got caught up in a bribery scandal while helping his father-in-law, a powerful congressman. The chairman was confused why anyone would target such an influential figure over something like slot machines. He wondered if the president was personally behind the move. It appeared to be the work of a rogue prosecutor who was ignoring his superiors to target the corruption. The slot machine case. The case was a massive scandal involving politicians, gangsters, and loan sharks that had ruined many careers. Mu-hyuk remembered that in his past life, his uncle had escaped punishment through his father's influence. He resolved that this time, his uncle would not be so lucky. The chairman was furious that their insiders hadn't alerted them to the danger sooner. He learned that the president was only informed after the news had already leaked to the media. He realized that a prison sentence for his son was now likely unavoidable. He asked if money could still solve the problem. His advisor warned that trying to force a release would be too risky and could upset the current administration. He asked Mu-hyuk if he had any ideas on how to save his uncle. Mu-hyuk pointed out that the current head of the local prosecutor's office was an old acquaintance. The chairman remembered the prosecutor who had handled Mu-hyuk's previous case. Mu-hyuk suggested that the prosecutor needed to maintain control of the case to offer any hope of protection. He warned that if the case moved to a higher level, the president would surely use it to purge corruption. He proposed waiting for the president's power to wane before seeking a special pardon for his uncle. The chairman cursed his son for being an incompetent fool who had ruined himself. He regretted his son's marriage into a political family, viewing politicians as untrustworthy business partners. Director Yes. Chairman? He ordered the director to tell the prosecutor to be ruthless with everyone involved in the case. He demanded actual prison sentences for all the co-conspirators, including the in-laws. He wanted to use his wealth to make sure that anyone who messed with his family suffered more than his own son. The prosecutor acted quickly on the chairman's message, summoning and investigating all involved officials. While some surrendered quietly, others shouted about political conspiracies to the waiting media. Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. In the interrogation room, the prosecutor urged Cheon Soo-han to confess since others had already turned on him. He detailed the billions in bribes given to politicians for the licensing deals. Soo-han refused to speak until his lawyer arrived. There he is. A man entered the room and greeted the prosecutor as an old friend. The prosecutor welcomed his senior and agreed to give him some time alone with his client. The man informed Soo-han that he was there on the chairman's direct orders. Soo-han was relieved, thinking he was about to be released. The man asked the prosecutor for a moment of privacy with his client. "Should I get one for you too?" He promised to treat the prosecutor to a gathering soon as a thank you for the professional courtesy. "I'll be back in 10 minutes then. All right. Thanks." The man then told Soo-han that preventing his arrest would be impossible. He delivered a message from the chairman, telling him to reflect on his actions while waiting for a future pardon. Soo-han was in disbelief that his father would actually say such a thing to him. He accused the man of lying, but the messenger stood firm. He revealed that an agreement had been reached with the government, but it didn't include his father-in-law. "What about my father-in-law?" He explained that the chairman was so angry he wanted everyone else involved to be completely ruined. He told Soo-han that the current investigation was just a formality before a 3-year sentence. He added that the media would label it as the Cheon Soo-han slot machine case. Soo-han was horrified to hear his name would be the one tied to the scandal. The man assured him his name would eventually be forgotten, but the sentence was still necessary. He reminded Soo-han that the chairman had to make massive concessions to the government because of his mistakes. Cheon Soo-han's slot machine case, main culprit Cheon Soo-han arrested. Soo-han realized he had been betrayed and cursed the person who had orchestrated his downfall. Hyung shouted out to his brother, noticing the harsh reality of prison life and the terrible quality of the food. The younger brother complained bitterly about the stench of the meals and the claustrophobic confines of his solitary cell. However, he noted that money still buys comfort behind bars, as bribing guards secured him cigarettes and warm water. The elder brother questioned what he was possibly thinking by taking such a reckless risk. He demanded to know why the slot machine scheme with his father-in-law was kept a complete secret from him. With his name branded as a criminal in every headline, he was accused of planning to hoard the profits and betray his own kin. Terrified, the younger man stammered a denial, insisting that betrayal was never his intention. He explained that his father-in-law insisted family should handle the money, leaving him with no choice but to obey. He claimed he was sworn to absolute secrecy to prevent any potential fallout from reaching his brother. The elder brother remained skeptical, pushing for the truth while the younger man desperately maintained his innocence. He was stunned that a 10 billion won deal involving a high-ranking official was carried out without a single word to him. The younger man defended his actions as a matter of survival, feeling forced to walk on eggshells around his powerful father-in-law. He lamented the unfairness of his situation, now even having to worry about the future of his nephew. Feeling abandoned by his father and treated like a traitor by his brother, he felt completely isolated in his misery. He cried out in frustration, feeling like a target for everyone else's problems and mistreatment. The elder brother told him to toughen up and stop crying, noting how easily he still broke down despite being an adult. He called out to Soo-han to get his attention for a serious talk. He urged that they shouldn't let money tear them apart like other wealthy families, stressing the importance of brotherhood. He reminded him that trust is the foundation of their bond and that secrets have no place between them. The younger brother quickly agreed, claiming he had absolutely nothing else to hide. Promised frequent visits, the elder brother advised him to prioritize his health while incarcerated. Soo-han expressed his gratitude for the visit as his brother prepared to leave. Once alone, the elder brother grew suspicious, sensing that his once obedient sibling was now trying to build his own secret fortune. Meanwhile, the younger brother worried if he was merely a tool to be used and eventually discarded. He realized he needed to secure his own future and find an independent way out of the mess. The narrative shifts back to events occurring 1 month prior. Congratulations were exchanged for a recent promotion, credited to influential connections and the chairman's favor. After a prosecutor disguised gang-related deaths as accidents, he was rewarded with a high-ranking position in Seoul. The prosecutor wondered why a meeting was requested, offering to buy a drink in celebration. The conversation turned toward the illicit world of slot machines and the corruption surrounding them. He questioned if information regarding high-profile political scandals had come from the chairman's elite network. The focus of the investigation was revealed to be a top power player in the ruling party. The prosecutor repeated the influential assemblyman's name, realizing the weight of the target. He noted the immense difficulty of the task, given the politician's lasting influence from the previous administration. It was acknowledged that any investigator would face massive pressure and bribery attempts from the elite. A firm request was made for the prosecutor to dig deep and investigate the case thoroughly. The prosecutor was taken aback, realizing he was being asked to lead the charge. He warned that if the case gained traction, higher-level bureaus would likely try to seize control. He was instructed to maintain control of the case at all costs to prevent the culprits from escaping justice. It was revealed that the assemblyman's scheme also directly involved the younger uncle, Cheon Soo-han. The prosecutor confirmed the family connection, identifying the target as the man's own relative. He predicted a massive wave of investigations once the president was informed, despite the family's attempts to protect Soo-han. The strategy of the opposition was anticipated to be a forced transfer of the case to a more lenient office. The prosecutor was tasked with blocking all external interference, while the family pressure would be handled internally. He realized he was being asked to gamble his entire career on the imprisonment of a powerful family member. A promise was made that full responsibility would be taken if the operation ended in failure. However, success would guarantee a path to becoming the next prosecutor general. It was framed as an opportunity to become a legendary figure in the history of the prosecution. He questioned if the chairman could truly be persuaded to allow such an investigation. It was explained that even a wealthy chairman couldn't openly clash with the ruling party during a war on corruption. The prosecutor worried that defying the president's office could cost him everything for no gain. A strategic suggestion was made to leak the details of the corruption case to the media. By framing it as a fight against political pressure, public support could be used as a shield. He planned to position himself as a leader in the president's declared war against national corruption. It was argued that the president would favor a prosecutor who publicly championed his own anti-corruption agenda. Motivated by the prospect of reaching the top of his field, the prosecutor decided to take the bold risk. Gratitude was expressed for his courageous decision to move forward with the plan. He wondered if this high-stakes investigation was the true nature of the favor he had promised to fulfill. The young man confirmed it, asking if the terms were acceptable. The prosecutor remarked that granting this favor felt more like incurring another massive debt. It was noted that the deal benefited both parties, though the prosecutor was encouraged to seek personal gain next time. With the agreement finalized, they prepared for the next phase of the plan. One final detail was requested regarding the public announcement of the findings. He demanded that the scandal be officially branded as the Cheon Suhan slot machine case. In a past life, his uncles had a formidable alliance that was used to torment and control him. By framing the case this way, he ensured the chairman would abandon Suhan, planting a seed of distrust between the brothers. He watched with satisfaction as everything began to align perfectly with his calculated plan. The chairman inquired about Suhan's condition and current state of mind. He was told that while Suhan claimed to be fine, he was clearly struggling and bore physical signs of injury. He questioned if there was still genuine concern for a relative who had caused so much trouble. The response was cold, stating that any discomfort came from knowing a man who treated others like animals was now caged. He coldly remarked that Suhan should use his time in prison to reflect on the price of his actions. The chairman warned him to stop worrying about his brother and to quit associating with useless politicians. The son argued that political support was a necessity for running their private loan business effectively. He proposed taking over the entire business, promising to manage the money and information himself. The chairman sharply rejected the idea, stating it was far too early for such a transition. He pointed out the chairman's advancing age and the need for a plan should something happen to him. Angered, the chairman barked at the suggestion, offended by the implication of his own mortality. The son insisted it was his responsibility to protect the family's vast property and legacy. The chairman grew suspicious, asking if his son was simply waiting for him to die. He revealed the rumors circulating in the financial district that a different successor had already been chosen. He expressed outrage that someone who wasn't even a blood relative was being called the next in line. The chairman countered by stating he had never once promised the position to his eldest son. Stunned by the revelation, the son could only stammer in disbelief. The chairman confirmed the rumors were true, declaring his intention to leave the business to Mu-hyuk. The son cried out in protest, unable to accept the decision. The chairman asserted his right to pass on his life's work to whomever he deemed worthy. The son reminded him of a shadow organization that had always watched over the family's interests. He warned that disrupting the succession plan could make the chairman a target for that dangerous group. The name of the secretive society hung in the air, carrying a heavy weight of past influence. He hinted that the same dark forces were involved in the fate of Mu-hyuk. The mention of his mother's name caught the young heir's immediate attention. The chairman erupted in anger, ordering him to never speak of that matter again. He was told to leave the room immediately, as the chairman could no longer stand the sight of him. A security director was summoned to ensure he was removed from the office without delay. As he left, he wondered if his assumptions about the past were mistaken. The chairman sighed and ordered all stock transfers and tax issues to be finalized by the following month. The assistant acknowledged the orders, moving to handle the complex financial paperwork. The chairman noted that Mu-hyuk could no longer act alone and asked about a potential new associate. He was informed that the candidate would be arriving in Korea the following month. He reflected on how money often outweighed family bonds and worried about what would happen after his death. The assistant asked if the concern was for Mu-hyuk's safety or well-being. The chairman admitted he was more worried that Mu-hyuk would eventually destroy his own uncles. He pondered whether the young man was truly capable of handling the dangerous shadow organization. Mu-hyuk greeted his uncle, but the encounter was far from friendly. The uncle scoffed, showing his clear disdain for the young man's presence. He warned Mu-hyuk that it would be in his best interest to stop bothering him. A veiled threat was issued, suggesting he could end up just like his deceased parents. Mu-hyuk was left reeling, questioning the dark implications behind those words. He began to wonder if his parents' deaths were not a mere accident, but a calculated murder. He realized that in his previous life, he was too afraid to look into the taboo subject of his mother's passing. The connection between his parents' deaths and the Azure Wind Society started to become clear. He recalled rumors of a shadow organization that had manipulated Korean politics for decades. Despite its legendary status, he had never encountered any tangible evidence of the group's existence until now. Knowing his family mentioned the name, he felt certain the organization was real and linked to his mother's fate. The investigation led him to the city of Busan to uncover the truth. Why coffee? A contact provided him with the long-sought information regarding his parents' fatal traffic accident. He expressed his gratitude, having pushed a friend to use police connections to find the old records. Since the incident happened nearly 2 decades ago, most of the original investigators had already retired. While it was recorded as a hit and run, the driver had suspiciously turned himself in just days later. He discovered disturbing details in the report, noting that the bodies had numerous stab wounds. His mother, in particular, had been attacked multiple times from behind, suggesting a personal assault. Despite the autopsy, the case was closed as a simple accident, and the gangster responsible vanished after a short sentence. All right,
Mu-hyuk.
Huff. He concluded that the accident was a cover-up for a hired murder, orchestrated by someone with immense power. He suspected his own uncles, knowing they would commit any atrocity to secure their share of the family wealth. He questioned how his grandfather could have remained silent if he knew his own daughter had been murdered. Mu-hyuk reached out to an associate, preparing to take the next step in his personal investigation. The contact was surprised to hear from him, noting how rare it was for Mu-hyuk to reach out first. He issued a request to track down a specific individual from the past. He emphasized that the search must continue until the person was found, regardless of how long it took. Days. Mu-hyuk arrived at a gathering, greeted by friends who were already waiting for him. He apologized for his tardiness, citing heavy traffic as the reason for his delay. It was noted that while they saw each other at school, this was their first real social outing together. They agreed that the pressures of their studies made it difficult to find time for such meetings. His friends joked about ordering the most expensive items on the menu since it was Mu-hyuk's treat. One friend commented on how Mu-hyuk had perfectly adapted to life in the capital, losing his regional accent. Another friend tried and failed to mimic a sophisticated Seoul accent, causing a moment of laughter. The topic shifted to their preparations for the upcoming bar exam, a daunting task for all of them. Mu-hyuk mentioned he would take the first test as practice, while others were more focused on passing immediately. One student admitted she was skipping the current exam, unable to focus on her studies at the moment. They teased each other about the difficulty of the test, doubting if anyone could pass on their first try. They marveled at Mu-hyuk's academic success, wondering how he managed to stay at the top while always being so busy. "Hey, you all saw that back then, right?" He playfully remarked that for him, studying was actually the easiest part of his life. One friend lamented that despite having every advantage and private tutor, he still struggled to keep up. He jokingly expressed a desire to punch Mu-hyuk for making something so difficult look so simple. Mu-hyuk reiterated his point, which only led to more light-hearted frustration from his classmates. They questioned if he had always been such a dedicated and successful student in the past. It was hinted that he might have been a bit of a delinquent before a new club was proposed to keep them connected. The group was intrigued by the idea of forming an official club. The goal was to ensure they stayed in touch and supported one another even after they began their professional careers. Mu-hyuk revealed his ulterior motive for the club, which went beyond simple friendship. He identified one friend as the scion of a prestigious legal family with a bright future as a prosecutor. Another was the heir to one of the nation's top law firms, destined for immense power. The third friend was a talented student who would eventually become a powerful figure in national politics. He realized the importance of building a network of future elites to help him in his inevitable conflict with his uncles. The others agreed that a regular meeting would be beneficial for their future professional lives. They turned to the female student, asking if she would also join their new group. She hesitated, feeling out of place due to her humble background and lack of influential connections. They tried to reassure her that they were all equals as students, but she remained unsure and asked for time to think. Mu-hyuk recalled from her future memoirs that she had struggled with poverty and family illness during her school years. She had been forced to balance heavy responsibilities with her studies, making her path much harder than theirs. She suddenly realized she was late for a tutoring session and prepared to leave the gathering. She mentioned the neighborhood where she worked, which was quite a distance away. Mu-hyuk offered her a ride, and she was amazed by his luxury car, questioning the extent of his family wealth. She revealed she was juggling 5 different tutoring jobs to make ends meet for her family. He expressed concern over her hectic schedule and wondered how she found any time at all for her own studies. She admitted it was exhausting but necessary, as she had been the primary earner for her family for a long time. She shared that her family had faced severe financial hardships, forcing her to be self-reliant since she was young. Despite the struggle, she took pride in her intelligence and her ability to remain a top student. Mu-hyuk teased her by reminding her that he was actually the one at the very top of their class. She reacted with playful annoyance at his constant academic superiority. She thanked him for the ride, noting that it saved her a significant amount of time and effort. Mu-hyuk asked if she had a moment to listen to something important he wanted to say. She jokingly warned him not to make a romantic confession, as she already had plenty of admirers to deal with. He assured her it wasn't a confession, and she agreed to listen to whatever he had on his mind. He asked if she had ever considered quitting her jobs to focus solely on her legal career. She laughed off the idea, explaining that without her income, her sick mother and siblings would have nothing. He offered to provide the financial help she needed so she could stop working and just study. She was taken aback, questioning the true intent behind his unexpected offer of assistance. He clarified that it wasn't a gift but an investment, which she could repay once she became a successful lawyer. Offended, she asked if he was offering the money out of a sense of pity for her situation. He denied it, stating that he simply didn't want to see her immense talent go to waste. She proudly rejected the offer, insisting she was not a beggar and could handle her own responsibilities. He urged her to consider how much more they could achieve if they all studied for the bar together as a team. She warned him not to use his money to look down on others or speak so carelessly about their lives. Mu-hyuk realized he might have been too direct and moved too quickly with his proposal. She prepared to leave, stating that such talk would make it difficult for her to continue being part of their group. He called out to her, asking her to wait and listen to his own personal story before she left. "Before you get out, would you hear my story too?" He shared that he grew up in extreme poverty, raised by a grandmother who struggled to even pay the rent. He admitted that his current success was only possible because of the support he received from his grandfather. He explained that he simply wanted to pass on the same opportunity he had been given to someone else. Softening her stance, she apologized for her outburst and promised to genuinely consider his offer. He asked for a specific amount that would allow her family to live comfortably without her needing to work. She was shocked when he proposed a monthly sum that far exceeded a typical starting salary at the time. The amount was so large that she realized it would completely transform her family's financial situation. She jokingly referred to him as her dear rich friend. her attitude shifting toward acceptance. She promised to study with absolute diligence and gratitude for the support he was providing. Mu-hyuk vowed to support her with whatever resources she needed to succeed in her career. In return, he expressed his hope that she would reach the highest echelons of political power. His true intent was to have a powerful ally when the time came to seize his family's vast wealth. A group of friends raised their glasses in a toast, celebrating their shared bond. Mu-hyuk checked in on his friend's rigorous training schedule, wondering if it was becoming too much to handle. His friend noted how busy Mu-hyuk had become, balancing his law studies with his grandfather's business affairs. Another friend mentioned with excitement that Mu-hyuk was even frequently traveling to the United States. Mu-hyuk promised to explain the details of his international business dealings to them at a later time. They expressed envy over his travels, wondering if they would ever have the chance to see the world. One friend shared his dream of representing the nation in judo at the upcoming Olympic Games. He declared his commitment to winning a gold medal, fueled by a desire to be successful. He expressed a deep wish to become someone capable of truly helping Mu-hyuk in the future. Mu-hyuk was touched, realizing that his quiet and reliable friend had never forgotten their childhood promise. The arrival of a food delivery interrupted their serious conversation, bringing a moment of normalcy. Mu-hyuk noticed his friend was limping and questioned if he had sustained a serious injury during training. An associate introduced a new person who had been specifically sought out for a special role. He was looking for someone whose loyalty was absolute and who could be trusted with any task. The assistant agreed to provide an introduction to a person who met those strict criteria. However, he warned that earning the man's ultimate loyalty would be a challenge Mu-hyuk had to face alone. Mu-hyuk accepted the challenge, confident in his ability to win over the new recruit. The man introduced himself as Ma-hyuk, a man with a formidable presence. He revealed his past experience working as a private bodyguard for elite corporate executives in Africa. Mu-hyuk realized he was dealing with a professional mercenary from a private military company. It was revealed that the new bodyguard and Mu-hyuk's assistant had grown up together. Mu-hyuk demanded to know if the man could follow his orders without question, regardless of the nature of the task. Hyuk bluntly stated that he hadn't yet decided if Mu-hyuk was a leader worth following. Mu-hyuk appreciated the honesty, finding the man's straightforward nature to be a positive trait. He invited Hyuk to stay by his side while he made his final decision about their partnership. He wondered if his own assistant had also shared a similar past as a hardened mercenary. Realizing their lifelong bond, he hoped to learn more about the assistant's mysterious history through Hyuk. The two old friends shared a moment, reflecting on the many years that had passed since they last met. Hyuk commented on how much his friend had aged since their time on the battlefield. They joked about their shared exhaustion and the toll their dangerous lives had taken on them. But, despite the years, he noted that the assistant still possessed the same sharp, dangerous look in his eyes. He urged Hyuk to finally settle down and leave the mercenary life behind before it was too late. The assistant asked for an honest opinion of the young master they were now serving. Hyuk promised that if he decided Mu-hyuk was worthy, his loyalty would be unshakable until the very end. Arrangements were made for Hyuk to live in the room adjacent to Mu-hyuk's own. Hyuk questioned if it was too early to name such a young man as the official heir to the chairman's empire. The assistant reminded him that their only duty was to follow the chairman's lead, noting Mu-hyuk's extraordinary potential. Intrigued, Hyuk admitted he was looking forward to seeing what made the young man so special. He noted that the only other person ever described as extraordinary was the legendary chairman himself. The scene shifts to the bustling international airport in New York. Mu-hyuk was loudly greeted by an old associate who was thrilled to see him in the city. "Over here. Welcome to New York," they commented on each other's appearance, with the associate clearly enjoying his new life in America. Mu-hyuk introduced Ma-hyuk as his new personal secretary to his contact in New York. The associate jokingly warned Hyuk that Mu-hyuk's strict personality would make his job quite difficult. He asked where they were headed next as they began their business trip in the city. Mu-hyuk led them toward the iconic towers of the World Trade Center. He revealed that he had already established an investment hub in the city, waiting for this specific moment. They sat down to discuss the details of their high-stakes financial ventures. Mu-hyuk gazed at the massive towers, reflecting on their current strength and their tragic future. He realized that the coming global changes would represent a massive opportunity for his own growth. The associate asked for the next step in their ambitious investment strategy. Mu-hyuk inquired about a specific group of people he had asked the associate to investigate. The associate confirmed he had found them and made a significant investment in their fledgling company. The target was a small internet startup that was developing a new way to browse the web. They secured a massive stake in the company by promising not to interfere with its technical development. The associate questioned the logic of investing millions into such a small and unproven research lab. Mu-hyuk confidently predicted that their relatively small investment would soon grow into billions of dollars. The associate was stunned by the scale of the projected profits. He explained that the company's software would soon dominate the market, leading to a massive public offering. Mu-hyuk arrived at another office, asking if the person he sought was available to meet. The secretary asked if he had a prearranged appointment for the meeting. He admitted he didn't, but he had a compelling reason for the man to see him anyway. He told the secretary to inform her boss that his savior had arrived from across the ocean. He was certain that such a bold claim would pique the man's interest. "Wait here." His associate expressed doubt, noting that the man was currently considered a failure on Wall Street. Mu-hyuk disagreed, believing that the man's true potential was being overlooked by everyone else. He asserted that the individual they were about to meet was destined to change the entire world. He introduced himself to the legendary Steve Jobs, who was currently facing a low point in his career. The man was skeptical, questioning how a young man from Korea could possibly know him. Mu-hyuk predicted that soon everyone would know his name because of the innovations he would bring to life. He noted that at this time, Jobs had been ousted from his own company and was struggling with new ventures. His new animation studio and computer company were currently bleeding money and seen as failures. Mu-hyuk realized this was the perfect and only window of opportunity to invest in the visionary leader. He mentioned he was from South Korea, which sparked a memory for the struggling entrepreneur. Jobs recalled visiting a major Korean electronics firm during his time at his previous company. He vented his frustrations about being kicked out of the very company he had worked so hard to build. He demanded to know if Mu-hyuk was serious about being his savior or if he was just wasting his time. Mu-hyuk noted that even in his lowest moments, the man's legendary and difficult personality remained intact. He accurately guessed that Jobs was considering selling his struggling animation studio to stay afloat. Jobs defensively denied any intention of selling the companies he had worked to create. Mu-hyuk pointed out the harsh reality that he was nearly out of the capital he had taken from his previous exit. Suspicious, Jobs demanded to know who had sent him with such intimate knowledge of his finances. Mu-hyuk assured him he was an admirer who believed the decision to oust him was a catastrophic mistake. Jobs expressed his deep resentment toward those who had taken his company away from him. Mu-hyuk predicted a future where his old company would desperately beg for his return as a leader. He offered to invest a massive sum, matching the total amount Jobs had already put into his new ventures. In exchange, he requested half of the shares in both of the man's current companies. Jobs reiterated that he had no desire to sell or give up control of his businesses. "I believe I already told you that." Mu-hyuk noticed that while the man's words were stubborn, his desperate situation made him listen. He argued that it would be a tragedy to sell the companies off when they were so close to potential success. He offered $50 million for the shares, promising to leave all voting and management rights to Jobs. He framed the deal as the ultimate proof of his role as a savior, offering money without demanding control. Jobs was wary, wondering if the offer was too good to be true and if there was a hidden catch. Mu-hyuk stated he was unlike the board members who had betrayed him, expressing absolute faith in his leadership. He declared that he wasn't just investing in a business, but in the genius of the man himself. Jobs admitted he liked the young man's attitude, but questioned why he should accept this specific deal. Mu-hyuk pointed out that no one on Wall Street would offer such a large sum for failing companies without taking control. He knew that Jobs wanted to stay in the game at all costs to facilitate an eventual return to his original company. He reflected on how the success of the animation studio would eventually lead to a triumphant return to the top. Jobs conceded that the offer was unique and that most other investors only wanted to acquire him entirely. He questioned why Mu-hyuk was willing to risk $50 million on companies that were currently failing. Mu-hyuk viewed the massive sum as a small price to pay for a lasting relationship with a world-changing visionary. Jobs tried to negotiate, suggesting that the initial offer for half of his companies was still not enough. Mu-hyuk held firm on the $50 million figure, refusing to go any higher. He reminded him that the lack of management interference and the right of first offer made it an unbeatable deal. He correctly guessed that Jobs needed exactly that amount of capital to keep his dreams alive. Jobs attempted to explain the technical details of his projects, but Mu-hyuk remained focused on the deal. $50 million. Look, he repeated the final offer, showing his absolute resolve in the negotiation. Jobs burst into laughter, finally impressed by the young man's audacity and confidence. He agreed to the terms, accepting the $50 million investment for half of the shares. Mu-hyuk expressed his thanks, having secured one of the most important deals of his life. He introduced his partner, who would serve as the primary point of contact while Mu-hyuk was in Korea. Jobs asked if there were other companies in America that had caught the young investor's eye. Mu-hyuk mentioned his investment in the internet browser startup, which Jobs found to be a brilliant move. They shared a vision of a future where the internet would fundamentally transform human society. This is the future. Jobs described his dream of a mobile device that could both make calls and play high-quality music. He envisioned a world where music and media could be purchased and accessed instantly from anywhere. Mu-hyuk expanded on the idea, suggesting that books and movies could also be integrated into such a device. He predicted that the mobile phone would eventually evolve into a powerful, pocket-sized computer. The concept of a tiny, universal computer fascinated both of them as they looked toward the future. Jobs laughed, but Mu-hyuk assured him he was dead serious about the potential of such an invention. He imagined the incredible world that would exist if every person carried a computer in their pocket. He expressed his firm belief that Jobs was the one who would bring that world into existence. Jobs concluded the meeting with newfound respect, ready to work with his new Korean partner. Mu-hyuk ordered the immediate transfer of the funds to ensure both of his American investments were secure. His associate remained nervous about the risk, but Mu-hyuk promised the results would be shocking in just 2 years. Ma-seok interrupted with urgent news that had just arrived from their home country. "What's the matter?" "There's an urgent message from Seoul." It was revealed that Mu-hyuk's close friend had been involved in a devastating car accident. The news was grim, reporting that the young athlete was now in a deep coma. The narrative shifts to the sports college where the events leading to the tragedy took place. A coach pressured the young athlete to give up his spot in an upcoming competition for a senior. The athlete refused, believing that such a fix was morally wrong and unfair. The coach grew angry, accusing him of being arrogant and ignoring the hierarchy of the team. He argued that as a freshman, he would have many more chances, whereas the senior was facing his final year. He explained that if the senior didn't make the team now, he would be forced to enter military service. They tried to guilt him into losing on purpose, but the young man remained steadfast in his principles. He offered a polite apology but refused to compromise his integrity for the sake of the senior. Infuriated by his defiance, the coach prepared to use more aggressive methods to break his spirit. He ordered the gym doors to be locked, signaling a violent turn to the confrontation. Park Hyun-sung. He was mocked for thinking he was superior to his seniors and the authority of the coaching staff. The coach threatened to ensure he would never be able to compete in the sport ever again. A fellow student tried to intervene, worried that the physical punishment was becoming dangerously severe. The coach ranted about the lack of respect in the younger generation compared to his own time in the sport. He demanded a final answer, asking if the athlete still refused to throw the match. He warned that the senior's family had powerful connections that could make the young man disappear. He argued that giving up was for the greater good of the school and the athlete's own future safety. The training session was abruptly called off, leaving the atmosphere tense and volatile. The injured athlete was told to head to the hospital to tend to the wounds from the beating. Park Hyun-sung. He encountered the senior he was supposed to face, who showed a surprising amount of concern. The senior apologized for the coach's behavior, claiming it was done out of a misguided sense of loyalty. He challenged the freshman to a fair fight in the selection match, promising to give his absolute best. The young man accepted the challenge, showing his respect for a true sportsman's attitude. They parted ways as the athlete began his journey to the hospital for treatment. Mu-hyuk arrived to find the victim's family in a state of absolute despair and shock. He asked for the details of the horrific incident that had left his friend in such a critical state. It was revealed that the athlete had been found nearly dead on the road with catastrophic injuries to his entire body. The evidence suggested a deliberate act of cruelty, with the vehicle running over him multiple times. The family was certain it was a targeted murder attempt rather than a simple hit-and-run accident. The victim's father, a police officer himself, felt a deep sense of failure for being unable to catch the culprits. The medical prognosis was bleak, as the young man had remained unconscious for several days. Even if he survived, his career as an athlete was effectively overdue to the severity of his leg injuries. The doctors warned that even walking again would be a feat bordering on the miraculous. He recalled that his friend had planned to visit the hospital before coming over to see him. Mu-hyuk questioned why his friend would have been going to a hospital in the first place. "Don't tell uncle." He realized that the athlete had been hiding the physical abuse he suffered from the sports team. He felt a surge of guilt and anger, wondering just how much his friend had been enduring in secret. He remembered noticing his friend's injuries earlier, which had been dismissed as normal training accidents. In that era, such violent punishment was often ignored, but for his friend to seek medical help, it must have been extreme. Mu-hyuk tasked his personal secretary with uncovering the truth behind the suspicious incident. The next day, it was discovered that the victim was slated to face a senior with powerful family ties in the national trials. The investigation revealed that the coach had blatantly demanded the match be fixed to favor the senior. The young athlete was the only one who stood up against the corruption, leading to his severe punishment. Mu-hyuk asked if there was a direct link between the team conflict and the subsequent road accident. He ordered a deep investigation into the senior and his influential family background. Seokdi acknowledged the orders, moving quickly to gather more information. While match-fixing was common, Mu-hyuk wondered if they would truly resort to murder over a spot on a team. He vowed that if anyone was involved in the tragedy, they would pay 1,000 times over for their crimes. He watched his friend's unresponsive body, feeling a profound sense of frustration and helplessness. He realized that his friend had been pushing himself to the limit to fulfill a promise they made years ago. Promise? Don't you remember back in high school? The memory of their high school days returned, where they had vowed to conquer the capital together. Mu-hyuk had asked for their help, admitting that he couldn't achieve his ambitious goals alone. They had pledged to work hard and move to the city as a united group of friends. His friend believed he needed to be a world-class athlete to be a worthy partner for Mu-hyuk's future endeavors. Hyun-sung. Mu-hyuk realized that he had always viewed his friend as a pillar of strength and reliability. He felt a deep sense of regret for making his friend feel like he needed a grand title just to stand by his side. The senior was identified as the son of a high-ranking official in the National Sports Association. His father was also the president of a major construction firm that sponsored the entire organization. Polar Constructions? The company was revealed to be a powerful regional player with significant influence in its home province. It was discovered that the construction mogul had a dark past as a notorious local gangster. Polar Constructions. Mu-hyuk asked if the vehicle used in the crime had been located by the local police. He was told that official investigations had stalled, yielding no results in tracking down the truck. Seokdi suggested he had his own unconventional methods for finding the missing vehicle. Manager Ma. Yes. Mu-hyuk emphasized that this friend was as precious to him as his own life, and justice was non-negotiable. He demanded that the perpetrators be found at any cost, showing his absolute resolve for revenge. Yes, young master. In a high-end office, a powerful man erupted in fury at the incompetence of his subordinate. Chermanjo Hingu. The underling stammered an apology, clearly terrified of the man's explosive anger. He claimed he was only trying to carry out the orders as thoroughly as possible. You bastard. The boss clarified that the original instruction was only to intimidate and stop the boy from competing. To stop him from joining the competition. When did I? He was outraged that the situation had escalated to an attempted murder, which now threatened his own reputation. He cursed the underling for dragging him into such a potentially scandalous and messy situation. Huff huff cough. He warned the thug that they were no longer small-time criminals and needed to act with more sophistication.
I'm sorry.
He ordered the man to clean up the entire mess and ensure that no evidence could ever be traced back to him. He made it clear that if they were caught, the subordinate must take the fall alone and keep his name out of it. Yes, sir. The thugs who carried out the act were sent away to a remote location to hide from the authorities. The underling assured his boss that the men were loyal and would never reveal the truth even if arrested. The mogul reflected on the decade of hard work it took to distance himself from his criminal past. He reminded his associate that their current respectable positions depended entirely on their ability to stay clean. He provided money to ensure the men involved were taken care of and remained silent during their time in hiding. Thank you, Hyungnim. He blamed the young athlete's stubbornness for causing all of these unnecessary complications. Seokdi reached out to an old contact to help find the specific truck involved in the hit and run. He provided the details of the tire marks, confirming it was a 1-ton vehicle used in a repeated assault. The contact was surprised to see the high-level bodyguard bothering with such a seemingly small-time incident. Seokdi emphasized that the matter was of the utmost importance to the young master he now served. The contact agreed to use his network to locate the vehicle as quickly as possible. How long will it take? He promised to have the information ready by the very next day. The thugs were eventually located, turning out to be nothing more than common local hoodlums. It was confirmed that while it looked like an accident, their true goal was to cripple the young athlete. Mu-hyuk's dark premonition was proven correct as the truth of the targeted attack came to light. He confronted the young criminals, demanding to know who had given the order for the assault. Terrified, the thugs begged for mercy and offered to confess everything they knew. He warned them not to waste his time and to identify the mastermind behind the brutal attack immediately. They revealed that a man named Bae Won-chun was the one who ordered them to crush the athlete's legs. Mu-hyuk questioned the identity of this new name, preparing to hunt down everyone involved in the conspiracy. He brought up the name Bae Won-chun. Someone asked who that was and what he did. He explained the man was a neighborhood senior who occasionally gave them money and worked at a company. Another noted that the managing director of Polar Constructions shared the same name. He confessed they were paid to run someone over just once before hiding out in Gangneung. The interrogator demanded to know exactly how much they were paid. Terrified, he stammered that he would reveal the amount immediately. After a stern warning, he admitted they each received 500,000 won. The interrogator calculated that the total sum for the three of them was 1.5 million won. He lamented that Hyun-sung's life had been destroyed for such a paltry sum. Apologies were cut short as someone noticed movement from the patient. They shouted that Hyun-sung had finally regained consciousness. The family cried out to the waking boy in relief. Mu-hyuk called out to his friend, asking if he could hear his voice. Hyun-sung barely managed to whisper his friend's name. Mu-hyuk reassured him, confirming his presence and checking his responsiveness. A wave of relief washed over them. Thanking the heavens he was awake. The doctor delivered the hard truth. Even with rehab, walking would be his limit. It was confirmed that he would have to give up judo forever. His mother despaired, wondering how her son would live without the sport he loved. Mu-hyuk called Manager Ma, identifying himself. He demanded that Bae Won-chun be brought to him immediately. The captive struggled against his gag, making muffled protests. The gangster cursed at his captors, demanding to know who sent them. He shouted his identity as a high-ranking member of the Cheongju Polar Gang. The interrogator calmly confirmed his identity and connection to the construction firm. He noted the man's hardened demeanor, distinguishing him from the amateurs he met earlier. He remarked on the intense, defiant look in the gangster's eyes. The gangster screamed, asking who they were and if they had lost their minds. Mu-hyuk coldly told him to grasp the situation instead of worrying about identities. The gangster cursed in confusion and anger. Mu-hyuk asked one final time who ordered the hit on Park Hyun-sung. The gangster stammered, confused why that specific name was being mentioned. Mu-hyuk remarked that the man had courage but lacked common sense. He told him to forget loyalty, deducing that Jo Hyung-gu was the one who gave the order. He offered to summarize the events, asking for a simple nod if he was correct. He laid out the scheme. Jo Hyung-gu ordered the hit because Hyun-sung wouldn't throw the match. Mu-hyuk expressed his utter disgust at the dirty tactics employed. He ordered his men to cripple the thugs and ship them off to a salt farm. He announced he was leaving first, instructing them to clean up the mess. The subordinate confirmed that the instructions had been carried out. Mu-hyuk ordered a full investigation into Polar Constructions, including finances and shareholders. The subordinate acknowledged the order immediately. Mu-hyuk called Park Dong-soo to initiate the next phase. Park Dong-soo answered enthusiastically, asking if everything was well in Seoul. Mu-hyuk informed him that their expansion plans needed to be accelerated. He declared it was time to start the expansion into Seoul. Park Dong-soo shouted in excitement, eager to get started. Mu-hyuk welcomed him, asking if his business in Busan was finished. Park Dong-soo bragged that he had wrapped things up cleanly to avoid embarrassment. He asked what his next specific task should be. Mu-hyuk began explaining the strategy for the Seoul expansion. He asked if Park Dong-soo knew about Jo Hyung-gu, the chairman of Polar Constructions. Park Dong-soo recognized the name, identifying him as a thug from Cheongju. He described Jo's history from running nightclubs to playing CEO of a construction firm. Mu-hyuk stated his intent to crush Jo and have Park take over the company. Park Dong-soo was surprised by the target choice. Mu-hyuk challenged him, asking if he was up to the task. Park noted that Jo was well connected with politicians, making him a difficult target. Mu-hyuk promised to handle the politics, asking only if Park could win the physical fight. Park agreed to fight but suggested they assess the enemy's forces first. The plan was to take the company in Cheongju before moving fully into Seoul. Park grumbled about starting a war immediately after arriving. He accepted the job and asked if he should strike immediately. Mu-hyuk requested one specific task be completed before the main attack. He mentioned that Jo Hyung-gu had a son named Jo Chaniol. Mu-hyuk ordered him to ensure the son never walked again. Park questioned targeting the son instead of the father, citing gangster code. Mu-hyuk coldly repeated the order to cripple both legs. Park realized there was a personal reason and asked what had happened. He agreed to handle the grim task by the next day. Mu-hyuk thanked him, though Park waved it off. Park claimed that Mu-hyuk's enemies were his enemies too, emphasizing their bond. He stated that, in their world, harming family meant facing severe retribution. A report detailed that Jo Hyung-gu and his family held the majority of the company shares. It revealed his ties to Assemblyman Kim Seong and influence over the Judo Association. Mu-hyuk noted that getting the shares was key and asked about corruption evidence. The investigator reported massive corruption that would easily lead to an arrest. Park asked if they really needed the law, offering his own men for the job. Mu-hyuk replied that using legal weapons alongside force was more effective in this war. Park realized the scale of the plan and asked if he was preparing for war. Mu-hyuk confirmed it was an unavoidable war. A prosecutor noted that the target seemed too small for someone of Mu-hyuk's stature. Mu-hyuk clarified this was a personal vendetta, not company business. He pressed the chief prosecutor for an answer regarding the difficult request. The prosecutor explained that political connections made a local investigation difficult. Mu-hyuk insisted the local office handle it so he could maintain control over the outcome. He admitted he wanted to exact revenge personally rather than rely on family power. The prosecutor detailed the deep ties between the target and Assemblyman Kim Seong. Mu-hyuk argued that exposing such a scandal would benefit the prosecutor's career. He promised enough evidence for an arrest warrant within a week. Mu-hyuk instructed him to leak information to the politician before the arrest. He explained he wanted more than just a legal victory. He wanted total destruction. The scene shifted to a drinking party. A girl asked if the athlete should be drinking before his big match. Joe Chaniol bragged that his spot on the national team was already secured. He mocked the person who tried to challenge him, unaware of the looming threat. A voice interrupted, describing someone who didn't know his place. The intruders called out Joe Chaniol's name. Chaniol demanded to know who these strangers were. They told him to follow quietly to find out. Chaniol angrily pulled away, offended by their touch. The gangsters mocked his skills, questioning his national team candidacy. The leader decided to forego the quiet approach. Mu-hyuk received a call confirming the deed was done. He declared it was time to take down the father and conquer Seoul. A scream echoed for Chaniol. Someone shouted Chaniol's name in horror. Chaniol called out weakly to his father. Jo Hyung-gu asked in horror what had happened to his son's leg. He screamed, demanding to know who severed his son's Achilles tendon. He desperately asked if his son recognized the attackers. Chaniol replied they were strangers but gave off a dangerous vibe. Jo Hyung-gu realized his enforcer was missing and that he was under coordinated attack. The news reported on the massive corruption and missing persons cases. It was noted that Jo Hyung-gu's crimes were too vast for even politicians to cover up. Imprisonment seemed inevitable once he was caught. Mu-hyuk informed his ally that the prosecutors would raid the next day. He predicted Jo Hyung-gu would try to flee that night. Mu-hyuk ordered them to track the hideout, stating he would join the hunt. Park asked why Mu-hyuk wanted to come personally. Mu-hyuk replied he wanted to see the downfall with his own eyes. A subordinate rushed in with bad news for Jo Hyung-gu. He reported that prosecutors were storming the office. He confirmed an arrest warrant had been issued. Jo Hyung-gu cursed and ordered his car turned around immediately. The scene shifted to a hideout in Cheon, Cheongnam. Park scouted the location, noting only 10 guards inside. He ordered his men to smash through. He told Mu-hyuk to enter 10 minutes later. The gang charged in to attack. Jo Hyung-gu shouted into his phone, reminding the prosecutor of past bribes. He screamed in disbelief that he was being abandoned. He cursed violently at the betrayal. His men reported that the assemblyman was unreachable everywhere. Joe realized his political backing had vanished the moment the money stopped. He was startled by a sudden noise. Park Dong-soo greeted his old acquaintance with mock politeness. Jo Hyung-gu stammered, recognizing Park Dong-soo from the past. Park commented on the rumors of Joe's success. Joe cursed, realizing Park was behind the attack. Park ordered his men to seize him. Mu-hyuk was informed the area was secure for entry. Park told Joe to make it easy and sign over his shares. He offered a dignified arrest in exchange for the thumbprint. Joe realized Park was the one who crippled his son. He screamed, refusing to transfer his shares to his enemy. Park threatened to finish the job on the son's remaining good leg. He asked if he should call his men waiting at the hospital. Terrified, Joe begged him not to hurt his son. Park advised him to sign quickly to avoid further humiliation and beatings. Joe let out a defeated sigh. Park asked for the documents. Joe frantically agreed to stamp the papers, asking where to press. Park confirmed the transfer was complete. He warned Joe to keep his mouth shut to prosecutors for his family's safety. Park checked the time and decided to end the meeting. Joe swore he wouldn't let Park Dong-soo get away with this. He noticed a new figure and shouted for them to leave. He muttered in confusion as the figure approached. The stranger stated he was just starting and sought payment for his friend. Joe dismissed him as merely one of Park Dong-soo's dogs. Mu-hyuk noted the man still had some spirit left. He told Joe that his political backer had abandoned him for jail. Mu-hyuk mocked him for losing the power and status he once flaunted. He predicted that everyone around Joe would now resent him. Joe stammered, demanding to know who this young man was. Mu-hyuk asked if he remembered the boy whose life he destroyed. He revealed himself as that boy's friend. Realizing the vendetta, Joe begged desperately for his life. He apologized profusely, shocking Mu-hyuk that such a petty man caused so much pain. The police burst in, shouting for everyone to freeze. Joe shouted at the arrival of the authorities. He tried to point out his attackers to the police. A prosecutor introduced himself as an acquaintance of the chief prosecutor. Joe groaned, realizing the law was also against him. As he was dragged away, he screamed for an ambulance. The scandal dominated the news, with the opposition party attacking the government. The ruling party tried to frame it as a personal corruption case. The chief prosecutor gained fame for not bowing to political pressure. Insiders knew the arrest was only possible with high-level permission. Hyun-sung asked Mu-hyuk if he heard about Joe Chaniol. He mentioned someone crippled Chaniol, feeling it was deserved karma. Hyun-sung asked if Mu-hyuk was behind it and why. Mu-hyuk declared that anyone who hurt his friend would suffer 100-fold. Hyun-sung shared that the judo team was in chaos and Cheon was disabled. He explained that the coaches were arrested and the team was falling apart. He asked Mu-hyuk if such extreme measures were truly necessary. Mu-hyuk asked if talking nicely would have worked after what they did. Hyun-sung admitted that he was currently scared of Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk asked if he was afraid he would turn on him. Hyun-sung explained that Mu-hyuk seemed like a completely different person. Mu-hyuk stated that in his world, one must be the predator to avoid being prey. Hyun-sung couldn't understand why his friend had become this way. Mu-hyuk realized his friend was still too innocent to understand. He told Hyun-sung to recover well, stating he wouldn't visit for a while. Hyun-sung called out to his friend as he left. An observer questioned if Mu-hyuk wasted a favor just to catch some thugs. He remarked that Mu-hyuk was still too soft and should have destroyed everything. It was revealed the culprits were locked in a salt farm with no hope of escape. He stated that simply taking the company and hurting the son wasn't enough. True revenge demanded a fate worse than death. He pointed out that times had changed and they were no longer living in the chairman's era. The chairman acknowledged the change but insisted that one truth remained. An enemy was always a threat. He advised that true fear must be instilled, noting that Mu-hyuk didn't fully grasp that concept yet. Frustrated, the prisoner demanded to know when he would receive his pardon. The visitor explained that the current political climate made a pardon impossible until at least the following year. He asked about Cheon, only to hear that despite being discharged, the boy might never walk again. Cursing Park Dong-soo and his crew, he vowed never to forgive them and asked for intel on the young punk. The associate revealed the name was Kim Mu-hyuk, the grandson of the legendary loan shark king, Cheon Tae-san. He stammered in disbelief, struggling to process that the punk was actually related to Cheon Tae-san. The associate remarked grimly that he had definitely messed with the wrong person. He couldn't understand how tormenting a simple judo student had led him to cross paths with Cheon Tae-san. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized the magnitude of his mistake. Despite the fear, he swore to kill them all once released, regardless of their powerful connections. He reacted with confusion to the sudden commotion. A groan of pain escaped his lips. The old man cheered proudly, confirming that the victor was indeed his grandson. An attendant worried that the young master was getting involved in such violence at too young an age. The chairman insisted he had to be worse, cruel enough to strike terror into anyone he chose. He emphasized that such cruelty was necessary to survive within the Azure Wind Society. He formally expressed gratitude for the help given to his grandson. The other man demurred, claiming he was the one learning from Mu-hyuk's innovative thinking. He teased the chairman for visiting solely to boast about his grandson's success. They exchanged banter about aging, calling each other heartless for surviving so long in their brutal world. He reminisced about their first meeting, recalling how the chairman had violently demanded a loan to save his factory. The chairman admitted he had been desperate back then, acting rashly because he faced total ruin without the loan. He laughed, acknowledging that the loan was the seed that allowed Dayan to grow into a giant. He questioned why such a fiery man was now confined to a room and why he ever entered politics. The man explained he entered politics because the corruption and demands for money were unbearable. He lamented how politicians used their money to win, only to hunt their companies down later, so he decided to run himself. It was noted that Chairman Song had secured a surprising percentage of the vote in the last election. Feeling threatened, the president retaliated by blocking loans and launching tax raids to force Song out. The chairman asked if he intended to just hide at home in fear. Song suggested letting the younger generation handle it, as they were both old enough to step down. Following Song Youngju's death, the once mighty Dayan Group was torn apart by his squabbling children. Cheon Sumin's Samsung Group rose to the top, fueled by the massive wealth inherited from his grandfather. Mu-hyuk realized that his grandfather's shares gave him the power to reshape the future of Korea's conglomerates. Song noted the arrival of guests. Mu-hyuk recognized the newcomer as Song Hyun-soo, the eldest grandson. He identified him as the future leader destined to reunite the fractured Dayan Group. Hyun-soo greeted Chairman Cheon warmly, and Cheon reciprocated the greeting. Cheon introduced his grandson, and Mu-hyuk introduced himself. Hyun-soo recognized Mu-hyuk as the frequent visitor and introduced himself politely. Song asked Hyun-soo to show Mu-hyuk the garden, and the young man obeyed. The old men reflected on their wild pasts, amazed they had survived long enough to see their grandsons grow up. Song cut through the nostalgia, demanding Cheon state his true business without hesitation. Cheon announced his plan to transfer the majority of his shares, including Dayan's, to his grandson. Song realized the rumors were true. Cheon was seriously grooming Mu-hyuk as his heir. He warned that skipping his sons for a daughter's child would likely cause a family bloodbath. Cheon dismissed the worry, stating he wanted Mu-hyuk to live cleanly while leaving the dirty business to his sons. Song argued that at 20 years old, Mu-hyuk was still too young for such responsibility. Cheon asked if Song hadn't already noticed that Mu-hyuk was no ordinary young man. He praised Mu-hyuk's unique vision, flexibility, and unwavering confidence. Cheon declared that Mu-hyuk surpassed all expectations and was far superior to his own sons. Surprised by Cheon's softness, Song asked what specific help was needed. Cheon named the Azure Wind Society as the issue. Meanwhile, Hyunsu quoted a viral clip of Mu-hyuk, amused by his comment about studying being easy. Mu-hyuk explained it was a mistake under pressure, while Hyunsu laughed and called it impressive. Hyunsu suggested they drop formalities due to their close age, and Mu-hyuk agreed. Hyunsu asked about his law studies, and Mu-hyuk replied he was undecided on a career path after the bar. Hyunsu shared his own path in business and his plan to study abroad to please his grandfather. Mu-hyuk thought back to his past life, surprised that the future charismatic leader was so humble now. Hyunsu asked for an honest opinion of his grandfather, admitting he knew others found him scary. Mu-hyuk joked that compared to his own overbearing grandfather, he would gladly swap for Chairman Song. Hyunsu reacted with amusement. Back inside, Cheon warned that while his sons were weak, the Azure Wind Society would strike once he died. He proposed a deal. If Song protected Mu-hyuk, Cheon would protect Dayan. Song expressed deep regret for ever joining the Azure Wind Society decades ago. Cheon reminded him they had no choice back then. They needed the society to build their empires. Song agreed but noted that the society used their leverage to make endless demands. He recalled that any attempt to resist was met with merciless retaliation. Cheon emphasized that the society was a mutual problem, which was why he sought this alliance. He formally asked if Chairman Song would protect Mu-hyuk. Later, Cheon noted the boy's casual speech, and Mu-hyuk praised Hyunsu's down-to-earth nature. Cheon advised Mu-hyuk to stay close to Hyunsu, predicting he would be a great asset. Cheon reflected sadly that they had failed to cleanse their sins, passing the burden of the society to the next generation. At school, a friend badgered Mu-hyuk about his bar exam prep, noting his frequent absences. Mu-hyuk confidently claimed he was always ready, annoying his friend. A woman called out to him, and he recognized her immediately. She listed his recent travels and noted jealously that grandfather clearly favored him over the others. Mu-hyuk asked if she was spying, but she claimed it was just sisterly affection. She reminded him that they were allies and checked if everything was proceeding as planned. She waved goodbye cheerfully, and he reciprocated the farewell. Mu-hyuk received a call from Park Dong-soo. Park interrupted Mu-hyuk to announce he had found the person he was looking for. He dropped the bombshell. He had found the parents' murderer. A shop owner told them they weren't open yet. Mu-hyuk stated he had an appointment, confusing the owner. The owner tried to chase the boy away, assuming he was there to drink early. A subordinate appeared, inviting Mu-hyuk inside where Dong-soo was waiting. The owner stammered, asking who the young guest was. He cut himself off in terror. The subordinate whispered that the boy was Dong-soo's powerful backing. The owner was shocked that a kid was the boss's backer. Inside, a man named Choi Sung-man explained he had served time with the target. He recalled that the man was low status but good-natured, so he had looked out for him. He explained that he asked about the man's crime and realized it was a famous case involving his own son. He described the suspicious car crash where the victims had stab wounds, leading to police brutality against gangs. Mu-hyuk asked the motive. The informant insisted the man claimed innocence, saying he was only the driver. He explained the man took the driving job for a large sum of money back in 1974. Later, he was offered a massive fortune to take the fall, with a promise of a light sentence. The man had bragged that the authorities were in on the fix because a high-ranking person ordered it. Mu-hyuk demanded to know Choi Sung-man's current location. The informant revealed he died in a car accident shortly after his release. He noted the suspicious nature of the light sentence and the convenient death immediately after release. Mu-hyuk cursed, feeling his lead had evaporated. Park scolded the informant, reminding him that he claimed to know who the real culprits were. The informant insisted the driver had overheard the real killers talking in the back seat. He struggled to recall the specific details of the conversation due to his age. He mumbled, trying to grasp the memory. Mu-hyuk pleaded for any detail he could remember. The man demanded money, causing Dong-soo to yell at him to stop playing games. He finally revealed that the killers mentioned the Azure Wind Society would handle any issues. Mu-hyuk froze, recognizing the name from his grandfather's conversations. He realized his parents' deaths were directly linked to that organization. Mu-hyuk pressed for names, but the informant claimed that was all he knew. Suddenly, the man recalled one more detail. Dong-soo exploded in anger, demanding the man spit it out immediately. The man cowered, asking him not to yell. He explained that the woman was the target, killed by family members with the surname Cheon for violating moral laws. Mu-hyuk connected the dots. Cheon Suman and Cheon Suhan used the society to kill his parents. He deduced the motive was money, just as they had killed him in his past life for inheritance. He wondered how they got away with using the society without grandfather knowing. He questioned the extent of his grandfather's knowledge and connection to the murder. He agonized over whether his grandfather was ignorant or complicit in covering up the crime. He sighed heavily. He ordered manager Ma to drive to the Busan house. His grandmother welcomed him with surprise and delight. She bombarded him with questions about school and his grandfather until he stopped her gently. He told her he was hungry, and she immediately rushed to prepare food. As he ate, she commented on his appetite, and he claimed soul food couldn't compare to hers. She watched him eat with affection. He called out to her softly. He revealed that he had found the people who killed his parents. He vowed internally to hunt them down and tear them apart. His internal monologue screamed for blood and total annihilation. Grandma noticed his distant look and asked if the food was okay. He snapped back to reality, asking for seconds and praising the stew. He decided not to tell her, sparing her the pain of reopening old wounds. He swore that revenge would be his alone. He instructed manager Ma to prepare for a return to Seoul the next day. He planned to visit the prison to confront Cheon Suhan immediately upon arrival. Suhan reacted to the name on the visitor list. He asked why Mu-hyuk was there instead of his brother. Mu-hyuk casually asked why a nephew couldn't visit, offering sushi. Suhan refused the food and called for the guard, disgusted by Mu-hyuk's presence. Mu-hyuk coldly threatened his prison privileges if he didn't sit down. Suhan sneered, accusing him of acting like the heir already. He demanded the reason for the visit. Mu-hyuk feigned innocence, asking why his uncle was so hostile. Suhan exploded, blaming Mu-hyuk's existence and arrival for ruining the family dynamic. Mu-hyuk mocked him, asking if he planned to spend his life cleaning up his older brother's messes. Suhan raged, asking if Mu-hyuk had a death wish. He commanded Mu-hyuk to lower his gaze. Mu-hyuk calmly ordered him to sit. He repeated the command with authority. Suhan sat, fuming, asking what the endgame of this provocation was. Mu-hyuk stated he simply had questions. He mentioned hearing something odd about his parents' deaths. He asked if Suhan also found the circumstances of the death suspicious. He questioned why grandfather hadn't pursued the real killer despite his immense power. Suhan stammered, insisting the culprit had been caught and their father knew. Mu-hyuk pointed out the stab wounds and the short prison sentence as proof of a cover-up. He wondered how grandfather could not know facts that were so easily uncovered. He suggested someone had deliberately kept the truth from grandfather. Suhan realized Mu-hyuk knew more than he let on. Suhan tried to dismiss the topic, asking what could be done after so many years. Mu-hyuk agreed that clues were scarce due to the passage of time. Then he dropped the bomb. A witness had surfaced. Suhan panicked, demanding to know who the witness was. Mu-hyuk scolded him, saying a real brother would ask who killed his sister, not who knew about it. He revealed that his mother was the specific target of the hit. He stated the killer was a Cheon who used the Azure Wind Society to clean up the mess. Mu-hyuk mused that he should tell grandfather, assuming the old man was innocent. As Mu-hyuk deduced the culprit was close to grandfather, Suhan panicked and denied knowledge. Mu-hyuk pressed him to reveal what he knew, but Suhan continued to swear innocence. Mu-hyuk remarked on the tragedy of a sister being killed by her own brothers. He emphasized the sheer tragedy of it. Suhan confessed he found out only after the death, claiming he would have stopped it if he had known. He blamed his older brother and the society, insisting he only found out when it was too late. Mu-hyuk shouted that he should have told grandfather the truth. He condemned them as being worse than beasts for hiding the murder of their own family. Internally, Mu-hyuk realized that killing him was nothing to people who had already killed their sister. He warned Suhan that he better be telling the truth about not knowing beforehand. He threatened to kill him if he discovered this was another lie. Mu-hyuk wondered if grandfather actually knew but chose his sons over justice. He feared grandfather might ask him to forgive the killers. He questioned what would happen if he chose revenge against grandfather's wishes. Manager Ma invited him back into the warmth of the car. Mu-hyuk asked Manager Ma for advice. The manager told him to do whatever he wanted. Mu-hyuk asked if that applied even if he had to oppose grandfather. Ma asked what he feared, that the chairman already knew. He asked if Mu-hyuk feared losing his inheritance or being abandoned. Mu-hyuk realized he had nothing to fear, having already died once. Ma pledged his loyalty regardless of the choice. He encouraged Mu-hyuk to walk his own path, even if it meant splitting from the chairman. Ma apologized for speaking so freely. Mu-hyuk thanked him and asked him to intervene if he ever strayed. He ordered the car to move. He declared he had to see his grandfather. He announced his return to his grandfather. The old man noted his late arrival and asked what had kept him occupied. He revealed that he had paid a visit to his uncle Suman that day. His grandfather questioned the reason for visiting Suman. He explained that he needed to verify a suspicion he had held. He asked his grandfather if he was already aware of the truth. He stated that his parents had not died in an accident but were murdered in a contract killing. He revealed that his uncles, Suman and Suhan, were complicit in the crime. He accused the old man of knowing the truth all along and keeping it hidden. He expressed his horror at having called his parents' murderer's uncle, and asked if the old man hadn't feared his eventual resentment. He finally understood why his grandfather had never pushed him away in his past life despite disapproving of him. It was guilt over his mother and the fear of handing the legacy to the brothers who killed their own sister. However, his grandfather had passed away before resolving the situation. Consequently, he had met his end at their hands in that past life. He demanded to know exactly how much the old man knew. He recounted hearing that his uncle conspired with the Azure Wind Society to kill his mother, with his father becoming collateral damage. He demanded an explanation of what the Azure Wind Society was and their motive for killing his mother. The old man admitted that what happened to Mu-hyuk was entirely his fault. He explained that the Azure Wind Society was a powerful organization controlling politics and business from the shadows, even influencing the private lending sector. He admitted using their help to expand his business initially, but their demands eventually became excessive. He recalled refusing to give them any more money. The society had warned him that he was breaking a promise to cooperate. He had angrily cut ties with them, declaring he wanted nothing more to do with the society. They had accepted his refusal for the moment. However, they had left him with an ominous warning that he would regret it. Not long after that confrontation, tragedy struck. Mu-hyuk was murdered as a brutal warning for refusing their orders. He asked if the society was truly powerful enough to threaten and manipulate his grandfather. The old man admitted he agreed to cooperate again after the incident. He had made one condition: that they never harm his family again. He explained that Suman had merely leaked Mu-hyuk's location under pressure from the society, acting as a pawn. He countered that Suman was no mere pawn and insisted the old man knew how greedy his sons truly were. The old man refused to believe that his sons were fully responsible. He argued that even if the society orchestrated it, his uncles were the ones who benefited most from his mother's death. He vowed never to forgive them. The old man called out his name in distress. He declared that his revenge would be absolute and total. The old man pleaded that they were still blood relatives and asked if such extreme measures were necessary. He told his grandfather to deal with them personally if he wanted to save them. The assistant begged the chairman to intervene. He warned that if action wasn't taken now, they would eventually come for his life. He observed that his grandfather was no longer a titan, but just a frail, lonely old man like his grandmother. The old man lamented that he could not bring himself to kill his own children. He compromised, demanding they be removed from his sight and sent where they could never meet him again. He insisted they be stripped of everything to realize their wrongs, promising not to kill them if this was done. He noted he could kill them now but wished to spare his grandfather the pain of losing more family. He threatened to leave if his terms were not met. He promised to return only after gaining enough power to destroy them himself. He thanked his grandfather for everything, signaling his ultimatum. The old man called out to him desperately to wait. He paused, waiting for the decision. The old man finally agreed to do as he wished. He noticed someone approaching. A friend asked what was wrong, noticing his distress. He asked if there was any alcohol in the house. The friend exclaimed in shock as he drank straight soju. The friend asked what happened back home in Busan to cause such a reaction. He questioned why he was crying. He confessed that his heart ached for his mother and father. The old man lamented to his assistant that his daughter died while he did nothing, despite knowing the culprits. He asked his assistant if he also resented him, knowing how close the assistant was to Mu-hyuk. The assistant acknowledged the chairman. The chairman asked if he could win a war against the Azure Wind Society in his current state. He stated that the conflict would end only with the destruction of either the society or himself. He explained that destroying one faction of the society would only lead to another taking its place. The assistant suggested using the secret ledgers. He described the ledgers containing records of bribes to politicians and officials linked to the society. The assistant estimated their winning odds at 50-50 with the ledgers. The chairman countered that using the ledgers would cost him all his built-up power. He feared losing his money, family, and life even if he won. He sighed, realizing his final weapon only offered a 50% chance of success. He noted the society was waiting for his death, as his sons were easier to control. He predicted that upon his death, his sons would inherit his assets and fully cooperate with the society. He declared the need to reclaim everything his sons had received from him. The son on the phone reacted with shock. He demanded an explanation for the sudden talk of divorce. The chairman dismissed his son's protests, calling it a family matter and ruling out property division. The son demanded to know why this was happening and what would happen to the children. The chairman announced plans to send the son abroad while he took care of the assets and grandchildren. He instructed the son to have his wife sign the papers when the director arrived. The son internally raged at the commanding tone he had endured his entire life. He refused to blindly obey without an explanation, asserting he was no longer submissive. He tried to leverage his connection to the Samseong group but was told to understand the situation. He warned his father not to ignore his influence, threatening to side with his older brother. He boasted about rising above his brothers to become the second chairman despite being the youngest. He threatened that backing his older brother could have unpredictable consequences. The chairman asked if he was being threatened, and the son replied he was unsure what he might do next. He told his father to keep that risk in mind. The chairman coldly ordered him to sign the papers immediately when the director arrived. The son cursed the old man in fury. He wondered how long he had to tiptoe around his father and realized the alliance was breaking. He suspected his father might be plotting with his older brother. His daughter arrived, mentioning they had been shopping nearby. He demanded to know what his wife had done to cause the sudden divorce demand. The wife was shocked and confused by the news. He relayed the father's order to sign immediately without asking for assets, noting the director was en route. He asked if she had heard anything from Suman that might explain this. She mentioned meeting Suman recently but noted their strained relationship. The assistant announced his arrival. He greeted the family formally. He presented the divorce papers for the president and madam. The wife asked if this was real and demanded the reason. The assistant stated he could not disclose the reason. The son ordered his wife to just stamp the papers and hand them over. She protested, worrying about the divorce and the children, pleading for persuasion. The son snapped that his father couldn't be persuaded and insisted she sign. He cursed his father under his breath. He wondered what the old man was thinking. He suspected it had something to do with Kim Mu-hyuk. The assistant requested the son's seal, noting the wife had been informed. The son exploded, asking who gave permission to file for his divorce. The assistant replied it was the chairman's direct order and would proceed regardless of his signature. The wife panicked, realizing this meant ending the 20-year relationship with the Samsung group. She lamented that their plan to take over the group through inheritance was crumbling. The assistant instructed them to prepare to leave the country quickly. The son realized definitively that Mu-hyuk was the cause of all this. He raged that the father was exiling his eldest son to give everything to a bastard. The assistant warned him to watch his language. The son refused to accept the situation, declaring he wouldn't quietly disappear. The assistant advised him not to rely on the Azure Wind Society, shocking the son. The assistant asked if he really thought the chairman didn't know about his connections. He asked why the son had done it, noting Mu-hyuk had left to avoid blood money. He questioned if it was necessary to track her down and kill her. The son stammered, claiming it was a misunderstanding. He desperately denied killing Mu-hyuk. He offered to explain to his father, but the assistant said the chairman refused to see him. He relayed that the chairman would lose all remaining affection if he showed his face. He ordered the son to stamp the papers while he handled the assets. He instructed him to say goodbye to his family and leave for Australia the next day. The son was outraged at being ordered around by a servant. The assistant calmly repeated the order to stamp the seal. He threatened to use the son's fingerprints by force, even if it meant chopping off fingers. He stated he would book the flight and warned him not to be late. The son stood in disbelief that he was being kicked out so easily. His phone rang and he answered. He identified himself and requested an immediate emergency meeting. The voice on the other end asked what he wanted. He complained that he was about to be kicked out empty-handed, losing his position and group. The voice asked if he wanted them to eliminate the kid named Mu-hyuk. He confirmed the request to the society chairman. The society chairman mused about the situation involving the sister and now her son. He commented that Suman was scarier than he appeared. Suman argued that Mu-hyuk would inherit everything and might escape the society's control. The society chairman noted that Cheon Tae-san had chosen his daughter's son as heir. He asked if Suman thought his father would stay quiet if they killed the heir. He predicted total war with the father, which would damage both sides. He used a bonsai metaphor, explaining that pruning must wait for the right time to maintain strength. He assured Suman that Mu-hyuk was just a twig they would eventually prune. He ordered Suman to leave for now and stay out of sight until called upon. He warned Suman not to disappoint him again when that time came. Suman agreed subserviently and thanked the society chairman. He swore revenge on Kim Mu-hyuk, promising to return. The society chairman pondered if Mu-hyuk was special enough to warrant abandoning the sons. He sighed thoughtfully. He decided he would find out soon and planned to cut off Cheon Tae-san's head if he defied them. His friend asked if he was up and checked on his hangover, noting it was 1 p.m. He apologized for disturbing the study session and moved to leave. The friend offered to make ramen to settle his stomach before he left. The friend called his name seriously. He told him to do whatever he thought was right, promising to help where he could. He reminded him they were friends and told him to cheer up. He thanked his friend. The assistant reported that Cheon Suman had left for Australia. He asked if there was any resistance. The assistant noted he went quietly but advised keeping a close watch given his personality. He asked about Suhan, and the assistant confirmed his transfer to prison and revocation of privileges. He instructed the assistant to provide for the remaining families of his uncles. He announced his arrival to his grandfather. The grandfather asked where he had been. He stated he had decided not to resent the old man anymore. He expressed understanding for the old man's desire to protect the family and his fear of losing everything. He promised to work hard to fill the void left by his uncles. The grandfather thanked him. He declared his intention to start working properly, and the grandfather asked where he would begin. He requested to review all loan documents under the grandfather's name. The grandfather clarified if he meant all of them. He explained the need to understand the current affairs to decide what to keep and what to discard. He noted the changing financial landscape, citing the real name financial system. He expressed a desire to ride the wave of change. He aimed to build an unshakable golden empire by the time he inherited the seat. The grandfather repeated the phrase golden empire thoughtfully. He approved of the ambition. He called for Myung-hoon. He ordered the director to hand over all loan documents to Mu-hyuk. The director acknowledged the order to hand over everything. The grandfather asked if that was all. He confirmed it was and thanked his grandfather, celebrating internally. The grandfather expressed interest in seeing how he handled the changing world. He promised not to let the old man down. He added that he had another favor to ask. He requested full information on the Azure Wind Society to plan their punishment. He asked who they were to be so powerful that even the chairman couldn't touch them. He reasoned that since his uncles killed his mother for assets, they likely killed him in his past life too. He insisted he couldn't leave the society alone as they would come for him again. The grandfather warned him not to fight them, calling them karma that must end with his generation. He argued that clashing with them was inevitable if he inherited the position. He declared he would never forgive the murderers of his parents. The grandfather ordered the director to bring a ledger from the vault. He realized this was the secret vault he thought was in the study. He recalled that Suman had found it empty after the grandfather's death in the past life. The director presented the ledger. The grandfather explained it contained records of everyone in the society he had given money to. He listed powerful figures from politics, military, and law who controlled the country. He asked who the leader of the society was. The grandfather admitted even he didn't know and had never met the leader. He explained the society was a network of disconnected units. He revealed he had tracked the money flow to create this record of members. He described the ledger as a weapon to destroy the society when necessary. He lamented that even with this evidence of bribery, the winning odds were still only 50%. He realized his grandfather hadn't given up but was waiting for the right moment. He understood it was all to avenge his daughter. He asked his grandfather to give him the ledger. The grandfather refused, warning that possessing it meant never escaping the underworld. He insisted on taking this karma to his grave. He stated he couldn't allow his grandson to fight a losing battle and die. He accepted the refusal for the moment. He vowed to become powerful enough to guarantee a 100% chance of winning. He asked for the ledger to be given to him when that day came. The grandfather hesitated. He pleaded with him. The grandfather agreed to the condition. He promised to hand over the ledger when he had enough power. He accepted the agreement, confident it wouldn't take long. He internally vowed to punish the society for their sins. The grandfather wondered if he should have kept the secret to his grave. He reasoned that Mu-hyuk would have found out anyway and sought revenge alone. He decided to keep a close eye on him, knowing the society wouldn't leave him alone. He resolved to protect him from the society chairman, Lee Yong-hun. He pondered the Azure Wind Society. He wondered why his grandfather was keeping the leader's identity secret. He ordered his manager to gather comprehensive intel on the society and its leader. He realized the society was more powerful than he thought and he needed to grow strong quickly. He swore they would pay for killing his parents and himself. He called out to his subordinate, Kim Mu-mu. He asked how the construction company was going, and the subordinate credited his partner. He asked about the transition, and the subordinate mentioned issues with contracts. The subordinate explained that previous contracts were gained through corruption, making new ones hard to get. He promised to secure subcontracts from a major corporation and advised sticking to legal work for now. He ordered the subordinate to start by taking over the Yangdongpo area. He assured funding and asked about the personnel, learning the old bosses were retired. He promised unlimited funds but strictly forbade drug dealing. The subordinate questioned the rush to expand to Seoul. He called for the subordinate's attention. He urged haste, warning that a big war might be coming. The group celebrated passing their first exam. A member announced that all 5 of them had passed the first stage of the bar exam. They expressed joy at their collective success. One member teased that Mu-hyuk passed despite slacking off. Another member asked about the second stage, and he revealed his lack of interest. He announced he wasn't taking the second exam, shocking them. He explained he never intended to be a legal professional and didn't want to do things halfway. The friend lamented that they wouldn't walk the same path. He assured them they would still help each other from their respective positions. He mentioned his grandfather wanted to meet one of them. The friend identified the grandfather as the former Chief Justice. The group was impressed that such a high-profile figure knew him. He claimed ignorance of the reason for the meeting. Another friend mentioned his father also wanted to meet him. It was revealed to be the chairman of a famous law firm. The friend explained his father was curious about the only member he hadn't met yet. He realized rumors about him were spreading in the legal world, which was a mixed blessing. He noted this connection was the reason he formed the club. He recalled his grandfather failing to woo these families previously. Money hadn't been enough to buy their influence. He agreed to meet the Chief Justice first, then the law firm chairman. The friend found it interesting that his family was suddenly interested in his friend. He changed the subject, asking if the friend still planned to be a prosecutor. The friend admitted his grandfather wanted him to be a judge. He stated his ambition to become a prosecutor and succeed on his own merits. He expressed a desire to avoid the path of his father and brothers. He encouraged his friend, saying he would succeed anywhere. A female friend called his name. She asked to step out for fresh air. He congratulated her on passing. She reminded him that she owed him and promised to pay him back when she succeeded. He told her not to worry and asked if everything else was good. He encouraged her to focus solely on the second exam. She thanked him sincerely. He suggested going back inside. She called out to him again. She confirmed their friendship status. She tentatively asked what he thought of her as a woman. He said her name. He complimented her attractiveness. However, he stated he wasn't in a place for a relationship. Internally, he decided dating her would waste the leverage he had over her. He reflected that he had enough of women in his past life. She quickly dismissed her comment, blaming the alcohol. Their friends interrupted, dragging them back to drink more. They laughed and continued the celebration. He asked his grandfather about the former Chief Justice. He explained the man was his friend's grandfather and wanted to meet him. The grandfather surmised the man knew about Suman's exile. He stated his intention to get on the man's good side. The grandfather warned that the man was tough and untrusting. He insisted on facing him since the man initiated the meeting. The grandfather advised against using money to win him over. He acknowledged the advice. A week had passed since the events unfolded. He arrived at the residence, announcing their presence to his grandfather. He introduced himself to the host as Hyeonwa's friend. He recognized the man as Chief Justice Oh Jung-sik, appointed during a turbulent regime. The former justice welcomed him, known for his fairness despite the era's corruption. The justice politely sent his grandson away on an errand to clear the room. He offered him a seat, thanking him for coming. The justice confirmed his identity as Chairman Cheon's grandson. He affirmed the relationship, stating the chairman was his maternal grandfather. The justice asked after the chairman's health, and he replied that the old man was well. He sensed the justice was testing him with vague pleasantries to gauge his reaction. The justice shifted the conversation to the real topic. He asked directly why he had approached his grandson, Hyun-woo. He realized the invitation hadn't been merely out of curiosity. He denied having ulterior motives, explaining they met by chance in the same department. The justice pressed further, skeptical that there were no other intentions. He explained that while he valued networking, maintaining a genuine friendship formed by chance was more efficient. The justice asked if he meant the relationship wasn't calculated. He stated he was too busy to invest time in uncertain futures, implying honesty was his best policy. The justice acknowledged hearing about his busy schedule. He noted the ruthlessness with which he had cut off his own uncles. The justice expressed fascination that a 20-year-old had wiped out the heirs of the loan shark industry. He realized the justice was well-informed, likely explaining why his grandfather couldn't buy him off. The justice brought up the rumor that he was quitting the bar exam. He admitted that passing the second round seemed impossible without true resolve. The justice agreed, calling it disrespectful to serious candidates to take the exam without intent to practice. He asked if the plan was to become the king of the underground like his grandfather. He deflected the heavy title, suggesting his grandfather wouldn't appreciate it either. He clarified he didn't look down on the chairman, acknowledging his role in those chaotic times. However, the justice pointed out that the chairman had been too violent. He countered that violence was ubiquitous in politics, business, and law during that era. He argued that the current stable era was built by those who survived that violence. He stated his belief that the coming era would be different. The justice remarked that he sounded like he was following his grandfather's path. He declared his intention to bring the business into the light, evolving with the times. Yet, he refused to abandon the shadows, arguing that light requires darkness to prevent chaos. The justice admitted he found him far more interesting than his grandson's usual safe friends. He offered to visit often, but the justice humbly claimed to be a powerless old man. He analyzed that the justice valued honor above all else. He realized that for this man, honor provided legitimacy, which was a form of power he hungered for. He calculated that this man's influence would be vital when the world collapsed in 3 years. Later, his grandfather asked if he had met the Chief Justice. The chairman wondered if they had talked behind his back, suggesting they might have been friends in another life. He shuddered at the thought of being friends with such an intense man. An assistant reported that the loan audit was complete. He was surprised by the speed and asked for the results. The assistant reported many high-risk loans and advised recovering them all. He noted that private loans usually indicated instability, which would be fatal during the upcoming crisis. His grandfather asked if he meant to recover everything, and he confirmed it. The grandfather questioned quitting the lending business during an era of corporate expansion. He explained the difficulty of retrieving funds once trouble started and insisted on cleaning up beforehand. He knew the foreign exchange crisis was a slow build-up that would eventually crumble everything. He asked for his grandfather's opinion. The grandfather agreed with the logic but advised caution given the nature of their industry. He gave his permission to proceed, and he thanked his grandfather. The grandfather asked what he planned to do with the recovered funds. He planned to lend only to trustworthy companies, avoiding risk. He intended to hold the leash of companies when bondholders took control after the crash. He recalled that the spark for the Asian financial crisis was actually lit in Mexico in 1994. The scene shifted to an office in New York. He called his associate Han Kyung-young. Han greeted him warmly, asking how things were back home. He confirmed everything was good and asked if Han was mingling well with Wall Street. Han confirmed he was networking and spending generously as instructed. He told Han to listen carefully, as the real work was starting. He asked what would happen if Mexico devalued the peso against the dollar. Han was shocked by the suggestion of devaluation. He explained the historical context of Mexico devaluing to boost exports. Han questioned why they would do something so reckless. He pushed Han to consider the scenario where it actually happened. Han predicted a crash in trust, investor flight, and economic panic. He confirmed that this move would spark a wave of dollar outflows and force an IMF bailout. He was pleased that Han grasped the implications immediately. He predicted 2 devaluations coming before Christmas. He proposed leveraging $300 million to bet on this outcome. Han hesitated, asking if he was seriously suggesting such a massive gamble. He confirmed it was a bet, explaining why he needed major firms involved. Han exclaimed that he was absolutely crazy. He gave specific dates for the drop and ordered Han to pull every string available. He admitted that failure meant total loss, but success meant making trillions. Han stammered, realizing this was nearly his entire fortune excluding tech investments. Han panicked at the thought of losing it all. He remained calm, stating one thing was clear regardless of the outcome. Han called him a crazy bastard. He demanded the deal be sealed by August. He explained that, after the August election, it would be too late. Han agreed to scout finance firms and contact him before signing. He told Han to handle the signing himself, trusting his expertise. He expressed his absolute trust in Han. He viewed this as the ultimate test of Han's capabilities. Han repeated the words of trust to himself. He resigned himself to trusting his boss's insane vision. Later, at a major investment firm, Han cursed his boss under his breath. He reminded Han it was early morning where he was. Han yelled excitedly that they had signed the contract. The CFO introduced himself as Tom House. Tom confirmed the bet that the peso would drop drastically by January. Tom listed reasons why Mexico was seen as stable and growing due to NAFTA. He found the prediction of a 60% crash unimaginable for such a large bet. He insisted on maximum leverage or threatened to go elsewhere. Tom quickly agreed to handle it, not wanting to lose the client. Tom welcomed the deal, hoping for a long relationship. He knew the bankers were salivating over their bonuses, thinking him an Asian fool. He congratulated Han, telling him not to laugh yet as maturity was in January. He asked about the leverage ratio. Han replied it was 30 times.
Epras dan enthusiastically.
Han had managed to bet $9 billion using the initial $300 million. Han lamented the potential loss of money he'd never see again. Han begged to return to Korea, but he ordered him to stay. He promised Han would be worshipped upon his return. Time flew and major political events occurred in Korea. A major corporate chairman stepped down. His friends passed the bar exam, setting a new record for their school. Tension mounted as December 20th approached. He worried if his interference might have changed the future. Han called, sounding exhausted and anxious about the date. He reassured Han to trust him. He recounted the tragic political events in Mexico that he had counted on happening. He realized there was no turning back and he had to trust his memory. The date arrived, December 21st, 1994. He answered the phone to hear Han shouting. Han announced that the Mexican government had just devalued the peso. Foreign investors began fleeing Mexico immediately. He recalled the massive capital flight that caught Wall Street off guard. Han asked if they should cash out now. He ordered a hold until next month, knowing the bottom was yet to come. Han agreed to hold on for dear life. The new year began, and the peso continued to freefall. He finally gave the order to sell everything. Han confirmed total liquidation. He thanked Han for a successful first deal. The CFO asked in shock if he had really foreseen this 6 months ago. He played innocent, denying he was a god. He simply claimed he bet on an overvalued asset and won. An assistant informed the CFO of a call from the chairman. The entire team at the bank was being fired. He asked Han for the final return figure. Han stated it was $25 billion. He calculated the astronomical value in Korean won. He wondered if he now possessed more wealth than his grandfather. He felt invincible, knowing he was fighting with a cheat sheet of the future. He saw this as just one of many opportunities. He anticipated the same disaster striking Korea in 2 years. Later, he congratulated his friend on passing the exam. The friend credited him for the motivation. He asked about school, and the friend planned a gap year to preserve hierarchy. The friend explained the strict seniority culture of prosecutors. He realized his small interference had accelerated their careers compared to his past life. He pondered the butterfly effect of his actions. The friend mentioned another friend, Hyun-sung, who hadn't called him. He explained that they had drifted apart after Hyun-sung went to Busan. The friend teased him about a lover's quarrel. He mentioned visiting Busan soon to see his grandmother. The friend revealed Hyun-sung saw her every day, surprising him. He repeated Hyun-sung's name thoughtfully. He asked about the status of his uncles, Suman and Suhan. The friend reported they were living miserably in Australia. The second uncle was suffering greatly in prison after losing his privileges. He noted that his cousins were holding a grudge against him. He learned that a cousin, Cheon, had returned to Korea. He considered inviting them, understanding their resentment. He returned home to find a visitor with his grandfather. He asked if something was wrong. His grandfather dismissed the previous visitor. He observed the loneliness of the old man. He announced himself to a caller on the phone. He asked the caller to speak. A young female voice identified herself as Cheon Ji-young. He recognized her as Suhan's daughter, who had been irrelevant in his past life. He recalled she was a high schooler and asked what was wrong. She timidly asked to meet him. He decided to meet her, calculating she was not a threat but still a Cheon. At the meeting, she immediately apologized. She broke down in tears, repeating her apology. He offered her a handkerchief, asking her to calm down. She blew her nose loudly. She confessed she knew what her father had done to his mother. She admitted she wouldn't forgive her father either and wanted to apologize. He admitted it was uncomfortable but absolved her of blame. He told her to be comfortable as they were family. She expressed relief, having feared he would be cold like her other cousins. He admired her courage to apologize, unlike her siblings. She explained she was staying in Korea due to her father's situation. He realized this change was likely his doing. He asked about her plans regarding school. He asked if she had a dream, recalling rumors she wanted to be a singer. She admitted she wanted to do music but was unsure of her talent. She insisted people told her she was good at singing. He noted she was different from his past life's impression of her. He encouraged her to try if she wanted to. He promised to take her side if grandfather opposed it. He reminded her she was young enough to fail and get back up. She laughed, noting he sounded like an old man despite his age. He suggested they visit grandfather together. He assured her the old man missed her. They arrived at the house. Grandfather was shocked to see Ji-young. The reunion was emotional for the old man. Later, he asked his subordinate about Uncle Suhan. The subordinate reported Suhan was isolated and had attempted suicide. The subordinate offered to finish him off. He ordered them to keep Suhan alive and prevent suicide. He wanted his uncle to be destroyed psychologically instead. He vowed not to forgive the man who covered up his mother's death. He felt this psychological destruction was the only justice he could offer his grandfather. Later, he met with his gang ally. The ally celebrated taking over Yangdongpo. The ally welcomed him to the new territory. He accepted the hospitality. The ally had booked the entire venue. They reminisced about how long it had been since they drank together. He agreed. He addressed the ally formally. The ally reacted to being called Hyung. The ally was ecstatic at the sign of respect. His manager introduced himself formally to the gangster. The gangster accepted the introduction politely. He asked about the takeover process. The ally claimed it was almost too easy. The ally noted that everyone knew there was serious power backing them now. He acknowledged that the underworld was quick to notice power. The ally asked where to target next, suggesting the rich district. He ordered them to start with smaller gangs first. He gave a strict warning to avoid the Chinese groups for now. The ally agreed to leave the Chinese alone. He checked in with his legal expert. The lawyer joked about his identity crisis between lawyer and company man. He emphasized the need for legitimate professionals. He instructed them to hire more capable people. The lawyer suggested bidding for construction projects soon. He promised to coordinate funding and support. He revealed he was exploring other bids as well. The ally questioned where the projects would come from given the government's stance. He pointed them toward a redevelopment opportunity currently held by another gang. He told them to ask for whatever they needed to do it quietly. The ally boasted that they controlled the area. He asked about the situation in Busan. He explained that Busan was critical because Japanese loan sharks would use it as a base. He needed Busan under control to handle the coming invasion. He warned his ally to stay alert. The ally proposed they stop working and start drinking. Meanwhile, he had other business to settle. He called for manager Ma. He ordered meetings with the Myeongdong bosses to assign tasks. He noted the silence of a boss named President No. He let the reality of the power shift sink in. The boss apologized for past rudeness. He threatened the boss, stating he only kept him because he was useful. He shifted tactics from threat to reward. He confirmed the boss wanted to stay in the illegal sector. He ordered the recovery of all old loans by next year. The boss was shocked, thinking he was shutting down the business. He explained the laws were changing and they needed to go deeper underground. The boss agreed to follow orders. He asked about the boss's relationship with other sharks. He ordered him to strengthen those ties. The boss understood. His manager spoke up. The manager questioned keeping such a suspicious person close. He explained that the boss's network was too valuable to discard and hard to replace. He foresaw the foreign capital invasion of the loan market in 2002. He planned to strike first and control the market before that happened. He decided to split his forces between legal and illegal sectors. He arrived at another meeting with a subordinate. The host welcomed him warmly. He recognized a man in the room from his past life. He identified him as a future Yakuza leader invading the Korean market. He recalled the name Fun Toshiro. The man was currently using a Korean name. He knew this man had entered Korea secretly to prepare for the market takeover. He wondered why this dangerous figure was with his subordinate, suspecting betrayal. The host asked the reason for his visit. Internally, he decided the host could no longer be trusted. Outwardly, he apologized for being distant and claimed it was a social visit. The host played the role of a loyal subordinate. He questioned the sincerity of the host's words. He pointedly remarked on the host's loyalty to the chairman, demanding it for himself now. The host claimed his loyalty was transferable. He checked if business was usual and the host confirmed it. He pretended to trust the host's expertise and moved to leave. The host stopped him to introduce a young friend. The host introduced the Yakuza member under a false identity. The man introduced himself politely. The host claimed they were from the same hometown. He asked where that hometown was and the host lied. He tested the man on his dialect and history. The host recommended the man as a bodyguard. The host pointed out his lack of security detail. He realized the host was trying to plant a spy next to him. He addressed the spy by his fake name. He bade them farewell. The spy thanked him enthusiastically. He silently vowed to meet the Yakuza again on his own terms. He asked his manager if he had found anything odd about the host. He revealed the plot to plant a Yakuza spy and deduced the host was a traitor. He asked about the boss's history. He asked his grandfather if he trusted the Myeongdong bosses. The grandfather admitted he only trusted his closest aide. The grandfather described the host as reliable and someone he had raised. However, he admitted the man was unpredictable. He voiced his suspicion that the man was a spy for the Azure Wind Society. The grandfather was shocked, finding it hard to believe. He suggested the man had been a sleeper agent for a long time. The grandfather admitted he couldn't shake his own suspicions despite the history. He announced his plan to eliminate the traitor. The grandfather questioned the extreme measure. He sought permission to remove the grandfather's man. The grandfather hesitated. He gave his consent to do as he saw fit. He asked if he could handle the traitor's numerous subordinates. He mentioned the combined forces he now controlled, including the Busan gang. He expressed a pragmatic view of his allies as useful tools. He declared it was time to handle the traitor. The manager acknowledged the order. He confirmed his gang ally was prepared. The ally was eager to prove himself on their first joint operation. The ally wanted to look good in front of him. He instructed the ally to secure the perimeter while he went inside. The ally worried about the small number of people going in. He explained that his future guards needed to be capable enough to handle this. The ally agreed to stop anyone from entering. He signaled his team to move out. He stared in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The area was completely locked down, with eyes everywhere in downtown Myeongdong, making escape impossible. He immediately acknowledged the order with a shout. He asked if the man could fight unarmed, granting him permission to use a weapon if necessary. He remarked that it was time to see just how skilled Manager Ma truly was. He stammered, confused by the identity of the new arrivals. He shouted in confusion, demanding to know who these people were. He recognized Manager Ma and questioned what he was doing there. The subordinate explained that the young master had ordered them to bring both men to him. He argued that this could have been done quietly, confused by the aggressive display. He coldly ordered his men to drag them out. He yelled at them to stay back. He realized they had been found out and asked President Shin if he was going to surrender without a fight. Shin insisted he had called for help and told them to hold out a little longer. He instructed his men not to kill the targets. The enemy shouted a death threat in return. He started to ask who they thought they were dealing with. He mocked them for threatening him with such a small weapon. He grabbed the attacker, securing a hold. He called out to Myunjian in confusion, apologizing for the sudden move. He boasted about his wrestling experience since childhood, refusing to be taken down by mere punks. He laughed, noting that the resistance made things more interesting since it had been too easy. He ordered his team to prepare for a fight. He demanded to know the identity of the opposing group. The rival gangster retorted, asking who was demanding their identity. He mocked them, asking if they came to borrow money or get a group discount. He declared that business was closed and told them to go home. He announced they were the White Tiger Gang of Gangnam and warned the intruders to step aside or be beaten. He repeated the name, recognizing the Gangnam White Tiger Gang. He insulted the White Tigers, telling them to go home and pick lint from their navels. He recalled hearing about thugs from Busan taking over Yangdongpo and asked if it was them. The gang member was furious that outsiders were acting up in their territory. He coughed in pain, cursing at his opponent. He swore that the man would die today for his insolence. He angrily defended Busan, offended that they considered everything outside Seoul to be the countryside. He called out desperately to his boss. He noted that they were outnumbered. He vowed that none of them would leave the building alive. He taunted the Seoul gangsters, asking if they only knew how to chatter like monkeys. He ordered his men to take the enemy down. He asked if the situation upstairs was resolved, and the subordinate confirmed it was easy thanks to him. He wondered why the White Tiger Gang, based in Gangnam, had come to protect President Shin. He decided that since the gang was with Shin, they should be taken down as well. He explained that President Park's men were hurt and that without intervention, they would have been trapped. He apologized, clarifying he wasn't reprimanding them but was just relieved they were safe. He realized that sending only Manager Ma might have resulted in failure, acknowledging his current limits. He asked about the group that had arrived to protect President Shin. He noted that while the White Tigers were strong, Myeongdong was his grandfather's territory, making their presence brazen. He asked if Baek Jung-gi had sent them, but the gangster angrily told him not to speak their leader's name. He mocked them, asking if he should use their leader's old nickname from his violent past instead. He declared that by stepping into Myeongdong, they had effectively declared war. He ordered his men to beat the gangster but keep him alive to pressure Baek Jung-gi later. The gangster cursed him, demanding to be killed instead. He coldly suggested they start by breaking one leg. He asked President Shin how long this betrayal had been going on. Shin feigned ignorance, asking why this was happening and begging to speak to the chairman to clear up the misunderstanding. He repeated the word misunderstanding with skepticism. He accused Shin of planting the Yakuza spy Moon-taebyum by his side on behalf of the Azure Wind Society. He noted Shin's reaction confirmed the truth and scolded him for betraying the grandfather who sponsored him. Shin cursed, revealing he was already serving someone else before he ever started working for the chairman. He asked if that person was the leader of the Azure Wind Society and demanded details. Shin laughed sinisterly. Shin mocked him, saying the chairman hadn't told him the full truth about the society's leader. He glared at Shin, anger rising. Shin implied that the society chairman was powerful enough to eliminate him whenever he wished. Shin confirmed that he was insignificant to the leader, who only planted Moon-taebyum to watch him. Shin blamed him for ruining the perfect setup where Cheon Suman was a puppet boss. He reflected on how Shin had always appeared loyal to his grandfather, even fooling him in his past life. He realized that if he hadn't struck first, Shin would have eventually taken his life. Shin demanded to know how he recognized Moon-taebyum and promised a painless death in exchange for information. Shin refused to talk and told him to just kill him. He agreed to grant the wish, ordering manager Ma to extract all information first. He finished the order, stating Shin was to be killed afterward. The captive screamed to be let go, promising to spare his life in return. He mocked the captive, asking if language was the barrier to understanding the situation. He revealed Moon-taebyum's real name, Fun Toshiro, and his rank within the Yamaguchi-gumi. He suggested they have a serious, private conversation. He repeated the man's full Yakuza identity to drive the point home, inviting him to talk. The man stammered, shocked that he knew his true identity. He thought to himself that this was all the information he had from his past life, but it was enough to shake him. The man asked in fear who he really was. He reminded him that he was Kim Mu-hyuk, the very person the man tried to kill. He accused the man of planning to enter the Myeongdong loan market after his grandfather's death. He recalled how Moon's fate changed in the original timeline after he had eliminated the Cheon brothers. The man stuttered, terrified by the depth of his knowledge. He took control of the interrogation, demanding to know the goal of the alliance with the Azure Wind Society. He offered to take only one arm if the man confessed everything. The man refused, shouting about choosing his honor over betrayal. He questioned the concept of honor in this context. He asked if the man would really prefer death over betraying his gang. He sarcastically praised the man's loyalty and told him to stay silent. He unexpectedly ordered manager Ma to let the man go. The man was confused, suspicious of the sudden release. He told the man he was free to leave. He whispered a threat, saying he would spread rumors that the man begged for his life and spilled everything. He explained that the man's own organization would kill him for the suspected betrayal, granting him his wish to die with honor. The man panicked, begging to be killed there instead of facing his gang's wrath. He offered an honorable death only if the man revealed everything right now. Defeated, the man agreed to tell him everything. He announced his return to his grandfather. The grandfather praised his work and asked for the report. He explained that Shin had ulterior motives from the start and that they had handled Shin, the Yakuza, and the White Tigers. The grandfather confirmed that the White Tiger gang's lieutenant had intervened, proving they were on standby. He asked if the gang intended to break the non-interference pact between districts. He stated that since the pact was broken, he planned to retaliate by building up Park Dong-soo's forces. He noted the news of the gang fight in Myeongdong and the need for a scapegoat to close the case. He assured his grandfather that Park Dong-soo and the White Tigers would offer up men to take the fall to avoid escalation. He advised that all-out war was impossible because the president was unpredictable. He planned to tighten the noose gradually to avoid mutual destruction. The grandfather asked how he knew about the Yakuza spy. He decided to lie, claiming President Park had met the man in Busan. The grandfather mused on the unpredictability of people, noting the Yakuza's usefulness and romanticized ideals. He complimented his grandfather's ability to judge people, while lamenting his own betrayal by Shin. He noticed his grandfather looking unwell and asked about his health. He insisted on taking his grandfather to the hospital. The grandfather refused, joking about not wanting to look like a weak old man, and mentioned a scheduled checkup. The grandfather told him to focus on cleaning up the current mess. The narration explained that members from both gangs surrendered to the police, closing the incident due to the number of witnesses. The man groaned in pain. He listed the man's sins, conspiring to kill Mu-hyuk and mocking the chairman. He told the man that death was the only way to atone. The man screamed that killing him wouldn't save Mu-hyuk from the powerful Azure Wind Society. He cursed, predicting Mu-hyuk would die at the hands of the society. He shouted impatiently for them to kill him already. He replied that he didn't need to do it himself, as rumors of the man's survival would turn his own gang against him. He coldly reminded the man of his young wife and daughter. He turned to leave, ordering his men to head back. He explained that Shin was just a pawn used to plant Moontabium. He detailed how Moon's orders changed from market infiltration to gaining trust and becoming a close aide. He revealed the final order was to assassinate him when the time was right. He noted that his own actions had forced the enemy to change their plans regarding Shin and the Yakuza. He reflected that, in the original timeline, Shin and the Yakuza would have successfully taken over the market after his grandfather's death. He realized how close he came to losing everything again if he hadn't seized the opportunity. He saw this as a rare chance to track down the elusive Azure Wind Society. His subordinate suggested increasing security, but he felt confident in his own ability to survive. The subordinate pleaded with him to take safety seriously. He agreed to a compromise where only the subordinate would stay close while others supported from a distance. He vowed to make the Azure Wind Society pay for involving the Yakuza and trying to kill him. He spoke the name of his enemy with determination. The associate was surprised by the request to set up a shell corporation. He instructed them to split the profits from the Mexican peso bet into multiple paper companies. He detailed the plan to distribute funds across tax havens using hired professionals to complicate the trail. The associate nervously reminded him that this was a crime. The associate worried about rotting in a U.S. prison if caught. He told the associate to ignore the cost and use multiple firms to ensure total anonymity. The associate sighed, complaining that working with him was a roller coaster and he hadn't even visited Disneyland yet. The associate agreed to proceed with the plan despite the risks. He greeted the arrival of his friend. He asked about preparations for the training institute, which the friend dismissed as simple. He invited the friend to sit, mentioning he had ordered delivery food for a meal together. Another friend arrived, announcing he had bought beer. He let out a short, surprised gasp. He acknowledged the arrival of the second friend. The friend organized the group, telling one to put the beer away and Mu-hyuk to set the table. He confirmed he was back in Seoul to stay and planned to re-enroll in school. He asked about his friend's leg, and the friend admitted sports were no longer an option. He thanked his friend for caring for his grandmother, but the friend brushed it off as doing it for his own peace of mind. The friend expressed regret for pitying him in the past. The friend admitted that Mu-hyuk seemed different and slightly scary now. He felt that Mu-hyuk had changed too much. He declared that he would have sought revenge if anything had happened to his friends. The friend apologized for judging him, reaffirming their bond despite the changes. He dismissed the apology, stating that friends didn't need to be sorry. The other friend interrupted the serious moment, yelling at them to come drink. They joked about the friend's drunken habits and past embarrassing incidents at a club. He observed that his friend looked happy. He agreed, thinking that being with them was always enjoyable. In January 1995, a massive earthquake struck Kobe, Japan. The narration explained that the yen began to strengthen rapidly following the disaster. It detailed how insurance companies repatriating funds and hedge funds buying yen fueled this appreciation. The yen became a playground for global hedge funds, second only to the dollar. Under immense pressure, the yen eventually weakened until an agreement was made to lower it deliberately. This agreement triggered the Asian financial crisis, which would strike South Korea 2 years later. He resolved to seize this opportunity to take control of South Korea's economy. He requested to withdraw funds invested in the Wonbo Group. The grandfather was surprised, noting his long relationship with Wonbo. He explained that Wonbo had too much debt and was still borrowing recklessly. The narration introduced the Wonbo Group as a major conglomerate in construction and manufacturing. Despite its high ranking and grand projects like the Yunmi apartment, the company was described as an empty shell. It revealed the chairman's history of bribery and how he avoided punishment while the group nearly collapsed. He dismissed the chairman as nothing more than a real estate speculator. He warned that the chairman's greed would destroy the company and advised recovering the investment now. The grandfather hesitated, thinking the financial statements didn't look critical yet. The narration revealed that Wonbo would collapse in 1997, triggering a domino effect of bankruptcies. It stated that Wanbo's failure was the prelude to the horrific 1997 foreign exchange crisis. The grandfather decided to trust his judgment and gave him permission to handle it. He asked if he needed Myung-hoon's help, mentioning a test involving debt collection. He recognized this was a test of his abilities. He declined, choosing to work with manager Ma instead. The grandfather ordered all Wanbo bonds to be transferred to Mu-hyuk. The grandfather asked once more if he was sure he didn't need assistance. He explained that using help would defeat the purpose of proving himself. The grandfather laughed and wished him luck, sending regards to Chairman Jang. He agreed enthusiastically. He confirmed they had arrived at the correct location. He expressed disbelief that a major corporation's headquarters was in an apartment shopping complex. He realized Chairman Jang was unconventional and that this wouldn't be easy. He stopped Manager Ma from entering first, wanting to handle the task properly himself. He declared it was time to collect their money. He read the signboards listing the various subsidiaries of the Wanbo Group. He questioned if this modest place really housed a top-ranking conglomerate. A staff member asked for the reason of his visit. He stated he had an appointment with the chairman. He added that he came from Myeongdong. The staff member hurriedly directed a subordinate to check the schedule. He was shocked by the opulence inside the office, contrasting sharply with the exterior. Chairman Jang confirmed he was Cheon Tae-san's proxy. He introduced himself as Kim Mu-hyuk. He noted internally that the chairman looked even worse in person than on the news. Jang told him to stop standing and take a seat. Jang asked why he came instead of Director Ha. Jang feigned being impressed that such a young man was taking over duties. He stated his business regarding the convertible bonds used as collateral. Suddenly, Jang screamed at his secretary and threw a fit about the coffee temperature. The secretary apologized profusely while Jang demanded a new cup. Jang insulted his staff before turning back to ask why the loan was being recalled when interest was paid on time. He explained that this was part of a general asset liquidation process ordered by his grandfather. Jang refused to accept that explanation. Jang argued that even loan sharks couldn't demand immediate repayment like this. He thought to himself that he never expected repayment, knowing the company was broke. He offered an alternative: convert the bonds to stocks or sell them to a third party. Jang was outraged at the threat of selling the debt to someone else. He analyzed the power dynamic, noting that usually large debtors held power over creditors. However, he knew that if the bonds changed hands, Wanbo's management rights would be threatened. He asked if Jang was prepared to face the management difficulties that would follow a stock conversion. He revealed that he didn't come for cash, but for something else. Jang asked if this was Chairman Cheon's order. He clarified it was his own decision, authorized by his grandfather. Jang accused him of lying, claiming Cheon promised never to convert the bonds. He invited Jang to verify it personally if he didn't believe him. Jang angrily ordered his staff to connect him to Chairman Cheon immediately. Jang complained to Cheon, asking how he could break their agreement. Cheon feigned ignorance, asking for an explanation. Jang explained the threat regarding the convertible bonds and accused Cheon of bad business ethics. Cheon's tone shifted, asking if Jang was daring to lecture him. Cheon reminded Jang of his humble attitude when borrowing money, contrasting it with his current arrogance. Jang stuttered an apology, and Cheon told him to work it out with his grandson. He asked if the confirmation was finished. Jang accepted the situation and asked how much money he wanted. He demanded 20 billion won. Jang screamed in disbelief, citing the original 5 billion loan. He explained that since repayment was impossible, he was selling the tool that protected the company's control. He remarked that the merchant sets the price. He pointed out that he could get even more by selling it elsewhere. Jang stammered in anger. He threatened to leave if the deal wasn't accepted. Jang offered double the original amount, 10 billion, if given a month. He realized Jang planned to take another illegal loan to pay him, dismissing him as a thug in a suit. He declared the negotiation over, but Jang begged him to wait. Jang frantically called for his CFO. Jang introduced the CFO and told him to handle the explanation. The CFO admitted that raising 20 billion immediately was impossible. He reiterated that if they couldn't pay today, the bonds would be transferred. The CFO asked what he really wanted, realizing he knew their situation. He mentally praised the CFO's quick understanding. He proposed trading the bonds and existing stocks for a total value of 5 billion won. The CFO noted that the premium was still high. He insisted it was a fair valuation given the circumstances. The CFO asked what specific asset he wanted in exchange. He identified a specific plot of unregistered land inside the Yunmi apartment complex. He also demanded the leftover land in Daechidong. Jang was terrified, asking if he had a spy to know such intimate details. He narrated that this land was the one asset the tax service failed to seize, and it would soon skyrocket in value. He reminded Jang of his lineage to explain his knowledge. He stated he knew the current market value was around 40 billion won. He gave Jang a choice: the land or the company. He revealed internally that his only goal was the land in Daechidong to build his empire. He pressured Jang to make a decision. Jang shouted in frustration. He warned Jang not to resent him later since he gave him a choice. Jang compared him to his grandfather. Jang accused him of being just as ruthless as Chairman Cheon. He accepted the comparison as a compliment. Jang warned him that his arrogance would eventually be his downfall. He scoffed at receiving such advice from Jang. He thought about the national disaster Jang's mismanagement would soon cause. He decided not to save the country, but refused to let Jang profit before fleeing. He demanded the land be handed over that day and prepared to leave. Jang cursed violently as he left. The staff looked on in fear. He called his friend Jae-ha. He asked Jae-ha for an introduction to his father, a lawyer. Jae-ha agreed immediately, inviting him to his house. He declined the house visit, stating he knew where the law firm was. He arrived at the office and was greeted by Yoon Hyungmin, the co-CEO. The lawyer asked about Chairman Cheon. The lawyer admitted that in his line of work, knowing the chairman was inevitable. The lawyer mentioned rumors of him being the heir. He played it down, saying he was just learning. The narration introduced Yoon Hyungmin as Jae-ha's father and co-CEO of Yoon and Kim. It described the firm as the best in the country, willing to do anything for money. It listed their unethical methods: fabrication, bribery, and lobbying. He noted that even prosecutors feared them, making them exactly what he needed. He added that their true nature was currently known only within the industry. The lawyer asked what kind of lawsuit he needed handled. He explained he needed a lawyer proficient in corporate deals for a land transfer from Wonbo. The lawyer asked for the location and value of the land. He detailed the 1,600 pyeong in Daechidong and Yunmi, valued at 40 billion. The lawyer was stunned by the immense value and location. He explained the complications with the unregistered portion and the rest of the land in Daechidong. He remarked on the surprise of their first meeting, recalling that Chairman Cheon usually employed his own personal lawyer for such matters. Mu-hyuk explained that his grandfather had entrusted the matter to him, adding that since they would meet often, he preferred working with someone skilled. The man laughed, amused by Mu-hyuk's demeanor, and noted that Jae-ha had found himself an impressive and entertaining friend. He agreed to the request, promising to dispatch their absolute best ace to handle the job. He then asked for directions, inquiring where he should drive Mu-hyuk next. Mu-hyuk announced they were starting a building project on the Daechidong site, noting that Polar Constructions couldn't handle the scale alone. He directed the driver to head straight to the residence of Chairman Song, the head of the Dayan Group. He asked Chairman Song if the news about bringing Polar Constructions on board had already reached him. Chairman Song confirmed he had heard the rumors, remarking on how small the industry truly was. Mu-hyuk explained that they received the Daechidong land instead of cash from the Wonbo Group, but the project was too massive for Polar alone. Song expressed shock, finding it hard to believe that Chairman Jang had actually surrendered that specific plot of land. He laughed at the irony, amazed that the stubborn Jang was outsmarted by Cheon's son rather than Cheon himself. Wishing he could have seen the man's face, he asked if the intention was for Dayan to manage the construction work for the project. Mu-hyuk confirmed he wanted Dayan as the lead contractor to navigate the tricky site, even if Polar handled the physical building. Song called him a sly fox, realizing the true motive was to leverage Dayan's influence to get the zoning laws changed. Mu-hyuk admitted he could handle the zoning himself, but acknowledged that Dayan would be far swifter and more precise. He set a strict deadline, demanding the project be completed within 3 years, finishing by early 1998 at the latest. The chairman agreed to the ambitious terms. He asked Mu-hyuk to step out for a moment so he could make a few necessary calls regarding the arrangement. Mu-hyuk resolved to secure Chairman Song as an absolute ally, recognizing the immense power Dayan held in the Korean economy. He reacted with surprise to an unexpected encounter in the hallway. A voice questioned his identity. Mu-hyuk wondered who the girl was, deducing she must be family since she was speaking so casually in the chairman's house. He introduced himself as Kim Mu-hyuk, explaining his purpose was to meet with Chairman Song. The girl realized who he was. Her interest immediately piqued by the mention of his name. She introduced herself as Song Hyunji, mentioning she had heard a lot about him from her grandfather and Hyunsu. He searched his memory, trying to recall if there was anyone named Song Hyunji in the Song family tree. She seemed genuinely surprised that he hadn't heard about her or their family situation yet. She casually brought up the topic of their arranged marriage, assuming he had already been informed. Mu-hyuk was completely blindsided, mentally screaming at the absurdity of a sudden marriage arrangement being thrust upon him. She evaluated him, deciding his looks passed her standards and cheerfully suggesting they try to get along. He remained confused, trying to process the rapid and baffling developments. He stammered, trying to clarify what exactly she meant by getting along. She teased him for acting innocent, insisting that even in an arranged setup, they needed time to get to know one another. He noted her youthful appearance and bluntly asked for her age, sensing a significant gap. She revealed she was a high school senior, pointing out that when he was her age, she was just a middle schooler. He felt uncomfortable at the idea of dating a minor, but she dismissed his concerns as hopelessly old-fashioned. He realized the older men had plotted this behind his back and resolved to reject the idea immediately. She scolded him for being stiff and formal with honorifics, complaining that he was behind the times. She confessed she liked him even more than what her grandfather had described, finding him appealing. She listed the traits she was told about, mentioning his intelligence, looks, and polite demeanor. She cheekily added that his massive wealth was the trait she actually found most attractive. She asked about his weekend plans, suggesting he join her on a trip to Taiwan. When he claimed to be busy, she pouted, asking if he was rejecting her since she wasn't used to such treatment. She pressed him for his opinion, demanding he confess that he liked her back. Chairman Song returned, asking for Mu-hyuk's impression of his granddaughter. Mu-hyuk diplomatically described her as frank and energetic, noting she was unlike typical chaebol ladies. The chairman admitted she was a bit immature but declared her to be the grandchild he loved the most. He explained she was the daughter of his hidden son, who had lived a free life and married for love, shunning the company. He revealed her tragic past, explaining her parents died early in an accident and she was raised by her grandmother. Mu-hyuk acknowledged the sad history with a solemn nod. The chairman asked Mu-hyuk to look after her once he was gone, implying a deep trust. Mu-hyuk promised to care for her, framing it as treating her like a younger sister to avoid the marriage implication. Later, his associate asked if the negotiation with Chairman Song had been successful. It was noted that outsiders found it odd for a giant like Dayan to be involved in a mere building project. Mu-hyuk acknowledged Dayan's elite status as a top global contractor and vowed not to tarnish their reputation. The narrative shifted to Polar Constructions entering the project, marking the expansion of Park Dong-soo's influence into Gangnam. A warning was issued that Gangnam wasn't a territory one could simply stroll into without consequences. A rival gang boss named Baek Jung-gi greeted them with hostility, introducing himself as the White Tiger boss. He mentioned his past tie to Lee Se-song, regretting that things had to get ugly between them. He ordered them to sit down with a commanding tone. He apologized insincerely for the reception, citing the sheer number of subordinates he had to manage as an excuse. One of Park's men reacted with fury at the disrespect shown to his boss. The rival boss snapped at the subordinate, telling the small fry to stay out of the leader's conversation. He threatened extreme violence, warning that next time it wouldn't end with just a broken leg. The subordinate stammered in fear at the vicious threat. Park Dong-soo shouted to halt the escalation before blood was spilled. He lamented that he called the meeting to introduce a friend, but it had turned into a chaotic mess. He ordered his men to leave the room to de-escalate the situation. The rival expressed amazement at how quickly they took Yang Dongpo, attributing it to Chairman Cheon's backing. He questioned if entering Gangnam was overstepping their boundaries, calling it too much. Park Dong-soo explained they were only there to manage the area around their new building project in Daechidong. The rival boss saw through the excuse, accusing them of using the building as a pretext to invade Gangnam. Park Dong-soo argued that a war between them would only benefit the other two gangs in the region. He analyzed the power structure of Seoul's underworld, highlighting Gangnam's immense profitability compared to other districts. He pointed out that even the White Tiger gang shared control of Gangnam via a fragile alliance. He reminded the rival that he had broken the unspoken rule about not touching Myeongdong first. The rival insisted he couldn't show weakness or get pushed out, or he wouldn't survive in the business. Park Dong-soo realized words were failing and prepared for the inevitable. He officially declared that his Tae-san gang was now at war with the White Tiger gang. The rival boss screamed in anger at the audacious declaration. Park Dong-soo placed the blame for the coming conflict squarely on the rival's poor choice. He confirmed it would be a total war until one side was completely wiped out. He stood up to leave, signaling the end of negotiations. The rival boss quickly backtracked, admitting he didn't want a war and asking Park to sit back down. He conceded, allowing them only as far as Daechidong and threatening total war if they crossed that line. Mu-hyuk was informed that an agreement had been successfully reached. Mu-hyuk authorized going over budget to ensure the best materials were used and the timeline was met. The narration noted that Park Dong-soo had secured a foothold in Gangnam without the mutually destructive gang war. It explained that Gangnam was currently divided among three major groups: White Tiger, New Gangnam, and Honam. Mu-hyuk realized the Azure Society was funding all three groups, making a future clash unavoidable. Chairman Cheon gathered the family to make a formal and decisive announcement. He unequivocally declared Mu-hyuk as his official heir. He warned the others to be content with their fair shares and not to covet more than they were given. Ji-young congratulated him cheerfully, genuinely happy for his success. The chairman challenged the silence of the other siblings, asking if they had a problem with his decision. One sibling congratulated him, admitting it was practically a known fact that Mu-hyuk was the successor. Another noted that saying it out loud at a family gathering gave the words real weight. Mu-hyuk promised to do his best to uphold the family honor, aware of the underlying tension regarding his surname. The chairman privately told Mu-hyuk that the siblings were no longer threats and asked him to spare them from his revenge. Mu-hyuk promised his grandfather he wouldn't harm them, honoring the old man's wish. Mu-hyuk confirmed he was heading to the U.S. to finish some business he had left behind. A sibling confronted him, remarking on how things had ultimately turned out. He reminded Mu-hyuk of their deal regarding the takeover of Samsung, hoping he hadn't forgotten. Mu-hyuk stated he wasn't responsible for his father's sins but hoped their agreement would stand. The sibling demanded an apology, even if it was just symbolic, for the trouble caused by Mu-hyuk's father. Mu-hyuk argued he shouldn't have to apologize for actions he knew nothing about and had no part in. He pointed out his father was already exiled and punished, asking if that wasn't enough retribution. He assumed the deal was still on despite the tension between them. Mu-hyuk observed the siblings' pride, realizing they weren't just playing a game but had genuine feelings. Another sibling called out to him, stopping him before he could leave. He requested a conversation, indicating he had something important to say. Mu-hyuk wondered why the siblings were confronting him in succession, finding it odd. The sibling hesitated, struggling to find the right words. He apologized for not knowing about the tragedy regarding Mu-hyuk's aunt, admitting his ignorance. Mu-hyuk was taken aback by the unexpected apology. The sibling apologized aggressively, admitting his father's actions were trash and that he was sorry. He offered a sincere apology on his father's behalf, taking the burden onto himself. He stated he just needed to get it off his chest and wasn't expecting forgiveness in return. Mu-hyuk wondered if this was a ploy or if the sibling was being genuine for once. He considered reassessing his opinion of the Cheon siblings, seeing them in a new light. The scene shifted to New York, returning to the business world. Mu-hyuk discussed the upcoming Netscape IPO and the market frenzy surrounding it. He planned to sell at $40 for a massive profit, surprising his partner with the specific exit strategy. Mu-hyuk predicted the stock would peak, but eventually be crushed by stronger competitors, necessitating a quick exit. He gave strict orders to liquidate the shares at the target price of $40 immediately after the IPO. His partner confirmed the yen trade was cleared with a massive 300% return. Mu-hyuk asked for the bottom line, bracing himself for the total figure. The partner revealed their staggering wealth, $30 billion. Which converted to over 25 trillion won. Mu-hyuk ordered the acceleration of the shell company setup to manage the massive influx of funds. He described a complex money laundering scheme, splitting assets into hundreds of companies and merging them back. Mu-hyuk demanded even more fragmentation into thousands of entities to hide the money trail, despite the high fees. The partner noted that paying fees was certainly better than spending life in prison for financial crimes. Mu-hyuk dismissed the bad omens and committed to the plan, determined to go all out. He asked manager Ma to find a reliable individual for a sensitive task. He specified he needed a U.S. citizen to protect his key man, Han Kyung-yong. Mu-hyuk emphasized that trust was more important than cost, urging Ma not to worry about the expense. He admitted he wanted to trust Han, but knew all too well how terrifyingly corrupting money could be. He resolved to cut Han off without hesitation if the money ended up corrupting him. Mu-hyuk greeted a friend named Charlie with enthusiasm after a long time apart. He asked if Steve was there for the Netscape IPO, knowing his interest in the tech world. Steve introduced Andrew Gigante, an early investor who had supported him back at Apple. Mu-hyuk recognized the surname immediately, realizing the significance of the man before him. The realization hit him as he connected the name to a notorious family. He identified Andrew as the son of Vincent Gigante, the boss of one of New York's 5 families. Steve shifted topics, excitedly mentioning his new movie collaboration with Disney. He pitched his new 3D animated film about toys, expecting Mu-hyuk to be surprised. Steve was modest about the expectations, not anticipating huge profits from an animated film. The narration noted this was the legendary Toy Story, the film that would save Pixar from collapse. Mu-hyuk assured him it would be a hit, predicting its massive success with confidence. Steve appreciated the support, admitting he was worn out from the struggle. Mu-hyuk offered unlimited investment support, telling Steve to just say the word. Steve laughed at his enthusiasm, finding Mu-hyuk to be an amusing character. Steve asked Andrew for his opinion on Mu-hyuk, seeing if he shared the positive impression. Andrew joked he wouldn't invest in such an eccentric type if he were an investor. He joked about his father's strictness, saying he'd be shot for investing in someone so unpredictable. Mu-hyuk internally connected the dots, realizing Steve must have received mafia help in the past. An assistant interrupted, announcing a call from Disney. Steve stepped away to take the call, leaving the 2 men alone. Andrew turned his attention to Mu-hyuk, curious about the young Korean investing such impressive amounts. Mu-hyuk gave a vague answer, stating he was simply in the family business. Andrew asked if Mu-hyuk knew who he was, sensing the recognition. Mu-hyuk admitted the unique surname and the conversation with Steve had given it away. He recited Andrew's lineage, identifying him as the eldest son of Vincent Gigante. Andrew deduced Mu-hyuk was in a similar gray area of business given his knowledge and demeanor. The narration explained the Genovese family's prestige as the most legitimate of the mafia lineages. It detailed their criminal enterprises, ranging from betting and loan sharking to union control. It noted that Vincent Gigante was the only boss to successfully evade the law during the massive crime war. Mu-hyuk confirmed their similar backgrounds, acknowledging the unspoken bond. He asked about the connection with Steve, curious how the mafia and the tech visionary were linked. Andrew explained it was a personal relationship born from helping Steve with sales in the early days. Mu-hyuk realized that, in those days, mafia help was essential for basic logistics and distribution. Mu-hyuk proposed maintaining a relationship, stating that wealthy friends were always welcome. He calculated the value of a mafia connection, seeing it as a powerful lobbying channel for U.S. business. Mu-hyuk confirmed the sale of the Netscape shares at the peak price of $40. He directed the funds into the Nasdaq, predicting the upcoming unprecedented dot-com boom. He advised his partner to hire talented people and build a system that could run without him. He delegated foreign affairs to his partner, warning that things would get dangerous as the amounts grew. The partner accepted the burden, stating he had long given up on the idea of easy money. Mu-hyuk introduced a bodyguard, deciding his partner needed protection. He introduced Michael, a veteran mercenary he had worked with in the past. The bodyguard introduced himself simply as Michael, pledging his service. The partner accepted the protection, looking forward to working with him. Mu-hyuk verified Michael's reliability, citing their past history. The narration explained Michael's elite background with executive outcomes, a leading PMC. Mu-hyuk ordered strict surveillance and protection for Han Kyung-yong, allowing for more recruits if needed. Manager Ma suggested forming a legitimate company to handle their operations properly. Mu-hyuk asked for a candidate to run it, and Ma suggested an administrative expert. They planned the corporate structure with a U.S. headquarters to avoid strict Korean regulations. Ma agreed to report back once the preparations were underway. Mu-hyuk anticipated future international conflicts and agreed it was wise to prepare. He decided it was time to speed up the cleanup of loose ends back in Korea. Park Dong-soo asked where Mu-hyuk had been, noting he was unreachable for days. He joked about Mu-hyuk treating America like a neighboring town due to his frequent travel. Mu-hyuk asked for a situation report on the Daechidong project. Park reported that while construction was fine, the rival gangs were acting strangely and suspiciously. He noted unfamiliar spies lurking around the construction site. Mu-hyuk addressed Park seriously, signaling a change in plans. He proposed cleaning up Gangnam entirely, rather than just defending their spot. Park was shocked by the sudden escalation. Mu-hyuk ordered a total takeover, planning to crush all three gangs at once. Park questioned the feasibility of attacking everyone simultaneously. Mu-hyuk insisted on a simultaneous strike to prevent them from forming alliances and counterattacking. Park argued they lacked the resources and manpower for a war on the scale of Gangnam. He pointed out the numerical disadvantage, noting that even with Busan reinforcements they were short. He warned of the consequences, fearing police intervention and the inability to manage the territory. Mu-hyuk assured him that he would handle the legal and political side of things. He ordered the mobilization of the Busan forces and told Park to set the date for the takeover. Mu-hyuk met with Prosecutor Yoon, greeting him after a long time. He addressed him by his full title, acknowledging his rising status. Mu-hyuk mentioned rumors of his potential promotion to Attorney General. Yoon played it down, calling it a baseless rumor for now. The narration explained Yoon's rise to fame following the slot machine case investigation. Mu-hyuk asked if politicians were courting him, which Yoon confirmed was becoming a nuisance. Mu-hyuk advised him to stay the course and reach the peak of the prosecution before entering politics. He explained the strategic value of waiting to solidify his position as Attorney General first. Yoon agreed to follow the advice, trusting Mu-hyuk's foresight. Mu-hyuk asked about the whereabouts of Prosecutor Park, another key figure. Yoon replied he was in Jeju, curious why Mu-hyuk was asking. Mu-hyuk laid out the plan to bring him to Seoul and use the Violent Crimes Division to clean up Gangnam. Yoon warned that the Gangnam gangs had deep political ties and wouldn't be easy to take down. He noted that they had survived previous crackdowns by disguising themselves as legitimate businesses. Mu-hyuk dropped the bombshell about the upcoming arrest of two former presidents. The narration detailed the crimes that led to the historic arrest warrants for John Do-won and No Tae-woo. Yoon was shocked that Mu-hyuk knew this top-secret information, including the specific date. Mu-hyuk explained that the political chaos would be the perfect cover to use the Anti-Violence Act. Yoon worried they were still short on evidence to prove the gangs were criminal organizations. He asked if Mu-hyuk had a plan to solve the evidence problem this time as well. Mu-hyuk promised to manufacture the opportunity for the prosecution to get the proof they needed. He synchronized the gang raids with the presidential arrests, calling it D-Day. Park Dong-soo worried that his own men would get caught in the dragnet. Mu-hyuk told Park to sacrifice one mid-level boss to make the operation look legitimate. They decided on Soo-young as the scapegoat to take the fall for the organization. Park hesitated, pained by the thought of sacrificing a childhood friend. Mu-hyuk promised a lighter sentence for Soo-young compared to the 5 years the rivals would get. He insisted the reward of taking all of Gangnam was worth the necessary sacrifice. Park reluctantly agreed, demanding assurance that the sentence would be light. Mu-hyuk explained that Park's side also had to take a hit to satisfy the media and public opinion. He predicted the media would spin it as a sensational war between Seoul and Busan gangs. Mu-hyuk returned home, greeting his family. He greeted his grandfather, who asked if he had just arrived. Ji-young greeted him enthusiastically, surprising him with her presence. She explained she was staying for a few days to keep their grandfather company. Mu-hyuk thanked her for being there. He noticed the positive change in the household atmosphere thanks to her cheerful presence. He reflected that his grandfather truly wanted family happiness, not just more money. The date of the operation, November 1st, finally arrived. Chaos erupted at the gang hideouts as the raids began unexpectedly. The order was given to attack, signaling the start of the violent cleanup. Mu-hyuk answered his phone calmly amidst the unfolding chaos. He received confirmation that the police had successfully arrested the targets. Mu-hyuk ordered the final phase, telling Park to have Yang Soo-yoon turn himself in. The news broke that, for the first time in history, two former presidents were arrested simultaneously. Under the cover of the massive political news, Park Dong-soo quietly took control of the Gangnam underworld. People were shocked by the speed of the political arrests, distracted from the gang war. Shadowy figures dismissed the arrested presidents as useless tools that could be replaced. However, they realized with horror that Cheon's grandson had seized Gangnam during the confusion. They understood that the prosecutor had wiped out their proxy gangs in a coordinated strike. The antagonists realized the Azure Wind Society had suffered significant damage from the loss of Gangnam. They acknowledged Mu-hyuk as a serious threat who was stirring up trouble for them. Mu-hyuk relaxed after the victory, telling manager Ma he was going out for a drink. He dismissed his manager, telling him to go rest as there was no need to wait. A sudden shout of "Young Master" rang out, signaling an immediate unseen danger. He shouted the name in a sudden panic. She stammered, asking if he was all right after hearing he had been struck by a truck. He dismissed the concern, claiming he only hurt his head slightly when he fell and had no major injuries. He urged his friend to leave without informing Hyun-sung, wanting to prevent his grandmother from worrying. He demanded to know who was responsible for the attack. The subordinates cried out for their young master. They shouted again, rushing to his aid. He insisted he was fine and ordered them to catch the perpetrator. The attacker screamed at them to stay back. The captured man stammered, claiming ignorance and insisting it was just a drunk driving mistake. He warned the captive that staying silent now would be the worst error of his life. He declared that no police were needed and the interrogation ended there, demanding to know the mastermind. He violently ordered the man to speak up. The captive groaned in pain. A subordinate reported that the driver was a laborer who had recently come into money, but the source was untraceable. The subordinate apologized for not handling the security better. He admitted that the attack was unexpected for him as well. He noted that few people in Gangnam would dare such an act, and even fewer knew his identity. He confirmed the name Myung-hoon. He decided he would need to go out for a while. The rival greeted Chairman Cheon, commenting on how much he had aged. The rival taunted him for his silence, assuming he had come with much to say. The chairman ordered him to stop whatever schemes he was planning. The rival feigned ignorance, asking what he was supposed to stop. The chairman warned that if he touched his grandson, he would have to face him in battle. The rival continued to deny knowing what he was talking about. The chairman threatened total war against the Azure Wind Society if anything happened to Mu-hyuk. He vowed not to stay quiet like he did when his daughter died 20 years ago. He swore to destroy both the rival and his entire organization. The rival casually admitted to killing the daughter and mocked how the chairman's sons betrayed their sister. He explained that in return, they backed the sons after the chairman cut ties with the Azure Wind Society. He taunted the chairman, saying he should have fought back when his daughter was killed if he truly could. He mocked him for doing nothing to protect the children who betrayed their own sister. He admitted he planned to kill Mu-hyuk after the chairman died, but found the grandson too annoying to ignore. He reasoned that without a reason to spare him, taking him out was the logical move. The chairman declared he had lost everything and given up on his other descendants, leaving only Mu-hyuk. He implied that having nothing left to protect meant he had nothing left to fear. He challenged the rival to try him if he thought there was no reason to spare the boy. He promised that while he might not destroy the society entirely, he would inflict severe damage. He vividly described how he would tear the rival apart limb from limb. He reiterated his vow that while the organization might survive, the rival would not. He repeated the gruesome threat of physically tearing him apart. The rival chuckled darkly. He expressed excitement at seeing his old friend so full of life and fire again. He agreed to let the grandson be, as long as the chairman remained alive and breathing. However, he added a caveat that he made no promises if the boy crossed the line. The chairman retorted that he didn't need to lose everything to drag the rival into hell. Mu-hyuk asked how he was feeling and apologized for causing worry. The grandfather advised him not to cause too much trouble in Seoul for the time being. He suggested Mu-hyuk focus on helping with the work, as that alone was a heavy burden. Mu-hyuk asked if this caution was because of the Azure Wind Society. He realized the incident had indeed been a warning from them. The grandfather pleaded with him not to let him lose another child in his lifetime. Mu-hyuk understood and promised not to cause any further worry. The grandfather thanked him for his understanding. Mu-hyuk confirmed his suspicions that the Azure Wind Society was behind the assassination attempt. His associate congratulated him on his discharge from the hospital. He remarked on how fast youth heals, contrasting it with his own lingering old wounds. Mu-hyuk credited Dong-soo for doing the heavy lifting in taking over Gangnam. He asked if Dong-soo had successfully reorganized the gang members in the newly acquired districts. He instructed that they should be given legitimate roles and forbidden from extorting civilians. He warned that feeding a growing organization was necessary for leadership words to carry weight. He strictly forbade any involvement in drug sales despite the rumors. The associate questioned if a simple command could stop the encroaching Chinese groups from selling. Mu-hyuk decided to let them be for now, planning to use the law against them later. The associate asked if they should just manage the current territories for now. Mu-hyuk advised against visible warfare but noted that staying quiet wouldn't stop the conflict. He anticipated the rivals would try to pick them off while they were perceived as alone. The associate worried that the established gangs would not tolerate their intrusion into Gangnam. Mu-hyuk proposed using this opportunity to take everything. He clarified that they would use negotiation and profit-sharing rather than war. He believed they could resolve things quietly without attracting public attention. He planned to avoid direct conflict with the Azure Wind Society while securing key cities. He looked further ahead, envisioning a unified national network under his command. A familiar voice called out to him in surprise. Mu-hyuk was surprised to see Hyunji, who claimed she was there to have fun. She expressed delight at the meeting and demanded he buy her dinner since her friend left early. He scolded the high school senior for wandering around at night right before her entrance exams. She complained about his old-fashioned attitude and demanded pizza and spaghetti. Later, she thanked him for the ride and the food, while he urged her to go inside. She teased him, saying her father would be happy to know she spent the night with him. She exclaimed in joy as the first snow of the season began to fall. She confessed that she felt strangely at ease and open whenever she was with him. She suddenly kissed him on the cheek. She promised to treat him next time before running off. The driver asked if they should head home. Mu-hyuk asked about the car that had been tailing them. The driver reported that the tailing vehicle vanished when they tried to track it. He explained that security had been tightened significantly since the discharge. Mu-hyuk expressed concern about others getting hurt because of him and asked about the PMC project. He ordered the setup to be rushed as his contact would be arriving soon. He welcomed the newcomers, introducing himself as Charlie Kim. The visitor, Eric Clark, expressed surprise at how young the boss was. Charlie introduced the skilled Navy veterans he had recruited. He assured Mu-hyuk that their field experience was solid. Mu-hyuk appreciated their confidence and looked forward to the partnership. Eric asked what kind of company Mu-hyuk intended to build. Mu-hyuk stated he wanted a reliable company to protect his people. Eric questioned why he needed a PMC for tasks a regular security firm could handle. He asked for a clear vision to determine the scale of the company. Mu-hyuk declared he sought the most capable and largest force worldwide. He emphasized the need for a force that was loyal only to him. Eric noted that soldiers follow the commander who signs their checks. Mu-hyuk decided they needed a U.S. general with influence to front the operation. He explained that the U.S. military system required deep connections for their goals. Eric agreed that lobbying was essential for a U.S. base and asked for candidates. Mu-hyuk mentioned two influential figures who would require significant funds. He stated that cost was irrelevant if the results were fast and precise. He decided to recruit both generals as CEOs while Eric handled operations. Eric remarked that Mu-hyuk was as direct as Black had described. He explained that Black was Manager Ma's nickname during his mercenary days. Mu-hyuk hummed in acknowledgement. Eric stressed that equipment was more important than training. He presented the choice between company-supplied gear or agents buying their own. Mu-hyuk was surprised that agents buying their own weapons was an option. He asked for Eric's preference, and Eric favored company-issued gear despite the cost. Mu-hyuk agreed to go with company-issued equipment. Eric warned of the high cost but noted it ensured loyalty and survival. Mu-hyuk dismissed the money concerns, demanding only the best quality. Eric directed him to speak to the U.S. partner for costs, acknowledging the order. Mu-hyuk lamented having too much work and too few trustworthy people. The subordinate asked if he meant the loan business. Mu-hyuk confirmed he needed someone reliable to manage the Myeongdong offices. He offered the subordinate an out if he wasn't interested. The subordinate immediately agreed to take the job. He pledged his help and asked for instructions. Mu-hyuk instructed him to learn the flow of money and how to read ledgers in the market. He planned to leave the subordinate with Kim Ha-shik as a starting point for bigger plans. He internalized that 1997 was approaching and one mistake could ruin everything. He reflected on the economic contradictions of 1996 leading into the crisis. He noted that small businesses were already collapsing despite the public's ignorance. A desperate man begged Chairman Cheon for help. He insisted Cheon was his last hope as banks had stopped lending. He pleaded with Cheon to buy his convertible bonds in January. Cheon scolded him for overreaching into the steel industry and ruining his company. The man begged for help one last time for the sake of their past. Cheon stated the matter was out of his hands and he would consult Mu-hyuk. He dismissed the man, promising a response later. The man continued to plead as he left. Cheon doubted that Mu-hyuk would agree to help. He realized Mu-hyuk's predictions from years ago were coming true. He recalled Mu-hyuk saying CEOs would kneel and beg for money. He marveled that the words had become reality. He let out a scoff. He mused that he would see an interesting show before he died. A subordinate reported Chairman Jang's visit. Mu-hyuk noted it was too late for Jang, as his ship was already sinking and vultures were circling. He predicted Wonbo was just the start and major corporations were at risk. He reflected on Korea joining the OECD and its apparent prosperity. He mentally listed the hidden economic time bombs, trade deficits, and massive corporate debt. He foresaw the total collapse of the economy as a side effect of rapid growth. As 1997 dawned, history moved exactly as he had known it would. News reports announced Wonbo Group's default and failed attempts to secure funds. Executives discussed the refusal of creditors to provide additional support. They revealed the creditors demanded the chairman's resignation. The chairman exploded in anger at the demand to step down from the company he built. An executive explained the political sensitivity of the election year prevented a bailout. The chairman argued the election year should guarantee support to protect jobs. He believed they were too big to fail, and the country couldn't afford their collapse. He ordered another request for funds, citing their assets and steel mill potential. He tried to bribe the creditors with vague promises of rewards. The narration confirmed the request was denied, and bankruptcy was imminent. Mu-hyuk greeted Chairman Jang formally. Jang stammered, asking for Chairman Cheon instead. Mu-hyuk informed him he had full authority to speak for the unwell chairman. Jang asked for another director, seemingly desperate to avoid Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk asserted his authority and gave Jang the option to leave if he didn't want to talk. He bluntly stated they had no intention of buying the worthless bonds. Jang was insulted by the term scrap paper. Mu-hyuk cut to the chase, asking if Jang could cover the note due in 3 days. News reports confirmed Wonbo's final bankruptcy and the massive debt revealed. Jang tried to dismiss the debt as a bank issue and asked for a deal on other assets. Mu-hyuk pointed out that other conglomerates were already waiting to pick the carcass clean. He surmised Jang had already been rejected by the other major players. Jang resigned himself to a deal, demanding the money by next week. Mu-hyuk agreed, though he internally noted Jang would never see that money. He planned to let the bankruptcy happen before payment, effectively nullifying the deal. The narration described the fall of the giant and the arrival of scavengers. The heads of the top conglomerates were introduced. The leaders of Samsung and Youngwoo were also present. Chairman Park of Youngwoo was the fourth major player. One chairman questioned why the retired head of Daein had come personally. Chairman Song of Daein insisted he had to handle such matters himself. He announced that he and Chairman Park had already divided the spoils. He detailed the division of construction and steel, shocking the listener. The listener warned Song about his poor standing with the current administration. He threatened that the government wouldn't look kindly on this, but Song dismissed it. The excluded chairman angrily declared he would settle it with money. It was the day before Wonbo's final collapse. Cheon observed that Jang's repeated visits signaled his end. Mu-hyuk advised Cheon not to be greedy for Wonbo assets. Cheon guessed Mu-hyuk was eyeing the steel company. Mu-hyuk realized the old man was sharp. He explained Wonbo steel was a poison pill that would endanger the acquirer. He recalled from history that Dayan's acquisition of the steel mill led to their downfall. He clarified he didn't want the company, but the real estate it owned. He revealed he had already arranged to buy all the land. He explained the massive debt would cripple whoever bought the steel mill. Cheon asked if this was another one of his predictions. The scene shifted to Hong Kong in 1997, awaiting the handover. The narration described Hong Kong's role as a financial hub. A voice asked if she was awake. She woke up groggily, recalling a dream about a prince making an offer. Flashback to the previous night. She was on the phone, begging for a loan and promising quick repayment. She was rejected and tried to play it off politely. She complained about how everyone had turned their backs on her. She panicked about needing a lawyer by the next day to avoid jail. A stranger called her name. She asked who the intruder was. Mu-hyuk introduced himself and mentioned he had been trying to reach her. She recognized he was Korean. He recited her personal history and background. He detailed her recent firing for aiding tax evasion. The narration described the bank's history of illicit dealings. It explained that Eva was a scapegoat for the bank's corruption. She accused him of being police and shut down. She vented her frustration about being framed and broke. He told her to calm down and listen to his offer. He narrated her future from his past life as a ruthless financial predator. He described how she would plunder Korea's assets during the crisis. He noted her eventual success and departure from Korea. He stated he came personally to negotiate because he needed her. He offered to provide a top legal team if she worked for him. He asked her to hear him out regarding an important role. He emphasized that listening was all she had to do. She was intrigued and asked why he chose her specifically. He cited her appearance and her proven silence under pressure. He stressed that he needed loyalty and competence, not a clean record. She liked the terms and asked for the company name. He gave her the freedom to name the corporation she would establish in Korea. She remarked that he was a stranger she just met. He gave her the choice to trust him or rely on her useless contacts. She agreed to the deal and suggested they get to know each other better. The next morning, she was surprised he was leaving so soon. He handed her something before leaving. She was shocked by the amount. He called it a down payment and instructed her to get a lawyer immediately. He gave her instructions on handling the trial and when to come to Korea. She stared at the black card, asking if it was really hers. He clarified it was his card. He promised her a better corporate card once she arrived in Korea. She thanked him enthusiastically as he left. He anticipated her arrival, knowing she would thrive in the post-crisis chaos. The narration described the political fallout of Wonbo's collapse. It detailed the economic shockwaves hitting other corporations. The government and IMF tried to downplay the crisis due to the elections. Global investors, however, already sensed the coming disaster. The visitor commented on Mu-hyuk's frequent presence. He assured the man that their paths would cross frequently, noting the bright future that lay ahead. He formally addressed Prosecutor General Yoon Chang-ho. The prosecutor expressed gratitude, valuing the congratulations coming specifically from him. He explained that with the looming IMF crisis, he needed Yoon to help consolidate unprecedented power for the prosecution. He inquired about the status of the Wonbo case. It was noted that politics had grown unstable with the year-end election approaching. He mentioned rumors of the president's son's involvement and praised the man's solid intelligence network. The prosecutor admitted he would play along with the president's orders for now, despite the administration's limited time left. He expressed trust in the prosecutor's handling of the matter and suggested finishing the Wonbo case first. He brought up rumors regarding the Jung-woo group, questioning if they were any different from the others. He detailed Jung-woo's massive scale and influence before its eventual collapse due to corruption and fraud. He realized that waiting for the natural collapse would leave nothing to take, so he decided to accelerate the timeline. He advised looking for embezzlement and breaches of trust, acknowledging that the investigation wouldn't be easy. However, he emphasized that catching Jung-woo before the explosion would be a career-defining achievement. The prosecutor asked if he could set the date for summoning the executives. He agreed but asked if the ultimate goal was to swallow the massive Jung-woo group. He clarified that his friends were interested in the acquisition, not him personally, and authorized the preliminary investigation. He stressed that the prosecutor's role would be critical as the economic crisis wouldn't end easily. He warned of surging economic crimes and intense political pressure, advising Yoon to stay centered. The prosecutor asked for clarification on the duration of the crisis. He predicted a worst-case scenario but promised that standing firm could lead Yoon to the Blue House after retirement. The prosecutor laughed at the boldness of the suggestion regarding the presidency. He reasoned that public support could make Yoon a contender, provided he avoided the poison chalice of the current election. He casually mentioned leaving 3 boxes of high-quality apples in the prosecutor's trunk as a gift. The prosecutor expressed deep gratitude for the constant support. He promised to smooth the path ahead, assuring Yoon that following his lead would make him the master of the Blue House. Internally, he noted that Yoon would ultimately be his puppet once he reached that position. He reflected that while he could manage politics through Yoon, one more preparation was needed for the post-IMF era. He greeted Chairman Cheon warmly, noting how long it had been. The chairman returned the greeting, mentioning rumors that he was retiring and handing things to his children. He suggested it might be time to step back, noting the chairman had also passed everything to his grandson. The chairman remarked that the grandson was no ordinary man and mentioned the struggles of Wonbo's chairman Jang. He laughed, explaining that his grandson wanted to pay his respects, so he had brought him along. Mu-hyuk introduced himself, expressing honor at meeting the leaders of a generation. These were the men who owned Korea's top newspapers. It was a time before the internet, where all public information came solely from print and broadcast media. He knew that their editorial stances and ownership effectively set the tone for public opinion. Once tools of military regimes, the press now twisted opinions for profit, viewing themselves as the ruling class. He acknowledged the grim reality that crossing these newspapers meant the end of anyone's career. He noted that they were even blinding the public to the current economic crisis. However, he planned to utilize their influence to steer public opinion in his favor. He explained that he asked his grandfather to arrange the meeting to continue the bond they shared. The older men laughed humbly, claiming they were just retirees passing the time. He insisted that Korea remained steady thanks to their leadership and that stepping back didn't erase their legacy. He sincerely asked for their support. The group readily agreed, eager to work with Chairman Cheon's heir. They suggested exchanging business cards to stay in touch if needed. He stared at the blank business cards he received. He realized their authority was so absolute that they didn't require names. Their presence alone held power. He held just 5 cards, yet felt their immense weight. To him, these were weapons capable of swaying public opinion across the entire nation. He vowed that they would one day bow to him, but for now he would use them. Later, he discussed the company's precarious financial situation with Chairman Jang. The chairman dismissed the concerns of his employees, claiming only the owner understood the money. It highlighted the arrogance of conglomerate owners who viewed employees as mere servants. He recalled how such bold remarks on live TV had sparked public outrage. Someone tooted, noting that the man still hadn't learned his lesson. He agreed, suspecting the man probably never would. He asked about the fate of Wonbo Steel and Construction. It was explained that government delays forced an acquisition without debt relief. He recalled telling creditors he would take over if the major competitors didn't. In the original timeline, Tae-san acquired the steel company, only to be drained by its massive debt. He anticipated that Samsung and Youngwoo would take a big hit, telling his partner to watch and enjoy. The partner admitted they would be in trouble without his guidance and owed him one. He asked for thoughts on the shaky ground of the Kia Group. Kia was described as a massive conglomerate with diverse subsidiaries, run by a professional management system rather than a family. However, that professional system became a weakness when competing with family-run chaebols during cash flow crises. He explained that Samsung was lobbying hard to block financial aid to Kia in hopes of taking over its automotive division. He acknowledged the situation but noted there was no way to stop it. He predicted Kia Motors would end up with Tae-san, advising to let Samsung make their move for now. He planned to act once the government changed after the upcoming presidential election. His partner questioned if the ruling party wasn't guaranteed to win and back Samsung. He predicted the ruling party would split, scattering votes to the opposition's benefit. It was noted that the candidate was clashing with the current president, losing his support. His partner remained skeptical about a regime change, recalling past elections. He insisted the vote division would lead to an opposition victory this time. His partner mused on the idea of a new government. He advised that while conglomerates bet on the ruling party, his partner should remember his advice. The partner agreed to think about it. He asked how things were going with Hyunji. He replied that he was just laying the groundwork. He admitted he wanted to stay close to Chairman Song because he was after something specific. He foresaw a future merger involving Dian and Samsung, followed by a liquidity crisis and a split. He planned to take it over when the time was right. As the crisis continued to spread, major conglomerates began collapsing in early 1997, starting with Jinbo and Sangbo. While Korea faced crisis, his attention shifted to Thailand, where the Asian financial collapse began. He instructed a massive all-in investment into 6 specific firms. His partner asked if his heart was made of steel, questioning if he feared losing. He admitted fear, but knew that fear alone wouldn't win him anything. He acknowledged that knowing the future didn't guarantee safety, as his actions were already altering history. The scene shifted to New York. Someone asked George if he was the frontman for the bot attack again. George confirmed he was taking the lead and told them to follow. George Salas was a legend who had made $1 billion in a day by predicting the pound crash. Mentions arose of unknown investors making big profits in Mexico and Japan under the name Dream High Investment. It was described as a new firm with solid performance, currently quiet in the stock market. They cursed the firm as hyenas that would definitely join the attack this time. George dismissed them as kids and asked who owned the firm. He was told James Han ran it, but a man named Charlie Kim owned 99%. The only information available was that Charlie Kim was Korean. George was surprised that a Korean investor was bold enough to join their game. Sensing something off, George decided to lead the attack personally while keeping an eye on Dream High. His colleagues wondered why the man who broke the Bank of England was so serious. George noted that Dream High was always one step ahead of him. He recalled how they entered and exited the Mexican and Japanese markets before him. He wondered just who this Charlie Kim really was. Options were described as a simple gambling game of buying and selling time. It was a den where one person's profit was another's loss. His partner reported that Dream High employees were betting $1 billion on the rise, contradicting Wall Street. He calmly placed a $2 billion bet on the rise as well. The attack on the Thai bot began in the stock market, causing a 10% plunge and panic. Major Wall Street institutions mobilized to attack the bot. They bet on the decline and sold off billions to induce a crash. The bot started falling continuously, marking the start of Wall Street's attack. His partner worried about going against Wall Street. He explained that the second wave following the hedge funds was the truly scary part. Speculative capital, tens of times larger than hedge funds, was on high alert. He noted that while trillions were traded daily, the initial hedge fund attack seemed small. However, the entry of speculative capitalists expecting a fall skyrocketed the stakes. He assured his partner that the bot wouldn't collapse easily. Thailand responded unexpectedly with help from Southeast Asian allies, stabilizing the price by buying up the bot. His partner was amazed that the bot was fending off the attack. He promised that something even more interesting was about to happen. The Thai government adopted a dual exchange rate and blocked foreign sales, taking hardline measures. The bot rose instead of falling, marking a defeat for the hedge funds and a victory for him. His partner asked if he had predicted the Thai government's strong response. He confirmed that the Battle of Bangkok was proceeding exactly according to his memory. He suddenly ordered a complete switch to betting on the fall, surprising his partner. He explained that Thailand would eventually surrender, creating an opportunity to get in with them. The hedge funds prepared to attack again, but the second wave panicked and dumped options cheaply. People were dumping options on the fall at half price, terrified of losses. He ordered his team to buy every single cheap option, insisting the bot would plummet. He noted that creating a connection with the hedge funds was an achievement separate from the profits. His partner remarked that the hedge funds would be curious about his identity. He mused that there were no eternal secrets and they would find out eventually. Their bet on Thailand's victory yielded $20 billion from a $4 billion investment. He ordered all of that plus their pooled funds to be bet on the fall. During a lull, a new Thai finance minister took over and prescribed drastic economic measures. The reality was devastating as hedge funds and speculators fought, but the government had already surrendered. While they fought over spoils, the true victor was someone else. His partner reported dumping everything before the market closed, resulting in huge returns. They had turned $5 billion into $100 billion, a 2,000% return. He realized his intervention had caused a greater crash than history recorded, doubling his expected profit. He credited his partner and ordered generous bonuses for the employees. With $100 billion, he had taken half the profits meant for the hedge funds. He decided to step back from other Asian attacks to let hedge funds profit, focusing instead on Korea. He knew the disaster in Thailand would soon be replicated in Korea. The Kia Group went bankrupt, shocking the nation as even top chaebols fell. The government remained complacent, obsessed with election victories and defending the exchange rate. A man greeted his boss, asking if the lawsuit was resolved. He thanked the man, mentioning the defeat of those who tried to frame him. The man asked if they were going to the hotel. He directed them to a specific location instead. They arrived in Daechidong. He introduced Eva to her new workplace in a brand new, unfinished building. Eva loved the place and confirmed she just needed to follow his instructions. He declared that she would start buying up everything in the Republic of Korea from there. He planned to use the building he acquired from Chairman Jang as his base. He would stay in the shadows while Eva acted as the face of the operation. Eva marveled at Seoul's development, comparing it to Hong Kong. She found it hard to believe such a country was about to fall into crisis. He pointed to Thailand, noting that once hedge funds targeted a country, there was no escape. He acknowledged Korea's economy was much larger and was a miracle of development. He decided to proceed and asked if she had people in mind for recruitment. He gave her full rein to recruit talented people regardless of cost. Eva expressed her approval of the arrangement. He warned they would be busy and must avoid unnecessary attention. She asked if he would still stay with her that night. He agreed to spend the night together. He received a call from the Ministry of Finance and Economy. The minister had asked him to release dollars as reserves were dwindling. He noted the reserves were draining faster than he expected. He refused to grant the request, knowing his funds would be a mere drop in the ocean. His grandson agreed that even pouring in all their money wouldn't stop the crisis. He complained about the minister's arrogant attitude and the foolishness of the economic policy. He criticized the government for ignoring warnings and engaging in political posturing. He condemned the administration's obsession with superficial achievements to stay in power. He noted the government failed to grasp the danger of short-term foreign debt. He stated that Korea self-destructed from internal bombs rather than just external attacks. He declared that the timer was about to hit zero. He asked if any top conglomerates had contacted them yet. He predicted that within days, they would be begging for salvation. His grandson asked if this was the time he had spoken of. He instructed his grandfather to lend money but demand shares, specifically Samsung Electronics stock. His grandfather worried that the ruling party might still win. He insisted the opposition would win and history would play out as he remembered. He woke his partner in the middle of the night. He asked how much money they had in their Bermuda corporation. His partner estimated about $10 billion. He announced that the real beginning was fast approaching. His partner hesitated, feeling conflicted about profiting from his home country's crisis. He reminded his partner of their promise to follow investment calls without question. He argued that if they didn't take the money, other hedge funds would. He reasoned that Korea wouldn't disappear, but the opportunity was rare. He insisted they had to seize the chance to make a fortune. He explained the harsh reality that for someone to win, someone else had to lose. His partner agreed to start buying options as soon as the market opened. He reflected on his past life where he lacked the means to seize this opportunity. It was October 1997, 2 months before the IMF bailout. He vowed to devour everything, refusing to let anyone else have it. However, he had one more target before hitting Korea. He planned to hit the US first. The collapse spread from Thailand to Indonesia as hedge funds attacked. Malaysia, the Philippines, and Taiwan fell in succession. The Asian crisis began, causing the US stock market to fall. He remained calm while others worried. Employees were nervous about their stock holdings. He ordered them to forget the stocks and prepare to move to Hong Kong. He announced that the hedge funds were attacking Hong Kong next. The battle had begun. Hedge funds profited from the Asian crash and turned their eyes to Hong Kong. Hong Kong had a fixed exchange rate defense which the funds tried to break. They short-sold Hong Kong dollars, hoping to crash the stock and real estate markets. His partner asked how much they were investing in this round. He scoffed at the suggestion of only $5 billion, noting the massive scale in Korean currency. His partner apologized, admitting his sense of money was warped. He instructed the employees to follow the hedge funds but said he and his partner would act separately. He revealed their target wasn't Hong Kong, but a much bigger market. Hedge funds attacked, but Hong Kong defended strongly with China's support. The funds asked for more money, but Hong Kong held on. He predicted the Hong Kong Monetary Authority would act soon. He declared it was time. He ordered his partner to bet every dollar on a crash in the US, Europe, and Japan markets. His partner thought he was crazy for targeting the US and Europe instead of Hong Kong. He demanded trust, asking if he had ever been wrong. His partner sighed. He agreed to do it, hoping to make another huge leap. Observers noticed Dream High Investment acting strangely. They saw the firm buying every position betting on a market fall across the globe. Critics questioned the sanity of betting on a worldwide crash. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong attack continued perfectly. Interest rates skyrocketed, catching Wall Street off guard. His partner felt his soul leaving his body due to the stress. His actions caused the New York market to plunge 15%, worse than history. It was the biggest plunge since Black Monday. Every 1% drop massively increased their profits. He ordered his partner to cash out everything the next day. His partner warned it would take time due to the sheer volume of money. The profit was estimated at about $500 billion. His partner realized they could now buy entire countries. He declared himself the winner, stating this was only the beginning. He vowed to stand above everyone with his overwhelming financial power. The U.S. president asked if the report was true. Officials were baffled by the man who came from Hong Kong with empty pockets. They confirmed that one single guy caused the market crash. The dossier identified his nationality as South Korean. The president read the name on the file. The report repeated the name, Charlie Kim. While Wall Street lost heavily, he was the only one who made a huge profit. He had secured nearly $500 billion. He admired the impressive figures, wishing he could earn such a vast sum just once in his life. The aide warned the president that a citizen from a small nation had just siphoned a massive amount of American wealth. The president asked if any laws were broken, to which the aide admitted that technically, no violations had occurred. Rubin was reminded that the U.S. government could not fault individuals who accumulated wealth through legal investments. The concern was that a non-citizen now held enough financial power to potentially destroy an entire nation's economy. A simple solution was proposed to just grant the wealthy individual American citizenship. Following the failure, Wall Street investors were furious and demanded a plan to recover their losses from the Hong Kong market. Consequently, the decision was made to accelerate the previously mentioned plan. Since the action was inevitable, they decided it was better to get it over with quickly. He realized that his massive Wall Street profits had inadvertently become the trigger to accelerate Korea's financial crisis. He agreed to carry out the plan as requested. The chairman was informed that the Patriots Party candidate had arrived to see him. The candidate greeted the chairman respectfully, asking after his well-being. He remarked on how long it had been and inquired about the progress of the presidential campaign. The candidate expressed gratitude for the chairman's help in forming the party and running for president. Although he lost the primary, he vowed to defeat the opposition in the general election to repay the chairman. Suddenly, the arrival of the Conservative Party candidate was announced. The first candidate was confused, wondering why his rival was there. The chairman pointed out that the rival candidate lacked the current president's support despite being from the ruling party. The rival candidate admitted that was unfortunately true. The chairman then noted that the new party's support ratings hadn't increased either. The candidate snapped, asking why he had been helped in the first place if this was the attitude. The chairman coldly asked if he was daring to talk back. He stammered in panic, realizing he had made a grave error in addressing the chairman. The chairman ordered him to stand, stating that a future president should not kneel so easily. He explained that the dollar reserves were vanishing rapidly and the economy would collapse if the trend continued. He promised that if the candidate became president, he would arrange a massive loan from Japan. This move would secure his legacy as the president who saved the economy. The candidate gasped in realization. He was told he could rebuild what the current administration ruined and become a hero to the nation. The candidate enthusiastically thanked him for the opportunity. Although it was only September, the reserves were draining so fast that an IMF bailout seemed inevitable by October. Wall Street began pulling all of its capital out of Korea. He realized the crisis was happening faster than history originally dictated, wondering if his actions caused the acceleration. The stock index and reserves plummeted while banks failed, yet the government stubbornly denied the need for the IMF. However, when reserves fell to critical levels, the government had no choice but to request $20 billion. The crisis arrived a month earlier than in the original timeline, marked by the president's public address. The US and IMF demanded harsh conditions, including layoffs and restructuring, which eased the crisis but caused mass unemployment. The IMF insisted that all presidential candidates pledge to honor these strict conditions or there would be no bailout. An unexpected political shift occurred as the candidates united under the Conservative Party banner. The candidate pledged to fight hardest at the vanguard for a conservative victory. The crowd chanted the candidate's name in support. He was shocked by the alliance, noting that in the original timeline, these two had remained enemies. Originally, the opposition won narrowly, but this new unification threatened to alter the election outcome and the future. The candidate promised never to forget the sacrifice made by his partner and vowed to restore the economy. He declared that upon election, he would secure a massive loan from Japan, surprising everyone. He realized this twist was the work of the Azure Wind Society. He noted their signature political maneuvers, bypassing the government to deal directly with foreign powers. He understood that his presence and the society's actions were fundamentally changing history. The opposition's victory, originally narrow, was now in jeopardy due to the combined votes of the ruling party. He feared that if the opposition lost, the Azure Wind Society would grow too powerful, creating a worst-case scenario. He decided that if they tried to change the president, he would use his money to fix things himself. Korea lost all credibility after requesting the bailout, its credit rating plummeting to the level of developing nations. Stock prices continued to freefall as exchange rates hit their upper limits. The official was asked why he came to Korea when the bailout agreement was already signed. He replied that he was there to verify if Korea actually intended to keep its promises. He criticized the Korean government for ignoring the crisis and maintaining incestuous ties with corporations. He stated that failing banks and conglomerates needed restructuring and should be sold to foreign investors. He demanded privatization, reduced welfare, and the implementation of layoff systems. He warned that if these conditions were not met, the IMF would withdraw its help. The managing director met with the president and planned to meet the presidential candidates the following day. He realized the bailout was practically an attempt to completely take over the Korean economy. He called his associate, urging him to return to Korea immediately for an urgent discussion. He instructed him to make his arrival as grand and public as possible to attract media attention. The narrative was set that Wall Street's investment prodigy was visiting Korea. Reporters bombarded him with questions about his investment secrets and intentions in Korea. He deflected the questions, claiming jet lag, and promised a proper interview later. The press persisted, begging for just one comment on Korea's situation. They asked if he had a message for the people regarding the loss of economic sovereignty. He held up 3 fingers, shouting 3 years. He declared that Korea would rise again in 3 years and that the current shaking was temporary. He expressed his belief in the potential of the Korean people and their ability to recreate economic miracles. He argued that while the IMF conditions were harsh, opening the capital market was necessary for growth. He urged the government and public to reflect, predicting a stronger nation would emerge after the crisis. Suddenly, men in suits approached and asked him to come with them. He was confused and asked for their identity. They identified themselves as being from the Blue House, stating the president wished to see him. He tried to decline, citing other appointments and lack of notice. They insisted he follow them, effectively dragging him away. He confirmed the strategy with his partner, assigning roles of good cop and bad cop. She agreed, advising him to maintain good relations while she handled the aggressive investment side. She noted that restrictions on foreign investment would soon be lifted. He declared that the real game was about to begin. He answered the phone, asking who was calling. The caller identified himself as the managing director of the IMF. He noted that it was easy for the U.S. government to uncover his identity. The director greeted him, acknowledging him as the real force sent by the U.S. He presented a handwritten letter from the U.S. president. He dismissed the pleasantries and suggested getting straight to the point. The director proceeded to deliver the message from the U.S. government. The order was that under no circumstances was he to help Korea with its crisis. He was warned that if he helped, he would bear full responsibility for the consequences. It was clarified that the message came from the finance minister. He knew the U.S. could easily track his paper companies if they wanted to. They could freeze or seize his assets on trumped-up charges. However, he knew that showing weakness would only invite them to attack. He asked if he was being threatened. The director denied it with a casual French expression. He explained that the minister simply meant that helping Korea would yield no benefit. He clarified that the instruction was simply not to help the Korean government. He admitted he never intended to help, but the commanding attitude made him want to rebel. He agreed to the terms. He promised not to intervene in the crisis, provided the U.S. government stayed out of his business in Korea. He asked if they intended to take everything like they did in Hong Kong. He claimed he never went against Wall Street but simply made different choices based on the situation. The director realized this young Asian man was extraordinary. He retracted his joke, acknowledging he knew the offensive nature of the investment firm. He agreed to relay the conditions to the U.S. government and bid him farewell. He found it amusing that the IMF director was acting as a mere errand boy for the U.S. He advised maintaining a decent relationship, noting that the U.S. couldn't do much for them anyway. A few days passed. Someone called out his name, asking for a moment. He introduced himself and greeted the newcomer. The man was described as a survivor of authoritarian regimes and a living witness to political history. His survival in politics was deemed a miracle, having endured persecution and assassination attempts. Despite threats to his family and allies, he survived to become a leading presidential candidate. However, just as victory seemed near, the ruling party's unification threatened his campaign. He asked for the young man's identity. The young man introduced himself as the grandson of the chairman. The candidate expressed gratitude for the chairman's support and surprise at the meeting request. He remarked that he didn't expect a Wall Street legend to know the grandson of a loan shark. The young man thanked the intermediary but asked to speak with the investor alone. He mused that the candidate clearly didn't want a loan shark present during a meeting with a Wall Street figure. He addressed the candidate by name. He explained that he came because he was told he could help, but noted the unwelcome atmosphere. He clarified that he was a businessman, not a politician, and wouldn't be there without reason. He wished the candidate luck and turned to leave, causing the candidate to panic. His associate stopped him, urging him to sit down and not be so dismissive. He coldly stated that, as an investor, he didn't deal with ungrateful people, regardless of who asked. His associate thought his acting was superb, noting how smoothly he applied the pressure. The candidate asked about the intention behind his words. He pointed out that the chairman was supporting him despite the risks, yet the candidate seemed ungrateful. He expressed doubt that the candidate would appreciate his help either. His associate stepped in again, telling him to stop before they actually got kicked out. The candidate admitted he knew how the grandfather made his money but insisted he was different. He clarified he was there as a supporter who believed the candidate must become president. The candidate apologized, admitting his sensitivity due to recent political events had made him short-sighted. He apologized again for his rudeness. The investor accepted the apology and asked him to explain his plan. He noted the candidate's anxiety over the flipping approval ratings following the rival party's unification. He announced he would hold a press conference the next day as James Hahn to make his first public statement. He promised to raise the candidate's approval rating by at least 5% at that conference. The candidate mentioned a rumor that he had joined the attack on Hong Kong's market. He corrected the candidate, stating that attack was too harsh a word for an investor. He admitted to investing in Hong Kong and betting on fear to amass wealth. The candidate asked why he would invest in Korea now when everyone else was leaving. He replied that he was there to bet on fear once again. He declared that while others fled, he would invest in his homeland. He acknowledged his American citizenship but affirmed that Korea was still his home. He expressed belief that Korea could overcome the crisis quickly. He then asked who the investor thought could save the economy in the upcoming election. The investor hesitated, noting the sensitivity of politics. However, he praised Korea's democracy and the people's power to end military rule. He emphasized that the identity of the leader mattered greatly to investors. The candidate pressed him on who he supported. He stated that if he could vote, he would choose the Progressive Party candidate to attract more investment. The candidate asked if this would really boost his ratings by 5%. He confirmed he would declare his support and announce a major investment plan at the conference. The candidate stammered, overwhelmed by the offer. He knew that the endorsement of a legendary investor meant more than anything for the economy. He criticized the rival's plan to borrow from Japan, equating it to another bailout. He explained he had hesitated only to leave room for renegotiation. He vowed that if the candidate succeeded with the IMF, he would invest fully in Korea. The press conference shifted the momentum, with headlines declaring the god of investment backed the progressive candidate. Later, the grandfather realized the investment company actually belonged to his grandson. He admitted he knew his grandson had sent a secretary to find the investor and funded him. The grandson confirmed he used the money to build the investor's success and influence the election. The grandfather praised him for a job well done. He asked if the grandfather wanted to know more details. The grandfather declined, saying he only helped save time and the boy would have succeeded anyway. The grandson insisted that without the grandfather's support, it would have been much harder. The grandfather cut him off, saying he would help one last time before resting. He warned his grandson to beware of the Azure Wind Society's deep roots in Korea. He checked to ensure his grandson understood the gravity of the warning. The scene shifted to the president-elect. The setting was the president-elect's transition committee. A businessman congratulated the president-elect on his victory. The president-elect thanked him, acknowledging his economic expertise and asking for continued support. He voiced concern over the continuous collapse of companies despite the election results. The businessman assured him that his group was fine due to early globalization efforts. The president-elect noted his advisor's worries, which the businessman dismissed as theoretical. The businessman claimed their issues were temporary and would be resolved soon. He then proposed a national gold collection campaign to help other companies in crisis. He explained that selling gold could generate instant dollars and unite the people. The president-elect thought the gold collection campaign was a good idea. The businessman suggested his group should lead the initiative. He boasted of his trading network's ability to sell gold without profit margins. The president-elect joked about his persuasiveness and granted him leadership of the campaign. The businessman asked for financial support in return for not taking profits. The president-elect promised that the group would be prioritized for IMF funds. The businessman celebrated internally, having secured both public funds and the gold rights. The scene shifted to a meeting with the prosecutor general. They exchanged pleasantries, noting how busy the firm had become with people chasing dollars. The prosecutor asked what brought the young man to see him. The young man calmly requested that he bring down the Youngwoo Group. Meanwhile, a conglomerate chairman thanked the grandfather for helping him through the crisis. The grandfather noted how the arrogant elites were now crawling back to him for money. He observed that most of the top 20 groups had come to him in desperation. He laughed, mentioning one chairman who had demanded money as if it were owed to him. He confirmed that the strict collateral conditions had been set as instructed. He listed the major assets pledged by the conglomerates, thanking his grandson for the strategy. The grandfather expressed his delight at feeling powerful and relevant again. He noted that, as predicted, the Youngwoo Group never came, likely relying on their diverse businesses. He remarked that the Youngwoo chairman had become arrogant. The grandson told him not to worry. He revealed his plan to take the Youngwoo Group for himself. He repeated his request to the prosecutor to destroy the Youngwoo Group. The prosecutor was shocked that he targeted the third-ranked conglomerate. The young man insisted that bloated conglomerates must fall, starting with Youngwoo. The prosecutor pointed out the close ties between the group's chairman and the president-elect. However, the young man countered that the chairman was already under investigation. The prosecutor admitted he couldn't hide anything from the young man. He confirmed that accusations against Youngwoo were piling up, ranging from fraud to embezzlement. However, he noted that Youngwoo was not the only one doing this. He argued that every conglomerate was guilty to some extent. He worried about the public backlash of investigating a large corporation during a crisis. The young man insisted that public opinion didn't matter and urged him to proceed. It was reported that the chairman had supplied emergency dollars to corporations. The president-elect expressed gratitude that the chairman did what banks could not. The young man expressed happiness that they could help. The president-elect praised the young man's academic achievements and talent. The young man accepted the praise, preferring it over the vague answers of aides. He predicted the people would overcome the crisis through sacrifice, not the government or companies. The president-elect asked why that would be painful. He explained that the people's sacrifices would solve the crisis, but conglomerates would take the profit. He warned that public funds would make the conglomerates stronger while the people suffered. He advised against indirect injections and urged a change in the corporate constitution. The president-elect worried about jobs if conglomerates fell. The young man argued this was the last chance to end collusion and asked about the president's legacy. The president-elect pondered what kind of leader he wanted to be. The young man urged him to use the crisis to foster innovation and earn a great reputation. He suggested using the IMF as an excuse to implement desired policies despite backlash. He apologized for speaking out of turn. The president-elect agreed with him, appreciating the blunt honesty over his aide's defense of conglomerates. An aide announced the transition committee meeting was ready. The president-elect invited the young man to visit the Blue House often for more talks. The young man accepted the honor. Later, he checked in on his associate, who reported no problems with the recruitment. He instructed her to buy up promising property without worrying about the cost. He urged speed and asked if she had looked into the other matter. She confirmed that rumors of Peregrine's bankruptcy in Hong Kong were true. Peregrine was described as a top investment bank that had grown rapidly during the Asian boom. He ordered her to go to Hong Kong and acquire it if it looked good. She was ecstatic at the opportunity to acquire such a major bank and promised to leave immediately. It was noted that this acquisition would mark her spectacular return to the Hong Kong financial world. Another associate asked her what had happened. He expressed his worry over her disappearance, but she simply stated she started a business. She cut him off, asking for more information on Peregrine, which he confirmed was failing. She offered to pay him handsomely for quick information, citing a lack of time. He wondered what kind of powerful connections she had made. She exclaimed that her boss was truly a killer in the business world. The bankruptcy of the Wanbo Group sent shockwaves through the government, leading to the immediate arrest of Chairman Zhang following the company's final collapse. The scandal devastated financial circles and triggered a chain reaction of corporate failures, including the fall of a major conglomerate ranked 26th in the nation. As elections approached, the government attempted to mask the crisis by highlighting the IMF director's claims that the economy remained stable. While officials dismissed the danger as mere conspiracy, global investors had already detected the financial storm gathering over the continent. She noted his frequent visits lately, remarking on how busy his schedule had become. He predicted they would be seeing much more of each other, given the bright future that lay ahead for the ambitious man. He addressed the Prosecutor General, Mr. Yoon Chang-ho, with formal respect. He expressed deep gratitude, noting that a congratulation from someone of his stature carried significant weight. He observed that the prosecution was about to gain unprecedented authority and sought Yoon's help to consolidate power during the looming crisis. He inquired about the progress of the Wanbo case, noting the upcoming hearing and the orders expected from the Blue House. The escalating scandal resulted in the imprisonment of bank presidents and high-ranking politicians from both sides of the aisle. Political stability continued to crumble as the year-end presidential election drew closer. He mentioned the rumored involvement of the president's eldest son, prompting a surprised laugh at the accuracy of his intelligence. It was revealed that the son had accepted far too much money to cover up the mess, making his arrest seem like an inevitable conclusion. He advised against becoming a mere puppet for the Blue House, urging a focus on the long-term future instead. He noted the president had less than a year left in power, deciding to play along with orders for now while preparing his next move. Confident in his partner's capability, he suggested they focus on closing the Wanbo case first. Rumors surfaced that the Youngwoo Group, a top-tier conglomerate, was facing similar internal rot. Despite its massive assets and dominance in exports, Youngwoo was destined for a slow collapse fueled by corruption and accounting fraud. He realized that waiting would leave him with nothing but a debt-ridden corpse, necessitating an accelerated timeline for his plan. He pointed out the massive embezzlement and breaches of trust hidden within the company, though the case would be difficult to prove. He argued that taking down Youngwoo before its inevitable explosion would be a career-defining achievement. He asked if he could be the one to schedule the summons for the company's executives. While the request was simple enough, he warned that attempting to swallow a giant like Youngwoo would be a daunting task. "My friends are interested that I won't be the one taking it. All right, I'll have the preliminary investigation start." He emphasized that the man's role would be critical, as the current economic turmoil was far from over. He warned of a surge in corporate crimes and intense political pressure, advising him to remain steady amidst the chaos. He questioned the prediction that the crisis would be prolonged. He confirmed the worst was yet to come, suggesting that a firm hand now could eventually lead him to the presidency after retirement. He laughed at the bold suggestion, surprised by the idea of aiming for the nation's highest office. He believed public support could lead to the presidency, yet he viewed the current election as a dangerous trap to be avoided. He mentioned placing fresh, pesticide-free apples in the trunk as a small token of appreciation. He expressed his constant gratitude, acknowledging the heavy debt of favor he owed. He promised to pave a smooth road ahead, assuring him that following this path would make him the master of the Blue House. Secretly, he knew that once the man reached the top, he would function as his personal puppet. He planned to control both the legal system and politics through Yoon, but one final step remained to secure the future era. He greeted Chairman Cheon warmly, noting how much time had passed since their last meeting. He asked how the chairman was enjoying his semi-retirement after handing the reins over to his children. They discussed the merits of stepping back, noting that even the old man had entrusted everything to his grandson. Rumors circulated about the grandson's extraordinary nature, especially compared to the struggles of Chairman Jang. He chuckled and introduced the young man, explaining that his grandson had been eager to pay his respects to the veterans. Mu-hyuk introduced himself, expressing his honor at meeting the leaders who had shaped a generation. These individuals were the powerful owners of the most influential newspapers in the country. In the era before the internet, these men held a monopoly on the information that reached the public. Their editorial decisions dictated the national narrative and effectively molded public opinion to their whim. Once servants to military regimes, the press had evolved into a self-proclaimed ruling class that manipulated the truth for profit. He realized the terrifying truth that crossing these media titans meant certain social and professional ruin. The severity of the economic crisis remained hidden from the masses because these men chose to blind the public. He saw an opportunity to steer the nation's narrative in his own direction if he could successfully manipulate them. He explained that he asked for the meeting because he wished to maintain the deep bond his grandfather shared with them. The old men laughed, downplaying their remaining influence now that they had stepped back from daily operations. He flattered them by claiming the nation's stability was a result of their legacy, which remained intact despite their retirement. He made a formal and sincere request for their continued support. They readily agreed, looking forward to a fruitful relationship with the heir of such a prestigious family. He suggested they all exchange business cards to stay in close contact for future needs. He was struck by the sight of blank business cards representing the powerful Jushin daily. Their authority was so absolute that they didn't even need names. Their mere presence was a testament to their power. He held 5 cards from the most dominant media outlets, feeling the literal weight of their influence. He viewed these cards as devastating weapons capable of swaying the entire nation to his will. He envisioned a day when these giants would bow to him, resolving to use them to his advantage until then. During a hearing, executives admitted the company would only survive a few months, and the chairman was asked for his thoughts. The chairman arrogantly dismissed the concerns of his subordinates, claiming only the owner truly understood the finances. His words revealed the elitist mindset of conglomerate owners who viewed their employees as mere servants. That arrogant display on live television ignited a firestorm of public fury across the country. He clicked his tongue, noting that the man had clearly failed to learn from his mistakes. They agreed that such a man would likely never change his fundamental nature. He inquired about the fate of Wonbo's steel and construction divisions. The government had stalled negotiations until other giants were forced to accept the acquisition without any financial relief. He had secretly informed the authorities that he would step in to take over if the other groups failed to act. In the original timeline, the acquisition of Wonbo Steel had slowly bled its new owner dry with immense debt. He anticipated that the other conglomerates would take a massive hit, intending to watch their downfall with satisfaction. He expressed deep gratitude, admitting they would have been in significant trouble without his intervention. He then asked for his perspective on the rumors surrounding the instability of the Kia Group. Kia was a massive, professionally managed conglomerate, unlike the typical family-run businesses of the era. This professional structure became a liability against predatory rivals, leading to severe cash flow issues and bankruptcy rumors. It was an open secret that the Samsung Group was lobbying the government and banks to blockade and seize Kia Motors. He acknowledged the situation but noted there was currently no way to stop the inevitable takeover. He decided to let Samsung make its move for now, believing Kia Motors would eventually fall into his hands. He planned to strike once the government changed following the upcoming presidential election. His associate questioned this, assuming the ruling party was guaranteed a victory that would favor Samsung. He predicted that the ruling party would split, allowing the opposition to seize victory through scattered votes. He pointed out the friction between the candidate and the current president, suggesting support would be withheld. Despite the historical difficulty of changing governments, he remained confident in his prediction of an upset. He decided to place his bets on the opposition, citing the divided nature of the rival camp. The prospect of a completely new government gave him significant pause for thought. He advised that while others might bet on the status quo, the most profitable move would be to back the opposition early. He agreed to take the advice into serious consideration. He asked about the status of his relationship with a young woman named Hyunti. He was encouraged to see her more often, as the fleeting days of youth would never return. He respectfully acknowledged the advice. The young master was questioned about why he was investing so much effort into the Dayan group. While there was a history between the families, his kindness toward Dayan seemed exceptionally focused. He admitted he was merely laying the groundwork to eventually seize something valuable from them. He intended to stay close to the chairman, admitting that his interest was driven by a specific calculated goal. He knew Dayan Semiconductors would eventually merge and then split during a crisis, becoming a prime target. He planned to take over the company when the time was right to prepare for the future global chip war. The crisis worsened as major groups like Jinbo and Sangbo fell into bankruptcy at the start of the year. While Korea struggled, he turned his attention to Thailand, sensing the start of the broader Asian financial crisis. He observed that global hedge funds were preparing for a coordinated attack on the Thai currency. He ordered his team to match the hedge funds' positions and prepare for a massive financial strike. He was informed they had $5 billion in liquid cash, with the rest tied up in the stock market. He commanded them to double their capital to $10 billion by using stock-backed loans to follow the hedge funds. He planned to use different firms for various positions, telling his leader to wait for his specific orders. He decided to pour all available funds from 6 different firms into the play, prompting a shocked reaction. His associate wondered if he felt any fear at all while risking such a staggering fortune on a single bet. He admitted to feeling fear but noted that fear alone never resulted in victory. He realized that even knowing the future didn't make investing easy, as his own actions could ripple and change events. New York, USA. A veteran investor was asked if he was once again leading the charge against the Thai currency. George confirmed his leadership and invited the others to follow his strategic lead. George Soros was a legendary figure known for his ability to read global markets and exploit human psychology. He noted that some unknown entities had made massive profits in previous market shifts under the name Dream High. They discussed the mysterious new firm, which had been quiet lately but boasted an impressive performance record. He cursed the unknown group, calling them scavengers for swooping in and taking a share of his profits. While some dismissed the group as insignificant, others remained curious about who truly owned the firm. It was revealed that while James Han ran the daily operations, a man named Charlie Kim owned almost the entire company. Little was known about the owner other than his Korean heritage, which piqued their curiosity further. He wondered if there was truly a Korean investor with enough courage to join such a high-stakes global game. Sensing something unusual, George decided to lead the attack while keeping a close eye on Dream High's movements. His colleagues teased him for being so serious despite his legendary status in the financial world. He admitted that the mysterious entity always seemed to be one step ahead of him. He noted that they consistently entered and exited major currency plays before he could make his move. He couldn't help but wonder about the true identity and goals of the man known as Charlie Kim. He viewed market options as a simple gambling game where one could trade on the value of time itself. In this high-stakes arena, every person's profit was built directly upon another person's loss. He was alerted that Dream High was placing $1 billion bet alongside Wall Street, prompting him to double his own wager. He decided to match the massive bet, wagering $2 billion on the currency's rise. The assault on the Thai baht began in the stock market, causing prices to plummet and sparking panic among investors. Major financial institutions like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan were mobilized to join the coordinated attack. They forced the currency to decline by flooding the market with billions of baht all at once. the currency began its steep descent as the planned attack from Wall Street took full effect. His associate expressed deep concern about the risk of going head-to-head with the giants of Wall Street. He explained that the real danger would come from the massive wave of speculative capital following the initial strike. This second wave of investors was often many times larger and more aggressive than the original hedge funds. In a market where trillions were traded daily, the initial billions from hedge funds were just a small spark. Speculative investors, already celebrating an early victory, prepared for a total collapse of the Thai currency. He told his partner not to worry, confident that the currency would not crumble as easily as others expected. Thailand surprised the world by joining forces with neighboring nations to successfully defend its exchange rate. His associate was stunned to see the Thai government successfully fending off the global financial giants. He promised that things were about to get even more interesting, telling his partner to wait for the next turn. The Thai government eventually moved to block foreign banks from selling their currency overseas to stabilize the market. The baht actually rose in value, marking a rare defeat for the hedge funds and a massive victory for his strategy. His associate was amazed that he had correctly predicted such a strong response from the Thai authorities. He recalled this battle as the precursor to the 1997 crisis, noting that history was unfolding exactly as he remembered. He then ordered his team to liquidate their current positions and bet everything on the currency's eventual fall. He explained that the Thai government would eventually be forced to surrender, and this was their chance to profit from it. As the hedge funds regrouped, panic gripped the second wave of investors, who began dumping their options at a loss. Market panic set in as investors desperately tried to sell off their losing bets, but found no buyers even at half price. He insisted the collapse was still coming and ordered his team to buy up every available short option. He questioned the sudden shift in market activity. He was shocked to learn that an unknown entity was aggressively buying up all the short positions everyone else was fleeing. He was stunned to find that dream-high investment was the one making the massive, contrarian move. Following his successful play, the global hedge funds reached out to him to coordinate a joint attack on the currency. He was congratulated on becoming an official member of the exclusive and powerful Wall Street cartel. He realized that joining such a closed-off community was a massive achievement, separate from the actual financial gains. His associate suggested he should take the spotlight, wondering when he would finally reveal his true identity to the world. He knew he couldn't stay hidden forever, but he resolved to keep his identity a secret for as long as possible. They calculated their winnings, having turned $4 billion into $20 billion through their successful bet. He then commanded that the entire sum be wagered on the currency's final collapse. While the markets calmed briefly, a new, younger finance minister in Thailand took drastic measures to save the economy. However, the situation was already past the point of no return, and the government was forced to suspend many financial institutions. Thailand finally surrendered to the hedge fund alliance, marking a victory for modern financial imperialism over national power. His associate was left speechless by the scale and speed of the unfolding economic devastation. With the currency crashing to 30 baht, they saw a staggering 600% return on their investment. He refused to liquidate just yet, choosing to wait for his signal to maximize the impact of their exit. He believed there was still one final, dramatic act left in the market's collapse. A secondary battle broke out between the main hedge funds and other speculators who had bet on a recovery. While the hedge funds claimed victory, the true winner of the currency war was someone operating from the shadows. He was informed that his orders had been followed perfectly, resulting in an astronomical sum from their liquidated options. Their initial $5 billion had grown into $100 billion, representing a 2,000% return. Even he was surprised, realizing his intervention had caused the crash to be even more severe than in his original memory. He praised his partner's hard work and instructed him to distribute generous bonuses to the entire staff. Realizing he had taken half of the profits intended for the hedge funds, he knew he would need to adjust his future plans. He decided to let the hedge funds take the lead in other Asian markets while he turned his full attention back to Korea. He knew that the same devastation that leveled Thailand would soon strike his own home country. The bankruptcy of the Kia Group sent a wave of shock through the nation, proving that even the top conglomerates were vulnerable. Despite the warning signs, the government remained focused on political vanity and defending the exchange rate at all costs. He greeted his boss warmly, asking if the legal battle had been successfully resolved. He thanked him, recalling the satisfaction of defeating those who had tried to frame him and send him to prison. He asked if they were heading to the hotel, noting he wasn't particularly hungry after the trip. He was told to get in the car, as there was a specific location they needed to visit immediately. Their destination was the affluent neighborhood of Daechidong. He introduced Eva to her new workplace, a brand new building that was still being finished but was ready for use. Eva loved the space and confirmed if she was to carry out the operations they had discussed previously. He confirmed her role, stating that from this base, she would begin the process of buying up the entire nation's assets. He planned to use the land he acquired from the Wonbo Group as his headquarters for the upcoming economic takeover. He decided to remain in the shadows, using Eva as the public face of his operations in Seoul. Eva marveled at how much the city had developed, comparing its vibrant night view to that of Hong Kong. She found it hard to believe that such a developed nation was on the verge of a total economic collapse. He reminded her of Thailand's fate, though he acknowledged that Korea's economy was on a much larger scale. Korea was a significant global economy and a symbol of rapid development, often called the Miracle on the Han River. He decided to adopt that name for their operation and asked if there were specific people ready to be recruited. He gave his partner full authority to recruit the most talented people regardless of the cost. He expressed his approval of the plan and the resources at their disposal. He warned that they would be extremely busy and should avoid attracting any unnecessary public attention. She playfully asked if he would at least spend the night with her despite their busy schedules. He agreed to stay with her for the evening. He was informed that the finance minister had called personally, requesting that he release his dollars into the market. He realized the government's foreign reserves were draining much faster than he had initially anticipated. He recalled that the government was desperately trying to maintain its reserves but was failing as the dollars vanished. He decided to refuse the request, believing his contribution would be a meaningless drop in the ocean of the crisis. He reasoned it was better to keep his capital and lend it to corporations later in exchange for valuable assets. He was frustrated by the minister's arrogant attitude, calling the officials fools for their poor economic policies. The government had ignored warnings and engaged in political posturing while dismissing the reports of their own experts. He noted the administration was obsessed with vanity metrics just to stay in power, ignoring the reality of the crash. Officials failed to realize that banks were recklessly borrowing short-term debt that they couldn't possibly repay. He concluded that Korea was self-destructing from within, making it an easy target for external financial attacks. He felt the metaphorical timer on the nation's economy was about to hit zero. He asked if any of the top 10 conglomerates had reached out for help yet. He predicted that within days, the most powerful men in the country would be begging his grandfather for salvation. His grandfather asked if the time they had been preparing for had finally arrived. He advised his grandfather to lend the money only in exchange for core business shares, specifically targeting Samsung Electronics. He confirmed his primary goal was to secure as much stock in the electronics giant as humanly possible. He was warned that refusing the government's request might create a powerful and dangerous enemy. He dismissed the concern, noting the current administration was nearly finished and an election was only months away. He observed the split in the ruling party, which was creating an opening for the opposition to take power. He identified Kim Hak-won as the most likely candidate to win the upcoming presidential race. His grandfather noted that a change in government after 4 decades would be a historic and massive upset. Despite the crisis, many still believed the ruling party would win because public sentiment was slow to change. He remained firm in his belief that history would repeat itself and the opposition would seize victory. He woke his brother in the middle of the night to discuss the funds in their offshore corporation. His brother was confused by the late-night call and the sudden focus on their Bermuda accounts. He confirmed they had over $10 billion and asked if a new investment opportunity had been found. He ordered his brother to invest the entire sum into the Korean market the moment it opened. He gave specific instructions to bet on a massive crash of the currency and the stock index by the following January. His brother was stunned by the extreme figures, realizing the bet was based on the total bankruptcy of the nation. He pointed out that the current market was much higher, making the bet an incredibly risky move. He realized that his brother was essentially wagering a fortune on the complete collapse of their home country. He confirmed the coming collapse, predicting that foreign powers would use the IMF to strip the nation of its assets. He told his brother that this was only the beginning and that he had already begun his preparations in Korea. His brother felt a moral conflict, noting that while he was an American citizen, he still felt a connection to Korea. He reminded his brother of their promise to follow his investment calls without any questions or hesitation. He argued that if they didn't take the opportunity, another faceless hedge fund would simply take it instead. He insisted that while the nation would survive, they could not afford to pass up such a massive financial opportunity. He told his brother to seize the chance, as someone was bound to make a fortune regardless of their choice. He explained that in the world of economics, one person's gain always required another person's loss. His brother finally relented, agreeing to buy up the options as soon as the market opened for trading. He reflected on his past life, where he lacked the resources to take advantage of the crisis he now controlled. With only 2 months until the IMF bailout, he saw the nation's foreign reserves dwindling toward a breaking point. He resolved to devour the entire opportunity for himself, refusing to let any other investor take a share. However, he realized there was one more move he needed to make before focusing entirely on Korea. He decided to launch a financial strike against the United States market first. The collapse of Thailand had triggered a domino effect, causing the currencies of Indonesia and its neighbors to crash. One by one, the economies of Southeast Asia fell victim to the spreading financial contagion. The crisis eventually reached the American stock market, causing a larger impact than most had anticipated. He remained calm, telling his worried partner that they had already expected this global downturn. His partner noted the growing anxiety among their employees because of the large amount of stocks they held. He told the staff not to panic and ordered everyone to prepare for an immediate move to Hong Kong. He revealed that the global hedge funds were planning their next major attack on the Hong Kong market. He felt the next stage of the global financial war had officially begun. As Asian markets continued to burn, the investors who had bet on the decline were reaping massive rewards. Hedge funds targeted Hong Kong, attempting to break its fixed exchange rate through a massive speculative assault. They planned to force interest rates up, which would crash the local asset markets and allow them to profit from short selling. He decided to invest $5 billion as his initial contribution to the group's coordinated attack. His partner was shocked that he referred to $5 billion as a small amount for an investment. He apologized, admitting that dealing with such massive sums every day had skewed his perspective on money. While their employees followed the main hedge fund plan, he and his partner prepared to act independently. He revealed that their true target wasn't Hong Kong, but a much larger and more significant market. Despite the global pressure, Hong Kong defended its currency with the full backing of China's immense reserves. Hedge funds asked for more capital as they reached the limits of their initial attack against the resilient market. He anticipated that the Hong Kong authorities would soon take a drastic step to end the speculation. He realized that the perfect moment to act had finally arrived. He ordered his brother to use every single dollar in their U.S. branch to bet on a total crash of the global markets. His brother thought he had gone insane for targeting the U.S. and Europe instead of the ongoing Hong Kong play. He told his brother to trust his track record and follow the instructions exactly as given. His brother eventually gave in, hoping that history would once again prove his brother's instincts were correct. Global investors noticed that Dream High was acting strangely by betting heavily on a universal market decline. They were aggressively buying positions that anticipated a crash in the US, Europe, and Japan simultaneously. They questioned the strategy, as such a bet would only pay off if the entire world's economy collapsed at once. Meanwhile, the coordinated attack on the Hong Kong dollar continued in full force. Sensing a hidden opportunity, George Soros decided to cautiously follow Dream High's lead. He ordered his team to buy what they could of the same crash-based futures without overextending themselves. He felt he needed to see the outcome for himself to understand what was truly happening in the market. His brother burst in, shouting that the situation in Hong Kong had taken a chaotic and unexpected turn. Hong Kong had spiked interest rates to 300%, causing the hedge fund's short-selling attack to fail miserably. No one on Wall Street had predicted such a bold move, which saved the currency but hammered the local markets. His brother panicked, realizing that the money they had invested with the hedge funds was about to be completely lost. He remained calm, ordering his brother to immediately dump all their stocks and drive the prices down further. He predicted that a massive and unprecedented global stock market crash was about to begin. He explained that any losses they took on their stocks would be far outweighed by the gains from their other bets. October 27, 1997, New York. The New York Stock Exchange was forced to halt trading as the Dow Jones suffered a historic and massive plunge. The crash spread rapidly to Europe and Japan, sending the value of their short positions into the stratosphere. His brother was left in awe, wondering if he had truly planned this entire global catastrophe from the start. The shock from the interest rate hike triggered a wave of fear that resulted in a coordinated global market collapse. He realized that the panic he had helped create was causing the market to fall even faster than he remembered. He then ordered his brother to start slowly buying back stocks once the initial crash began to level off. He congratulated his brother, predicting he would soon be known as a legendary figure on Wall Street. His brother felt overwhelmed by the experience, claiming the stress made him feel like he was losing his soul. While the market originally fell 7% in history, his intervention pushed the decline to a staggering 15%. It was the largest single-day drop the U.S. market had seen in a decade, surpassing even the most dire predictions. Every single percentage point the market dropped resulted in another massive increase in their total profit. He instructed his brother to cash out all their positions as soon as the market opened the next day. His brother warned that cashing out such a massive amount of money would take significant time. He revealed that their total profit had reached an incredible $500 billion. His brother joked that with such a sum, they could practically buy a whole country if they wanted to. He felt a sense of triumph, knowing he was the ultimate winner of this high-stakes financial round. He envisioned a future where his overwhelming financial power would place him above all others in the world. The President of the United States was informed of the estimate regarding the mysterious investor's massive profits. His advisors were stunned that a single individual had managed to outmaneuver the entire Wall Street establishment. The President questioned if one man was truly responsible for the global market crash. It was confirmed that the individual responsible was a citizen of South Korea. The name Charlie Kim was brought to the President's attention as the primary suspect behind the move. Charlie Kim? It was noted that while most of Wall Street had suffered during the crash, Charlie Kim was the only one to profit. The President sat in silence after hearing that the profit totaled nearly $500 billion. He expressed a touch of envy at such a massive windfall, even as the leader of the free world. His advisors warned that it was a serious issue for a citizen of a small country to possess so much American wealth. The President pointed out that if no laws were broken, there was no legal basis to challenge the earnings. He insisted that the U.S. should not punish someone for making successful and legal investments in their market. However, the concern remained that an individual with the power to destroy an economy was not under American control. The President suggested a simple solution. They should find a way to make the man an American citizen. Meanwhile, Wall Street investors were desperate to recover their losses and were looking for a new plan of action. He decided to accelerate his original plan to take advantage of the growing desperation in the financial world. He believed that if they were going to strike, it was better to do so quickly and decisively. He was unaware that his massive profits had actually become the catalyst for an even faster crisis in Korea. He agreed to move forward with the next stage of his ambitious plan. The chairman was informed that the opposition candidate, Choi Chang-jin, had arrived for their meeting. The candidate greeted the chairman warmly and asked about his well-being. The chairman inquired about the progress of his presidential campaign since their last meeting. He thanked the chairman for his help in forming the party, expressing his deep gratitude for the support. He promised to repay the favor after winning the election, but was interrupted before he could finish. It was announced that the ruling party's candidate, Sung Dae-gyu, had also arrived at the same location. The candidate was shocked and confused to see his political rival appearing at the chairman's residence. The chairman questioned Sung Dae-gyu about the lack of support he was receiving from the sitting president. He admitted that the lack of presidential backing was an unfortunate reality for his campaign. Turning to the other candidate, the chairman pointed out that his new party's support was also failing to grow. The candidate admitted the struggle but insisted he could still work harder to win over the voters. The chairman warned that if they continued to fight each other, the Progressive Party would easily seize power. He argued that their current division reminded him of the same political tricks used to defeat the opposition in the past. He then commanded that the two men unite their campaigns under the leadership of Sung Dae-gyu. One candidate was outraged, questioning why the chairman had helped him form a party just to force him to quit now. The chairman silenced him with a cold look, asking if he was actually daring to talk back to him. Terrified, the candidate immediately backed down and apologized for his impulsive outburst. He was told to stand up, as a man with presidential ambitions should not kneel so easily before others. The chairman then asked for Sung Dae-gyu's thoughts on the proposed unification of their campaigns. He admitted to being confused by the chairman's decision to split the party and then force it back together. The chairman explained that near an election, only results mattered, and offered his full support in place of the president's. The candidate asked what would be required of him in exchange for this massive political assistance. He was told to take the win, but to grant the next term to his rival and perform a few specific favors for the chairman. He readily agreed to the terms, seeing it as his only clear path to the presidency. The chairman noted that even with unification, winning would be difficult given the current state of the economy. He pointed out that the nation's dollar reserves were almost gone and disappearing at an alarming rate. He promised to arrange a massive loan from Japan if the man became president, effectively saving the nation's economy. He painted a picture of a hero president who would rebuild what the previous administration had destroyed. The candidate expressed his deep gratitude, feeling as though his political future had been saved. Reports confirmed that foreign exchange reserves had suffered another devastating drop of $15 billion. He realized that at this rate, the reserves would be gone by October, bringing the IMF bailout sooner than expected. He observed that Wall Street was already in the process of pulling all its capital out of the Korean market. He saw that his own actions were causing history to change, as the Korean economy was crashing much faster than it should. Despite the total collapse of banks and major companies, the government still stubbornly refused to seek international aid. Eventually, with only $2 billion left, the government was forced to officially request an IMF bailout. The address to the nation came a full month earlier than it had in the original historical timeline. The harsh conditions imposed by the IMF led to a stabilization of the crisis but resulted in mass unemployment and inequality. The IMF required all presidential candidates to promise in writing that they would follow these strict conditions. Then, a sudden political shift occurred as one candidate announced he would unite with the Conservative Party. He promised to work at the forefront of the campaign to ensure a conservative victory for the sake of the nation. The crowd erupted in cheers for the newly unified Conservative Front. He was surprised by the sudden alliance, noting that in the original timeline, the two men had remained bitter rivals. He realized this new unification could fundamentally change the outcome of the election and the future of the country. The candidate promised to restore the economy, using the sacrifice of his party to justify the national-level compromise. He boldly claimed that once elected, he would secure a massive loan from Japan to stabilize the country. He recognized that this move was the work of the secretive Azure Wind Society. He knew they were the only ones capable of bypassing the government to make direct deals with foreign powers. He realized that both his own actions and those of the society were rapidly rewriting the course of history. In the original timeline, the opposition had barely won, but now their victory was no longer a certainty. He viewed this change as a worst-case scenario, as a conservative win would only make his rivals stronger. He decided that if they were going to use political maneuvers to change the president, he would use his money to stop them. The nation's credit rating plummeted to junk status as foreign capital fled the country following the bailout request. The exchange rate surged past 1701 as the market hit its upper limit of fluctuation. An international official arrived in Korea to confirm if the nation intended to keep the promises it made for the bailout. To confirm whether Korea actually wants to keep the promises it made, Michel Kamdesis, managing director of the IMF. He criticized the Korean government for its unhealthy and overly close relationship with major corporations and banks. He demanded that failing giants be restructured and that banks be sold off to foreign investors to fix the system. Further demands included the privatization of public enterprises and the implementation of harsh new labor policies. He warned that if these strict conditions were not met, the IMF would withhold the necessary aid. The official was scheduled to meet with the president and the major candidates to discuss the nation's performance. He viewed the bailout not as a rescue, but as a calculated attempt by foreign powers to take over the entire nation. He contacted his brother, telling him he needed to return to Korea immediately to discuss their next moves. He instructed his brother to make his arrival as public and dramatic as possible to capture the media's attention. He ensured that the news of the legendary Wall Street prodigy's visit would be spread across all major media outlets. Reporters swarmed the arrival, desperate to know the secret of his success and his plans for investing in Korea. He brushed off the initial questions, claiming jet lag and promising a formal press conference at a later time. Reporters continued to shout questions about his thoughts on the nation's dire economic situation. They asked if he had a specific message for the people of Korea given his unique background as a Korean American. He paused and simply stated that it would take 3 years for the nation to recover. He expressed his belief that the current crisis would be short-lived and that the nation could rise again. He claimed his return was based on his faith in the potential of the people who had created the miracle on the Han River. He argued that opening the capital markets was a necessary step for the nation's growth, despite the harsh IMF conditions. He encouraged the government and the public to reflect on the crisis so they could emerge as an even stronger nation. Suddenly, a group of men approached and requested that he come with them immediately. He was confused and startled by the sudden appearance of the mysterious men. They identified themselves as officials from the Blue House, stating the president wished to meet with him. He protested, claiming he had other appointments and hadn't been informed of any such meeting. The men ignored his protests and moved to take him by force. "Hey, stop!" A group of private security guards stepped in, telling the officials to release the man immediately. They warned that he was a U.S. citizen and that any attempt to forcibly take him would result in a formal international complaint. Their leader introduced himself as Eric Clark, explaining he was in charge of security for the man known as Charlie Kim. He was surprised to hear that a private military company had been hired for his protection. The news headlines highlighted his positive message about the potential for the Korean economy to recover. He complimented his partner on the successful public performance, though noted he seemed quite shocked by the events. He admitted the experience was intense and questioned why so many reporters and officials had been involved. He explained the private military company was for his long-term security and that he had been preparing it for some time. He asked what his specific role would be in helping the country during this period of extreme crisis. He acknowledged that while it was a tragedy for the nation, it represented a massive opportunity for their firm. He was ordered to use the funds from their New York branch to start investing in a specific list of Korean companies. He emphasized that all his investments must be public and transparent to maintain his image as a legitimate investor. Meanwhile, Eva would handle the more secretive and aggressive acquisitions using their offshore paper companies. He ensured there would be no visible connection between the two operations to prevent any suspicion of their partnership. Even Eva was kept in the dark about the fact that the two men were working for the same ultimate owner. He likened the strategy to a good cop and bad cop routine, with himself playing the legitimate role. He was told to maintain a good relationship with the government, as they would soon be looking for his assistance. He noted that the IMF conditions would soon make it much easier for foreign capital to flow into the country. He felt that the real game for control over the nation's future was finally beginning. He received a mysterious phone call from someone asking for Charlie Kim. The caller identified himself as the managing director of the IMF, Michel Kemdesis. He was surprised by the call and agreed to a private meeting to hear a message from the U.S. government. As expected, it's a piece of cake for the U.S. government to discover my identity. Fine. I can't avoid this anyway. He decided to face the international official head-on to see what he wanted. The official expressed his satisfaction at finally meeting the mysterious and powerful owner of Dream High. He recognized the man as the commander of the forces sent to take control of the Korean economy. The official presented a handwritten letter from the President of the United States. He declined to read the letter immediately, suggesting they get straight to the purpose of their meeting. The official agreed and prepared to deliver a direct message from the American government. He was explicitly told that under no circumstances should he help Korea with its foreign exchange crisis. The official warned that if he chose to help the nation, he would be held personally responsible for the consequences. So, he revealed that the message had been specifically relayed by the U.S. Finance Minister, Robert Rubin. The official claimed that the U.S. could easily uncover his offshore companies if they were given a reason to look. He threatened that the government could freeze or seize his assets at any time. He knew that if he showed any weakness, the global financial powers would swarm in to destroy him. He coldly asked if the man was making a direct threat against him. The official laughed it off, claiming it was merely a reminder that helping Korea wouldn't benefit him anyway. Minister Rubin may sound blunt, but he only means that you don't need to help Korea. Helping wouldn't benefit you either, would it? He mused on the fact that he was being told not to help the Korean government. While he had no original intention to help, the arrogant attitude of the official made him want to reconsider. He agreed to the terms for now, though his mind was already working on a counter-strategy. I won't intervene in Korea's foreign exchange crisis. In return, the U.S. government should stay out of my affairs in Korea. The official jokingly asked if he planned to share the profits or take everything for himself as he did in Hong Kong. He defended his past actions, stating he simply read the market and chose a different path than others. The official realized that the young man before him was far more formidable than he had initially expected. He dismissed his previous comment as a joke and acknowledged the aggressive nature of Dream High's investments. He bid the official farewell, promising to relay his conditions to the American government. He found it amusing that the head of the IMF was acting as a mere messenger boy for the United States. He realized that the global powers understood his true strength, even if the Korean government did not. Headlines reported that while negotiations were complete, the IMF was still demanding pledges from all candidates. While one candidate accepted the terms immediately, the other refused, calling the agreement premature. With only 10 days until the election, the polls showed the gap between the two main candidates was widening. He was informed that the Blue House had requested an official meeting, just as he had predicted. He advised his partner to be polite but noted that the current administration had little real power left to offer. He mentioned there was someone else far more important that they needed to meet for their future plans. A few days later, a guest arrived at the designated location and was politely asked to wait for a moment. The party chairman was informed that the important guests had finally arrived for their meeting. He introduced himself to the chairman, completing the formal greeting. He was then introduced to Kim Hak-won, the legendary opposition leader. He recognized the man as a veteran politician who had survived decades of authoritarian rule. He admired the man's resilience in surviving political persecution and multiple assassination attempts. Despite the near-death experiences of his family and allies, he had emerged as a leading candidate for president. However, just as he neared victory, the sudden unification of his rivals threatened to destroy his chances. The candidate questioned the identity of the young man standing before him. He introduced himself as Kim Mu-hyuk, the grandson of the powerful chairman Cheon Tae-san. The candidate expressed his gratitude for the chairman's support, but was surprised by the request for a private meeting. He noted the unusual pairing of a Wall Street legend and the grandson of a notorious moneylender. He then asked to speak with the investor alone, requesting that the grandson step outside. He realized that the politicians still looked down on those associated with the underworld, despite needing their help. Candidate Kim Hak-won. He stated that he had come specifically because Mu-hyuk said he could help, but noted they didn't seem welcome. He made it clear that he was a businessman and wouldn't be there at all if it wasn't for his partner. He wished the candidate good luck and prepared to leave, prompting a frantic reaction from the politician. Mu-hyuk tried to calm his partner down, urging everyone to sit and talk reasonably. He insisted that, as an investor, he refused to waste time on ungrateful people or losing ventures. Mu-hyuk was impressed by the performance, noting how smoothly his partner was pressuring the politician. The candidate asked what the true intention behind his blunt and aggressive words was. He pointed out that while political donations were illegal, the candidate was still accepting help without showing gratitude. He expressed doubt that the candidate would even appreciate the massive assistance he was offering. Mu-hyuk continued to play along, pretending to be worried that they were about to be kicked out of the meeting. He explained that he was not there as his grandfather's proxy, but as a genuine supporter who wanted him to win. He stated his firm belief that, for the sake of the country, this man had to become the next president. The candidate realized he had been short-sighted and apologized for his defensive and sensitive attitude. He expressed his sincere regret for being rude to the guests who had come to help him. He then asked for more details on the plan to restore his failing approval ratings. He pointed out that the rival unification had flipped the polls and that the candidate was now on the verge of losing. He revealed he was holding a massive international press conference the next day that would capture the world's attention. He promised that his first official statement would boost the candidate's approval rating by at least 5%. He mentioned the rumors that he had joined forces with Wall Street to attack the Asian markets. He defined himself as a simple investor, rejecting the aggressive label others placed on his recent moves. It's true that I invested in Hong Kong.at first. I suffered heavy losses, but I bet on people's fear, and it brought me huge wealth. A reporter challenged Han, questioning why he would choose to invest in Korea while foreign capital was fleeing the nation. Han calmly explained that his strategy remained the same, as he intended to capitalize on the widespread panic. He declared his commitment to investing in his home country precisely when everyone else was retreating in terror. Confronted about his American citizenship, he affirmed that despite his status, his roots and loved ones remained firmly in Korea. He expressed unwavering faith in Korea's ability to survive and bounce back from the current economic crisis. The conversation shifted toward politics, with reporters asking who he believed could steer the economy to safety. He hesitated, noting the sensitivity of political discussions and the need for caution. He reflected on Korea's unique history as a nation where citizens ended military rule through their own collective will. He emphasized that for investors, understanding who held power in Korea was vital, given the country's unique path to democracy. The reporter pressed him directly, demanding to know where his political allegiance lay. He spoke candidly, suggesting that a victory for the progressive candidate would make Korea far more appealing for foreign investment. The candidate, stunned by the unexpected endorsement, questioned the impact of Han's support. Han solidified his offer, promising to publicly back the campaign with a massive, concrete investment plan. The candidate could barely believe his ears, seeking confirmation of such a generous move. Han knew that, in the current climate, his financial backing would be the most powerful signal the candidate could receive. He criticized the opposing candidate's plan to rely on foreign loans, comparing it to the restrictive nature of an IMF bailout. He argued that the nation needed to demonstrate its viability to the world instead of drowning in debt. The candidate agreed, seeing the immense potential in Han's strategy. Han laid out the necessary terms, insisting that the IMF's requirements must be strictly upheld. The candidate faltered, weighing the gravity of those demands. I run an American company. I can't defy Washington and recklessly invest in Korea at SO. Please promise to honor the IMF agreement. All right. I can't avoid their demands anyway. I only hesitated to leave room for renegotiation since their terms are excessive. Han pledged his full investment on the condition that the IMF's terms were met, reminding them of his Korean heritage. The news spread like wildfire, and with the endorsement of the investment legend, momentum shifted decisively toward Kim Hak-won by late 1997. With a narrow but clear majority, Kim Hak-won ascended to the presidency. Mu-hyuk's grandfather questioned if the election results had been part of his elaborate design. He confronted Mu-hyuk, revealing he knew the truth about the investment firm's ownership. Mu-hyuk was caught off guard, realizing his grandfather had seen through his scheme from the start. His grandfather admitted to tracking Mu-hyuk's moves, including the funds sent to America, even if the exact strategy remained unclear. Mu-hyuk confirmed he had used the capital to turn Han into a Wall Street giant, ultimately swinging the election. His grandfather praised his competence, though a hint of curiosity remained. Mu-hyuk teased his grandfather, wondering if he wanted the full details of his machinations. His grandfather waved it off, suggesting Mu-hyuk would have triumphed regardless, noting he only helped save time. Mu-hyuk acknowledged that his grandfather's support had been the decisive factor in speeding up his success. His grandfather agreed to offer one final piece of assistance before stepping back from the fray. He issued a grave warning about a powerful, hidden organization that had infiltrated deeper into Korea than Mu-hyuk suspected. He ensured that Mu-hyuk understood the seriousness of the looming threat. The transition team prepared to take the reins. The committee began its work under the president-elect. Chairman Park Dae-ho approached the president-elect, offering his congratulations and influence. The president-elect welcomed the chairman's support, acknowledging his expertise in economic matters. Concerns were raised about the wave of corporate failures sweeping the nation. Chairman Park brushed off the panic, claiming his group was stable due to its global reach. The president-elect voiced the anxieties of his staff, but the chairman remained dismissive. Park insisted that his liquidity issues were only temporary and easily manageable. The idea of a national gold collection movement was proposed to stabilize the economy. They discussed how mobilizing the citizens' gold could generate immediate cash and boost national unity. The president-elect saw the potential merit in the proposal. Park saw a golden opportunity to position his group at the center of the recovery effort. He boasted about his global trading network and his ability to sell the gold without taking margins. "Well, you're good enough to sell ice in the Arctic, all right. You can lead the gold collection campaign." "Yes, Mr. President. I won't disappoint you." Park revealed his true motive, requesting government financial backing in exchange for his services. The president-elect agreed to prioritize Youngwoo Group for support once the IMF funds were secured. Park celebrated his successful manipulation of the situation to secure government favors. The meeting with the prosecutor general was a strategic chess move. They exchanged pleasantries while acknowledging the shifting power dynamics in the business world. The conversation pivoted quickly to the real agenda. The request was direct and cut straight to the point: the total destruction of the Youngwoo Group. The grateful recipients of Cheon's capital during the crisis praised his intervention. Cheon observed how quickly the once arrogant conglomerates had changed their tune. He noted with satisfaction how the heads of massive groups were now desperate for his approval. He chuckled at the audacity of some who still failed to read the room. He reviewed the strict terms he had imposed for the financial aid he provided. He listed the valuable assets he had secured as collateral from the desperate companies. Cheon admitted that the thrill of the deal had made him feel alive and powerful again. They noted with interest that Youngwoo Group had yet to seek their help, suggesting they had other sources of support. Cheon reflected on how Park's attitude had soured as he grew in power. He reassured his grandson that the situation was under control. He declared his bold intent to absorb the entire conglomerate. The order to dismantle Youngwoo was reiterated clearly. The scale of the target was confirmed. He reasoned that the era of unsustainable corporate growth had to end, starting with them. Concerns were raised about Park's strong political connections. The weakness in Park's defense was highlighted. "Ha! I can't fool you that I can't even act in front of you." A mountain of criminal charges, from fraud to embezzlement, made the group vulnerable to legal action. It was noted that systemic corruption extended far beyond just this one group. They recognized the industry-wide nature of these practices. The dilemma of targeting such a large entity during a time of crisis was debated. He argued that urgent surgery was needed to remove the rot, regardless of the optics. The risk of presidential intervention was considered a primary obstacle. He took charge of the political cover, leaving the legal execution to the authorities. He framed this mission as the prosecutor's chance to secure his place in history. The timing was discussed, acknowledging the delicate nature of the current transition period. The decision was made to proceed with the operation. Cheon's financial maneuvering continued to have wide-reaching effects. Beneficiaries of the funds expressed their thanks for his timely intervention. He maintained a humble yet calculated facade. He acknowledged Mu-hyuk's intelligence, admitting his previous underestimation of the young man's talent. The president-elect sought more advice on how to handle the corporate debt crisis. Mu-hyuk cautioned against reckless bailouts, emphasizing that the investors needed convincing. The president-elect leaned on Mu-hyuk to set a trend that others would follow. Mu-hyuk agreed to facilitate the process if the terms were right. The president-elect confessed the heavy burden he carried after years in politics. Mu-hyuk requested permission to speak a difficult truth. The president-elect invited the critique, tired of the empty reassurance from his staff. Mu-hyuk predicted that the people's resilience, not government policy, would lead the nation through the crisis. The president-elect chuckled, finding the honest assessment refreshing. Mu-hyuk pointed out the injustice that the benefits would likely go to the elites instead of the common people. He warned that the conglomerates stood to emerge stronger than ever from the public suffering. He urged the government to be selective and force structural change within the companies. The president-elect raised the common fear of unemployment during restructuring. Mu-hyuk argued this was the singular chance to break the cycle of corruption between business and politics. The president-elect pondered the legacy he wanted to leave behind. Mu-hyuk painted a vision of a restored, innovative Korea if the president seized this moment. He advised leveraging the IMF's authority to push through necessary, unpopular reforms. He offered a polite apology for his bold counsel. The president-elect admitted that Mu-hyuk's advice was far more insightful than his own aides. The interruption signaled the end of their private consultation. The president-elect extended a warm invitation for future meetings at the Blue House. Mu-hyuk accepted the offer with professional respect. Mu-hyuk checked in on the progress of his secret recruitment and property acquisition. He gave explicit orders to move aggressively without budget constraints. He pressed for speed and asked for an update on his previous request. Eva confirmed the rumors regarding the impending collapse of Peregrine. The backstory of Peregrine's rapid rise and current vulnerability was outlined. Mu-hyuk gave her the green light to pursue a massive acquisition in Hong Kong. Eva reacted with shock and excitement at the scale of the trust placed in her. Narratively, this acquisition marked the beginning of her dramatic comeback to the financial world. Daniel, surprised by her reappearance, asked about her time away. He voiced his concern over her sudden departure and absence. Eva brushed off the personal concern, focusing purely on the high-stakes mission at hand. She urged him to speed up the intel gathering, as time was of the essence. Daniel could only wonder about the powerful forces she was now working with. She realized she had aligned herself with a truly formidable mentor. He looked up in shock, immediately recognizing the man standing before him. He questioned if this was indeed the high-ranking director from Peregrine Investment Bank, and the man confirmed his identity with a hint of confusion. Eva introduced herself with a smile, leaving the director baffled as to how a total stranger could recognize him. She noted that his reputation preceded him, as his name was legendary within the elite financial circles of Hong Kong. Flattered by the attention of such a striking woman, he admitted that being recognized by her was quite humbling. She extended an invitation for a drink, which he readily accepted, intrigued by her sudden appearance. They discovered a shared connection through their Korean heritage, finding common ground in their family backgrounds. Settling in, he curiously asked what business brought such a beautiful woman to seek him out. Her tone shifted as she mentioned the dark rumors currently haunting the halls of Peregrine regarding their impending downfall. She confronted him directly, naming him as the one whose reckless investments in Indonesia had pushed the firm to the edge of ruin. He reacted with sudden hostility, cursing and accusing her of being a prying journalist. She observed with a sharp wit that his proficiency in Korean swearing was just as impressive as his financial record. He threatened her with further insults, demanding that she leave his sight immediately. Unfazed, she suggested he listen to her proposal first, hintingly offering herself as the only lifeline left for his failing career. She acknowledged his past brilliance in building the firm, yet pointed out that the unforeseen currency crisis had left Peregrine on the brink of total collapse. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if she had only come there to gloat over his misfortune. She clarified that her intentions were strictly professional, shocking him with the news that she intended to acquire his bankrupt company. She explained that her interest lay solely in the brand name, offering him a chance to walk away with compensation rather than losing everything. She laid out a starting offer of $1 million to seal the deal. Stunned by the amount, he began to waver, asking what strings were attached to such a sum. She demanded full access to the firm's internal secrets, including debt records and the owner's vulnerabilities, promising even higher pay for high-level intel. Handing him her card, she told him she would be waiting for his decision. He shouted at the intruders, demanding to know who dared to interrupt them. The men identified themselves as members of the Tae-san faction, making their presence known with aggressive confidence. Park Dong-soo stood silent as the weight of the situation settled. His associate urged him to reconsider the futility of their resistance, noting that their faction had already seized control of the capital. He admitted they had held out well, noting that while others surrendered during the economic crash, some still possessed a backbone. He gave the order to finalize the division of shares and report back to him. One of the men begged for a moment of his time, desperate to negotiate. Fearing the cold streets, they pleaded for a place within his organization, swearing their absolute loyalty in exchange for protection. The room erupted in cheers as the men congratulated their leader on successfully unifying the factions under his command. National unification of the Tae-san faction complete. Eva assured her boss that the takeover of the bank would proceed swiftly and without any complications. He encouraged her to move quickly, noting that there was still much work to be done back home. A comrade joked about the woman in his life, offering his expert eye to vet her whenever they met. When asked if he would ever settle down, he dismissed the idea, content to live and die by the karma of his current lifestyle. They marveled at the fact that no organization in the country could now oppose them, though he noted a few small groups still remained. He learned that his loyal men involved in a past incident were being released early, thanks to his careful intervention. He inquired about a specific old friend named Yang Soo-hyung, wondering if he should be stationed in Busan upon his release. He confirmed his absolute trust in his childhood friend, stating there was no one better suited to manage the southern territory. He warned that the Yakuza would soon be making a move, making Busan a vital strategic point for their defense. He explained that Japanese financial entities, backed by the Yakuza, would use the city as a gateway to infiltrate the Korean market. He expressed confidence in his lieutenants, even as rumors circulated that he was merely a figurehead for his talented subordinates. He praised Lee Sang-yoon's diplomatic skills, crediting the peaceful unification of the factions to his quiet but effective mediation. When asked if he minded the rumors, he simply stated that the success of his men was all that truly mattered to him. He admitted he felt undeserving of the title of boss, longing for a simpler life watching over a single territory in Busan. His associates scoffed at his humility, reminding him of the sheer difficulty of dominating the nation's underworld. He mused that the world had changed, where money now spoke louder than weapons, a process accelerated by the national financial crisis. He observed how the lack of money had stripped men of their pride, forcing them to crawl toward whoever held the purse strings. They agreed that the era of raw violence had ended, replaced by a world where capital dictated power. The new president addressed the nation, acknowledging the heavy burden of leading the country through its greatest trial. He spoke of the national currency crisis as a historical challenge but expressed unwavering faith in the people's potential to rise again. He emphasized that democracy and a market economy must grow together to ensure true social justice and progress. He vowed to sever the corrupt ties between politics and business as the prosecutor general prepared for a major operation. The signal was given to begin the investigation into the Youngwoo Group, marking the start of a Cold War driven by profit rather than loyalty. Investigators from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office stormed the premises, making their authority known. They announced a full-scale search and seizure at the corporate headquarters on charges ranging from fraud to embezzlement. An emergency arrest warrant was served to the chairman, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. The plan was set to flood the morning news with the scandal, ensuring the investigation hit the company with maximum force. Every legal detail had been prearranged with the court to ensure the warrants were issued without delay. A secretive call was made to the Chief Justice, checking on his health before getting down to business. The Chief Justice, Oh Jung-sik, responded with a formal greeting, acknowledging the gravity of their upcoming task. They confirmed that the operation discussed previously was set to begin, and the necessary judicial instructions were prepared. He was told he would be remembered as a hero who protected the nation's wealth, though he humbly claimed he was only doing his duty. It was revealed that while the Chief Justice couldn't act openly, his network of judges would be placed in key positions within the acquired companies. The chairman reeled from the sudden dual attack of a tax audit and a criminal investigation, realizing it required high-level approval. He struggled to understand why the president would target him so ruthlessly, wondering who was truly pulling the strings. A young prosecutor named Oh Hyun-woo introduced himself, signaling the start of the formal interrogation. The chairman scoffed at the greenhorn before him, demanding to speak with someone of higher rank. The young man remained composed, stating that he would be the one handling the case from here on out. He listed the staggering laundry list of crimes against the chairman, noting that the scale of this corruption dwarfed any previous scandal. The chairman tried to use his status as a threat, demanding a phone to call his office and shut down the investigation. The prosecutor informed him that his legal team was already paralyzed by simultaneous audits across all corporate affiliates. Realizing the gravity, the chairman desperately tried to contact the powerful Yoon and Jang law firm. The prosecutor mockingly offered his assistance, calling the head of the firm and revealing a surprising personal connection. He handed the phone over, identifying the attorney as the representative of the very firm the chairman hoped would save him. The chairman pleaded for help, shouting about the ruin of the country and the plundering of his empire. The attorney apologized, stating that a conflict of interest prevented them from taking his case. He hung up on the desperate chairman, leaving him completely isolated. The attorney then turned to his actual client, inquiring about her meeting with the representative of future investment. He laughed, noting that the foreign capital played in a much larger league than anything they had seen before. They planned to bury the Youngwoo Group in endless lawsuits, ensuring the firm remained tied up in legal battles for as long as necessary. They discussed how difficult it was to consume Korea's massive conglomerates with money alone without utilizing indirect methods. He cited past examples where foreign firms succeeded only by lobbying and working through local connections to navigate the Korean system. He claimed to have a superior advantage because he not only knew the Korean market but also held the secrets of the future. With the pieces in place, he declared that it was time to begin their final move. His associate acknowledged the command, ready to proceed. The president questioned why such a massive investigation wasn't reported to him first, expressing his displeasure. The official apologized, claiming the media had leaked the internal investigation prematurely, forcing their hand. He argued that the scale of the fraud was a ticking time bomb that could sink the entire national economy if left unaddressed. The president sighed, feeling the immense pressure of the situation. He weighed the necessity of an arrest, noting the high risk of the chairman tampering with evidence or fleeing the country. He asked if there was any other way, reluctant to move so harshly against a man who still held significant power. The official agreed to adjust the pace if ordered, but warned that the political fallout of showing leniency would be severe. The president decided to delay the arrest for the sake of political stability, asking for the investigation to be slowed down for now. An aide rushed in, urging the president to watch the breaking news immediately. Eva G., the CEO of Future Investment, appeared on screen, announcing a hostile takeover of the Youngwoo Group's core companies. She declared a tender offer, inviting shareholders and investors to join her in removing the corrupt leadership. The news shocked the nation, reporting the sudden and aggressive move by the foreign investment firm. It was noted as the largest hostile takeover attempt in the country's history, sending tremors through the entire economy. Reports flooded in that international banks were demanding clarity from the government, threatening to cancel the national bailout. Panicked, the president demanded an immediate meeting with the Minister of Finance. He decided to let the investigation proceed as planned, realizing that the situation with the chairman was now beyond his control. He asked for the exact scale of the financial fraud they were dealing with. The answer was chilling. 25 trillion won had been uncovered so far, and it was only the beginning. He was nearly speechless at the staggering number. The official described the fraud as a textbook example of expert manipulation, stating it would take a long time to uncover the full truth. He realized that saving Youngwoo with public funds would be impossible and could even lead to a total economic collapse. He warned that any intervention to save a corrupt leadership would destroy international investor confidence in the nation. He inquired about the background of Future Investment and its mysterious CEO, Eva Ju. They identified her as a former Hong Kong banker backed by massive capital from the UK and Hong Kong. They discussed the difficulty of a hostile takeover due to the complex cross-shareholding structure of Korean conglomerates. However, they admitted that the current structure had many weaknesses that foreign capital could eventually exploit. It was noted that while other corporations might want the healthy parts of the company, the massive debt made a full acquisition unlikely for anyone else. The president lamented, wondering if there was truly no way out of this crisis. A suggestion was made to seek help from the only person capable of acting as a black knight for the government. They realized who the only investor was that could possibly balance the scales in their favor. A phone call was placed to Han Kyung-yong, confirming the next step in their plan. Everything was unfolding as predicted, with an invitation to the Blue House already on the table. They noted the president's desperation and felt confident that their strategy was moving exactly as intended. It was clear that the corruption was so deep that even selling every affiliate wouldn't cover the Youngwoo Group's debts. Meanwhile, other conglomerates were already circling like vultures, looking to snatch up the most profitable subsidiaries. The Samsung Group held an emergency meeting to decide which of Jungwoo's businesses they should target. The president of the Motors division argued for acquiring Jungwoo Motors to create a substantial synergy effect. His leadership was criticized for failing to manage his own division, making the idea of a new acquisition seem reckless. He doubled down, claiming that Jungwoo's superior overseas brand recognition was exactly what they needed to survive. The chairman disagreed, stating that the debt in the auto industry was too severe and that they needed to focus on their own survival first. Another executive argued that if they were to focus on one area, it had to be Jungwoo's electronics division. He pointed out the value of Jungwoo's global production plants, especially in Eastern Europe, as a massive strategic advantage. He insisted that the growth of their core electronics business must be prioritized even if the rest of the group had to downsize. The chairman gave the green light, tasking the executive director with drafting a plan to take over the electronics division. Plans for a massive restructuring were revealed, including laying off 30% of the workforce across all affiliates. The chairman ordered his team to act boldly and ignore public opinion, treating the crisis with absolute emergency measures. He demanded total obedience to the new orders, ensuring everyone understood the stakes. They discussed the strategy for restructuring the governance layout of the entire group. They realized the economic crisis allowed them to reorganize the company in favor of the heir at a very low cost. However, a major obstacle remained in the form of a rival chairman's stake in a key district. They had put up core shares as collateral for urgent loans, and a lawsuit from the rival could severely restrict their voting rights. The chairman cursed the old man's tenacity, frustrated that his rival had yet to go bankrupt. He noted that most of the shares had already been passed down to the old man's grandson, Kim Mu-hyuk. He admitted he only pushed for a past marriage alliance for the money, never truly respecting the family he was tied to. He inquired about the progress of his daughter, Cheon, in the hotel business. Reports showed that under the guidance of Lady Jisoo, the hotel's sales had doubled in a single year. He was pleased, acknowledging his daughter Jisoo's brilliance since her childhood. He decided to call Jisoo back to corporate headquarters, leaving Cheon to manage the hotel alone. He planned to use her to prepare for a massive inheritance lawsuit once the rival chairman passed away. He urged his son to keep Jisoo on his side, noting that blood relations were both the most and least trustworthy allies. His son promised to handle the matter without worry. An aide interrupted with shocking news about a certain individual. The chairman was stunned to learn that Kim Mu-hyuk had been invited to the Blue House alongside a major CEO. The president welcomed the guests, humbly thanking them for the support that led him to his position. They returned the greeting with respect, praising his lifelong dedication to politics. The president got straight to the point, asking for their honest opinion on the Jungwoo Group. Han Kyung-yong noted that despite the debt, it was a good company that had already attracted significant foreign interest. The president expressed his concern about handing such a major national asset over to foreign capital. He countered that the sheer size of the debt was far beyond what any domestic company could handle on its own. They questioned the legitimacy of MI investment, noting that while their financial power was great, their background was a mystery. He warned that if the source of their funding was problematic, it could lead to a national scandal later on. The president then made a surprising suggestion, asking if Han Kyung-yong would be interested in acquiring the group himself. He was taken aback, as the president suggested his mind would be at ease if the company stayed in domestic hands. A silent warning was shared to remain cautious and avoid giving a definitive answer to the president's request. The president pleaded for help as a favor, promising government assistance to ensure a fair acquisition price. Han Kyung-yong pointed out that the risk of the embezzlement and fraud within Jungwoo was simply too high for any rational investor. The president suggested he only take charge temporarily until the company was stabilized and could be sold back to another domestic firm. He declared that if he were to step in, it wouldn't be for a temporary fix, but with the intent to make Jungwoo a world-class leader. He reminded the president that he was an investor, not a philanthropist, and that Jungwoo currently lacked the appeal of American blue-chip stocks. He demanded an attractive proposal that made financial sense, stating that patriotism alone wasn't enough to justify the investment. Kim Mu-hyuk stepped in, asking for permission to speak during the high-level meeting. He argued that while Jungwoo was important, There was no logical reason to reject foreign capital just because of its origin. The president acknowledged his point but reiterated his personal preference for Han's involvement. Mu-hyuk pointed out that the current crisis was the result of excessive state control, and that further government intervention would only act as poison. When asked if they should just let foreign funds take over, he argued that it was currently the most logical and best option for the nation. The president asked if the acquisition was truly too difficult for Dream High to handle. Han noted that their investors would never agree to such a debt-ridden deal, though the president offered to wipe out domestic debts in exchange. I cannot give you a definitive answer right now. I will contact the U.S. and give you an answer as quickly as possible. The president left them with a final plea, placing his trust in their decision. He ordered his team to find out the exact debt of the group to see how much could be written off to entice Dream High. He expressed his distrust of other investment firms whose owners were hidden behind layers of tax havens. He worried about where the money was coming from and decided to wait for Dream High's answer while preparing for all contingencies. He also ordered a full investigation into Kim Mu-hyuk's background, sensing something unusual about the young man. He noted that Han Kyung-yong seemed to be taking cues from the boy, which raised his suspicions. He wondered if Mu-hyuk held some kind of leverage over the CEO or if he was secretly related to the owners of the investment firm. He demanded to know everything about Kim Mu-hyuk, from the beginning of his life to the present. Han Kyung-yong questioned why they should even consider buying a debt-ridden Korean company. He noted there were far better opportunities in the U.S. market than the struggling Korean conglomerate. Mu-hyuk explained that in Korea, being a chaebol meant holding a level of power that went far beyond mere wealth. Han argued that the international community wanted to dismantle that system, but Mu-hyuk insisted it was impossible to destroy. He declared his intention to claim that legendary status for himself, seeing the crisis as the perfect opportunity. Han agreed to follow his lead, trusting in his vision despite the risks. They planned to retain the talented staff within Yongwoo, ensuring a smooth transition of power. Han wondered how much of the 50 trillion won debt the government would actually be able to forgive. Mu-hyuk shocked him by saying they wouldn't need any debt relief at all in the final negotiations. Instead, he proposed an acquisition price of a single 100 won. Han was skeptical, wondering if such a ridiculous offer could actually work. Mu-hyuk assured him that the desperate Blue House would have no choice but to accept. Han could only laugh, calling him a brilliant lunatic for coming up with such a bold plan. Supreme Prosecutor's Office. The chairman asked for an update on the situation from his prison cell. His aide reported that every major fund was circling their company, but the Blue House had gone silent. He learned that his chances for bail were slim, as the prosecutors were being unusually aggressive. He lamented his downfall, having believed that his connection to the president would ensure a bright future. He grew frustrated as his legal contacts refused to meet with him, realizing he had been abandoned by his former allies. The prosecutor entered the room, ready to begin the final phase of the interrogation. The chairman tried to beg for leniency through the prosecutor's father, only to be reminded that the old man no longer held any power. He was told that while he sat in a cell, his life's work was being torn apart by his rivals. The prosecutor noted that while the chairman built the empire, his own corruption was what ultimately brought it down. The full scale of the fraud was revealed to be over 50 trillion won, an amount so large it was nearly impossible to uncover. He was told that not even a miracle could save him now and that he should simply give up. In the wake of the scandal, many foreign investors paused their plans, waiting for the dust to settle. The company's stocks plummeted daily, spreading panic as investors desperately tried to sell off their shares. The president grew frustrated, demanding they give in to the investment firm's demands to stop the bleeding. An official warned that such a move would look like blatant favoritism. The president snapped, asking if they should let the cherry pickers destroy the company or hand it to the foreigners who already backed out. He reminded his staff that they served his government and that his patience for their hesitation was running thin. He gave the final order to begin the process of handing the entire Yongwoo group over to Dream High. He warned that any further delay would cause the entire national situation to spiral out of control. The news of the government-approved takeover broke, immediately drawing heavy fire from the domestic press and rival conglomerates. Journalists attacked the deal, claiming that the nation's wealth was being handed over to foreign interests on a silver platter. Yes, I won't deny that it's American capital, But can any domestic capital acquire the entire Jungwoo Group? They questioned why the healthy parts of the company couldn't be saved by domestic firms instead. Han Kyung-yong countered that while others wanted taxpayer money to save themselves, he was willing to take everything without debt relief. He coolly stated that he was only there because the government asked, and he could walk away at any moment. The official bristled, asking if he was being threatened by the investor. Han warned that rejecting him would only force him to act like a ruthless predator instead of a helpful partner. He noted that the city was full of foreign funds waiting to shop for Korean industries at a bargain price. He made it clear that Dream High didn't need the government's permission to launch a hostile takeover if they chose to. He acknowledged the deep-rooted power of the Korean elite but stated that the rules of the game had changed. He warned that in the world of capital, the weak are devoured, and Korea was currently seen as easy prey. The official asked what made him any different from the other vultures. He claimed his motivation was his birth country, stating he was prepared to take personal losses to help repay the nation's debts. He announced a public tender offer at a premium price to minimize the damage to ordinary shareholders. He issued a final challenge: either bring a better alternative or stop complaining about his involvement. He told them to watch closely if they wanted to see the true meaning of financial power. Eva jokingly complained that she did all the hard work while he received all the public praise. He reassured her that there was plenty more work to do, asking if she was successfully buying up the assets his rivals were selling. She confirmed she was snapping up prime real estate and redevelopment sites from the nation's top companies. She reported that they had nearly cornered the land market and asked what his next target was. He set his sights on the banking sector, noting that several major banks were looking for foreign investors. He was surprised by the suggestion, learning it came from a talented former official who was now working for them. He recognized the man's background immediately, which impressed his associate. He warned her to be careful with former government types, as they were always looking to cement their own power. She assured him she could control them and agreed that owning a bank would be a powerful warning to the government. She asked for $10 billion to fund their expansion into the banking world. He readily agreed to deposit the massive sum, much to her delight. She celebrated the completion of the Jungwoo deal and suggested they spend the evening together. He cautioned that their relationship must remain a secret to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. He noted that even with their security, they were likely both being watched by powerful enemies. Investigators traced the connection between Han and Mu-hyuk back to a simple debt repayment years ago. They noted how a simple debtor had transformed into a successful Wall Street investor seemingly overnight. The director of the intelligence agency found the story impossible to believe and grew frustrated when the U.S. wouldn't help trace the funds. He was further shocked to learn of Mu-hyuk's direct connection to the CEO of Future Investment. They discovered that Mu-hyuk was the secret owner of the building where the investment firm was based. Reports showed they had met in Hong Kong and were recently seen together again in Korea. Most shockingly, he had even met privately with the head of the IMF before the official negotiations. The director was baffled as to how a young man could secure such high-level meetings. While the connection was unknown, the meeting had reportedly been quite extensive. He realized that Mu-hyuk was the puppet master, playing both sides to ensure he came out on top regardless of who won. He inquired if there were any other dark secrets in the boy's past. He learned of Mu-hyuk's involvement in a major gang dispute the previous year. They identified the defeated gang as a subsidiary of the powerful Azure Wind Society. It was deduced that Mu-hyuk supported the president only to obstruct his enemies in the rival faction. The president realized the support wasn't for him, but a calculated move against a shared enemy. He mused on the boy's audacity to fight against such a powerful secret society. He asked for any dirt they could use as leverage, only to be told the boy's record was surprisingly clean. He decided to let the deal with Dream High proceed for now. However, he ordered the investigation to continue until they found a weakness to exploit. The formal agreement was signed, marking the beginning of the end for the old Jungwoo Empire. The group was sold for a symbolic price, effectively handing one of the nation's top conglomerates to Dream High. The nation's top chairman congratulated the president, promising their support during the difficult times. He thanked them but noted that they didn't seem to truly understand the gravity of the national crisis. He declared that public opinion would no longer tolerate the reckless management style of the conglomerates. He announced a government-led merger of corporate affiliates, shocking the gathered chairmen. He gave them a choice: cooperate or face a total cutoff of government support for the rest of his term. He blamed their greedy expansion for the national downfall, noting that past warnings had gone unheeded. He accused them of being the primary cause of the economic storm that hit the country. He gave them 1 week to comply with the government's decision on the corporate restructuring. He issued a stern warning against any attempts at bribery or interference, promising ruin for anyone who tried. He asked if his message was clear to everyone in the room. The business world was left powerless, forced to sell off their core businesses just to secure public funds for survival. Youngwoo also received orders to reorganize its various divisions according to the government's plan. They planned to offload the failing motors division, which held most of the company's debt. Mu-hyuk insisted on keeping the electronics division while buying up another semiconductor company. He dismissed a rival's attempt to take the semiconductor firm, knowing they were already overextended. His associate questioned if semiconductors were truly more valuable than the automotive industry. He declared that, in the future, semiconductors would be the most vital component in the world. The various divisions of the company were split and merged into several new corporate entities. Through the restructuring, the company's bad debts were significantly reduced as rivals took on the failing divisions. The acquisition of the group was finally completed without further issues. The president hailed the reform as a chance to restore the nation's economic credibility on the global stage. Observers noted that the president was taking a very aggressive stance against the conglomerates from the start. A chairman was interrupted with news of a high-profile guest from Japan. "A guest has arrived from Japan." He welcomed the young master of the Kobe organization, surprised he had come in person. The visitor emphasized the seriousness of their business move into the mainland. He demanded that the Azure Wind Society mobilize everything they had to support the new venture. The chairman bowed, swearing his full cooperation to the powerful visitor. He planned to exploit the removal of interest rate caps to dominate the Korean lending market. He detailed a ruthless plan to use high interest rates to crush competitors before changing the law again. He then turned his focus to the society's failures, questioning why a single old man was still a problem. He wondered if they had expected too much from their local allies. The chairman apologized, unable to offer any excuse for his lack of results. He was warned that his organization's patience was wearing thin. The gravity of the warning was made clear. He promised to keep the threat in mind as they moved forward. The visitor decided to take matters into his own hands. He ordered the chairman to negotiate with the government to smooth the way for their expansion. He warned that another mistake would destroy their long-standing alliance. The chairman acknowledged the command with a respectful bow. An old loan shark noted how much had changed since he began withdrawing his capital from the black market. He had established a legal parent company and several entities to stabilize his position in the market. He observed that his director looked much healthier since stepping away from the shadows. The director admitted he enjoyed the peace, while other loan sharks were preying on desperate small business owners. He noted that the black market is always the first to benefit when the economy suffers. He lamented how the powerless were forced into a shortcut to hell when banks stopped lending money. However, he felt a sense of relief being able to live an honest life for his family's sake. He was reassured that his days in the shadows were over and that he was now a legitimate director. He thanked his boss for the opportunity to change his life. He inquired about the progress of his younger brother, who was reportedly studying hard. He warned that once the new laws passed, foreign firms would flood the market. He declared that occupying the market first was their top priority and told them not to worry about funding. He promised to mobilize all his power to win the upcoming war for the lending market at all costs. He praised his associates' hard work, which the man claimed was simply the path he chose to follow. He explained how he had divided the loans between those going legal and those staying in the black market. He gave the order to move their office to the heart of the wealthy Gangnam district. He planned to target the elite and the tech startups who were in desperate need of quick cash. He predicted a tech boom that would force many new companies to seek high-interest loans to survive. He aimed to plant his flag in Gangnam before any other major players could take root. He didn't care about the laws, knowing there would always be people willing to pay any price for immediate capital. The director agreed to follow his lead, expressing his gratitude. He visualized the future where desperate moguls and startups would have no choice but to come to him. He decided to head home for a rare meal with his grandfather. An uncle moved to check on something outside, but he was told to wait. A mysterious man approached him, calling him by name. He asked for the stranger's identity. The man introduced himself as Watanabe Satoru. He immediately recognized the name from his past life as the successor to Japan's largest criminal organization. He recalled the man's brutal reputation as the Kobe killer, who had ruthlessly cleared his path to power. The stranger claimed he was there because of a new business venture starting in the area. He was confused, as their paths had never crossed in his previous life. He greeted the legendary figure, admitting he hadn't expected to meet the heir to the Japanese underworld. The visitor modestly stated that his position wasn't officially decided yet. Mu-hyuk noted that the tide had already turned in the man's favor and asked him to get straight to the point. The man revealed his intent to enter the Korean lending market, having come to Mu-hyuk instead of his grandfather. Mu-hyuk corrected him, stating that his grandfather was still very much in control of their affairs. The visitor mentioned that their local allies had been disrespectful in the past. He suggested that, as a businessman, Mu-hyuk should keep personal matters separate from their potential deal. Mu-hyuk realized the man was demanding he hand over his territory. He countered by asking if he would be allowed to enter the Japanese market in return. The man laughed, noting that the Japanese market was already too tightly regulated for an outsider to find any profit. Mu-hyuk pointed out that while Korea still had prey, he had no reason to share a cake he could eat alone. He challenged the man, asking if he would ever give up his own territory if their positions were reversed. The visitor acknowledged his stance but stated that he always seized whatever he set his sights on. Mu-hyuk welcomed the challenge, telling him to use every trick he had as he prepared to fight back. The man lamented the failed negotiation, finding Mu-hyuk even less reasonable than his grandfather. Mu-hyuk scoffed at the idea that such a thing was even up for negotiation. The visitor bid him a polite farewell, noting that they wouldn't be smiling the next time they met. Mu-hyuk returned the sentiment. As the man departed, he immediately ordered his team to go on high alert, sensing that trouble was imminent. He commanded the recruitment of security personnel to be accelerated, preparing for a physical confrontation. He declared that war had been started and the battle would begin shortly. He received an urgent call from his associate in Busan. The news was dire. Every branch in the city had been raided by the Yakuza and local crews. He realized the enemy was using Busan as their first move and prepared to head south immediately. Boss, he learned that his grandmother had been targeted in the attack. He rushed to the hospital, desperate to see her. Manhwa, he comforted her, while she insisted she was fine and that he shouldn't have worried about her. She told him she would be home soon, trying to put his mind at ease despite the trauma. Grandma, he learned that one of his guards had sacrificed himself to save her from a speeding car. The news that the man was still unconscious hit him hard. He ordered that the guard's family be given everything they needed as a token of his gratitude. He decided to move his grandmother to the safety of Seoul until the situation was under control. He lamented the loss of his brothers, stating the human cost far outweighed any financial damage. He was devastated by the brutality of the killings, wondering how he could ever face his fallen comrades in the afterlife. He learned that the city was swarming with enemies and that many local crews had already defected to the Yakuza. He vowed to return the favor to those who had dared to strike at his family. His men shouted a warning as another raid began. The enemies were spotted, and the fighting erupted once more. Street war. Local gangs and Yakuza engage in massive violent clash. He coordinated with high-level prosecutors to handle the aftermath of the violence in Busan. He planned to ensure the Yakuza were treated with much harsher legal consequences than his own men. He ordered his forces to focus on defense for now, as causing a major disturbance would be a headache for the authorities. His associate agreed to the defensive stance but asked for permission to personally settle the score for their fallen brother. He gave his approval without hesitation. The associate admitted he wanted to retire once the war was over, no longer having the heart for the lifestyle. He learned about the internal power struggle within the largest Yakuza syndicate in Japan. He was told that a specific faction from Nagoya held all the power, causing deep resentment in other groups. He realized that the other factions were feeling cornered and looking for an opportunity to rebel. He noted that the primary muscle of the ruling faction was a group known for its ruthless assassinations. He decided to place a staggering 100 million yen bounty on the head of the syndicate's boss. He planned to leak the news to the rival factions, and ensure the Japanese government wouldn't interfere in the internal war. A few days later, a representative of Dream High introduced himself to a group of major financial players. They welcomed him, honoring his reputation as the Asian tiger who had taken Wall Street by storm. I know that the heads of the top Wall Street firms are busy people, so I won't take much of your time. Let's get straight to the heart of the matter. He announced a full-scale financial offensive against the Japanese market. He argued that the scale of Japan made all their previous successes in other countries look small by comparison. He offered them a chance to recoup their recent losses by following his lead. Some were skeptical, questioning why they should trust him after being stabbed in the back previously. He promised to handle all the high-level political negotiations with the U.S. administration himself. They laughed at his confidence, doubting his ability to sway Washington. He told them they were free to stay out of it, but they would miss out on all the profits if Dream High acted alone. Others argued that Japan was the ultimate prize and that they shouldn't let personal feelings get in the way of profit. They agreed that in their world, money was the only thing that truly mattered. They justified their ruthlessness, stating they owed a moral debt to no one but their own interests. They asked a major figure to lead the operation while they provided the massive capital needed. The deal with the Wall Street power players was finalized. Han wondered if the U.S. government would truly allow such a massive attack on a major ally. Mu-hyuk reminded him that they were simply returning a favor after their past cooperation. He declared that once the currency crisis hit Japan, their government would be too distracted to stop the Yakuza war. An aide asked if he had seen the morning news about a mysterious underworld figure. The papers were full of stories about a shadowy lender in the capital, setting the stage for his revenge. The media was buzzing with questions about the identity of the mysterious loan shark, known only as Mr. Kim. They reported on the violent disputes between gangs over the domestic lending market. He noted that while his name wasn't used, the articles were clearly a targeted attack on him. It doesn't directly identify me, so I won't respond. No need to step forward and make it look like it's me. He ordered an investigation into the granddaughter of a major media mogul. He specifically asked for any information regarding drug-related issues. He recalled a scandal from his past life that she had easily avoided, intending to use it against her now. Prosecutors approached him, asking him to accompany them to the station. He was surprised to see they were from the district office and questioned their authority. They admitted they had no warrant but warned him that cooperation would be in his best interest. He demanded to know exactly what charges he was being held on. They claimed he was connected to the disappearance of a major loan shark and insisted on voluntary accompaniment. He recognized their tactic as a common way to secure an emergency arrest without proper justification. He analyzed the rival factions within the prosecution office to determine who was behind the move. He identified one of the top prosecutors as a member of the Azure Wind Society. He decided to go along with them to avoid giving them any excuse for a more violent confrontation. He told his driver to head to the station as he prepared his next move. He made an important call before arriving at the office. He knew he only had 6 hours before they would try to secure a permanent arrest warrant. He realized they were looking for a shortcut to keep him detained without solid proof. They demanded his name as soon as he entered the interrogation room. He calmly told the prosecutor to wait until his legal representation arrived. They shouted for his name again, trying to intimidate him. He remained silent, waiting for his lawyer to appear. The prosecutor grew angry, accusing him of being arrogant and forgetting where he was. He questioned whether he was being held as a suspect or merely as a witness. The man snapped, claiming that anyone who entered that room was a suspect in his eyes. Mu-hyuk realized the man was incompetent and was simply trying to test his resolve. He grew bored, asking them to send in someone who actually knew what they were doing. The prosecutor lost his temper at the insult. A higher-ranking official entered, dismissing the younger man and taking over the questioning. He introduced himself and asked Mu-hyuk about his relationship with the missing loan shark. Mu-hyuk admitted he had met the man a few times through his grandfather's business. The official scoffed, noting that Mu-hyuk had effectively inherited the man's entire business operations. He pointed out the violent clash on the day the man disappeared, suggesting Mu-hyuk's involvement was more than a coincidence. Mu-hyuk realized they had no evidence and were simply fishing for information. He admitted he heard the news but argued that linking him to a disappearance was a massive stretch. Wait, his attorney from the prestigious Yoon and Jang firm arrived, demanding to know what was going on. Mu-hyuk thanked him for coming so quickly to handle the situation. The attorney criticized the use of an interrogation room for someone who was there voluntarily. He demanded to see a warrant and asked for the specific charges against his client. The official listed a series of heavy charges, including organized crime and murder. The attorney realized they were trying to pin extremely serious crimes on him without any proof. They accused Mu-hyuk of funding a gang leader and inciting a war between rival factions. He asked for evidence of organized crime, and the official cited testimonies about a brutal murder. They claimed a rival boss had given testimony about an abduction and a disappearance at an abandoned factory. Mu-hyuk knew they couldn't tie him down with just the word of a rival gangster. He denied even knowing who they were talking about, noting their lack of actual evidence. The attorney accused them of using voluntary accompaniment as a trap to fabricate charges. They claimed to have records of illegal foreign currency transfers as their primary evidence. The official questioned the coincidence of two rivals disappearing right when Mu-hyuk appeared on the scene. The attorney admitted to a minor currency violation but noted it was only punishable by a fine. The official insisted that the severity of the crime was for them to decide. The attorney countered that a court would decide and demanded that his client be allowed to leave. The official stated they still had 4 hours of legal detention time remaining. They realized the prosecutors were stalling while they desperately waited for a warrant. The attorney reminded them that they could choose to leave at any moment during voluntary questioning. The prosecutor shouted that they weren't finished with the investigation yet. The attorney mockingly asked if they could stay for the rest of the questioning. A high-ranking partner from the firm arrived, surprising the chief prosecutor with his presence. He revealed that he had come personally because his son was a close friend of the client.
So?
He demanded the charges be repeated as a legendary prosecutor-turned-lawyer entered the room. The district prosecutor arrived, trying to shut down the conversation. Mu-hyuk recognized him as another prominent member of the Azure Wind Society. The two powerful men exchanged a tense greeting as the lawyer congratulated him on his promotion. The prosecutor noted that the lawyer's presence confirmed they had arrested the right person. The lawyer claimed he only came to protect his son's friend, but the tension in the room was palpable. The prosecutor suggested they speak privately in his office instead of in front of the client. Mu-hyuk asked if there was any more to investigate, and if not, he prepared to leave. He was told to wait a little longer. The lawyer informed the prosecutor that the court would never issue the warrant they were waiting for. He told him to give up on his attempt to detain Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk revealed he had already used his own connections to ensure the court would reject their request. Chief, an aide confirmed that their application for a warrant had been rejected with unusual speed. The lawyer told Mu-hyuk it was time for them to go. The prosecutor shouted for them to stop, refusing to let them leave. He declared an emergency arrest on the spot, using any legal loophole he could find. The attorney argued that there was no evidence for the murder charge, and that the currency violation didn't justify such an arrest. The prosecutor arrogantly stated that whatever he said was the law in his office. He threatened Mu-hyuk with handcuffs, ordering him to sit down as a formal suspect. The attorney refused to accept the illegal detention, vowing to raise an official objection. The prosecutor didn't care, knowing he could legally hold Mu-hyuk for 48 hours regardless. He ordered the seizure of Mu-hyuk's personal belongings, determined to find some evidence. Mu-hyuk realized they would use the next 24 hours to raid his home and office. The prosecutor insulted him, demanding he empty his pockets and accept his fate. He turned his anger toward the lawyer, surprised he was personally defending a loan shark. The lawyer responded with a calm wit, mocking the prosecutor's oppression of a businessman. The prosecutor questioned if the lawyer truly knew the kind of man he was defending. He claimed he didn't know much about the boy, but he knew exactly who was pulling the prosecutor's strings. He openly named the Azure Wind Society as the ones who ordered the arrest. He noted his own past relations with them, but stated he couldn't stop his son from helping a friend. The prosecutor grew frustrated, admitting the secret society wanted Mu-hyuk locked up for at least 3 months. He suggested it would be a cleansing period for the boy's shady dealings. The lawyer flatly refused the deal, stating they wouldn't negotiate on such terms. The prosecutor warned him about the power of the people behind the society. The lawyer acknowledged their power but said he couldn't ignore his own instincts. However, he declared that Mu-hyuk was a far more valuable client who would bring much greater profit in the long run. District Prosecutor Bay. The prosecutor general suddenly appeared, shocking everyone in the office. The district prosecutor stammered in surprise as his superior confronted him directly. He issued a sharp warning, telling the man to be precise if he intended to target someone so powerful. He revealed he knew the society was behind the move and ordered Mu-hyuk's immediate release. "I can't do that. He's a serious criminal suspect, involved in a crime syndicate and suspected of instigating murder." He scolded the man for dragging the entire reputation of the prosecution down for his own petty ambition. He handed over a phone, telling the prosecutor to take a call from someone very important. The man answered the phone with a trembling voice. On the other end was Mu-hyuk's grandfather, greeting the man with a cold familiarity. The old man revealed he held a list of every prosecutor who had taken bribes from the secret society. He noted with a chill that the prosecutor's own name was at the very top of that list. He reminded the man that the bribe money had actually come from his own pockets and that he kept perfect records. He issued an ultimatum: either release his grandson immediately or face total ruin. The prosecutor was left with no choice but to comply. "Yes, sir," he cursed under his breath, finally telling Mu-hyuk that he was free to go. The attorney gave a final warning to the office before they departed. The lawyer asked if Mu-hyuk was okay after the ordeal. He wondered what Mu-hyuk's next move would be now that they had openly declared war. Mu-hyuk vowed to repay the debt he owed to those who tried to silence him. He checked on the progress of his counterattack against the media mogul's family. His associate confirmed they had enough evidence, but noted they had uncovered something even more scandalous. Go daily. He met privately with the CEO of the major newspaper, who was curious about the meeting. Mu-hyuk claimed he had a scoop that would be of great interest to the media boss. A scoop? The CEO was visibly shaken by the information Mu-hyuk presented. He shouted in anger, realizing he was being backed into a corner. Mu-hyuk smiled, promising to return every blow he had received with 100 times the interest.
An indignant voice demanded to know what kind of scoop this was, dismissing it as insufficient. The other party confidently confirmed its value, stating they had obtained it before anyone else, complete with both pictures and videos. They warned the chairman that if this information fell into the wrong hands, even he would be powerless to stop its widespread dissemination. The chairman scoffed at the assertion, questioning if anything in the world could truly defy his influence. Go Ho-seon, the chairman, boasted that he possessed the power to dismantle anyone's reputation in South Korea, demonstrating Go Dae's immense control. He then remarked that while he had once looked after the young man due to his grandfather Cheon Tae-san, his education seemed utterly misguided. He continued, sarcastically commenting on Cheon Tae-san's supposed guidance for his grandchildren. The chairman revealed that the young man's granddaughters were also avid partygoers, citing their activities at a Gangnam hotel where drugs were reportedly involved. The young man erupted in fury, rising abruptly and threatening the chairman for daring to mention his granddaughter Miju's name. The chairman responded with a self-satisfied smirk. He then challenged the young man to present his proposal, given the dramatic manner in which he had brought it. The young man demanded the truth about the Azure Wind Society be revealed to the world, reporting its existence since liberation on the front page. A gasp of shock escaped the chairman as he processed the audacious demand. The young man declared his intention to destroy the Azure Wind Society once and for all, starting from that very moment. The chairman dismissed his ambition as naive, explaining that the Azure Wind Society was a powerful entity with informants embedded even within their own newspaper and most media outlets in Korea. However, the young man reminded the chairman of his earlier boast about influencing any article with a single command. The chairman fell silent, deeply contemplating the implication of his own words. The young man then presented an ultimatum: either join forces to destroy the Azure Wind Society, or witness Go Dae's inevitable fall before it. The chairman sneered, questioning if the young man had considered his own potential downfall before trying to threaten him with mere photos. He threatened to expose the young man's identity on the front page the very next day, ordering him to leave with his insignificant evidence. The young man defiantly challenged the chairman to try, stating that every corporate advertisement in Go Daily would be cut from tomorrow. The chairman's eyes widened in sudden alarm. The young man elaborated, explaining that he would first cut Yongwoo Group's ads, then effortlessly remove the rest from companies where he held major stakes. He observed that the chairman was more afraid of losing advertising revenue than of exposing his identity or his granddaughter's activities. He asserted that if Go Daily refused, he would approach Daily Central, and if that failed, Dongxiang Daily, continuing through every news outlet until he found one willing to publish, as they all depended on advertisements. The chairman hummed thoughtfully, clearly weighing the substantial implications. He questioned the young man's confidence in destroying the Azure Wind Society, particularly given their Yakuza backing, but the young man dismissed those concerns, stating their immediate focus was solely on the society within Korea. The young man reiterated his demand: reveal the Azure Wind Society's existence on the front page next Monday, with a controversial title and content crafted to infuriate Korean citizens. He promised to dispose of the photos and videos after assessing Go Daily's results, no longer needing to offend the chairman's eyes with them. Meanwhile, a man was shown sweating, his wide eyes and furrowed brows betraying deep anxiety. Another individual greeted him, revealing that he had just concluded a meeting with Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin. He recounted how Rubin initially rejected him outright but completely changed his demeanor upon hearing that Wall Street banks stood to profit most from their plan. Rubin, however, had also advised caution, emphasizing Japan's critical role as an economic and political partner for the U.S. The speaker then urged them to accelerate their timeline, aiming to execute their plan with Wall Street's cooperation that very weekend. He justified their aggressive strategy, arguing that since they were attacked first, retaliation in a painful way was only fitting. An iconic New York cityscape, featuring the Statue of Liberty, Chrysler Building, and the Twin Towers, stood prominently under a clear blue sky. Indeed, the timeline for their covert operation had been moved forward. They had received contact in Washington, but a man named George acknowledged Japan's significantly larger dollar reserves, which made it far more resilient than other nations in Southeast Asia or Korea. Despite this, he confidently stated that Japan would not prove more challenging than Britain, which George had previously destabilized. George, a man with a beard and short hair, turned his head slightly, a confident smirk playing across his face. Another person inquired about the necessary funds for the attack, noting they could launch it as early as tomorrow. The plan was finalized: credit rating agencies would first lower the country's credit rating, and then, the moment the Japanese market opened next Monday, they would dramatically crash its stocks. A few days later, a small bomb detonated on Wall Street, throwing Japan into chaos, and this new weapon was called credit ratings. The American International Credit Rating Agency, UDIS, downgraded Japan's government bond rating from the highest AAA to AAI, marking the first time in history Japan lost its AAA status. The exchange rate, which had held at 100 yen per dollar, surged by 20 in a single day, and the Nikkei index crashed as the market closed, sending Japan into a state of panic. The Japanese government, the largest holder of U.S. Treasury bonds, contacted the White House, but the response they received was not what they expected. The U.S. Treasury Department considered demanding strong accountability from Japan, blaming it for putting the Asian and global economies at risk. Elsewhere, a tall building with a blue and green logo stood against a clear sky, a symbol of corporate power. Mu-hyuk was informed that the plan had begun, with New York experiencing complete hysteria. The speaker predicted that Japan's massive economy meant the IMF wouldn't intervene as it did with Korea, suggesting a future compromise between Japan and the White House, but stressed the importance of causing maximum disruption beforehand. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted to the Azure Wind Society, an organization covertly moving South Korea from the shadows, filled with ghosts of pro-Japanese collaborators and dictatorial figures hidden across government, corporations, and academia. An article then exposed the true nature of the Azure Wind Society, confirming about 120 figures in politics and business, prompting other newspapers to reveal information they had previously suppressed. In response, across all their nationwide offices, they lowered the interest rate to 20%. They further advertised an additional 5% interest reduction for customers repaying loans from Azure Wind Society and Yakuza-run companies, aiming to completely drive those businesses out. From Kobe, 13 organizations had accepted their proposal, withdrawing from the Yamaguchi-gumi to establish a new group, promising to move simultaneously upon receiving the timing. An inquiry was made about Eric Clark, with confirmation that the PMC Corporation had been established and domestic personnel selected. The PMC was named Black Bear, and 3 overseas teams were already prepared to enter upon command. The order was given for domestic personnel to remain on standby for immediate deployment and for the Black Bear overseas teams to enter Korea as soon as possible. Soon, a large-scale suppression operation was set to begin. Elsewhere, a group of men in suits sat grimly around a large table in a dimly lit room, their expressions grave. They reported that the people at Go Daily were no longer listening to them, and all their planted contacts had been summarily fired. A man's fist slammed down on the table with a sharp, impactful sound, conveying his intense frustration. He expressed disbelief and fury that Go Hosian, despite his previous oaths of loyalty, had betrayed them. More and more individuals were already severing ties, desperately attempting to clean up their reputations before their names appeared in the media. The furious man denounced them as traitors, vowing they would all profoundly regret their actions. He attributed all their troubles to Cheon Tae-san's grandson, regretting not eliminating the problem from the start and deeming Bae Byung-ji's efforts to tie things up as ultimately useless. A sharp, throbbing pain or sudden realization struck the man. He then declared that even at that moment, it was not too late to act. His final, chilling command was that Cheon Tae-san and Kim Mu-hyuk must die. The Myeongdong Capitol building stood prominently, its modern facade illuminated against the nighttime sky. An attendant reported to his superior from a quiet corner. He confirmed that all the necessary individuals had assembled as requested. With a decisive tone, the leader gave the command to proceed. A man settled into his chair, his hand calmly resting on the armrest as he prepared to address the room. He expressed his gratitude to everyone who had taken the time to gather for this important meeting. He acknowledged them as his core force and then requested each person to introduce themselves. Park Dong-soo introduced himself as a representative of the Saesong faction and Polar Constructions, presenting MD Lee Sang-gyun as well. Next, Eric Clark identified himself as being from Black Bear, introducing Oliver Green, the leader of Black Bear Team 1. Kim Ha-shik then stated his affiliation with Myeongdong Capital, and mentioned Park Hyun-sung as well. With the introductions complete, the host declared his intention to reveal the purpose of their urgent assembly. He then unveiled his audacious plan, to finally bring an end to the Azure Wind Society. The determined expressions of several men were etched across their faces, reflecting their resolve for the impending conflict. He assigned the Saesong faction the critical task of eliminating Watanabe Saru, noting they had already pinpointed the Yakuza's hideout and instructed them to mobilize all forces to ensure no escape. He gave President Park the autonomy to decide on-site whether to avenge Yang Soo-hyang personally or to bring him back. President Park acknowledged the command with clear understanding and readiness. Myeongdong Capital received instructions to maintain their blockade against the Yakuza within the lending industry, anticipating their collapse once Watanabe was incapacitated. In another modern room, 3 men convened, 2 seated while the third stood attentively behind them. One of them asserted that the Azure Wind Society would continue to obstruct their plans unless they were completely eliminated. He admitted to a significant personal vendetta, but emphasized that their business interests necessitated the immediate eradication of the society. He set the crucial date for D-Day as the following Monday, insisting on absolute secrecy until their mission was accomplished. Under a clear blue sky, a large, opulent house with numerous windows and a grand balcony stood as a testament to wealth. A concerned voice questioned his certainty regarding the ambitious task ahead. He confidently affirmed his readiness, explaining that this moment was precisely what he had been preparing for. He revealed his strategic principle, stating he would only commit to an all-out war if the chances of victory exceeded 70%. He then offered a non-committal response, unable or unwilling to divulge further details. He addressed someone named Myung-hoon with a direct, urgent tone. He inquired about the maximum number of personnel Myung-hoon could mobilize for their operation. He assured him that Director Has forces would serve as their dedicated security team. Another voice offered a calm reassurance, urging him not to worry. He muttered a name, Lee Yong-hyun, contemplating the drastic action of ending his life. A contrite voice apologized to Mu-hyuk, expressing regret for burdening him due to not having resolved the issue sooner. He promised not to worry, ensuring that a sufficient number of members would remain behind, and reminded them of their location in Pyeongchang-dong. He further explained that Pyeongchang-dong, being home to major conglomerate chairmen, was under constant police patrol, guaranteeing an immediate response to any incident. Director Ha reiterated his unwavering commitment to protecting the chairman, once again urging them not to worry. He expressed his sincere thanks to Director Ha, entrusting his grandfather's safety into his capable hands. Observing his weary appearance, someone inquired about his recent struggles and the current status of Jisung Bank. He grimly reported that Jisung Bank's debt situation was far more severe than anticipated, dwarfing even Peregrine, and would have resulted in bankruptcy in Hong Kong. He noted that finance remained government-controlled for now, but anticipated gradual changes, especially since they had successfully secured public funds. The government had consented to purchase their bad debt, agreeing to exchange 51% ownership for $500 billion. The merger with Aehuan Bank was proceeding smoothly, attributed to his assistance, as the government enthusiastically supported the idea of consolidating them into a single corporation. He assigned Yoon and Jang the responsibility of managing the intricate merger ratios and specific details. Someone eagerly interjected, insisting on handling the merger personally, finding the prospect thrilling and a unique opportunity to sign such a monumental contract. He proudly envisioned the merger of Jisung and Aehuan, once Korea's largest banks, resulting in a colossal financial institution, unmatched even across Asia. A question then arose regarding the chosen name for this formidable new entity. The decisive answer was revealed: Tae-san Bank. He explained it was a personal gift for his grandfather, a gesture that held profound significance given his grandfather's lifelong career as an underground loan shark. He connected the two goals, revenge against the Azure Wind Society and establishing a bank bearing his grandfather's name, declaring the gifts were now prepared. He concluded that the moment had arrived to set all their meticulously laid plans into motion. He called out to Sang-gyun, who promptly responded with deference. He then instructed Sang-gyun to take over the company after the current mission was complete, eliciting a shocked protest. Sang-gyun questioned the unexpected declaration, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind it. He clarified that Sang-gyun was fully capable of managing the company on his own. He revealed his intention to retire from his position once he had achieved vengeance for Soo-hyung. Someone confirmed to Mu-hyuk that they were fully prepared and awaiting his command. A sharp, impactful sound echoed, signifying a decisive action taken. The message was relayed that the leader had given the final order to commence. A man stood before a formidable assembly of men in suits, all meticulously lined up in ordered rows. He addressed the group, emphasizing that a successful outcome today would mean an end to all future conflicts. Another voice vehemently declared their refusal to allow the Yakuza to encroach upon their territory. The city skyline shimmered at night, showcasing a tall building with numerous illuminated windows amidst other urban structures. Outside a building, two men in suits stood, one of them grasping a key, ready for entry. A truck, its headlights blazing brightly, raced with considerable speed along a dark street. With violent force, the truck slammed into a building, the impact so severe it sent a person hurtling through the air. A command was shouted, urging them to ram the vehicle with aggression. The final, emphatic order rang out, instructing them to smash everything down with relentless force. He reported that 13 Kobe groups had defected from their Yamaguchi syndicate to form a new organization based in Kobe. He added that Nagoya was currently facing an emergency and thus unable to dispatch any reinforcements. Suddenly, a hand slammed a short sword into the green table, making another man flinch in surprise. The speaker declared that these rats were spreading unchecked in his absence, vowing to kill every single one upon his return, sparing no one. A dark-haired man appeared startled by the declaration, as another man watched him intently. One of the men urgently questioned what was happening. He stammered, reporting a surprise attack and emphasizing they were heavily outnumbered, urging evacuation. The leader vehemently rejected the idea of evacuation, instead ordering someone to call Lee Yonghyun for reinforcements. He cursed the attackers, expressing outrage at their audacity to assault him. In another location, a furious command rang out to kill the enemies and avenge Soo-hyung. An urgent voice then announced that the path was clear, directing everyone to follow. A single question mark suggested confusion or a moment of uncertainty. Amidst the chaos, a man was struck, blood splattered dramatically, and he crumpled to the ground as others watched in shock. A cold voice simply urged someone to come forward. Two men shouted aggressively as they charged forward, one brandishing a weapon. A heavy impact resonated through the area. A man in a gray suit skillfully engaged multiple opponents, already sending two of them crashing to the ground. The sound of a swift, tearing motion filled the air. Two men in suits confronted each other, one deliberately adjusting his glasses with an intense, focused gaze. A dull thud indicated someone had collapsed. A bloodied man, clutching a knife, glanced over his shoulder with a chilling smirk. A sharp gasp of fear escaped someone's lips. A voice urgently warned his companions to retreat. The man in the gray suit now stood over a fallen body, confronting another man armed with multiple knives. The man in gray questioned if his opponent was the Yakuza leader, unsure of his exact name. The knife-wielding man mockingly asked if his assailant intended to kill him without even knowing what he looked like, then uttered a Japanese insult. The gray-suited man retorted, confused by the Japanese insult and annoyed by the immediate cursing. He declared his intention to deal with Watanabe personally, instructing his allies to handle the remaining enemies. In a narrow hallway, two men, both armed with knives, fiercely charged at one another. Their knives clashed sharply, sending a visible spark flying through the air as they engaged. They moved with lightning speed, their multiple blades glinting as they continued their swift knife fight. A swift light streak cut across a man's intense profile, briefly highlighting an old injury. Another man, with a menacing smile, was similarly caught in a passing light streak across his face. With a sharp clang, one man expertly deflected a knife thrown by his opponent. A promotional message encouraged readers to find faster updates on a specific platform. One combatant acknowledged his opponent's impressive use of a Japanese fighting style. He expressed surprise and admiration for finding such a skilled individual in South Korea, offering his compliments. However, he immediately followed this praise with a resolute declaration that the fight would not proceed any further. A man with a prominent scar on his cheek gazed intently, his serious expression emphasized by dynamic speed lines. A reddish-haired man looked up with a flash of concern as a blurred object swiftly passed him by. A sharp, sudden sound of impact echoed. A piercing, tearing sound followed immediately. One fighter conceded it had been a good fight. But then, with finality, he asserted his victory. The faces of two men were captured in an intense, close-up shot, almost touching, surrounded by speed lines. A bleeding man in a suit stood victorious, holding a knife, over a tattooed man who lay defeated on the ground. A guttural gasp of pain escaped the fallen man. A sickening squelching sound confirmed a decisive, fatal blow. The grim sound of dripping blood followed. The victor mused aloud that the human body was remarkably honest. He observed how easily it could collapse from just a single, small puncture. He elaborated that a vital injury didn't just kill, but forced a collapse in the most miserable manner. He then directed this cold observation specifically at his defeated opponent. The defeated man, barely conscious, managed to curse him and tell him to shut up. A sharp, final thrust sound punctuated the grim scene. The tattooed arm of the fallen man went limp, his bloodied hand dropping to the floor. Nearby, the man in the suit slumped to the floor, collapsing next to the now lifeless, bloodied body. One of his subordinates urgently ordered that the boss be taken to the hospital immediately. The boss dismissed the concern, instead instructing them to tend to their injured first, then eliminate any remaining enemies, saying he would rest and just needed a cigarette before they left. The subordinate responded, clearly still worried about his boss' condition. The boss insisted he was fine and urged them to hurry. The subordinate acknowledged the order, promising to complete the task quickly and return. The bloodied man lay on the floor, his resolve unwavering as he held a phone to his ear. He identified himself as Kim Mu-hyuk, answering the call. The voice on the other end reported Watanabe's death, thanked him for his efforts, instructed him to leave quickly, and assured him they would handle the aftermath. Mu-hyuk, now concerned, asked if the caller was injured. The caller cheerfully identified himself as Park Dong-soo from Busan's Saesong faction. Mu-hyuk acknowledged the identity and again urged him to get out of the location. Park Dong-soo reminisced about their first meeting on the hospital rooftop, noting Mu-hyuk had called him a jussi and refused to disclose his age. He continued, explaining that his own grandmother raised him, so he had asked Mu-hyuk's age out of affection. Mu-hyuk, now showing respect, addressed him as Dong-soo Hyung-nim. On the ground, a wounded man in a suit lay bleeding, his phone now fallen beside him. Another wounded man in a suit leaned heavily against a wall, a severe wound on his chest bleeding profusely. The grand house, its windows glowing against the dark mountainous backdrop, stood silently under the cloak of night. Outside a sprawling building, two men in crisp suits maintained their vigilant watch in the darkness. A man in a suit paced outside the structure, engrossed in a late-night phone conversation. A subtle, creeping sound hinted at a hidden approach from the shadows. A sudden gasp of surprise or pain cut through the quiet night. Swiftly, figures in tactical gear moved to apprehend the men in suits, overwhelming them outside the building. Inside a control room, a man in a suit meticulously monitored an array of surveillance screens. He registered a sudden, questioning confusion, his gaze fixed on the monitors. The main gate's camera footage had inexplicably ceased, prompting an urgent command for inspection. A sharp, piercing sound signified another silent, brutal act of infiltration. Within a long hallway adorned with a luxurious red carpet and expansive windows, several men in suits stood poised. One man, wearing an earpiece, sharply turned his head, sensing an imminent threat indoors. A startled shout of alarm echoed through the building. In a violent eruption, two men were propelled through shattering glass, one clutching a pistol as chaos erupted. A close-up revealed an older man's stern face, his dark eyes intense, framed by a distinctive white streak in his hair. A voice cried out, urgently addressing the society chairman amidst the unfolding attack. An urgent warning declared they were under attack and implored him to evacuate immediately. The older man's face contorted into a grimace, his teeth bared in a snarl of defiance or anger. He looked down, his gaze settling on a bleeding body sprawled on the floor beside him. The older man remained seated, flanked by three armed guards clad in black, maintaining a formidable presence. Outside, a man in a suit stood with his back to the illuminated mansion, surveying the scene. A subordinate reported to his boss that the attackers had successfully seized control of the premises. The boss acknowledged the grave news with a simple, unsettling affirmation. Inside, a room bore the grim evidence of the battle, with multiple bodies scattered amidst broken windows and pools of blood. A man in a suit stood surveying the aftermath, his gaze directed downwards at someone unseen. A close-up revealed an angry man, his face marked by white hair streaks and prominent scars. He then extended a cold greeting to the Azure Wind Society chairman, expressing satisfaction at finally meeting him. The chairman, in turn, questioned if his assailant was Cheon Tae-san's grandson. The man confirmed his identity as Kim Mu-hyuk, the son of Cheon Mu-suk, whose murder the chairman had ordered. A flashback depicted a violent collision, a truck having crashed into the side of a car on a dark street. In a stylized, dark scene, a figure in a cap raised a protective fist, shielding a woman from unseen danger. A woman with long dark hair looked down, clutching someone tightly in a moment of tender despair. A man with dark hair gazed downwards, his expression etched with deep concern. Back in the present, the man in the chair emitted a maniacal laugh, addressing the man standing before him. He admitted his past folly, regretting not having killed the young man along with his mother. Kim Mu-hyuk confronted the chairman, accusing him of orchestrating his mother's death to manipulate the Cheon brothers and destroy his own normal life. The chairman chuckled mockingly, questioning if the young man truly understood the concept of a normal life. He then sarcastically asked if Mu-hyuk shouldn't be grateful for inheriting Cheon Tae-san's money, which he claimed was due to his own actions. Mu-hyuk retorted, challenging the chairman's continued arrogance as the Azure Wind Society chairman, given his imminent demise. The chairman let out a chilling, drawn-out laugh, conceding something in a disturbing manner. He ominously declared that Cheon Tae-san would make a suitable companion on his journey to the afterlife, suggesting a twisted plan. Mu-hyuk demanded an explanation, realizing he had severely underestimated the chairman, noting the suspiciously sparse guard. The chairman calmly posed a rhetorical question, highlighting the unusual circumstances of his supposed vulnerability. A flash of realization or alarm crossed Mu-hyuk's face. The chairman asserted that his deep-rooted connections with Cheon Tae-san could not be severed so easily. A voice called out, urgently summoning manager Ma, implying a new development. Elsewhere, a mountainous neighborhood was bathed in the dim light of houses under a cloudy night sky. A police car, its lights flashing, sped through a city street in the dark. A person expressed a sudden feeling of bewilderment or confusion. Another voiced strong disbelief and shock at an unforeseen event. One person anxiously wondered if Mu-hyuk's elaborate plan would ultimately succeed. Another reassured them, mentioning Mu-hyuk's long-term preparation for the operation. A sigh escaped someone as they admitted to now feeling concern for Mu-hyuk's safety. A person addressed Myung-hoon, affirming something with a simple yes. They mused that it felt as if only yesterday they had met Myung-hoon at the orphanage, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Myung-hoon expressed his gratitude, attributing his well-being to the care he had received. The other person confessed that their care had been a calculated effort to mold Myung-hoon into a weapon, destined to eliminate Lee Yong-hyun. While expressing no regret for their actions, they offered an apology, acknowledging that Myung-hoon could have had a normal life without their intervention. Myung-hoon, however, countered that he was alive because of the chairman, attributing it to the kindness shown to him. The chairman repeated the word kindness, pondering its meaning in their complex relationship. The chairman apologized again to Myung-hoon, then requested he continue to support Mu-hyuk after his own death, fearing Mu-hyuk's loneliness. Myung-hoon solemnly pledged his unwavering loyalty to the chairman. A voice urgently called out to the chairman, signaling a new and critical piece of information. The report detailed that several unidentified cars had just infiltrated the alleyway adjacent to the mansion. The chairman issued a strict command, ensuring absolute prevention of any further infiltration. He then mused, with a grim acceptance, that the night promised to be a tumultuous one. Outside the grand mansion, men in suits engaged in a fierce brawl under the cover of night. Inside, a tragic scene unfolded as a man in a suit lay dead, a pool of blood expanding beside him near a staircase. A determined voice declared that this night would be Cheon Tae-san's last, signaling a climactic confrontation. Outdoors, under the cover of night, men in suits engaged in a fierce brawl, exchanging powerful punches. Amidst the unfolding chaos, a promotional message for the series appeared. Nearby, two masked figures, clad in dark attire, stood guard with their weapons near a vehicle. Suddenly, two men in suits were struck, their bodies recoiling violently as blood splattered from the impact. An urgent warning echoed through the night, declaring the attackers were armed and demanding all personnel immediately move to the front. Inside, a man holding a knife peered through a window, observing the scene, while an older man sat with his back casually turned away. Someone expressed profound disbelief at the gunfight erupting in such an exclusive neighborhood, lamenting its transformation into a war zone. A man in a crisp suit ran swiftly, his legs a blur of motion, his shoes pounding against the floor. He continued his frantic dash through a dimly lit, grand interior hall, past elegant classical columns. A sudden exclamation of surprise or alarm escaped someone's lips. Another sharp, urgent sound punctuated the tense atmosphere. With a fierce and determined expression, a man in a suit aimed his pistol, ready for confrontation. A new, startling event unfolded with a sharp, sudden impact. Nearby, a man lay tragically dead on the floor, a growing pool of blood surrounding his head. A dismissive sound escaped someone, followed by an annoyed utterance at the unfolding complications. A query was raised, wondering if Cheon Tae-san was indeed hiding within the building. A gloved hand reached deliberately for a door handle, its keyhole hinting at locked secrets. A masked man's intense eyes narrowed in a close-up, a blurred weapon clutched tightly in his hand. He then cautiously approached a closed door, his movements precise and silent. A voice wondered aloud what could possibly be inside the house, sensing a powerful presence. He felt a palpable anticipation, as if something was specifically waiting for him to cross the threshold. Concealed behind a chair, a man crouched low, his pistol steadily aimed. A report reached the chairman, informing him of the unexpected arrival of the police. The elderly chairman, seen in profile, closed his eyes, his expression etched with pensive thought. A creaking sound echoed through the room, followed by a sharp, startled exclamation. 2 distinct gunshots rang out, shattering the fragile quiet. A surprised and questioning sound escaped someone in response to the gunfire. A masked man stared intently, firmly holding another person captive from behind. Another sudden, sharp sound of impact or alarm resonated through the space. A man in a suit reeled back violently, blood splattering from his chest as he was struck by gunshots. A muffled thud echoed, indicating another impact. A firm, gripping sound suggested a struggle or a tight hold. A series of loud, crashing sounds indicated powerful destruction or collision. One man expressed surprise, questioning if he had actually missed his intended target, claiming he had aimed for the head. He then addressed the other man, identifying him as Mr. Ha and acknowledging his reputation. He admitted anticipating their meeting, knowing it was inevitable given Mr. Ha's protection of Cheon Tae-san, but remarked on the violent nature of their encounter. Mr. Ha warned his opponent that the police were imminent and offered a chance to retreat without further pursuit. The opponent responded with a mocking laugh, scoffing at Mr. Ha's words as those of a dying man. A sudden, sharp sound indicated another surprise or an abrupt movement. A masked man suddenly collapsed to the floor, as, from the background, an old man aimed a gun. The elderly man, his expression serious, held his gun pointed directly forward. He then expressed a twisted sense of pity, stating his intention to personally kill both the daughter and the father. A surprised and confused query broke the tense silence. He challenged the other's surprise, questioning if they truly believed the chairman would entrust such a critical task to mere subordinates, despite anonymous figures pulling the trigger. With a cruel farewell, he mockingly asked the man to convey his regards to his daughter in the afterlife. A close-up revealed the old man's eyes wide with terror, as blood splattered violently around him. The man was shot in the head with extreme force, blood splattering profusely, while another man lay wounded nearby. Another man collapsed to the ground, bleeding, as his assailant stood over him, still pointing a gun. An urgent shout of alarm called out for the chairman. Frantic commands were issued to immediately call an ambulance and procure medical help. Outside, the grand house with its illuminated windows stood silhouetted against the dark mountainous backdrop of the night. A report confirmed that Pyeongchang-dong had been attacked, the situation now stabilized, but noting Mr. Ha had sustained a gunshot wound. A concerned voice inquired about the grandfather's well-being. Nearby, 2 men stood in close proximity, one looked down in contemplation, while the other averted his gaze. 2 men stood over a third, who screamed in agony on the floor, his hand outstretched in pain or desperation. A voice expressed disbelief, finding it absurd that after decades of conflict between Lee Yong-hyun and Cheon Tae-san, the confrontation culminated in Myung-hoon's injury. Kim Mu-hyuk declared that the chairman had sealed his fate by murdering his parents, proclaiming the end of both him and the Azure Wind Society. The chairman defiantly warned against underestimating the Azure Wind Society, asserting that even if he died in Korea, his Japanese allies would avenge him. Mu-hyuk countered by stating that if the chairman relied on Watanabe, he was already in a place to prepare a place in hell for him. Mu-hyuk revealed that he was responsible for orchestrating the civil war within the Yamaguchi-gumi syndicate, asserting that even the chairman's Japanese government connections could not save him. The chairman expressed shock and disbelief, questioning if Mu-hyuk, a mere Korean loan shark, had truly crippled the Japanese economy. Mu-hyuk retorted that the chairman's belief wouldn't alter the truth, stating that his fate was sealed the moment he involved the prosecution in their affairs. A close-up captured the scarred man's intense and visibly angry face. Mu-hyuk commanded Manager Ma to hand him the gun. Manager Ma offered to take care of the situation himself. Mu-hyuk firmly stated that he was the one who needed to deliver the final blow, believing it was his right to finish it. Manager Ma hesitated, attempting to voice a concern. Mu-hyuk acknowledged Manager Ma's concerns but reiterated his command for the gun. Manager Ma then offered an apology to Mu-hyuk, presumably handing over the weapon. A sudden, surprised utterance was cut short. A man lay dead on the ground, while two others stood over him, one of them holding a gun. A man in a suit looked to his left, his expression serious and resolved. He acknowledged that someone's actions were done for his sake, but sternly warned them never to defy his orders again. A man with striking blue eyes and dark hair looked on intently, his serious expression tinged with concern. Finally, a disheveled man with a bloodied face and vacant eyes stared blankly forward, his gaze reflecting profound pain or shock. News reports blared with the shocking announcement that Lee Yong-hyun, the chairman of the formidable Azure Wind Society, was dead. An official confirmed that his residence had been attacked the previous night, a fact corroborated by both the police and the National Intelligence Service. In a related incident, Chairman Cheon's mansion was also targeted, although he survived, which led to widespread speculation that the two powers had declared war on each other. The nation was thrown into chaos, as the man who had controlled Korea's political and business landscapes for decades had been suddenly eliminated. The initial rumors pointed to an astonishing suspect. Chairman Cheon's own grandson was believed to be responsible for the death. While questions arose about a possible suicide, the formal investigation had not yet begun, prompting the NIS director to head to the scene to personally assess the situation. At the tense crime scene, the arrival of NIS director Lee Chon-jong was announced, signifying the national importance of the event. After his initial survey, Director Lee reported back with a grim confirmation. He had personally identified Lee Yong-hyun's deceased body. The situation grew more complex with news that a Yakuza ally, Watanabe Saru, was also killed in an assault by the Tae-san gang, who were reportedly following Kim Mu-hyuk's orders and sustained their own casualties. Inside the government, high-ranking officials expressed grave concern over potential diplomatic blowback from Japan if relations were to worsen. They acknowledged the immense political influence of the Yamaguchi-gumi in Japan, making it impossible to predict how the volatile situation would unfold. The president issued a direct order to handle the crisis with extreme care, stressing the need for Japan's cooperation to navigate the IMF crisis, a command which was immediately accepted. Attention then turned to the Pyeongchang-dong district, where the high concentration of influential residents guaranteed intense press coverage and potential attacks from the opposition over security lapses. Yet, within the chaos, a shrewd political operator saw a unique chance to purge the Azure Wind Society's remaining influence and finally put a leash on the unpredictable Kim Mu-hyuk. He proposed a plan to use Lee Yong-hyun's death as the perfect tool to tighten the political noose around Kim Mu-hyuk's neck, a strategy that was met with swift approval. The official considered the great potential of his scheme while also weighing the significant risk that it could backfire spectacularly. He concluded that Mu-hyuk's direct guilt was irrelevant. The NIS would be instructed to find any scrap of evidence to pin the crime on him. Feeling the winning card was firmly in his grasp, he resolved not to waste this perfect opportunity to rein in the wild and powerful young man. Meanwhile, across the bustling city, ordinary life continued as cars navigated the streets under a persistent, heavy rain. Kim Mu-hyuk received word that Director Has surgery was over and that his life was successfully saved. He felt a wave of relief, realizing how shocked his grandfather must have been, and decided to visit him after concluding his day's affairs. A moment later, his subordinate on the phone fell silent, absorbing a new, unexpected piece of information. The call was from the Blue House. The president had decided to transfer the case to the NIS with explicit instructions to launch a full investigation into Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk could only let out a bitter sigh of contempt for the scheming nature of those damn politicians. On a wet road, a car tire sliced through a puddle, sending an arc of water into the air. Two men stood together in the downpour, sharing the shelter of a single black umbrella. The rain fell relentlessly, cascading from the ornate, tiled roof of a traditional funeral hall. Inside, Kim Mu-hyuk stood in quiet contemplation before a memorial shrine dedicated to a fallen comrade. He lit a cigarette, its cherry glowing brightly in the dim, candlelit room. As a final gesture of respect, his hand carefully placed the lit cigarette among the incense ashes. Gazing at the portrait, he quietly asked his deceased friend if he was happy and finally at peace now. He then offered a solemn farewell, wishing his senior, Dong-soo, to rest peacefully. Just outside the building, a large funeral wreath stood as a silent tribute beneath the eaves of the roof. An associate updated Mu-hyuk on the gang's internal politics, revealing that the gangbuk elders were already plotting for succession now that Dong-soo was gone. Mu-hyuk sneered at their avarice, dismissing them as greedy old men. When questioned about his own influence, he confirmed that he controlled the Busan and most of the Seoul factions, leaving only gangbuk outside his grasp. He explained that the Jeolla members were siding with the elders, while the Gyeonggi members were attempting to remain neutral. His ally warned that neutral parties were the most untrustworthy and offered any resources needed to help Mu-hyuk retire the old guard for good. Mu-hyuk offered a cryptic piece of advice in return, telling him not to act like President Park. Their private discussion was suddenly interrupted by a loud voice calling out for MD Lee. An older man aggressively demanded to know what he was whispering with a kid and pointed out the disrespect of leaving the mourner's seat empty. MD Lee quickly identified the man as Director Han and warned him to hold his tongue, as Mu-hyuk was a guest of the deceased. Director Han scoffed at the warning, sarcastically wondering if he was now forbidden to even speak, but was told to stop. Mu-hyuk decided it was time to leave, instructing MD Lee to finish the funeral rites and to contact him later. As he turned to walk away, Director Han bellowed for the bastard to stop right where he was. Han followed up with another crude insult, demanding to know if the bastard's ears were blocked. Mu-hyuk paused his exit, letting out a short, humorless laugh. Unfazed, Director Han escalated his provocations, calling him a fucking pig. Mu-hyuk slowly turned back, calmly asking the man to repeat what he had just said. He systematically dismantled the man's aggression, questioning why a stranger was blocking his path and grunting like a pig in public. Seething with rage, Director Han could only stammer that Mu-hyuk was a bastard. Mu-hyuk then looked past him and shouted towards a group of elders, challenging them to say what they meant to his face. One of the old men hurried forward, nervously insisting that the whole affair was just a misunderstanding. Mu-hyuk coldly replied that he would misunderstand this as an invitation to a fight, causing the elder to recoil in panic. He knew the real reason for their test. With their leader gone, they were trying to gauge his strength and resolve. Another elder tried to intervene by chastising Director Han for causing a disturbance during a funeral. Turning to Mu-hyuk, he quickly apologized, claiming Director Han was simply being sensitive and intended no real harm. Mu-hyuk accepted the apology but gave a final warning, stating that for the sake of the deceased, he would let it slide just this once. The elders profusely apologized and desperately ordered the defiant Director Han to do the same. Humiliated and pressured, Director Han mumbled a reluctant apology. After the tense exchange, Mu-hyuk stood silently in the courtyard, surrounded by his loyal men. He broke the silence by calling for Manager Ha, who instantly responded to his boss' call. A sudden, violent motion shattered the quiet, and the onlookers' eyes widened in shock. Mu-hyuk had unleashed a vicious punch that connected squarely with Director Han's jaw. The sheer force of the blow lifted the man off his feet, sending him stumbling backward in a daze. The courtyard became the scene of a brutal, one-sided beating as Mu-hyuk continued his assault. In the end, Director Han was left lying broken on the stone ground, completely defeated. His message delivered, Mu-hyuk nonchalantly announced he was tired and it was time to go. He turned his back on the chaos he had created and walked calmly down the stairs, leaving the funeral far behind. The gloomy weather had finally cleared, revealing a serene, pale blue sky with wisps of white clouds. By the sea, a feast of freshly sliced raw fish and a bottle of soju were laid out on a cutting board. A close-up showed a hand carefully dabbing a cotton swab on one of his subordinates' bruised lips. Despite his injuries, the man laughed heartily, exclaiming that the sashimi, the sea, and even his own death were all insane. He then raised his glass in a toast, loudly cheering for Mu-hyuk to continue his path of conquest and urging everyone to drink up. As the last of the mourners departed, two men in suits walked grimly past the funeral wreaths and toward the main entrance. Their walk was cut short on a rain-slicked street where they were met by two other men standing beside a menacing black car. The newcomers identified themselves as agents of the National Intelligence Service, informing Mu-hyuk that he must accompany them for an investigation into the recent shooting. One of Mu-hyuk's men immediately grew hostile, shouting at the agents to get out of their way. Mu-hyuk, however, remained calm, internally reflecting on his deep-seated distrust of politicians, remembering he only backed Kim Hak-won to block the Azure Wind Society. He silenced his subordinate and calmly agreed to cooperate, instructing his men to follow them from a discreet distance. He decided then and there that if the government wished to play games, he would simply stick to his original, more aggressive plan. Their destination was a vast and modern government complex, its imposing structure set against a distant mountain range under a clear blue sky. Meanwhile, newspapers across the country ran frantic headlines about the midnight gunfire in Seoul, capturing the panic and confusion of citizens who wondered if war had broken out. In a televised address to the nation, President Kim Hak-won formally apologized for the unfortunate incident, acknowledging the sleepless nights and distress it had caused the public. He publicly attributed the shooting to the Azure Wind Society, vowing to conduct a merciless investigation and ensure every person involved faced the most severe punishment possible. In the presidential office, an aide held a remote, the flickering screen of the television reflecting in his eyes as he turned off the broadcast. He informed the president that public reaction was overwhelmingly supportive, with citizens demanding a rigorous investigation and harsh penalties for such an unprecedented act of violence. The aide confirmed that Kim Mu-hyuk was already being interrogated by the National Intelligence Service, with Director Lee Chon-jong personally overseeing the questioning. The president issued a firm directive to find any and all leverage on Kim Mu-hyuk, whether through his finances or his associates. He mused that regardless of his backing, Mu-hyuk was still just a kid who would inevitably bend to their will, needing a leash to be controlled and used. President Kim Hak-won demanded to be informed the second the investigation was complete, an order his aide swiftly acknowledged. The aide then shifted topics, reminding the president of his call in 1 hour with Phil Gates, the chairman of Nanyasoft, who had favorably considered a future visit to Korea. The president expressed his hope that the notoriously hard-to-reach chairman could offer some meaningful advice on navigating the country's current economic crisis. In a stark, empty room deep within the NIS headquarters, two figures stood in quiet opposition. Mu-hyuk stood face-to-face with a man in a crisp suit who clutched a file containing all the information the government had on him. The man in the suit dismissed his subordinates, ordering everyone else to step outside so they could speak in private. Once they were alone, the man turned to Mu-hyuk and formally thanked him for his cooperation. He introduced himself as Lee Chon-jong, the director of the NIS, and admitted that the more he learned about Mu-hyuk, the more impressed he found himself. Mu-hyuk deflected the compliment with practiced humility, stating that the director was too kind. Director Lee continued his praise, noting how incredible it was that Mu-hyuk had achieved such monumental success in the United States, even considering Chairman Cheon Tae-san's assistance. He then revealed the true scope of his knowledge, referencing the colossal sum of money Mu-hyuk controlled, an amount nearly a third of the entire U.S. budget. The director leaned in, confiding that he was the only person in the entire country who was aware of this fact. He made it explicitly clear that not even the president had been made privy to this information. Director Lee then laid his cards on the table, explaining he had decided to align with Mu-hyuk's interests, believing that securing US dollars was a higher form of patriotism than politics. Mu-hyuk inwardly noted that the NIS director possessed a far superior understanding of the current situation than President Kim Hak-won did. He mused on the ignorance of the political and business elite, who failed to see that the economic disasters of the past could easily be repeated. The director of the NIS then made a solemn promise to cooperate with Mu-hyuk in any way he could. A slow, confident smirk spread across Mu-hyuk's face as he realized his gambit had paid off perfectly. He accepted the offer with a simple thank you, stating that he looked forward to their future partnership. With the alliance forged, Mu-hyuk asked if he might be permitted to make a quick phone call, as his own phone had been confiscated upon his arrival. The director readily handed over the device, assuring him the room was secure from any form of surveillance as Mu-hyuk offered his thanks. On the other end of the line, his associate expressed concern over the chaos in Korea, but Mu-hyuk cut him short, ordering him to proceed with their plan immediately. His associate, taken aback, questioned the sudden urgency, but Mu-hyuk was resolute, confirming that it had to be done right now. Miles away, lights glowed in a towering glass skyscraper against a starry night sky as the command was received. The intricate machinery of a global financial assault began to grind into motion. With a single word, an operation with the power to cripple a nation was officially underway. A woman named Eva acknowledged the command from her boss and initiated the first sequence. Mu-hyuk's associate chuckled, eagerly anticipating how President Kim Hak-won would react to the impossible choice he was about to face. In a different high-rise office overlooking a glittering cityscape, another piece of the puzzle was set into motion. A powerful figure informed Secretary Rubin that he was now moving forward with the favor he had asked for earlier. The secretary warned him not to let things drag on, as the economic instability in Korea was already sending ripples back to the United States. The man assured him that a surrender was imminent, and the secretary confirmed he would begin applying pressure directly from the White House. With all parties aligned, the final order was given to begin the assault. The instruction was brutally simple: pull every last cent of their capital out of Korea, leaving not a single one behind. Back at the Blue House, the grand, traditional seat of Korean power remained deceptively peaceful under a calm sky. Inside, President Kim Hak-won sat at his desk, his hand on his chin as he brooded, completely unaware of the economic typhoon headed his way. He irritably asked his aide why the call with Phil Gates was already 2 hours late, questioning what could be taking so long. The president scoffed at the aide's excuse of an emergency meeting, wondering what could possibly be more important than a scheduled appointment with a head of state. Just then, a blinking light on his console signaled an incoming call. His aide quickly announced that Chairman Phil Gates was on the line, and the president immediately instructed him to connect it. After a brief greeting, Chairman Gates apologized for his tardiness, citing an urgent matter, an excuse the president politely accepted. Wasting no more time, the president asked the famed prophet of the digital age for his professional advice on the future of the Korean economy. Gates' response was chillingly phrased in the past tense, stating that he used to believe the Korean economy would recover quickly, which instantly puzzled the president. The chairman then pivoted with a startling question, asking the president if he happened to be acquainted with Kim Mu-hyuk. President Kim Hak-won was taken aback, silently questioning why the head of the world's largest IT company would have any interest in a man like Mu-hyuk. Gates explained that his emergency meeting concerned alarming reports of Wall Street planning a complete and total withdrawal of all its capital from Korea. He then delivered the devastating news that this withdrawal was a direct response to the Korean government's attempt to arrest Kim Mu-hyuk, which had led to catastrophic economic forecasts from U.S. investors. The president was left speechless, his mind reeling as he tried to process how the arrest of a single man could provoke the financial abandonment of his entire nation. An official struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the unfolding economic disaster. He questioned the idea that Wall Street investors would pull their funds on the word of a mere loan shark like Kim Mu-hyuk. His colleague clarified that Mu-hyuk's identity was irrelevant compared to the staggering fact that he could influence Wall Street. This influence was critical, as Wall Street could steer American politics, meaning the Korean government had just provoked an incredibly powerful enemy. An aide then burst into the president's office, shouting that they had a major situation on their hands. He reported that foreign capital was fleeing the country all at once, causing the stock market to plummet by a catastrophic 10%. The aide explained that this was far worse than the previous year's crisis, as the withdrawal was happening simultaneously across the board. Unfazed, the first official calmly stated that the fallout had begun and wished the president luck before excusing himself. The situation worsened as news arrived from the U.S. Treasury Department, which was now postponing its promised dollar support without explanation. Without this crucial financial aid from the United States, the nation was facing imminent bankruptcy. Following America's lead, the UK and Europe also began suspending investments, causing the exchange rate to skyrocket into the 1,801 range. When asked for a countermeasure, the aide could only tell President Kim Hagwon that their sole option was to beg for loans. In a fit of powerless rage, the president slammed his fist down upon his desk. He desperately wondered what on earth was truly happening to his country. Another report came in, stating that Han Kyung-young and Eva Ju were demanding a complete renegotiation of their major corporate acquisitions. Overwhelmed by the scale of the disaster, the president let out a hollow, despairing laugh. He found it utterly unbelievable that all this chaos could stem from the simple act of bringing in one man, Kim Mu-hyuk. He demanded to know Mu-hyuk's current location and was informed he was being interrogated at the National Intelligence Service. The president immediately gave a direct order to summon Kim Mu-hyuk to the Blue House. Sometime later, Kim Mu-hyuk sat with perfect composure in a large armchair, his hands calmly clasped in his lap. The president confronted him directly, demanding to know who he truly was. Mu-hyuk simply identified himself as the grandson of Cheon Tae-san. The president impatiently brushed that aside, clarifying it was not the answer he was looking for. Mu-hyuk then asked how he should answer, cryptically offering a different kind of truth. He implied that he was the secret architect of the president's success, having provided the funds, swayed public opinion, and even supplied Han Kyung-young. The president tried to reframe the situation, stating that he had only summoned Mu-hyuk to the Blue House after learning of a deadly shootout at his location. Mu-hyuk questioned this logic, asking why he was brought to the presidential residence instead of being legally punished or simply released. The president then laid out the facts, explaining how American investors and even the U.S. government had pulled their support the moment Mu-hyuk was detained. Mu-hyuk reacted with unnerving calm, remarking that South Korea would be shaken once more and wondered who might come to its aid this time. The president squeezed his eyes shut, visibly pained by the man's cold detachment. He finally broke, pleading with Mu-hyuk to stop the chaos he had unleashed. Mu-hyuk feigned innocence, questioning how a lowly loan shark could possibly have the power to move the United States. Drawing on his decades of political experience, the president asserted that while he didn't know the methods, he was certain Mu-hyuk was pulling the strings. Mu-hyuk continued his facade, suggesting the president was greatly overestimating his capabilities. The president made a desperate appeal, warning that the nation could collapse and asking if Mu-hyuk truly wanted to push the citizens further into hardship. Mu-hyuk coldly deflected the accusation, stating that the nation's welfare was the president's job, not his. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the room as the weight of the ultimatum settled. A subtle tremor ran through the president's body, a physical manifestation of his fear and desperation. Giving in completely, the president asked what Mu-hyuk wanted from him. Mu-hyuk thought to himself that this level of pressure would be sufficient, knowing that cornering the president further would only breed more hostility. He then stated his demand, to completely uproot the Azure Wind Society from South Korean soil. The president was stunned by the sheer scale of the request. Mu-hyuk elaborated that all members, regardless of their political party, must face legal judgment, have their assets confiscated, and be stripped of all power. The president admitted he shared this goal but argued it was impossible due to the society's deep roots, proposing they just make an example of a few leaders. Mu-hyuk flatly rejected the compromise, declaring that if the president wouldn't do it, he would. He then challenged the president, asking if he was prepared to repeat this national crisis every time he was arrested for taking action himself. He argued that eradicating the society was what the people wanted and was entirely possible with the president's strong will. Mu-hyuk presented his final, stark choice: the bankruptcy of the Republic of Korea or the complete eradication of the Azure Wind Society. The president asked for confirmation, wanting to know if Mu-hyuk would truly restore everything to normal if he agreed, and Mu-hyuk affirmed he could do it instantly. The president expressed his disbelief, questioning how anyone could resolve a crisis of this magnitude so immediately. In response, Mu-hyuk calmly asked if he could use the telephone. He made a brief call to his associate, giving the simple instruction to restore things to how they were, right now. After hanging up, he told the bewildered president to wait for just a moment. The president's own phone rang, and he answered it with trepidation. His expression shifted from fear to utter astonishment as he listened to the report. The voice on the other end confirmed that the exodus of foreign capital had stopped, with stock prices and exchange rates already starting to recover. The president stood frozen, completely thunderstruck by the impossible turn of events. His business concluded, Mu-hyuk rose to leave, reminding the president to keep his promise. The president walked back into a large meeting room where his advisors were waiting. His staff addressed him, anxious to hear what had transpired. The president's hand shot out, his fingers digging into the back of a chair as he processed the terrifying reality. He marveled at how one man could hold the entire fate of the nation in the palm of his hand with a single phone call. He was left to wonder about the true, unfathomable depth of Kim Mu-hyuk's power. Meanwhile, across the globe, decisions were being made inside a stately American government building. An American official cheerfully confirmed over the phone that he had received the new orders. He informed his colleague that they could proceed with the financial support for Korea as originally planned. His colleague expressed his relief, noting that the State Department and the Pentagon had been pressuring them, fearing North Korea might exploit the crisis. Back on the phone, the first official reminded the person on the other end that since their side had kept their promise, it was now their turn. The party on the line confirmed that their boss, Mu-hyuk, would head to the US as soon as the Korean situation was resolved. It was revealed that the economic crisis, which started in East Asia, was now destabilizing Russia and threatening American investments there. The American official concluded the call by stating that this time, Mu-hyuk's boss would be needed to help save the American economy itself. The narrative began at the imposing Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office. The Prosecutor General confronted Chief Prosecutor Bae Bum-kyu, presenting a warrant for his immediate arrest. Chief Prosecutor Bae Bum-kyu erupted in fury, questioning the authority of those who dared to apprehend him. The Prosecutor General revealed he himself had ordered it, a statement that visibly stunned Chief Prosecutor Bae. He explained that a directive from the Blue House had been issued to round up every government official connected to the Azure Wind Society. With cold precision, the Prosecutor General informed Bae that he was, quite luckily, their very first target. He taunted Bae about his meteoric rise from a provincial prosecutor, attributing his entire career to the society and his failed ambition for the top seat. The Prosecutor General promised that Bae would soon be reunited with all the other society lapdogs in prison. As he ordered his men to take the chief prosecutor away, Bae began to plead desperately for the Prosecutor General to hear him out. Chief Prosecutor Bae Bum-kyu's frantic cries echoed in the hall as he was unceremoniously dragged away. The downfall of the Azure Wind Society was absolute, as the nation's fury mobilized every major government branch to purge its members. The sweep was so thorough that even members of the National Assembly were not exempt, hastily voting for arrests to prove their own innocence. Thus, after half a century of manipulating Korea from the shadows, the Azure Wind Society's name was finally being erased from the nation's history. The scene shifted to a large, tranquil house, a stark contrast to the preceding turmoil. Inside, Mu-hyuk's grandfather expressed his gratitude, stating that with his daughter's revenge complete, he could now depart the world in peace. Mu-hyuk replied that the revenge was for his parents as well, and that it would have been impossible without his grandfather's support. His grandfather acknowledged Mu-hyuk's immense suffering, urging him to finally lay the past to rest and walk his own path. He emphasized that this was his final request. Mu-hyuk solemnly agreed, asking his grandfather to focus only on his health while he took care of everything, starting with the Myeongdong business. The soft click of a cup being set down punctuated the quiet moment between them. Mu-hyuk knew his grandfather was worried he would continue his crusade against their remaining enemies even after the society's fall. Mu-hyuk then turned his attention to another man in the room, addressing him simply as boss. Director Ha quickly stepped forward to greet him. The director questioned Mu-hyuk's early discharge from the hospital after a gunshot wound, but Mu-hyuk brushed it off, claiming he was used to such injuries. Mu-hyuk then offered a sincere thank you to Director Ha for protecting his grandfather. He reflected internally that if anything had happened to the old man, his victory would have been overshadowed by a lifetime of regret. Director Ha affirmed his absolute loyalty, declaring that he would give his life for the chairman who had once given him a new one. Mu-hyuk looked intently at the loyal director, a silent understanding passing between them. He then placed his trust in the director, asking him to continue looking after his grandfather. Meanwhile, on the dark, quiet waters, a large crane ship sat ominously under a dim sky. The muffled struggles of a gagged man broke the silence aboard the vessel. The captive, identified as Park Sang-gi, continued to fight futilely against his restraints. One of Mu-hyuk's subordinates reported that they had found Park Sang-gi working as a low-level operative for the Azure Wind Society. Mu-hyuk simply acknowledged the report with a quiet, "Good work." He then approached the terrified captive, calling out to Park Sang-gi by name. Mu-hyuk spoke with an unsettling familiarity, explaining that while Park Sang-gi might not know him, he knew Park Sang-gi far too well from a lifetime they'd shared for over 10 years. He recounted a past of brotherhood, forged through shared meals and near-death experiences, making the betrayal of being killed by Park Sang-gi all the more bitter. Mu-hyuk conceded the injustice of executing a man for a crime he hadn't yet committed in this timeline but stated that leaving him alive was not an option. With the gag finally loosened, Park Sang-gi could only beg for his life. Mu-hyuk delivered a final farewell, declaring Sang-gi the finale to his revenge. A heavy splash shattered the quiet of the night. Muffled screams followed as the water churned violently around a sinking car. On the nearby dock, two of Mu-hyuk's men stood impassively, watching the car disappear beneath the waves. Mu-hyuk issued a final, merciless order over the phone: break the target's limbs and dump him on a remote island so he could never return. His call was interrupted by an excited Cheon, who confirmed that Russia had declared a moratorium, exactly as Mu-hyuk had predicted. In 1998, Russia, crippled by an economic crisis, had indeed defaulted on its foreign debt, throwing global markets into chaos. Cheon urged Mu-hyuk to fly to the United States on a private jet he'd already arranged, and Mu-hyuk agreed to meet him in New York. Mu-hyuk reflected that his power to threaten even the president stemmed from the current IMF crisis, where the dollar was the ultimate weapon. He knew, however, that this leverage was temporary. Once Korea recovered, the president would inevitably try to put him on a leash. Mu-hyuk's ambition stretched far beyond his revenge against the Azure Wind Society, which was merely one of many goals in his new life. He knew the world was vast, brimming with money and opportunities yet to be seized. The scene then shifted to a magnificent castle, perched commandingly atop a forested hill. Within its opulent walls, 5 powerful figures were seated around a grand table. One man in a suit observed that it had been a long time since they'd all gathered, to which a bald man replied it was the first time since the Gulf War. The first man insisted on the repeal of certain banking regulations before the president left office, while another scoffed that this was the entire reason they had installed him. The bald man complained that the Glass-Steagall Act hindered their operations and declared that it must be repealed this time. The man in the suit casually dismissed the concerns, calling the president their puppet before making a slighting remark about his associate's demeanor. Another man in a dark suit called for an end to the bickering, reminding them that repealing the act would grant them unprecedented power. The topic of conversation then shifted to a rumor about a mysterious Easterner who had Wall Street dancing to his tune. The bald man confirmed he'd received a report about a young man named Charlie, only in his 20s, who had made a fortune during the East Asian financial crisis. A dark-haired man acknowledged the youth's talent, idly wondering about his nationality before a gray-bearded man clarified that he was Korean. The dark-haired man expressed his surprise, dismissively referring to Korea as a tiny country before asking why this Easterner was even a topic of discussion. He then mused that while the young man was insignificant now, his movements suggested he might one day become a problem for them. The gray-bearded man lightly teased the bald man, Laurentier, for his seriousness, but Laurentier himself found the notion of a threat from this newcomer absurd. The dark-haired man laughed, comparing the idea of clashing with someone from Korea to the resurrection of Hitler. However, the gray-bearded man issued a stern warning, urging them not to be complacent as an entirely new era was dawning. He elaborated on the rapid pace of change, insisting that they must be prepared for what was to come. Laurentier brushed off the caution, confident in their collective strength, and the dark-haired man agreed, boasting that even Hitler himself couldn't stand against them now. The dark-haired man then redirected the meeting to the matter of Russia, citing its failing economy and the poor health of its leader. The true movers of the world, however, operated from the shadows, like the globe-spanning Rothschild family. Among these powers was the influential Medici family of Italy. The Rockefeller family of America also held a prominent place in this secret cabal. The narration listed the Wallenberg family of Sweden before alluding to the singular individual who united all these rival factions. A woman in a distinctive purple hat sat in thoughtful silence until her companion asked if something was the matter. This unifying power was the House of Habsburg, which had secretly ruled over Europe for more than 6 centuries. The woman in the purple hat finally spoke, issuing a simple but momentous directive: keep the Korean man named Charlie under strict surveillance, as a massive movement had just begun to stir. A sharp clink of wine glasses punctuated the evening as red liquid sloshed over their rims. The woman with brown hair announced that they had signed the main contract with the Korean Deposit Insurance Corporation, setting a 6-month timeline for the Joseon Bank merger. She explained the necessity of transferring bad debts to the government and negotiating share ratios, to which the man in the white shirt replied with congratulations on her wish coming true. She humbly credited her boss for the success, after which he mentioned an upcoming trip to Hong Kong to settle the Peregrine Investment Bank matter and meet with a mysterious individual. This individual was revealed to be a proxy for a Chinese official, whose help the man in the silhouette explained was crucial for the Peregrine acquisition. The man in the white shirt acknowledged this, stating he would be in the US for a few days and would need the details upon his return. The woman with long hair noted they wouldn't see each other for a while, prompting him to ask if she would be staying for the night. In response, the woman closed the distance and embraced him tightly. A low hum signaled a shift in time and place. Sometime later, 2 men in suits descended the stairs of a private jet onto American soil. A man in a dark suit greeted his superior, formally welcoming the boss. The subordinate then praised his boss for the great work he had accomplished back in Korea. The man in the gray suit apologized for not being able to say a proper goodbye due to the sudden departure, reassuring his boss that the shootout had been handled without any issues. He expressed his relief, given Korea's strict gun ban, before inquiring if the first U.S. government contract had gone well and if his boss was headed to Kosovo. Mu-hyuk confirmed his job with the company Black Bear was to support U.S. peacekeepers in a safe region of Kosovo under good terms. His associate wished him well as the sound of a powerful engine filled the air. The view panned upwards, revealing the gleaming glass and steel of a modern city's skyscrapers. A man in glasses spotted his friend, calling out Mu-hyuk's name with excitement. Mu-hyuk returned the greeting, calling him Cheon, as the 2 men shared a warm, long-awaited embrace. He asked how things were in Korea, and his friend confirmed everything was settled and that he had worked hard. The man in glasses humbly insisted he did nothing, merely collecting on favors he was owed by Wall Street. He then shifted topics, warning that the U.S. government was a different beast entirely and that Treasury Secretary Rubin wanted to meet. The man in glasses described Rubin as no ordinary man, a hardened survivor of both Wall Street and Washington's brutal political battles. He issued a stark warning for Mu-hyuk to be careful, lest the formidable secretary eat him alive. Mu-hyuk stared into the distance, his expression thoughtful as he considered the impending high-stakes meeting. The meeting was to take place at the historic Plaza Hotel, the very site where a secret 1985 meeting changed the world economy. Inside, Mu-hyuk's mind raced, wondering what exactly the U.S. government was about to demand of him. The silver-haired man, Treasury Secretary Rubin, finally broke the silence and formally addressed Mr. Kim. Mu-hyuk politely returned the greeting as Rubin laughed, stating it was an honor to finally meet the owner of Dream High. Mu-hyuk replied that the honor was his to be granted a private audience with the U.S. Treasury Secretary himself. Rubin was the top contributor to the Clinton administration's economic boom, a figure both celebrated for U.S. growth and criticized for his pro-Wall Street policies. Rubin internally recalled how Dream High's last request had put him in a tight spot, throwing the State and Defense Departments into chaos. Acknowledging this, Mu-hyuk offered to repay the significant favor at the earliest opportunity. Rubin then cut to the chase, asking if Mu-hyuk knew of a company called Long-Term Capital Management. LTCM was a rising Wall Street star, a hedge fund that used sophisticated models to achieve 30-fold returns before its catastrophic bankruptcy following Russia's 1998 moratorium. Mu-hyuk feigned simple familiarity, referring to them as the well-known hedge fund of geniuses that produced astronomical returns. Rubin acknowledged that this would make things quicker, confirming that the firm had suffered huge losses due to Russia. He warned that the fallout threatened not just Russia, but a potential collapse of the entire U.S. market. The Treasury Secretary explained that the Federal Reserve Bank was pushing for a consortium of 16 Wall Street banks to inject bailout funds. However, Rubin confessed it was a headache because the Wall Street firms couldn't agree on one critical aspect of the deal. Mu-hyuk shrewdly pointed out that regardless of their disagreements, the Wall Street banks could not simply disobey the FRB. Rubin revealed the sticking point: the banks wanted to take over LTCM, an offer the company refused, and if word got out, the entire bank alliance would crumble. Mu-hyuk finally asked the critical question, inquiring as to what his specific role was in this delicate situation. Rubin made his stunning request, asking that Dream High join the banking consortium. The secretary elaborated, asking Mu-hyuk to lend funds directly to the Wall Street banks, who were so desperate they'd welcome even a few $100 million. Mu-hyuk reacted with disbelief, cynically asking if they simply wanted him to foot the bill for America's banks. He then questioned the scale of the bailout, to which Rubin estimated a figure around $3.65 billion. Mu-hyuk voiced his doubt that such an amount would be enough, but Rubin countered that losses only become real if positions are liquidated. The secretary explained the government's assessment: with enough capital to repay investors and enough time to hold out, the crisis could be averted. Mu-hyuk wryly complimented Rubin's silver-tongued explanation before preparing to deliver his own rebuttal. He then dropped a bombshell, revealing his knowledge that Long-Term Capital's debt was actually over $1 trillion, stunning Rubin into silence. With Rubin still reeling, Mu-hyuk pressed his advantage, questioning how such a comparatively small amount could possibly solve the problem. Mu-hyuk knew something Rubin didn't: the future, where a mere $500 million would be enough to overcome the crisis. He reflected on the dire consequences if LTCM were to fall, a collapse that would trigger a panic across the entire world's financial markets. A tense moment passed as a decision was made. Mu-hyuk calmly broke the silence, agreeing to the deal with a firm "all right." He then made a bold declaration, promising that if Dream High joined, they would not allow LTCM to go bankrupt. He presented an audacious counteroffer: Dream High would acquire 100% of LTCM's shares for $400 million and return all principal to investors. A shocked Rubin asked if Mu-hyuk intended to cover the full amount, potentially billions, without any government support. Mu-hyuk argued his plan was politically safer than a government bailout, noting the precedent it would set and the opposition it would face even within the White House. The Treasury Secretary conceded the point, realizing that an acquisition by another investment firm would indeed face far less public backlash than a historic government bailout. A heavy silence filled the room as the weight of the proposal sank in. Mu-hyuk confidently stated that no matter how brilliant Ruben was, he could not defeat someone who already knew the future. Ruben finally smiled, admitting that Mu-hyuk was far crazier than the rumor suggested. The secretary agreed to the terms, promising to discuss the new proposal with the FRB and get back to him. At this time, America's financial system was much like South Korea's, bailing out reckless firms in a way that would eventually lead to the 2008 crisis, with its only advantage being the power to print dollars. Mu-hyuk, however, saw the situation not as a crisis, but as a golden opportunity to make an immense amount of money. His thoughts drifted to the future, sensing an impending visit to the land of the sleeping bear, Russia, where another important person was waiting to be met. Under the cloak of night, a building bearing the name Giganti served as the backdrop for a clandestine meeting. Outside the formidable structure, 3 men prepared to make their entrance. A man in a dark suit, a guard, abruptly ordered them to wait. Mu-hyuk's associate, a bald man, insisted they had a meeting with the boss inside. The bald man expressed his disbelief at the guard's obstinance, questioning the refusal to let them in. A hand shot out, physically halting their advance with a sharp clap. The 2 men in suits locked eyes, a silent and intense standoff unfolding between them. From above, another man in a suit and sunglasses gave the order to let the visitors pass. With the tension momentarily eased, the men regrouped before heading inside. A man in a black suit, flanked by his entourage, strode forward to greet the new arrivals. The man in the black suit boisterously greeted Mu-hyuk, calling him brother. Andrew Giganti, the man in charge, formally welcomed them to his domain. Mu-hyuk noted that apart from a few calls it had been a long time, to which Andrew confirmed it had been over a year. When Mu-hyuk inquired about business, Andrew wryly confessed the FBI's constant surveillance made proper operations difficult. Andrew called to his staff, ordering them to bring the special wine he had mentioned. He explained that he'd saved the wine for this visit, adding that he owed Mu-hyuk for saving his family. Indeed, there was a very specific reason for Andrew's exceedingly warm welcome. A year prior, Mu-hyuk had expressed his honor at their first meeting, where Andrew had promised to keep in close contact. The narrative acknowledged that a connection to the New York Mafia, a hidden lobbying channel, would be a huge boon for Mu-hyuk's American ventures. During that past meeting, Mu-hyuk had warned Andrew about an FBI informant deep within his family, specifically among his father's closest aides. Andrew had immediately acted on the tip, launching an internal investigation that ultimately exposed the traitor. Mu-hyuk had wisely never inquired about the specific methods used to deal with the spy. Andrew confirmed that the spy had been moments from handing over everything, and that Mu-hyuk had saved them from a catastrophic crisis. Changing subjects, Andrew then questioned Mu-hyuk about his name surfacing in connection with a large-scale killing within the Japanese Yakuza. Mu-hyuk nonchalantly explained that he was merely handling a personal matter in which the Yakuza had unfortunately become involved. Andrew offered his family's full support in return, promising to help any time Mu-hyuk needed it. From a distance, a man in a gray suit holding a drink observed Mu-hyuk with keen interest. The atmosphere shifted as 4 imposing men in black suits and sunglasses marched forward in unison. The man in the gray suit calmly identified the imposing figures as his father's bodyguards, causing Mu-hyuk to question who his father was. An old man with a cane, flanked by bodyguards, descended a staircase towards Mu-hyuk's table. This was none other than the infamous head of the family, Vincent Giganti. He was the reigning king of the American Mafia, the only one of the 5 family's bosses who had never seen the inside of a prison cell. Mu-hyuk thought to himself that Vincent had only avoided prison thanks to his own timely intervention. The 3 men, Mu-hyuk, the man in the gray suit, and Vincent Giganti, sat together at a circular table. Vincent broke the silence, his gaze sharp as he confirmed Mu-hyuk was the Asian who had warned them about the FBI spy. When Mu-hyuk asked how he knew, Vincent countered, demanding to know how an outsider could uncover a secret the FBI had spent years building. Another man with a mustache tried to speak, but Vincent waved him off, insisting he needed to understand how an outsider knew what his own family didn't. Vincent condescendingly pressed his question, leaving Mu-hyuk to endure the insult in tense silence. Unfazed, Mu-hyuk replied that the information was simply a small gift to celebrate his burgeoning friendship with Andrew. Vincent repeated the phrase, a small gift, with a tone thick with suspicion. He then blindsided Mu-hyuk, demanding to know if he also exchanged such gifts with his friends in Washington, like Treasury Secretary Rubin. The man with the mustache once again tried to interject on his father's behalf. Mu-hyuk's mind reeled. He felt as though he was being interrogated like a spy when he had only come to New York to visit a friend. Deciding he had tolerated enough, Mu-hyuk stated that perhaps it was best he leave for the day. Instantly, two of Vincent's burly bodyguards moved to block his path, preventing any departure. Mu-hyuk's expression hardened as he challenged them directly, asking if they truly intended to push the confrontation all the way. A heavy silence was broken by Andrew, who reminded his father that Mu-hyuk was his guest. The intense gazes of the young financier and the old mafia don clashed in a silent battle of wills. From his position, Mu-hyuk gave a sharp command to his own men, telling them to step aside. On a nearby platform, Mu-hyuk and his own bodyguard stood poised, observing the tense proceedings below. Some time later, the meeting at the Gigante building had clearly concluded. Outside, Mu-hyuk's bodyguard asked if everything was all right after Vincent Gigante's unexpected appearance. Mu-hyuk confirmed it was fine but noted they must be more careful in the US, as his guard commented on Vincent's unexpectedly sharp demeanor. As they prepared to leave, Mu-hyuk correctly identified the entire ordeal as having been a calculated test of his character. He reflected that had he quietly submitted to Vincent's treatment, he would have lost all future opportunities with the powerful family. Back inside, Andrew admonished his father for making a mistake, warning him that Mu-hyuk was far from a pushover despite his youth. Vincent defended his actions to a confused Andy, explaining he needed to know what kind of man Mu-hyuk was before entrusting his son's life to him. Vincent then pressed Andy, asking exactly how much he knew about his new business partner. The old man admitted Mu-hyuk hadn't flinched, was no ordinary businessman, and moved in legitimate circles that had both Wall Street and Washington watching him. He ordered Andy to step back from the family's illegal dealings and work with Mu-hyuk in the lawful domain, keeping his own hands clean. Andy protested, reminding his father that he had told him many times he had no interest in the family business. Vincent issued a chilling warning, that was precisely why he had to prepare, as any other successor would surely have Andy killed. If he had been arrested, Andy would have been forced to take over, which was why Vincent now saw Mu-hyuk as their family's potential lifeline. Later, in the back of a car, Andy sat with a somber expression, the weight of his father's words settling upon him. Mu-hyuk then received a call from Rubin, who delivered the stunning news that the government would proceed with its original plan for LTCM, a Wall Street bailout. Andy, who was with Mu-hyuk, questioned the political risk of a bailout, but Rubin cryptically stated his own conditions were the only path to a mutual win. Kim Mu-hyuk immediately demanded to know who had opposed his deal, his mind racing to figure out if Wall Street's influence had foiled his plans. The answer was that while the Treasury had supported the proposal, it was flatly rejected by the Federal Reserve Chairman, Alan Greenspan. This was the legendary chairman of the Federal Reserve who ruled the global economy for nearly 20 years, from 1987 to 2006. Mu-hyuk's mind reeled as he processed the news. While the U.S. Treasury had supported their plan, Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan had flatly rejected it. This was the legendary head of the Federal Reserve, a formidable figure who had ruled the global economy for nearly 20 years. The gray-haired man on the phone explained that Greenspan hadn't just disagreed, he had refused the discussion itself entirely. He recounted that the chairman's opposition was so strong the Treasury had no choice but to yield, noting Greenspan showed an extreme aversion the moment Kim Mu-hyuk's name was mentioned. Mu-hyuk was stunned, wondering not only how the powerful chairman knew his name but also the reason for such a hostile reaction. Rubin, the man on the phone, lamented that Chairman Greenspan's power was absolute, far beyond what a mere bureaucrat like himself could ever hope to challenge. Despite the failure, Rubin upheld his end of their bargain, promising to join the Wall Street banks to fund LTCM and prevent its catastrophic bankruptcy. Using his American alias, James Han thanked his contact, Charlie Rubin, privately acknowledging the critical importance of maintaining this connection. A silver-haired man on the line then praised Han for single-handedly reducing the government's burden, expressing his own desire to maintain a good relationship. James Han readily agreed, all the while thinking that he must build as many allies as possible to navigate the treacherous landscape ahead. The silver-haired man offered a final apology to Han, regretting that his well-structured proposal had been shot down. Unfazed, James Han brushed it off and instructed him to let Wall Street know that they could come to James Han to talk about money. When asked about his travel plans, Han revealed he would return to Korea before visiting Russia, viewing the international crisis not as a threat, but as an opportunity. The silver-haired man agreed, lamenting Russia's moratorium and noting that fierce opposition within the U.S. government had prevented a more aggressive, stabilizing intervention. Han privately reflected that while the crisis was a predictable result of greed and carelessness, it was now another golden opportunity for him. As dusk settled over the city, casting long shadows between the towering skyscrapers, Mu-hyuk's mind was already racing with new calculations. Later, his subordinate, a man in glasses, debriefed him, confirming that the Federal Reserve didn't even allow a discussion about the LTCM acquisition. The subordinate speculated that the powerful Jewish financiers who secretly controlled Wall Street must have pulled strings behind the scenes. Mu-hyuk admitted this outcome was genuinely unexpected, remarking that it had been a long time since he was caught off guard and now needed to rethink his strategy. His subordinate let out a laugh, finding it amusingly human to see the seemingly omnipotent Kim Mu-hyuk actually fail at something. He then sobered, announcing there was one more unexpected development Mu-hyuk needed to know about. He reminded Mu-hyuk of his orders to continue buying Russian and Korean bonds, revealing that an unknown competitor was now buying them as well. With competition driving up prices, Mu-hyuk grew instantly alert and demanded to know the identity of this mysterious rival. The man confessed he didn't know, but he was certain it wasn't Wall Street, as they were desperate to sell, not buy, prompting Mu-hyuk to ask how much they were paying. He explained the bonds were trading around 30 cents on the dollar because their competitor aggressively matched every purchase, as if they were being watched. A heavy silence filled the room as Mu-hyuk processed the information, sensing the hand of a powerful entity at work. He made a decision, ordering his team to continue buying bonds but to avoid a bidding war, deeming it too risky without knowing his opponent. In an adjacent office, Mu-hyuk asked his team about their current stock investment ratio, which a man in a suit confirmed was nearly 10%. Mu-hyuk decisively ordered him to raise that figure to 30% by purchasing internet-related stocks. He specifically targeted future giants like Yahoo, Amazon, and Microsoft, knowing there were many ways to make money beyond bonds before the dot-com bubble burst. His subordinate, however, was still fixated on the bond competitor, concluding it couldn't possibly be Wall Street. He reasoned that few players could compete at that scale, ruling out Japan and logically concluding the rival must be from Europe. A grim realization dawned on Mu-hyuk as he considered the possibility of a specific European adversary. If it was truly them, he knew his current strategy was obsolete and he would need to devise a completely new plan of attack. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a new conflict was reaching its climax on the streets of Hong Kong. The sharp click of high heels on pavement echoed as a woman moved through the night. A moment later, that same woman, her face a mask of worry, glanced nervously over her shoulder. A man's shout suddenly cut through the air, ordering his men to capture her. With a swift, decisive movement, the woman's stiletto heel came down, crushing a flip phone on the ground. She then broke into a desperate sprint, balancing precariously as she ran along a bridge railing under the dark sky. A group of tattooed henchmen were in hot pursuit, their shouts to catch her echoing in the night. Cornered and out of options, the woman whispered a final, sorrowful apology to her unseen boss. Elsewhere, a man in a suit reported to his superior that negotiations for a long-term mercenary contract in Kosovo were ongoing with the U.S. Defense Department. The seated man listened patiently, noting that as global conflicts continued, the mercenary market would only grow, sparing American lives. He clarified that their U.S. government contract was just the beginning and that they would recruit the best soldiers regardless of race or origin. He reminded his subordinate of his core philosophy: money was never the main concern, as there were countless ways to acquire it. What he truly desired, he explained, was absolute power, the power to protect everything he owned, from his fortune to his people. The black-haired boss then revealed his ultimate ambition: to build the world's greatest mercenary company and make the world tremble at the name Black Bear. His light-haired lieutenant confidently assured him that his vision would be realized. The strategic meeting was abruptly interrupted as a worried subordinate burst in, calling out for the president. He delivered the alarming news that they had lost all contact with Eva Ju and her bodyguard in Hong Kong. The man elaborated that they had vanished after leaving their hotel the previous night, and the bodyguard was missing as well. The boss asked if they had checked with Peregrine, the company Eva was scheduled to meet, and the subordinate confirmed she had never shown up. The boss announced he would now have to go to Hong Kong to handle the Peregrine investment and meet someone, prompting a nearby woman to ask who. He explained he was meeting the proxy of a Chinese official, whose assistance was vital for the Peregrine acquisition. As he spoke, his mind turned dark with violent possibilities. If Eva had betrayed him, he would find her and kill her himself. But if she was in trouble, his resolve was just as absolute: he would kill whoever dared to harm her. He turned to a spiky-haired man and issued a clear order: send their people, spare no expense, and find them immediately. His command concluded with a chilling finality: find them, even if they were just corpses. The scene shifted to a cold, cavernous industrial building, its interior steeped in shadow. A metal cart stood nearby, its surface holding a grim collection of blood-stained instruments and drug vials. One of the captors, a tattooed man, cursed the stubbornness of his prisoner, who still refused to talk. He wondered aloud how she could resist their interrogation drug and contemplated injecting her with an even larger dose. Remembering that his superior, Brother Jiang, demanded results, he ordered a bald henchman to bring more drugs. Suddenly, a loud noise from the entrance made both the tattooed man and the bald man jump in surprise. Jiang Lin Feng, the fearsome vice leader of the Hong Kong Triad's Jabong division, stormed in, furious that they still hadn't gotten the information. The tattooed henchman hurriedly apologized, explaining that even the drugs were useless and that the woman had destroyed her phone during the chase. Another man with tied hair stepped forward, branding them idiots and warning them that the chairman was waiting for answers. He spelled out their mission with cold precision: they were to find out who had acquired Peregrine and identify the woman's true financial backer. The battle for a single life had only just begun. News struck hard and fast: the Hong Kong Triad had kidnapped Eva Ju, prompting the older man to question their involvement. The younger man frantically wondered about her connection to them and, more importantly, demanded to know her current location. The older man explained that even local detectives were stumped, as any case involving the Triad puts one's life on the line. The organization was identified as Jabong, a mid-level triad with deep ties to the Chinese mainland underworld. Its leader, Mei Hong, operated from a legitimate hotel, while his aide, Jiang Lin Feng, was known for his exceptional cruelty. The older man speculated the motive was money, explaining that unlike other criminal factions, the triads value cash above all else, even life. His phone suddenly buzzed with an urgent update. The older man's face turned pale as he read the incoming message. He announced with dread that Eva's bodyguard's corpse had just been discovered. An anonymous tip had led police to the body, whose head had been deliberately left on a busy park bench. The protagonist's associate, Mr. Ma, recognized this as a direct signal to them, noting the body would have vanished completely otherwise. The man in the suit deduced that Eva had likely not revealed anything about him, as no calls for negotiation or threats had yet arrived. However, he knew that with every passing moment, the danger to her life increased exponentially. Mr. Ma gave the order to contact Eric and mobilize a Black Bear team in Hong Kong, then asked if they were prepared for war. The man in the suit stoically replied, if need be. Mr. Ma reminded him that they were in Chinese territory now, a place where American influence meant nothing. The man in the suit agreed, acknowledging that the U.S. government would not risk a conflict with mainland China for his sake. He told Mr. Ma that while Eva could be replaced, his reputation would be ruined if he abandoned his people in their time of need. Mr. Ma protested, insisting that the chosen path was far too dangerous. The man in the suit declared his readiness to solve the problem with money or, if necessary, with force. His priority, however, was to avoid creating more problems, vowing that if a corpse was all that remained, he would at least recover and bury it himself. Seeing his employer's resolve, Mr. Ma reluctantly agreed to follow his orders. The man in the suit privately acknowledged he lacked the power to clash with China, a nation where law and common sense were still liabilities. Yet, he knew this was a fight he could not avoid, driven by the absolute necessity to save Eva. Meanwhile, across the sea, the sun set over the bustling Hong Kong harbor. Advertisements seeking information on Eva's whereabouts began to appear throughout the city. The search was plastered across the front page of the South China Times for all to see. In his office, the job-on leader, Mei Hong, sat with a bemused expression. Mei Hong scoffed at their target's audacity, finding it amusing that he would advertise all over Hong Kong for them to see. He angrily questioned a kneeling subordinate about the man's identity, who could only apologize for their failure to find any information. Mei Hong venomously asked if life had been too easy for his men, berating them for the lack of results. He revealed that the mainland government had directly requested this operation, making it a golden opportunity to gain their favor. A man with glasses pointed at the newspaper, urging them to get in touch with the advertiser immediately. Mei Hong decided that what they truly needed was to prove their usefulness to their powerful mainland contacts. Night fell upon the city, with lights illuminating the windows of the Triad's headquarters. Inside, a man sat at his desk and answered a ringing phone. A voice on the other end greeted him with a simple, "Hello." The caller immediately confirmed that he was the one who had put up the ads. The man in the suit surprised the Triad member by correctly guessing he was either Jiang Lin Feng or Mei Hong himself. The caller was stunned, realizing their mysterious enemy already knew his and his boss's names before they even knew his. After a tense pause, the voice identified himself, "Jiang Lin Feng here," confirming they had Eva and wished to negotiate in Hong Kong. The man in the suit demanded to know if she was safe, to which Jiang Lin Feng warned that any more delays would put her safety at risk. Jiang Lin Feng added a chilling threat, mentioning that his men were becoming very interested in her. Unfazed, the man in the suit demanded to speak with Eva to confirm her safety and stated curtly that he would wait. Jiang Lin Feng was taken aback by the sheer audacity of his opponent's demands. The man in the suit informed Mr. Ma that the caller was indeed Jiang Lin Feng. Mr. Ma questioned whether such an aggressive stance was the right approach. The man in the suit explained they needed to lead the situation, appearing weak would only put Eva in more danger. He anticipated they would now be summoned to Hong Kong, but Mr. Ma insisted that he should go alone to retrieve Eva. The man in the suit firmly refused, stating, "No. I'll go myself." He reflected on his attempts to avoid changing the future, realizing his actions were already causing a butterfly effect. The man in the suit understood he now had to proactively interfere to control the spiraling situation. A sudden flicker of static interrupted his thoughts. The connection was being made. Jiang Lin Feng on the other end gruffly stated that he would connect him. Mr. Ma grabbed the phone as a weak voice came through, and he cried out Eva's name. The man in the suit took the receiver, urgently asking if she was okay. Eva faintly recognized her boss's voice, and the man in the suit confirmed to Mr. Ma that she was alive. Eva tearfully apologized, assuring her boss that she hadn't said anything, to which he calmly replied that he knew. The man in the suit made a solemn promise to her, "Wait for me. I'll be there soon." At the airport, a large departure board displayed flight information for Hong Kong. The man in the suit walked purposefully through the terminal, flanked by a formidable security detail. His escorts, a team of men in dark suits and sunglasses, scanned their surroundings vigilantly. An airport security officer stepped forward, politely asking the group to present their passports. One of the bodyguards, Eric Clark of Black Bear, explained they were protecting a VIP and had been cleared by the Hong Kong government. The security officer's eyes widened slightly as he looked past the bodyguard. He nervously gestured toward the man in the suit, confirming if he was the VIP. Sensing the officer's unease, Eric Clark apologized for the interruption and received clearance to proceed. The man in the suit gave a curt command to his team to move out. The imposing group continued their walk through the airport. The man in the suit silently vowed to Eva that he would come and save her soon, no matter the cost. The city lights of a bustling harbor shimmered against the dark, tranquil waters of the night. In a dimly lit room, a seated man reminded his subordinates that this crucial job came directly from the mainland, promising them powerful backing if they succeeded. He demanded nothing less than success, a command his subordinate immediately acknowledged. Elsewhere, a man in a car inquired about the target's location, receiving confirmation that she was tied up inside. The grating sound of a vehicle braking shattered the quiet of the warehouse district. The man in the maroon suit ordered the hostage to be brought in, just as the man in the tank top announced the arrival of their counterparts. A group of suited men strode confidently toward a lone figure seated on a stool, his back turned to them. The man in the maroon suit addressed the figure, attempting to ascertain if he was the infamous Mei Hong or his subordinate, Jiang Lin Feng. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing the man who had turned to face him. The man identified himself as Jiang Lin Feng, explaining that their godfather did not personally attend to such matters. The man in the maroon suit then directly asked if Jiang Lin Feng was the one backing a woman named Eva. One of Jiang Lin Feng's associates, a man in a suit, cut straight to the point and demanded to know where Eva was. The man in the maroon suit smirked, mockingly calling the associate impatient. He began to speak, his threat hanging in the air. A sudden stumble echoed through the tense silence. A woman was violently shoved forward, letting out a pained groan as she fought to stay upright. The man in sunglasses shouted Eva's name in alarm as he saw her. The man in the suit, ignoring the theatrics, demanded their price. The man in the maroon suit stated they wanted the return of funds they had invested in a company called Peregrine. The man in the suit flatly refused, explaining that Peregrine's acquisition was legal and all debts were settled, telling them to take it up with the person who managed their investment. The man with the ponytail and goatee scoffed at the legalities, insisting that since they now owned Peregrine, they must return the money. A man with a scar on his cheek stepped forward, bluntly asking how much they wanted. The man with the ponytail and goatee named their price, $3 million for the investment, plus an additional $2 million for the woman's life, for a total of $5 million. The man with the scar on his cheek declared the terms non-negotiable and gave them a 1-hour deadline to wire the funds. Unfazed, the man with the ponytail and goatee warned that if they failed to pay, they would take Eva's head instead. The man with the scar on his cheek countered with a cold promise that they would all die if any harm came to her. A wave of contemptuous laughter erupted from the kidnapper's side. The man with the ponytail and goatee sneered, questioning if they truly believed they would be safe after such a confrontation. He then bellowed for all of his men to reveal themselves. A deafening roar filled the warehouse as dozens of gangsters emerged from the shadows. The man in the maroon suit calmly reiterated their offer, suggesting a clean and simple transaction if they just paid the money. However, the man in the suit made a bold counteroffer, stating he would give them $5 million only if they brought their boss, Mei Hong, to him. One of the men with scars angrily warned him not to speak the godfather's name so lightly, threatening to forget the money and kill him right there. The man in the suit stood his ground, insisting that matters of money were discussed between leaders, not with hounds like them. His strategy was clear: involving Mei Hong directly was the only path to resolving the situation without anyone getting hurt. The man with scars sneered, asking if he was so eager to watch the woman die. Nearby, a determined woman in a white dress gripped a small knife, ready to act. A sharp gasp of pain cut through the air. The woman in the white dress, Eva, desperately shouted for them to stop. The man in sunglasses criticized the kidnappers' refusal, pointing out they were complicating things for no reason by not just calling Mei-hong. The scarred, tattooed enforcer stared back, his expression a mask of cold fury. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension as a seated man calmly ordered them to tell Mei-hong to come immediately. The man with scars was stunned, his mind reeling as he wondered who this young man was and if he was the true leader. The seated man's thoughts confirmed his status as the real backer of Eva Ju. The man with scars voiced his disbelief, demanding to know if this young man was truly Eva's backer and the owner of Peregrine. Two of the seated man's aides gestured towards the ground. Following their gesture, the kidnappers saw several large duffel bags laid out before them. One bag was open, revealing stacks of pristine US dollar bills. The man with the scar stared in shocked disbelief at the sight of so much cash. The seated man explained that each bag held $1 million before repeating his simple command, "Call Mei-hong." The man with the scar began to protest again, claiming his godfather wouldn't come for this. A flicker of flame suddenly erupted from a lighter. A man in a red suit casually warned that if they refused to call, their precious money would simply disappear. He repeated the threat as he moved the flame dangerously close to the cash. The sound of a bag being dragged across the concrete floor broke the silence. The flame flared brightly, threatening to ignite the fortune. Panicked, the man with the scar yelled at his men to grab the bags of money. His gangsters scrambled forward in a rush. But they were stopped dead in their tracks. The seated man's entourage now stood with guns drawn, a silent, deadly perimeter around him and the cash. The sharp-featured man looked at his watch and gave them a new ultimatum: call Mei-hong within 30 minutes. Just then, a new figure appeared, the tattooed man declaring that such a call would not be necessary. The crowd of thugs parted, bowing low as their leader finally made his appearance. The man in sunglasses looked on in astonishment, marveling that the true owner of Peregrine was such a young man. The sharp-featured man calmly addressed the imposing figure, asking if he was Mei-hong. The man confirmed his identity as Mei-hong of Jabong, announcing he was ready to make a deal. The sharp-featured man made a stunning counteroffer, proposing to give him $10 million instead. Then, he revealed his terrifying condition: in exchange for the money, Mei-hong was to execute every single one of his own men who had dared to touch Eva, starting with Jiang Lin Feng. A tense meeting unfolded around a bonfire, where two groups of armed men faced each other in the dark. The man in the leopard print shirt loudly proclaimed that $10 million was more than enough, a sentiment quickly supported by his partner in sunglasses. The man in the suit announced that since negotiation had failed, he would now employ a different tactic. He calmly revealed his ultimate weapon: an overwhelming amount of money. Stunned, the man in the leopard print shirt and his companion reacted with fury, demanding to know what he took them for. The man in the suit laid out their choices: a bloody fight to the death or a peaceful $10 million payout. He then coolly stated that he was indifferent to their decision. He knew their leader, Mei-hong, would inevitably choose the money, as fighting would only result in losses for his organization. The man in the suit was certain the money-obsessed triad would never sacrifice a fortune for honor, sealing the outcome before the confrontation even began. Across the clearing, his own team of professionals stood ready, their composed demeanor a stark contrast to the opposing gang. In the shadows, one of his trusted men quietly drew a handgun, awaiting the signal. The man with the gun, Eric, responded to his boss, confirming his readiness. The boss had earlier inquired about the proficiency of their sniper team. He had been confidently assured that they could be trusted to guarantee everyone's safety should the situation escalate. The opposing leader, the man with sunglasses, finally relented and announced they would accept the offer. Without warning, the night was shattered by the sound of 4 distinct gunshots. A man with a goatee and prominent tattoos stared in wide-eyed horror at the sudden betrayal. Amidst a field of unconscious bodies, a single figure stood victorious over the neutralized gang members. The man with the goatee cried out, desperately begging for the Godfather to save them. The man in the suit emotionlessly thanked the fallen men for their service, their purpose now fulfilled. A final, harrowing scream echoed through the clearing before silence fell. The man with sunglasses stared forward, his expression cold and intense despite the chaos. A man with tied-back hair lay on the ground defeated, his eyes open and vacant. The man with sunglasses confirmed that everyone else was dead and stated it was time for the other side to fulfill their part of the bargain. His large bodyguard simply shrugged in response to the grim proceedings. The man with sunglasses questioned what the young man would have done without his assistance, doubting his ability to escape Hong Kong after such a violent incident. The man in the suit calmly dismissed the concern, stating it was nothing he needed to worry about. The bodyguard then informed his boss that the $10 million had been successfully transferred. While the man in the suit confirmed receipt, his counterpart praised his competence and willingness to part with such a large sum. The man with sunglasses then offered what he called one last warning. Now identified as the man in white, he delivered a chilling threat: if any more of his people were harmed, they would meet the same fate as the men on the ground. A man in glasses on the opposing side sneered, dismissing the warning as mere reckless bravado. The man in white retorted that they would discover the truth of his words upon their death, reminding them that today they received money. He finished his threat by promising that next time, it would be a bullet through their skulls. The man in glasses could only glare back, his eyes narrowed into furious slits. A heavy silence descended, thick with unspoken threats and animosity. After confirming the sniper team had withdrawn, the man in white ordered his group to head straight for the airport. A woman in black, Eva, hesitantly addressed her boss, but he gently reassured her that she did well and was now safe. Overwhelmed with guilt, Eva could only manage a choked apology. The man in white told her the one mistake she made was not informing him, an error that had put herself and everyone else in grave danger. The man in the suit and the woman both knew Eva had handled things well until now, leading them to believe she could manage this task alone. However, the triads were a world away from the financial elites Eva usually dealt with, living by the law of knives and guns. The man in the suit explained that while he understood her thinking, her bodyguard's murder proved the danger, forcing him to solve it with money to prevent further casualties. The woman, Eva, could only repeat her apology, full of regret. He tried to comfort her, insisting that her safety was the only thing that truly mattered. Eva looked up at her boss, her expression a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Internally, the man in the suit considered how Eva's knowledge of his shell companies and tax havens made her a dangerous liability. He then instructed his subordinate, Eric, to provide both Han Kyung-yong and Eva with the same high level of protection he received. The scene transitioned to a sweeping vista of a modern city, dominated by a tall, golden skyscraper. The setting shifted once more to a large, white hospital building in Korea. Inside, a doctor reported that a female patient was covered in injuries that would unfortunately leave scars. He confirmed her life was not in danger but noted she was suffering from a severe anxiety disorder and required significant rest. The powerful roar of a car's engine signaled a swift departure. Driving away, Jin-woo reflected that he needed more money and power, as wealth was meaningless if he could not protect his people. He mused that he was forced to let Mei Hong live only because his own power and influence did not yet extend into China's vast underworld. Later, Jin-woo formally thanked his lieutenants, Eric and Oliver, for their excellent work. When asked about their departure schedule, Jin-woo confirmed they would be leaving the next day. He was then briefed that Oliver's team was likely to be sent to Kosovo, where they could face active combat with Serbian militias. The conflict was rooted in the 1990s breakup of Yugoslavia, a period marked by horrific ethnic cleansing and the brutal Bosnian War. Jin-woo confirmed his unit, Black Bear, had recruited heavily from former KGB and Soviet Special Forces operatives who entered the mercenary market after the Cold War. The man in black then inquired if any of these new recruits had connections within Russia's political or military leadership. His subordinate, the man in suit, confidently replied that it was a certainty and he would begin looking into it for his boss. The timing was perfect. Though Eva's kidnapping had caused a delay, Russia's current political and economic crisis presented an ideal opening to expand their influence. The opulent estate stood under a clear sky as an unseen voice questioned the sudden, surprising journey to Russia. Inside the lavish comfort, the older man inquired about Moscow, learning the younger would soon be gone from Korea for a significant time. A ripple of concern crossed the older man's mind, worried about the nation's political tremors unsettling the young man's path. With unyielding resolve, the younger man declared his crucial work awaited, already securing a bodyguard for the impending journey. The older man, lost in contemplation, recounted an elder's arduous train journey, finding hope in the world's immeasurable expanse. A wistful longing for a missed journey lingered in the older man's voice, until the younger offered a gentle promise to share that dream once health returned. A man in a crisp suit formally announced the arrival of Miss Cheon Ji-young, drawing their attention. Cheon Ji-young burst in with infectious cheer, her eager calls echoing through the welcoming space. The older man embraced her warmly, his heart touched by her tender affection and genuine concern for his well-being. Ji-young gently dismissed his ailment as minor, and the older man reassuringly confirmed his full recovery, as the younger man watched. He silently acknowledged Ji-young's singular power to soothe their grandfather's heart, a void his own status as heir could never hope to fill. In his thoughts, only Ji-young and their grandfather truly felt like family. The grand residence stood, a familiar image of affluence. A sudden revelation sparked his surprised question, "Singer?" Ji-young playfully declared her beauty demanded celebrity status, prompting the younger man's silent acknowledgement of her undeniable confidence. She reminisced about her childhood dream of singing and her parents' backing, stirring the younger man's memory of her mother's own artistic past. Ji-young elaborated on her year of training and imminent debut, prompting him to ask about her agency. She scoffed at the idea of his knowledge, yet he returned her dismissiveness with a knowing smirk, hinting otherwise. K-pop's future global dominance was still unseen, for now, few agencies possessed significant capital or systems, many operating without clear direction. More disturbingly, many were tied to criminal gangs. He rattled off major agency names, but Ji-young patiently clarified her ambition for a solo debut, past the age for idol groups. With dazzling self-assurance, she declared her intent to craft and perform her own songs, promising a debut worthy of his fervent anticipation. He offered a gentle smile of support, urging her to pursue her passion with dedication. His face hardened with an abrupt, stark determination. He stepped aside, a solitary figure deep in thought, making a call that carried unspoken weight. His voice held a clear, urgent directive for manager Ma, uncover Ji-young's recent activities by morning. The sleek Myeongdong Capitol building loomed, a new scene for unfolding events. He repeated the name, QVX Entertainment, with a hint of surprise in his inquiry. Manager Ma identified QVX's CEO, a name that struck the younger man with an unsettling sense of familiarity. A chilling realization struck him: this was the notorious, trash CEO, infamous even to him for his history of exploiting singers like slaves. He condemned their predatory tactics, extorting trainees with false promises, then discarding them, effectively operating as disguised gangsters. Even as the world progressed, shadowy figures maintained their grip on the entertainment industry, their dark profits fueled by exploiting rising stars. To deepen their control, these forces established their own record labels, weaving themselves inextricably into the industry's fabric. With a grim expectation, the younger man asked if Ji-young had faced illicit offers. Manager Ma's confirmation hung heavy in the air. A cold fury ignited in his eyes, his jaw clenched tight with simmering rage. A memory of Ji-young, bathed in an almost angelic glow, resurfaced, confirming his silent conviction that her altered future was a burden he alone carried. With steely resolve, he instructed manager Ma to contact President Lee Sang-gyun and ensure Kvix's CEO was brought to the Myeongdong office. His voice dropped to a chilling command, rough him up, but keep him breathing, and do it now. The QVX entertainment building stood, unaware of the storm approaching. Kim Jong-sik, a sly smirk on his face, reminded them all of the night's critical importance. 3 young women sat in palpable distress, their anxiety a heavy, unspoken presence in the room. He announced the imminent arrival of influential contacts, instructing them to show their talent, with a sinister undercurrent. With a trembling voice, one woman questioned if merely pouring drinks truly secured their promised debut. Kim Jong-sik exploded with grand, theatrical promises of a guaranteed debut, an album launch, and a straight shot into the top 10. A flicker of desperate hope and excitement ignited in the trainees' eyes. He delivered a chilling, veiled threat, a "good job tonight," transcended stage performance, demanding if they understood his dark meaning. With aggressive gestures, he declared industry success demanded everything: dreams, passion, life, even one's very body and soul. A voice barked a sudden command: "You can't do this. Move," startling Kim Jong-sik mid-sentence. 3 imposing figures in black suits strode purposefully into the office, their expressions unyielding. The door slammed shut, and Kim Jong-sik recoiled, his angry shout of, "Who the hell are you people?" mingling with the trainees' silent terror. The tall man calmly identified Kim Jong-sik and issued an authoritative summons, met with a defiant accusation of gang affiliation. Kim Jong-sik sneered, arrogantly challenging them with the name of the Saesong gang and his senior, Chief Baek Chang-ho. A punch landed with sickening force, snapping Kim Jong-sik's head back. The tall man calmly adjusted his collar, revealing their true affiliation: "We're from the Saesong gang," a shocking truth that left the injured Kim Jong-sik gasping. He screamed, "Please spare me," as another punch rained down, followed by an agonizing, "I was wrong," and yet another brutal punch that tore through his pleas. Night had fallen over the Myeongdong Capitol building, its windows now glowing with a colder light. In a grim, confined space, Kim Jong-sik sat a broken mess, battered and utterly miserable. The younger man, observing the beaten figure, confirmed his identity as Kim Jong-sik, receiving an immediate affirmation. He pressed further on the company's ties to the Saesong gang, learning their connection was rooted in supplying singers to clubs. The younger man addressed Kim Jong-sik directly, his voice cutting through the silence, demanding if he truly understood the reason for his abduction. Kim Jong-sik groveled, his apologies a terrified stammer as he struggled to find the correct, respectful title. "What exactly did you do wrong?" the younger man's intense voice pressed. Kim Jong-sik's battered face contorted in terrified confusion, he simply did not know. The younger man's next question, "Then do you know Cheon Ji-young?" struck Kim Jong-sik like a lightning bolt. His voice sharpened with accusation, demanding how he could claim ignorance of a trainee in his own company. With a wince, Kim Jong-sik reluctantly admitted, "Why yes. I know her. Cheon Ji-young." The younger man's gaze was unwavering as he issued a stern warning, "From now on, answer carefully." Kim Jong-sik's face was a mask of pure terror as the younger man delivered his chilling ultimatum: "Your answer will decide whether I grant you a painful or easy death." The younger man with black spiky hair stood with chilling calm, observing the terrified manager Ma. He leaned in, his voice cutting through manager Ma's terror, dissecting the human heart's inherent frailty. He laid bare manager Ma's hypocrisy, the contrast between his cruelty to the vulnerable and his spinelessness before power. A quiet address from the man with glasses shifted the focus, a subtle cue understood by the younger man with black spiky hair. A chilling query about manager Ma's dispensability hung in the air, a casual pronouncement that struck him with sheer, paralyzing terror. His pleas were raw, guttural cries for mercy, a desperate, broken testament to his utter despair. The younger man's stern inquiry cut through the fear, demanding the truth about Cheon Ji-young. His weak, fearful denial hung in the tense air, betraying the lie even as it left his lips. The sharp reminder from the younger man intensified manager Ma's terror, demanding a swift, honest reckoning. Under duress, manager Ma admitted to taking money with a false promise of Cheon Ji-young's debut. A single, sharp query pushed for the rest of his shameful confession. He confessed his petty revenge, sabotaging her debut and forcing menial tasks upon her for her defiance. The younger man's skepticism was met with manager Ma's weak, unconvincing insistence that he had told everything. The man with glasses addressed to the younger man signaled an unspoken command, a new phase of their grim interrogation. A sudden, brutal kick shattered manager Ma's fragile composure. A relentless, brutal assault rained down upon manager Ma, each sickening blow tearing through his desperate cries of "Aack" and "Ah." Broken, manager Ma blurted out the ultimate betrayal. He had tried to procure a sponsor for Cheon Ji-young. He quickly added that Cheon Ji-young had, thankfully, refused the sordid offer. He desperately tried to rationalize his actions, claiming such exploitation was a normal, necessary rite of passage in the industry. The younger man's calm, piercing question cut through manager Ma's terror, demanding the identity of the sponsor. His voice, now laced with cold fury, boomed out, demanding the name of the depraved individual who dared to approach Cheon Ji-young. Profound terror sealed his lips, trapping the damning name within him. Another brutal impact ripped through his already broken body. A powerful, devastating kick sent manager Ma flying through the air, screaming as his body slammed against the hard floor. His fierce demands echoed, each word a hammer blow, relentlessly driving for the sponsor's hidden identity. Between sobs, manager Ma finally gasped out the name, Kim Hyunjik, the Hyunjwa Group chairman's eldest son. The name sparked a cold recognition. Hyunjwa Group, a major player in the defense industry, now a target. With unwavering resolve, the younger man with black spiky hair ordered Kim Hyunjik's complete eradication from the entertainment world, a command met with immediate assent. His thoughts now turned to a practical matter, inquiring about the Saesong faction's entertainment agencies, and receiving a concise reply. He laid out his protective plan, ensuring Cheon Ji-young's debut would be clean, free from shady clubs, confined only to legitimate stages and broadcasts. The man with glasses affirmed the plan's feasibility, promising immediate action and investigation. A rare note of genuine appreciation colored his voice, acknowledging the forthcoming assistance. The scene shifted to a grand, elegant mansion, bathed in the tranquil embrace of a bright, serene sky, a stark contrast to the darkness left behind. Stepping into the elegant foyer, the younger man with black spiky hair announced his calm return. A wave of unadulterated joy erupted as Cheon Ji-young, with a radiant smile, rushed to greet her beloved Appa. Her voice bubbled with effervescent joy as she eagerly detailed her imminent debut and the new agency's promise to release her album. His feigned surprise mirrored her triumphant joy, confirming the reality of her long-sought contract. Beaming, Cheon Ji-young shared the modest initial album plans, yet her voice soared with optimism about already secured TV and radio schedules. He offered heartfelt congratulations, recognizing the long-awaited culmination of her dream, which she met with overwhelming happiness. Her eager invitations, coupled with promises of front-row seats, painted a vibrant future where they would all share in her hard-won success. Nestled in her grandfather's embrace, her joy was infectious, reinforcing her fervent wish for him to attend her concert. A gentle smile graced his lips, basking in the pure, unburdened joy of Cheon Ji-young. As the sun dipped low, painting the distant mountains in hues of amber, the grand mansion settled into a quiet, somber expanse. On the phone, his voice was grave as he tasked manager Ma with a thorough investigation of Hyunjwa Group and its eldest son during his absence. His thoughts drifted to Cheon Ji-young's formidable lineage, a 5-term congressman's granddaughter, and the potent implications of her true identity. But knowledge was irrelevant. A cold, unyielding resolve settled within him. Hyunjik would pay dearly for daring to harm his family. Thousands of miles away, the imposing steel and glass facade of Moscow's international airport welcomed a new arrival. With effortless confidence, he disembarked from the private jet, ready for Moscow. Igor, European team leader of Black Bear, extended a welcoming hand, acknowledging his arrival and outlining his team's readiness. Their handshake solidified the critical understanding: Igor was now solely responsible for his safety in Moscow. Beneath a vast, clear sky, the sprawling heart of Moscow unfolded, its ancient spires and winding river a testament to its enduring power. The powerful engine hummed softly as the luxury car navigated Moscow's bustling streets. A pointed question about Russian gun laws was met with Igor's blunt, unvarnished no. Igor painted a stark, brutal picture of a land where safety was a myth, where even illegal firearms and rocket launchers were tools of daily survival. His immediate, direct inquiry steered the conversation back to his primary objective. Igor confirmed a meeting with Boris Berezovsky, an oligarch, was already secured. Oligarchs, colossal conglomerates, seized the shattered remnants of the Soviet economy, wielding immense, unchecked power over Russia's very fabric. Yeltsin's staunch allies, they held absolute power, ruthlessly crushing obstacles with the Red Mafia's brutal might, ensuring their meteoric, blood-stained ascent. Berezovsky, Igor explained, was the crucial link, prompting a sharp, pragmatic query about the man's true nature. Igor began, detailing Berezovsky's cunning duality, a generous facade, beneath which lay a penchant for ruthless social ruin. The younger man listened in pensive silence as Igor concluded, revealing Berezovsky's ultimate method: those who opposed him vanished without a trace. The desolate, expansive landscape underscored Russia's immense, unforgiving scale. The oligarchs, masters of manipulation, had orchestrated Yeltsin's re-election, flooding media with communist-era bleakness while suppressing inconvenient truths. Yet, their reign would soon crumble, destined to fall before the iron will of Russia's enigmatic future czar, Vladimir Putin. Moscow's sprawling expanse unfolded under an immense, bright sky. The Grand Moscow Hotel stood as a testament to opulence. The younger man with black spiky hair absorbed the chilling security presence. Heavily armed men in tactical gear emerged, a stark reminder of the city's brutal reality Igor had painted. The man with a beard, Igor, offered a subtle, yet firm invitation to exit the secure vehicle. Surrounded by armed escorts, Kim Mu-hyuk maintained a poised and collected stride. Their procession moved steadily towards the heavily guarded, imposing hotel entrance. Kim Mu-hyuk questioned the armed hotel guards, prompting Igor to explain the pervasive, strict security that's normal in Russia. Igor reassured Kim Mu-hyuk of their safety, stating even the Red Mafia couldn't breach the hotel's formidable defenses. The hotel's true invincibility stemmed from its powerful oligarch owner, Igor emphasized. An older man with white hair, Chairman Berchovsky, warmly embraced Igor, noting their long separation. Igor, now known as the man with a beard, returned the chairman's cordiality with a shared laugh. The chairman made a chilling, suggestive comment about a life Igor had once saved. Chairman Berchovsky's curiosity about Kim Mu-hyuk was met with Igor's introduction of his new Korean employer. Kim Mu-hyuk offered a respectful, formal greeting to Chairman Berchovsky. The chairman's skepticism regarding Kim Mu-hyuk's apparent youth was palpable. Kim Mu-hyuk's revelation of his age caused Chairman Berchovsky to erupt in hearty laughter, profoundly impressed by the young man's early achievements. A creak of the chair signaled the chairman's shift to serious business. Kim Mu-hyuk declared his ambition to establish a Russian business, promising fair recompense. The chairman welcomed the proposition, eager to hear the specifics of the young man's desires. Kim Mu-hyuk specified his need: introductions to crucial government officials. He recognized his deep connections in Washington and Wall Street were worthless here, leaving him without a single foundation in Russia. Chairman Berchovsky vehemently denounced American investors, accusing Wall Street banks of recklessly plundering Russia's economy and causing the moratorium. Kim Mu-hyuk nodded outwardly, but internally dismissed the chairman's nationalist posturing as a blatant, hypocritical joke. He mused that Russia's economic collapse had spared its oligarchs, who had long siphoned capital abroad, rendering them immune to national hardship. Kim Mu-hyuk pledged his unwavering commitment to Russia's long-term growth, unlike the fleeting, self-serving Wall Street investors. His mind calculated Russia's immense long-term investment value, seeing a powerful nation rich in both natural resources and formidable military might. The chairman directly questioned the basis of his trust. Kim Mu-hyuk's audacious offer to guarantee a share of his future Russian venture stunned both the chairman and Igor. The chairman erupted in delighted laughter. "Young man, you really know how to place a bet." Chairman Berchovsky jovially teased Igor about his surprisingly bold new employer, Kim Mu-hyuk. Chairman Berchovsky, now fully invested, boasted of his boundless influence, offering access to any official from ministers to the president. The chairman cautioned against involving President Yeltsin, citing his declining health. Kim Mu-hyuk, with an unyielding resolve, requested an introduction to the FSB director, surprising the chairman. The chairman tried to dissuade him, arguing the FSB held no sway in economic matters. Kim Mu-hyuk explained his need for the FSB's assistance to circumvent legal obstacles, subtly challenging the chairman's capabilities. The chairman, now assertive, boasted he could connect with the president with a single call, making an FSB director an effortless task. Kim Mu-hyuk directed him to initiate the call immediately. As twilight painted the sky, a convoy of black cars traversed the city. Kim Mu-hyuk noted Igor's familiarity with Berchovsky, prompting Igor to reveal a past favor from his military days. Igor expressed profound disgust for oligarchs, explaining his refusal to work for them due to their ugly greed. When asked about the FSB director, Igor admitted unfamiliarity, citing the enduring friction between KGB and Soviet soldiers. The city now glittered, fully awake under the deep night sky. A lone figure approached a brightly illuminated, heavily guarded entrance at night. Igor indicated their arrival, signaling it was time to proceed. Kim Mu-hyuk's determined instruction to meet alone, leaving Igor behind, visibly startled his bodyguard. Igor voiced his profound apprehension about facing an ex-KGB agent alone. Kim Mu-hyuk calmly dismissed Igor's fears, confident his host would not harm him in his own home, hinting at his own undisclosed knowledge. The ornate double doors awaited his decisive entry. Kim Mu-hyuk offered a polite greeting, extending his hand in introduction. The man introduced himself as Putin, the formidable Federal Security Service director, as their hands met. A bead of sweat formed as Kim Mu-hyuk realized he stood before the future Tsar, destined to dominate global headlines for decades. He was Vladimir Putin. The cozy domesticity of the room belied the gravity of their encounter. Putin's offer of tea, a fine batch, momentarily surprised Kim Mu-hyuk. Despite internal warnings against drinking Putin's tea, Kim Mu-hyuk politely accepted the ominous offer. The tea poured with a smooth, soft stream. Putin encouraged him, praising the tea's superior Russian quality and taste. Kim Mu-hyuk, though visibly hesitant, raised the teacup, expressing gratitude. A sharp clink marked Putin's abrupt shift to seriousness. Putin's direct, pointed question about the meeting's true purpose caught Kim Mu-hyuk by surprise. Putin's intense gaze revealed his detailed knowledge of Kim Mu-hyuk's ventures, questioning why such a magnate sought a mere FSB director. Kim Mu-hyuk realized Putin possessed extensive knowledge of him, a testament to his ex-KGB and FSB background. He foresaw Putin's meteoric rise to prime minister and then acting president, recognizing a wave he yearned to ride to unimaginable heights. This enigmatic Tsar of the frozen land, Kim Mu-hyuk resolved, would become his most formidable, most powerful weapon. Kim Mu-hyuk and Vladimir Putin shared a quiet, formal moment over tea, the air thick with unspoken intentions. Kim Mu-hyuk, cutting through the formality, provocatively stated that Putin seemed very interested in him. Vladimir Putin readily admitted his curiosity, explaining that Kim Mu-hyuk's journey warranted his investigation. Putin then revealed his deep knowledge of Kim Mu-hyuk's past, characterizing him as a mystery who had outmaneuvered the Wall Street old guard for immense profit. The narration highlighted the enduring intelligence network of the FSB, prompting Kim Mu-hyuk to internally wonder if Putin knew about his ghost company, though he quickly reasoned it was likely an educated guess without concrete proof. Kim Mu-hyuk acknowledged the depth of Putin's intelligence, knowing that even he, with access to involved accounts, couldn't trace the money flow without a consolidated view, a feat he attributed to the FSB director's expected capabilities. Vladimir Putin, growing impatient with pleasantries, stated his dislike for conversations that went round and round. Kim Mu-hyuk, accepting the challenge, agreed to keep his intentions simple and direct. With startling directness, Kim Mu-hyuk declared his audacious intent, "Vladimir Putin, I want to be your backer." Vladimir Putin paused, considering the bold offer, then pointed out he already had powerful oligarchs, like Berezovsky, backing him. Kim Mu-hyuk challenged Putin's reliance on such figures, questioning if he would keep them once in power, knowing they would only grow greedier. Kim Mu-hyuk reminded Putin of his close service to President Yeltsin, implying he already knew the true nature of such alliances. Oligarchs had indeed helped Putin, Yeltsin's aide, become president, but the narration foresightfully revealed that he would later purge most of them once they tried to assert dominance over him. The narration continued, detailing how Putin would confiscate the assets of the very oligarchs who aided his rise, expelling them from Russia. Vladimir Putin, still wary, questioned what made Kim Mu-hyuk different from the oligarchs, accusing him of trying to control him with money. Kim Mu-hyuk calmly clarified his unique position, stating he was not Russian, held no interest in their politics, and simply wished for a friendship based on mutual help in times of trouble. Vladimir Putin let out a soft snicker, finding the offer of friendship quite amusing. Vladimir Putin then recited a Russian proverb, "A man without friends is like a tree without roots," emphasizing the weight of true companionship. Kim Mu-hyuk, understanding the cultural significance, responded that he wanted to be a true friend to Putin, with trust, like family, acknowledging the distinct line Russians drew between friends and acquaintances. While Vladimir Putin pondered the profound word, friend, the narration emphasized the difficulty of befriending a Russian, yet the unwavering loyalty once that bond was formed. Vladimir Putin uttered another Russian phrase, "The morning is wiser than the evening." He then explained the proverb's meaning, advising against rushing important decisions. Vladimir Putin stated he would postpone his answer, hoping his delay wouldn't offend, as forming a friendship was too important to make carelessly. Kim Mu-hyuk, having anticipated this caution, silently acknowledged Putin's careful nature and calmly accepted his decision. Kim Mu-hyuk then cryptically warned Putin that his opportunity would come soon, urging him not to miss it. Just a few months later, as Yeltsin collapsed with pneumonia, Putin, acting as his shield and FSB director, eliminated Yeltsin's political rivals, earning Yeltsin's full support to become prime minister and a strong presidential candidate. Vladimir Putin remarked that Kim Mu-hyuk spoke as if he knew the future. Kim Mu-hyuk, pointing to his temple, confidently attributed his foresight to Chok, an East Asian instinct that had guided his financial success and now led him to Putin. Vladimir Putin, intrigued by the concept, wondered if Chok was some form of Eastern mysticism. Kim Mu-hyuk, with a calm confidence, playfully affirmed Putin's speculation. Both men expressed their enjoyment of the meeting as they shook hands, Vladimir Putin expressing hope that their next encounter would be as friends. Kim Mu-hyuk, with a significant gesture, presented an envelope containing bearer bonds. Vladimir Putin received the envelope, as Kim Mu-hyuk explained the money was a problem-free thank you for the delicious tea. Kim Mu-hyuk, with a subtle smile, extended an open invitation to be called upon again if good tea was on offer, hinting at future meetings. The city outside glimmered under the cloak of night, a vast stage for their unfolding ambitions. A convoy of dark cars cut through the city's nocturnal pulse, carrying secrets within. Kim Mu-hyuk let out a soft, a sigh of release or profound contemplation. As Kim Mu-hyuk sighed, his breath caught in his throat, his assistant immediately sensed his tension and asked if he had been nervous. Kim Mu-hyuk admitted to a slight nervousness, revealing he had expected Putin to be more intimidating given his KGB past. His assistant, with a serious expression, warned him against judging by appearances, reminding him that such individuals were skilled at hiding their true intentions. Kim Mu-hyuk absorbed the cautionary words, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The Grand Moscow Hotel stood majestically under a clear blue sky, a beacon of luxury and power. Valentin Yumashev warmly welcomed Kim Mu-hyuk, announcing he had guests waiting to be introduced. A flicker of surprise and curiosity crossed Kim Mu-hyuk's face, anticipating the impending introduction. Tatiana Dyachenko extended her hand, introducing herself as Dyachenko, who the narration revealed was President Yeltsin's daughter, along with her lover, Kremlin Chief of Staff Valentin Yumashev. The narration dramatically presented Tatiana Dyachenko and Valentin Yumashev as the current wielders of power in Russia, contrasting their control of the present with Putin, who represented the future. The narration underscored that while this group, including Boris Berezovsky, controlled Russia's present, their influence was fleeting, as Kim Mu-hyuk sat calmly among them. Valentin Yumashev expressed his surprise at Kim Mu-hyuk's desire to invest in Russia at a time when everyone else was withdrawing, finding his interest quite intriguing. Kim Mu-hyuk confidently declared his unwavering belief in Russia's future, asserting that its vast empire would not collapse easily and that the current crisis was merely temporary. Tatiana Dyachenko, cutting to the chase, shrewdly asked Kim Mu-hyuk what exactly he wanted from them. Kim Mu-hyuk straightforwardly requested that they issue Russian bonds to him, which evidently surprised Tatiana Dyachenko. Valentin Yumashev questioned the value of Russian bonds, which foreign investors currently considered worthless, before pressing Kim Mu-hyuk on the quantity he needed, implying urgency. Kim Mu-hyuk, acknowledging the lack of demand, offered to buy the bonds alone, proposing a sum of $200 million. Valentin Yumashev reacted with shock at the $200 million offer, to which Kim Mu-hyuk confidently stated he might buy even more, depending on the situation. Boris Berezovsky, with a stern gaze, questioned if Kim Mu-hyuk was joking, warning that bluffing would not work on them. Kim Mu-hyuk confidently dismissed the notion of bluffing, stating he was ready to buy the bonds on the spot if they agreed, proposing a 50% interest rate for a 5-year term. Tatiana Dyachenko reacted with visible shock to the proposed 50% interest rate. The narration grimly detailed Russia's desperate financial state, highlighting their 150% short-term rates that still failed to restore investor confidence and the stark contrast to South Korea's 15% government bonds, all proving the market's profound lack of trust in Russia. Having processed the astonishing offer, Tatiana Dyachenko shrewdly pivoted, asking what benefit they would gain from the deal. Kim Mu-hyuk internally observed Tatiana Dyachenko's newfound directness, reflecting that the more corrupt the powerful were, the easier it became to strike deals. Kim Mu-hyuk pointed out the significant savings of his direct offer, highlighting that without an American investment bank like Goldman Sachs as an underwriter, there would be no exorbitant fees, unlike the $50 million they typically pocketed. Tatiana Dyachenko responded with a shrewd smirk, clearly appreciating Kim Mu-hyuk's calculated point. A magnificent golden chandelier shimmered above, a silent witness to the high-stakes negotiations below. The luxurious room, adorned with opulent furnishings, held the gathered figures, each weighing the implications of the unfolding deal. Boris Berezovsky, leaning back with a wide, surprised smile, admitted he had truly underestimated Kim Mu-hyuk, especially concerning the substantial $200 million offer. Kim Mu-hyuk casually remarked that $200 million was merely the minimum amount he considered worthy of Mr. Berezovsky's name, which left Berezovsky visibly surprised. Boris Berezovsky erupted in a surprised laugh, declaring himself honored that Kim Mu-hyuk was burning $200 million in his name. Boris Berezovsky, now fully intrigued, shrewdly asked if Kim Mu-hyuk held any interest in Russian companies. Kim Mu-hyuk internally questioned if Berezovsky was trying to unload his failing businesses onto him, momentarily wondering if he was being taken for a fool, before delivering a cryptic, "Not yet." Boris Berezovsky feigned disappointment at Kim Mu-hyuk's reply, lamenting that there were so many good companies. The narration then outlined Kim Mu-hyuk's long-term strategy, detailing how acquiring companies would become easy once Putin purged the oligarchs, emphasizing Russia's undeniable potential despite its current political turmoil and deep-seated corruption. Kim Mu-hyuk, citing the inconvenience of hotels, asked Boris Berezovsky to help him find a good mansion in Russia, to which Berezovsky readily and laughingly agreed. The iconic spires and vibrant domes of a Russian city stood proudly against the clear blue sky, a grand new territory for Kim Mu-hyuk's ambitions. Vladimir Putin entered the formal room, his expression serious, asking who had called for him. Valentin Yumashev, seated in a grand office, formally welcomed Director Putin. Valentin Yumashev then, without preamble, instructed Putin to investigate the movements of Kim Mu-hyuk, the Korean businessman who had just arrived in Moscow, and report daily on his meetings. Berezovsky, with a persuasive earnestness, immediately redirected the focus, proposing a shift to Gazprom corporate bonds, framing it as a safer, more advantageous option. Kim Mu-hyuk absorbed the stark reality of Gazprom's perilous state, a behemoth of Russia's economy now teetering on the edge of collapse, a crisis that demanded sharp analysis. Berezovsky's plea, laced with thinly veiled desperation, painted a clear picture of Gazprom's critical need for funds, urging Kim Mu-hyuk to consider their corporate bonds with promises of superior interest. While his analytical mind acknowledged the potential financial logic of Gazprom's bonds, a deep, unsettling intuition gnawed at Kim Mu-hyuk, whispering of something fundamentally amiss beneath the surface. Kim Mu-hyuk's probing question regarding official clearance was met with Berezovsky's eager, almost too confident assertion that all was settled, amplifying the underlying suspicion. The narrative revealed the complex history of post-Soviet privatization, noting Gazprom's unique, immense status as a state-controlled anomaly amidst a landscape of oligarchic acquisitions. A chilling internal realization settled on Kim Mu-hyuk. The Yeltsin family's historical plunder of Gazprom meant their current scheme was far more insidious than mere bond fees, aimed at siphoning a greater fortune directly from the company's core. With a triumphant, knowing smirk carefully hidden beneath a show of gratitude, Kim Mu-hyuk extended his hand, feigning eager acceptance of the deal, catching Berezovsky in a moment of surprised delight. Berezovsky's hearty laughter echoed with relief and a misplaced admiration for Kim Mu-hyuk's coolness, entirely unaware of the strategic depths that lay beneath his calm facade. The handshake solidified the $200 million bond deal, a weighty agreement whose full, corrupt implications were laid bare by the stark truth that half the sum was destined for the Yeltsin family's coffers. The bald man made his formal exit, entering the black car under the watchful, assessing eyes of those who remained. From the car, the bald man extended an unexpected invitation for a private discussion, his words hinting at a secret matter so significant it warranted an exclusive audience. His serious gaze affirmed the strict terms of their confidential meeting, emphasizing that only the driver would be privy to their shared space. With a powerful surge, the black cars sped away, carrying their weighty secrets into the city's sprawl. The bald man, a man acutely aware of the countless enemies he cultivated, explained the necessity of their private, cautious journey, emphasizing the profound dangers that stalked his every move. Narration illuminated the precarious political landscape. Berezovsky's power, while formidable, was far from absolute, constantly threatened by a communist-dominated parliament that viewed all oligarchs as an existential enemy. Looming large as a particularly hostile force was Yevgeny Primakov, the newly appointed prime minister and a rising presidential candidate whose stern gaze promised retribution for the oligarchs. Kim Mu-hyuk's voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of controlled impatience, a silent demand for Berezovsky to finally reveal the true, weighty purpose of their clandestine meeting. Berezovsky's astonishing request, to find an American investor to swiftly acquire all his companies, hit Kim Mu-hyuk like a physical blow, leaving him stunned by the sheer desperation and magnitude of the demand. The bald man's voice dropped to a desperate plea, urging Kim Mu-hyuk to consider the monumental task, even suggesting the acquisition himself, a clear signal of his profound and urgent fear. A chilling question formed in Kim Mu-hyuk's mind: did Berezovsky possess an unnerving foresight, sensing the approaching storm and plotting his own desperate escape from an inevitable downfall? The grim narrative confirmed the bald man's premonition. In 2 short months, Primakov would launch a sweeping anti-corruption purge, with Berezovsky, the very face of Russia's oligarchs, marked as the first, inevitable target. Kim Mu-hyuk expressed his profound reluctance, his hands rising instinctively as if to ward off the sheer, overwhelming scale of the bald man's predicament, a sinking ship he had no intention of boarding. The bald man met Kim Mu-hyuk's gaze with a knowing solemnity, acknowledging the monumental risks involved and emphasizing that this quiet, confidential plea was his only desperate recourse. Kim Mu-hyuk, though agreeing to attempt the impossible, immediately raised the formidable political and legal hurdles, questioning whether the Russian government would ever permit the foreign sale of assets so entwined with its own corrupt privatization history. With unwavering resolve, the bald man dismissed Kim Mu-hyuk's concerns, asserting that his only role was to find the crucial investors, as he would personally crush any governmental opposition. With a deep, internal sigh of reluctant acceptance, Kim Mu-hyuk outlined his strategic path forward, immediately calculating how to leverage James Hahn and a U.S. investment bank upon his return to Korea. A grateful smile touched the bald man's lips as he reiterated the absolute, conspiratorial secrecy essential to their delicate, dangerous arrangement. With a jarring shriek of tires, the car peeled away, leaving a sudden, unsettling silence in its wake. A grand promise of a mansion was exchanged with an outward cordiality, but the lurking armed men in the background underscored the thinly veiled menace that accompanied the bald man's gratitude. With a chilling, almost imperceptible slide, the bald man revealed his true nature, expertly concealing a handgun within his jacket, a stark, sudden shift to menace. A sudden, visceral alarm seized Kim Mu-hyuk as masked armed men materialized, their silent presence an overwhelming threat that spurred his companion to instinctively draw his weapon. A deafening report tore through the air, instantly shattering the illusion of peace and leaving a ringing echo of violence. The driver lay slumped, life brutally extinguished, a grim testament to the sudden, violent finality that had just unfolded, all under Kim Mu-hyuk's calm, observant gaze. With a chillingly calm smile, the bald man revealed the calculated truth: the driver was merely a prime minister's mole, his life extinguished with disturbing nonchalance. A chillingly friendly hand rested on Kim Mu-hyuk's shoulder, the bald man's smile a stark reminder of the absolute, blood-bound secrecy now shared between them. With a final, cunning smile and a lingering look, the bald man delivered his unspoken threat, the chilling expectation of good news now a heavy burden on Kim Mu-hyuk. The remaining black cars sped away in a blur, leaving Kim Mu-hyuk and his companion standing amidst the tense, reflective aftermath of sudden, brazen violence. Kim Mu-hyuk's incredulous question about the daylight murder was met by Igor's grim, unvarnished truth: such blatant brutality was not only possible, but horrifyingly common in the ruthless landscape of present-day Russia. A calculating thought flickered behind Kim Mu-hyuk's eyes. He wondered if the brazen act of violence was not just a display of power, but a chilling, personal warning meant solely for him. The hotel stood serene under the bright day, a deceptive tranquility after the previous day's brutal events. A breaking news report shattered the calm, announcing President Yeltsin's sudden hospitalization for pneumonia, a pivotal development that instantly tightened the atmosphere around Kim Mu-hyuk. Yeltsin's premature collapse forced Kim Mu-hyuk into a furious, intense reevaluation of his entire strategic timetable, questioning the accelerated timing and its immediate, pressing implications for Putin's ascent. The narrative underscored Putin's powerful, resolute rise as Yeltsin's successor, solidifying Kim Mu-hyuk's conviction that his carefully planted advice would now compel the future leader to act with even greater urgency. A wave of strategic relief washed over him as he realized the razor-thin margin of his success, knowing a delay of mere days would have rendered his crucial approach to Putin impossibly difficult. A sharp, insistent knock echoed against the door, an abrupt intrusion into his weighty thoughts. The grim news delivered by Igor hit Kim Mu-hyuk with a jolt of disbelief. His private jet clearance had been inexplicably suspended, a sudden, alarming roadblock to his strategic departure. The unsettling lack of explanation from Igor deepened Kim Mu-hyuk's concern, the silence a palpable force signaling a deliberate, unseen hand working against him. A new, authoritative voice pierced the hallway, uttering Kim Mu-hyuk's name with an unnerving precision that instantly solidified the grim reality of their sudden, direct confrontation. The man's words, delivered with chilling authority and backed by official identification, formed an inescapable net. The prosecutor's office was demanding Kim Mu-hyuk for questioning regarding yesterday's violent shooting incident. The words echoed in Kim Mu-hyuk's mind, a cold realization blossoming into disbelief and sudden dread: the Russian prosecution, an unimaginable force, had now ensnared him directly. The formal grandeur of the Russian prosecutor's office loomed, a bastion of institutional power. Within the subdued formality of the office, two men sat, their stillness betraying a palpable tension. The man in gray introduced himself with chilling authority as Yuri Skuratov, the prosecutor general of the Russian Federation. Kim Mu-hyuk's mind raced, a chilling deduction forming. Skuratov's involvement could only mean Prime Minister Primakov's formidable faction was now in play. Yuri Skuratov probed, asking why Kim Mu-hyuk believed he had been brought there, to which Kim Mu-hyuk feigned complete ignorance, claiming he was suddenly dragged in without explanation. Skuratov's voice sharpened with accusation, revealing their investigation into Berezovsky's corruption and noting Kim Mu-hyuk's frequent meetings with the suspect. Kim Mu-hyuk held firm, explaining his presence in Russia was purely for investment, and his meetings with Berezovsky were nothing more than one businessman meeting another. Yuri Skuratov then unveiled another card, revealing knowledge of Kim Mu-hyuk's meeting with Chief of Staff Yumashev, demanding to know the true topic of their discussion. Kim Mu-hyuk calmly explained his inquiries into government bonds, asserting his ultimate decision to invest in Gazprom corporate bonds due to their perceived trustworthiness. A direct accusation from Skuratov followed, questioning if a bribe had been paid, which Kim Mu-hyuk met with feigned ignorance and a defiant question of his own. Yuri Skuratov's fist slammed down, the impact reverberating with his enraged accusation that Kim Mu-hyuk had paid a bribe to secure Gazprom bonds. Kim Mu-hyuk countered with chilling logic, questioning the foolishness of paying a bribe to invest in a collapsing Russia, where incentives should be offered instead. Yuri Skuratov's shock and sustained anger flashed across his face at the insolent rebuttal. Kim Mu-hyuk inwardly assessed his interrogator, concluding with a dismissive thought that Skuratov was clearly no match for the rising power of Putin. A new presence entered the room, the heavy sound of a door opening preceding an authoritative voice cutting through the tension, commanding Yuri Skuratov to stop. The blonde-haired man then turned to Kim Mu-hyuk, confirming his identity before introducing himself as Yevgeny Primakov, drawing a surprised acknowledgement of his title from Kim Mu-hyuk. Prime Minister Primakov extended his hand in a formal greeting, acknowledging Kim Mu-hyuk's efforts to improve diplomatic relations, surprised by the young man's extensive knowledge. Without preamble, Prime Minister Primakov laid bare his true agenda, directly requesting Kim Mu-hyuk's aid in dismantling Berezovsky's influence. Kim Mu-hyuk expressed skepticism, his pensive expression revealing his hesitation about assisting with such a significant task given his limited interactions with Berezovsky. Primakov then explained their strategic impasse, admitting they had uncovered corruption but still lacked the decisive blow needed to bring Berezovsky down. Primakov pressed on, his gaze intense over his glasses, suggesting a secret discussion between them, a discussion important enough to lead to Berezovsky killing his own driver. Kim Mu-hyuk calmly recounted the shocking incident of the driver's sudden death, yet steadfastly denied any secret conversation with Berezovsky. Primakov's tone grew subtly menacing, implying that Kim Mu-hyuk's prolonged stay in Russia would only worsen if he refused to cooperate. Kim Mu-hyuk met the veiled threat with a challenging glare, demanding to know if Primakov's words were indeed a threat. Primakov dismissed the notion of a threat with a subtle smirk, suggesting Kim Mu-hyuk's words were prone to creating misunderstandings. Kim Mu-hyuk, resolute, asserted his identity as a businessman, affirming his sole interest was commerce, not the treacherous waters of Russian politics. Primakov upped the ante, directly offering immediate authorization for Kim Mu-hyuk's departure if he would simply reveal the car conversation. Primakov's manipulative intentions surfaced in his unspoken thoughts, revealing his desire for Kim Mu-hyuk to discreetly handle the situation. Kim Mu-hyuk's mind calculated, understanding Primakov's inability to depose Yeltsin alone, but realizing his own potential to turn the tide. Kim Mu-hyuk maintained his narrative, describing his exchanges as mutual appreciation for introductions and investments, nothing more. Primakov's frustrated sigh ended with a terse, "Very well," signaling his grudging and temporary acceptance. As Primakov and Skuratov stood to leave, Primakov issued a final, veiled warning, telling Kim Mu-hyuk to reconsider his stance. Kim Mu-hyuk challenged Primakov, questioning if he truly intended to detain a foreigner without evidence. Primakov's face hardened with cold resolve, asserting Russian authority and reiterating his unwavering intent to wait for Kim Mu-hyuk's cooperation. Kim Mu-hyuk's accusation cut through the room. Was he being treated this way because he was Korean, or would an American face the same arbitrary detention? As Primakov and Skuratov walked away, their footsteps faded, leaving Kim Mu-hyuk to watch their retreat with troubled eyes. With a desperate surge of defiance, Kim Mu-hyuk shouted a powerful counter-threat, warning that the agreed-upon IMF and American support would be delayed. Primakov spun around, his face etched with shock and confusion at Kim Mu-hyuk's unexpected retort. Kim Mu-hyuk calmly extended his hand, asking if he could make an overseas call, his composure unsettling. Both Primakov and Skuratov stared in bewildered confusion, unsure how to react to Kim Mu-hyuk's audacious request. The towering edifice of the Russian prosecutor's office stood under the stark light of day, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. Yuri Skuratov reluctantly connected Kim Mu-hyuk's call, the office now buzzing with anticipation as Primakov observed intently. Kim Mu-hyuk then handed the phone to a surprised Primakov. Primakov, now on the phone, expressed his identity as Prime Minister, only to be met by the shocking revelation that U.S. Treasury Secretary Rubin was on the other end. A wave of extreme shock and alarm washed over Prime Minister Primakov's face as he listened to the voice on the other end. Yuri Skuratov rushed after Primakov, distressed and calling out to the secretary, as Primakov, still on the phone, walked away, creating a chaotic scene. Kim Mu-hyuk's cunning mind spun, realizing he could leverage his connections to threaten a delay in U.S. support, a move that would be far easier the second time around. Primakov and Skuratov retreated, their faces grim with strategic defeat as Kim Mu-hyuk watched them leave. Kim Mu-hyuk faced Primakov, delivering the bombshell that he had just spoken with Treasury Secretary Rubin. With a confident smirk, Kim Mu-hyuk offered to connect Primakov to the South Korean president, implying dire diplomatic consequences that would delight Yumashev and Berezovsky if he were mistreated. A bead of sweat traced Primakov's worried brow as he questioned Kim Mu-hyuk's capacity to handle such a complex situation. Kim Mu-hyuk turned the question back on Primakov, then threatened to reconsider his Russian investments and expose Primakov's conduct to both American and Russian media. Kim Mu-hyuk articulated his damning media narrative, detailing how Primakov, appointed to avert a currency crisis, unlawfully detained and threatened him, forcing the withdrawal of his investments. Prime Minister Primakov's face contorted in panic, his eyes wide and a sheen of sweat betraying his severe fluster. Kim Mu-hyuk pressed his advantage, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips as he challenged Primakov, "Shall I make the call?" Prime Minister Primakov turned away abruptly, a gesture of defeat, as Yuri Skuratov watched him with growing concern. Primakov, stern and resolute, ordered Kim Mu-hyuk's release, though Skuratov began to protest the decision. Primakov reasserted his command with unwavering resolve, stating Kim Mu-hyuk was never part of their original plan and instructing them to proceed as initially intended. Yuri Skuratov turned and walked towards the heavy double doors, a sound marking the finality of Primakov's decision. Yuri Skuratov glared at Kim Mu-hyuk, dismissing him with a stern warning to forget everything that had transpired. Kim Mu-hyuk, a subtle smirk playing on his face, confidently demanded immediate clearance for takeoff, citing the disruption to his meticulously planned schedule. Yuri Skuratov's face contorted in a furious rage, his eyes wide with exasperation at Kim Mu-hyuk's audacious demands. Later, from the moving car, Kim Mu-hyuk calmly placed a call, introducing himself to the director on the other end. He reassured the caller that he was well, despite the news of his detention, and confirmed he was en route to the airport. The man with blonde hair expressed deep concern to his caller, revealing the Prime Minister's opportunistic hunt while the President was hospitalized. His voice grave, the man with blonde hair emphasized the critical choice now before them, urging the caller to make the right decision. With a resolute breath, the man with blonde hair set down the phone, and another man in a black suit approached him, awaiting instruction. The man with blonde hair issued his command to leave, prompting the man in the black suit to inquire about their destination. His expression determined and focused, the man with blonde hair revealed their urgent destination, the presidential palace. Kim Mu-hyuk gazed out the car window, an opportunistic glint in his eye as he resolved to ride Russia's coming upheaval to even greater profits. The turbulent year of 1998 drew to a close, ushering in the final year of the century. The narrative ends with a stark reminder of the digital landscape, hinting at the story's continued reach. The stately mansion rested peacefully beneath a blanket of winter snow. A warm welcome filled the luxurious living room as the older man expressed his joy at seeing Kim Mu-hyuk after so long, and Mu-hyuk returned the sentiment, asking about his affairs. The older man then brought up Mu-hyuk's close ties with Han Kyung-young, the newly acquired owner of Yongwoo Group. Mu-hyuk confirmed their past acquaintance, admitting he never expected such immense success from Han Kyung-young. Han Kyung-young had soared to prominence, shedding his image as a black-haired foreigner by diligently aligning with government policies, far surpassing even domestic chaebols. Mu-hyuk then inquired about the older man's stake in Dream High, only for him to reveal a surprisingly sizable investment born from his early trust in CEO Han Kyung-young. The older man sighed, praising the talent required to spot such opportunities but lamented that his own children lacked it, consumed only by their greed. Abruptly, the older man turned the conversation to Tae-san Bank, his direct question visibly startling Mu-hyuk. Mu-hyuk, slightly uncomfortable, confirmed his involvement, explaining he had discreetly acquired the bank using his grandfather's slush fund and Me** investment to avoid drawing attention. The older man chuckled, acknowledging that Kim Mu-hyuk's grandfather, the old man Cheon, had indeed hit a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot in his later years. Mu-hyuk then turned serious, questioning if the older man truly intended to push forward with initiatives involving the Blue House and North Korea, knowing the difficulty. The older man declared his unwavering commitment, stating he had to see it through, wanting to help his hometown people in North Korea make a living after achieving enough success in his own life. He spoke with firm conviction, certain that if he paved the way, other companies would inevitably follow behind, as they always had. Investing in North Korea was, from a business standpoint, the worst possible decision due to its armistice status and extreme instability, practically throwing money away without Chinese and Russian support. While North Korea held vast underground resources like rare earth elements, already exploited by China for minimal cost, the present instability meant it was simply not the time for such investments. Mu-hyuk voiced his deep concern about the business outlook's uncertainty, finding it difficult to trust the North Korean regime. The older man argued forcefully that while concerns were valid, for South Korea's economy to grow on a global scale, they could not perpetually shun North Korea. Mu-hyuk agreed with the broader point, yet believed the timing was premature, insisting on a minimum safety net and questioning if blind investment would genuinely earn North Korea's gratitude. The older man decisively ended the discussion, declaring this North Korean venture would be his final business endeavor, and he was determined to see it through to a successful conclusion. The narration revealed that the North Korean investment would ultimately shake Daeun, causing him to lose his top spot, yet the older man's current resolve meant he would listen to no counsel. Shifting gears, the older man asked about Hyunjini, to which Mu-hyuk replied that they occasionally checked in, though she seemed quite busy with many college suitors she bragged about. The older man sighed, dismissing Hyunjini's current companions as absolute losers, and insisted she should hold on to someone like Mu-hyuk, much to Mu-hyuk's visible discomfort. For Kim Mu-hyuk, his relationship with Song Hyunjini had been consciously relegated to that of an older brother and cute younger sister, for he knew she could never be happy with him amidst his looming responsibilities, vast protections, and numerous enemies. A new scene opened in the heart of the bustling city. CEO Eva Ju presided over a serious corporate meeting. CEO Eva Ju sat pensive and focused at the head of the table. Director Beck opened the meeting by expressing concern for CEO Eva Ju's health after her arduous overseas trip. CEO Eva Ju acknowledged Director Beck's address. CEO Eva Ju firmly reminded Director Beck and the other executives that they were brought into her company to handle its affairs and were compensated well for those positions. She then interrogated Director Beck about the lack of progress on Tae-san Bank, accusing them of intentionally delaying what should have been their top priority. Two executives exchanged a knowing, slightly smug glance. Director Beck interrupted, surprising CEO Eva Ju as he prepared to pose a question of his own. Director Beck challenged her directly, questioning why she chose the name Tae-san Bank, and if it was, as rumors suggested, after Cheon Tae-san, the notorious loan shark king. CEO Eva Ju, displeased, retorted that the reason was not his concern. Director Beck sighed, confirming his suspicions as true. He vehemently opposed the name, arguing that it was ridiculous to name South Korea's best bank after a mere loan shark. Two male executives joined the protest, emphasizing that anyone in the industry knew the name Tae-san belonged to the notorious loan shark of Myeongdong. Another executive warned that such a name would bring them years of ridicule within the industry. Director Beck declared their complete opposition to the name Tae-san Bank. CEO Eva Ju let out a single, exasperated breath. Her patience snapped, and a sharp exclamation escaped her lips, surprising the executives. "What the F*** are you old school bastards babbling about?" she demanded, her voice raw with rage. The executives recoiled, visibly startled by her fury. Standing abruptly, she glared at them all, asking if they truly thought she needed their approval, or if her smiles made her an easy pushover. "Who the hell do you think you are?" she pressed, "talking bullshit about approval, or thinking you could do whatever you wanted because I always smiled?" Director Beck stared, utterly speechless with shock. Settling back into her chair, CEO Eva Ju calmly but sternly reminded them their job was to ensure things ran smoothly for her, not to offer their opinions. Director Beck stood, shouting that her words were too harsh. "Harsh?" she challenged, gesturing to a folder she had firmly placed on the table. "Shall I show you what harsh actually is?" Director Beck, still surprised, grabbed the black folder. His eyes widened in utter shock as he saw the document's contents. This. He stammered, visibly flustered by the incriminating evidence. CEO Eva Ju's gaze pierced him. She knew that while she was away, they had made a dynamic mess of running the company into the ground. She swept her accusatory gaze across every single one of them. She then revealed that she had been willing to let it slide and move on, acknowledging that some crumbs were inevitable when handling such large sums. Given their past, having spent their lives skimming off the national treasury and taking corporate bribes, she questioned how she could possibly expect them to change so easily. Her words echoed, "A leopard can't change its spots," leaving 3 executives horrified. One executive stood and shouted back, demanding that if she was going to be so harsh, she should at least do as she was told. CEO Eva Ju, stern and disappointed, posed a rhetorical question: how could they possibly work with people who sabotaged the business while lining their own pockets? She leaned forward, directly challenging the board members to choose, return everything they had looted, or face a prosecution investigation. Director Beck defiantly questioned if she truly believed she could operate without the help of their former MOSF officials. Director Beck challenged her about the mafia's loyalty, to which CEO Eva Ju retorted with a confident, smug smile, daring him to try and see whose money spoke louder. CEO Eva Ju, arms crossed, presented their stark options: comply and do as they were told, or face night-long interrogations, ropes, and a public TV appearance in a transport van. Director Beck looked utterly dismayed and defeated, while CEO Eva Ju watched him with a knowing, satisfied smile. Director Beck bowed deeply, submitting to her will, and apologized for stepping out of line. CEO Eva Ju granted him one last chance, stating that Tae-san Bank was the immediate priority, but this was only the very beginning. She instructed him to investigate all government bank sales, mergers, and consolidations, making it clear she had no intention of stopping at just 2 banks. Then she issued a stern ultimatum: establish Tae-san Bank within a month, or their latter days would not be pretty. All the male executives bowed deeply in terrified submission, responding with a unified yes. Myeongdong Capital stood tall against the clear sky, a silent testament to the empire it represented. An executive confirmed the task, hearing Eva Ju's distant voice warn him not to push himself too hard after his recent hospital discharge. Kim Mu-hyuk, holding his phone, voiced a note of surprise at the name Eva. The executive confirmed Eva Ju's swift return to work, having already issued a severe warning to the mafia-affiliated executives, which left Kim Mu-hyuk impressed by her immediate show of power. He then offered his assistance in establishing the bank, but Kim Mu-hyuk confidently assured him that Eva Ju would handle it perfectly. Kim Mu-hyuk shifted focus, asking about the Gazprom bond acquisition, and the executive confirmed it was finalized the previous week. Russia, a truly intriguing country, saw its prosecutor general exposed in a hotel with prostitutes on a live news broadcast. President Yeltsin seized the moment, dismissing the prosecutor general, and the public's outrage swiftly shifted from the Kremlin to the unfolding scandal. This incident also launched Putin into public recognition, solidifying his name in Russian history, even as Yeltsin's health declined. Kim Mu-hyuk then inquired about the Manhwa Group, and the executive reported that they were steadily acquiring available shares. With a calculated intensity, Kim Mu-hyuk instructed him to continue the acquisition and strategically leak rumors, dropping hints during any interview requests. The executive acknowledged the instructions but expressed confusion, noting that the Manhwa acquisition didn't seem driven by immediate profit. Kim Mu-hyuk simply offered a knowing smirk, a silent promise of deeper motives. Later that night, the city lights cast a warm glow on a different kind of gathering. Inside, a private lounge throbbed with a purple haze, filled with the murmurs of socializing and the clinking of glasses. One executive complained bitterly about his father's relentless demands for him to join the family business, even suggesting he start from a provincial factory. Another executive scoffed at his friend's complaints, urging him to simply go to work, only to be met with a sharp retort about his own year-long absence from his company. The second executive, with a cruel smirk, taunted his friend about his company's impending bankruptcy, fueling the anger in the third executive's clenched fist. Kim Hyun-jik intervened, admonishing them for ruining the festive mood, especially with Jaewon's rare presence. Jaewon calmly cut through the bickering, urging them to stop their nonsense and inquire after their well-being. Kim Hyun-jik, still focused on himself, recounted being ignored by a beautiful girl, which prompted Jaewon to ask if she was a singer or actress. She was a singer, Kim Hyun-jik explained, but her agency vanished without a trace, leaving him unable to contact its CEO. He then callously remarked about the ease of finding celebrity hopefuls, preferring them to these sluts, as the woman he was holding struggled desperately to break free. Jaewon, sensing Kim Hyun-jik's frustration, asked to see a picture of the girl, only to learn that she had instantly rejected him and walked away. The second executive, still smirking, offered to introduce Kim Hyun-jik to an agency director who would readily provide girls on demand. Jaewon's voice cut through the revelry, demanding the group's attention. He admonished them for their immaturity, reminding them of the vast responsibilities awaiting them as future inheritors of their companies. Declaring his departure, Jaewon brushed off the second executive's protests, leaving them to their drinks and their depravity. As Jaewon walked away, whispers followed him. The other executives observed his recent changes, attributing them to rumors of estrangement from his paternal grandfather's family. Yet, even with his recent struggles, they acknowledged Jaewon's inescapable destiny as the eldest maternal grandson of the Samsung Group, destined to inherit a major affiliate. Kim Hyun-jik watched Jaewon's departure with a silent, simmering resentment. A new day dawned over the corporate landscape. The shrill ringing of a phone shattered the morning quiet, pulling Kim Hyun-jik and the woman beside him from their sleep. Kim Hyun-jik groaned in annoyance, reaching for the intrusive device, wondering who dared call so early. His subordinate's voice crackled through the phone, relaying the chairman's immediate summons, but Kim Hyun-jik, still half asleep, tried to feign unavailability. The urgency in the subordinate's voice intensified as he relayed the chairman's violent threat, sending a jolt of terror through Kim Hyun-jik. Panic seized him, and Kim Hyun-jik scrambled out of bed, loudly declaring his immediate compliance. Still annoyed, he pulled on his pants, cursing his father's early morning outburst, as the woman beside him stirred, confused by the sudden commotion. With a harsh command, he told the woman to get dressed and leave, startling her with his abrupt departure. He arrived at the imposing Hyunhwa Group office building. Entering the office, Kim Hyun-jik nervously addressed his father, questioning the early summons with a tremor in his voice. A sudden, fast-moving object flew past him, forcing Kim Hyun-jik to jerk back in alarm. Chairman Kim Sung-hak, his face contorted in rage, stood wielding a baseball bat, demanding to know what his son had been doing outside. The chairman raised the bat menacingly, his voice thundering as he questioned if Kim Hyun-jik had a death wish for his blatant disregard of instructions to stay out of trouble. Cowering, Kim Hyun-jik frantically pleaded for an explanation, his fear overriding his usual composure. Chairman Kim Sung-hak revealed the brewing crisis. A hostile M&A attempt was underway, with a faction actively buying their shares, and he laid the blame squarely on his son. His father aggressively interrogated him, suspecting a fight, but Kim Hyun-jik vehemently denied any such involvement. The chairman's furious roar echoed through the office, demanding to know the source of the insidious rumors. Kim Hyun-jik, beads of sweat forming on his brow, tried to downplay the severity, claiming the rumors were baseless. Infuriated, Chairman Kim Sung-hak raised the bat once more, reminding his son about the active share acquisition and demanding the unvarnished truth. Kim Hyun-jik's eyes widened with terror as he frantically swore his innocence, claiming he had only been drinking with friends and meticulously avoided any trouble. Chairman Kim Sung-hak, pointing the bat decisively, ordered his son to remain confined to the house, lest his aimless wandering further fuel the destructive rumors. A defeated yes was all Kim Hyun-jik could muster in response. The chairman's phone suddenly rang, cutting through the tense atmosphere. His subordinate delivered the critical news. The party acquiring Hyunhwa shares had been identified, prompting Chairman Kim Sung-hak to urgently demand a name. The name, Dream High Invest, sent a jolt through Chairman Kim Sung-hak, who immediately connected it to the foreign figure, Han Kyung-young. His subordinate confirmed the shocking news, adding that Dream High Invest had requested a meeting, leaving Chairman Kim Sung-hak utterly stunned. Far from the glass and steel, a traditional Korean building offered a stark contrast against the modern skyline. Chairman Kim Sung-hak slid open the door, entering the serene, traditional room with a sense of trepidation. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized someone was already seated, waiting for him. Kim Mu-hyuk turned slowly, his calm greeting, "Chairman Kim, it's been a while," holding an unsettling familiarity. A jolt of recognition struck Chairman Kim Sung-hak as he finally placed the face, Kim Mu-hyuk, Chairman Cheon's maternal grandson. Kim Mu-hyuk confirmed his identity with a smirk, reminding Chairman Kim Sung-hak of their previous encounter when he came to borrow money from his grandfather. The full weight of the situation settled upon Chairman Kim Sung-hak as he directly accused Kim Mu-hyuk of acquiring his company's shares. Kim Mu-hyuk, with a gesture of faint hospitality, invited the chairman to be seated. Between them lay an exquisite spread of traditional Korean dishes, a luxurious facade for the brewing tension. Kim Mu-hyuk observed the chairman's visibly displeased expression, a comment that served only to heighten the underlying animosity. Chairman Kim Sung-hak cut to the chase, demanding to know the true reason behind Kim Mu-hyuk's aggressive acquisition of his company's shares. Kim Mu-hyuk's thoughts were cold and calculating, savoring the moment before he delivered his blow. With chilling clarity, Kim Mu-hyuk declared his true motive. He wanted Chairman Kim Sung-hak's son, Kim Hyun-jik, and demanded he be handed over. Chairman Kim Sung-hak's face contorted in utter shock, unable to comprehend the demand.